Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now!
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello everyone, happy Sunday, happy fourth and final day of the OWCS Stage 2 playoffs. Zoe here, joined by Rich and by Johnny, and look at that. We didn't talk about this, but we're all wearing blue.
We feeling really good. Our color synergies here. We're gonna have a great day, guys. Wow.
What's this?
How does this keep happening?
I know, it's like we're connected on like some different level, and Rich just slotting right in there as he's joining us today. You know, maybe we don't need Jake back. Maybe he can just stay in the Irish Highlands.
Let's go.
Jake has veterancy. I'm just gracious to be here, so you know I can't ever take this.
Rich, you want to do play-by-play? Two days of stage?
All right, let's go. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna throw down some rhymes. We'll talk about some more black holes like we did yesterday, and some.
We'll talk about how to inform Jake. We'll figure that out after. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
That's right. That's right. There's so much to talk about, in fact, before we're heading into today's matches. One, of course, a thing that we always have to remind everyone watching is our drops. Connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you can start earning right now.
Come on, people.
Huzzah. Come on, people.
This is literally picking money off the street without the back pain.
It's the last day to earn these particular drops, as you can see.
They will be lost in the vault forever, maybe.
Forever. Never to be seen again, probably.
Never
and
to
then
be released again. Now or never.
Yep. Also, now or never, that's right. You will also have an opportunity to earn up to 200,000 Overwatch coin drops if you are watching a show via faceit.com/watch. When you're heading over there, you can also choose different POVs from up to 4 different players. There's fun stuff you can fiddle around there in general, some cool features. So make sure to do that and earn some coins whilst doing so as well. Is this that famous place where they have the laptop up for grabs, Johnny?
Yes, Jake was saving towards one last year because Jake, he played a few, tournaments here and there, gathering all the Faceit points. We need to ask Jake how it's going, if he ever got that laptop.
I need to hear from someone. Like, anyone must have had the laptop. Like, someone must have been able to get the laptop at this point, right? Right, stranger out there,
if you got the laptop, type 1 in chat.
Let us know. Type 1 in chat if you got yourself the laptop. Type also 1 in chat if you're excited for some amazing Overwatch today, just to scoot it.
Wait, you tricked them.
That's how I work my numbers. Yeah, as you can see, players are ending today, and I'm sure the teams are gonna go out with a bang. Alas, fear not. While we are done with the playoffs, we still have the promotion relegation matches and the last chance qualifiers before we're heading to the mid-season championship. And those LCQs, man, Rich, this is gonna be a brawl, a dogfight. This is gonna be a tough battle.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, again, they're getting into that point of filling in that last spot. I mean, we're just about to, finalize the last, I think it's 3 that's left, if I'm not mistaken, across the board total, and really leaning into that mid-season, which is going to be fantastic to see everyone come together to be able to compete on that world stage and just really be able to do that, and then prep for even later. This schedule, stage 3, that's going to be here faster than we know it. We already talked about yesterday how fast it's already been going into July now soon, and we're going to be at that end of the year even sooner.
That's right. So make sure to grab your tickets to not just the mid-season championship, but also for the World Finals later this year, and join us for all things Overwatch and for just a phenomenally good time. Isn't it always a good time at the DreamHack, Johnny?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've been to so many DreamHacks.
Oh, yeah.
DreamHacks made me who I am. You know, I grew up.
Yeah.
Take the bus to Jönköping. You know, you get a computer set up, walk around.
Nostalgia.
You know,
It sounds.
you'll go watch some esports, and then they have a big music venue and everything. Like it's classic. That's why I grew up.
Yeah, you were like forged in the fires of DreamHacks.
Yeah.
Johnny attended his first DreamHack when he was 5 years old. They treated like daycare over in Sweden.
Not quite. 2009 actually. During summer 2009. That was my first one. I was 13 actually. I was 13. So there you go.
That's
Sorry.
literally yesterday. I was already working full time in esports at that time.
I know.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Feels old, man. Feels old. And throughout all these years, I've seen players rise to the top and grab the big bag of money. I personally have never been there, but I've been watching them do so, and it's been beautiful to witness. So let's take a look at the breakdown for the prize money for this particular event, because obviously they're all fighting to get to the mid-season championship. But that comes with a lot of money. This is our bracket right now, as you can see. Bada bing, bada boom. OWCS is awaiting in the grand finals for their opponent. Will it be a rematch against Twisted Minds, or will VP rise to the top? That one also being a rematch, of course, of the lower finals. It's going to be exciting, Rich.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic one. Again, just because both of these teams really haven't hard struck that Symmetra type of play, and what we got to see yesterday, we'll dive a little bit more into it as we dive into each of the teams with me and Johnny. But the Tracer dynamic of this, and even Rocket being on the interview saying that half a damage, you notice it. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of that come into the focus and seeing how performative it can be.
Okay, well, that was North America, by the way. Let's first, Rich.
True, that's true. I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Maybe a Mauga here and there. We'll maybe get to the Tracer later.
But yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm just so struck on that, you know.
Yeah, man, it's been exciting to see the teams sprinkling their own kind of flavor into those matches and making it work as well, despite the meta.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, I'd say they largely remain the same, but then you look at North America and they're just like, we're just going to change everything. We're going to play Win, We're Losing Carry. We're going to play Tracers. It's like, oh my God, like there was a patch on Tuesday. Like you just abandon everything.
Did someone say minor changes? Let me quickly throw that.
The Tracer change was, moderate in hindsight. But at the same time, you look at EMEA and they're like, yep, what Tracer damage? We're just going to play Symmetra Sojourn. We love it.
Yeah. They're gonna just lean into it.
Right.
I mean, Jwoo, I'm excited though. Jwoo will still be my go-to, so that's why I have to lean into a little bit. At least when it comes to that part of it.
Listen, whenever Jwoo can play Tracer, I'm happy. His sim did not rock my world.
Yeah.
Just put it that way.
Yeah.
I much prefer seeing him on that Tracer. But alas, here we are. They're all still into the mix, or in the mix rather, and I am excited. Now, of course, we already have all teams basically pretty much from every region qualifying through playoffs and regular season. So let's take a look, because we locked in EMEA and NA, the third slot in both regions yesterday, and China has already locked in his third spot now as well.
Yeah, and a change of seeding. CC coming through the lower bracket after losing to Rock Esports in the very first upper bracket round 3-1. They came back all the way through the lower bracket, beat Rock in the lower bracket final 3-1, and took a map, at least, of Weibo Gaming in the grand final. And Weibo Gaming, they hadn't lost a map until the playoffs, so if you can take a map with them, you'll be happy with that over in China.
And then we've got these last two here as well with Face It League, and then we're gonna have the LCQ as well to be determined, so that'll finalize and round out everything. We're like so close. We're like right there.
We are. We really are, and those LCQs are going to be hotly contested if you're looking at which teams are potentially going to be making an appearance in there. So it remains to be seen which teams will be collecting at the mid-season championship. We have locked in EMEA and NA, at least the teams, but we still need to determine the seeding, and we still need to determine who is going to get the big bag walking away after stage 2. Let's take a look at today's schedule. These are the last matches of our stage 2 playoffs on this beautiful final day. We're kicking both regions off with the lower bracket final, heading into a grand final first to 4.
Oh, so they're all bangers. It's
are.
literally the best teams in both regions. Like, what more can you ask for?
Nothing, Johnny. And I am not asking for more. So here we are.
Yeah.
plus
We've
we
got
have-
everything we need. You're right. It's all on a silver platter for us just to sit back, kick our feet up, get some drops, and enjoy a lot of Overwatch for this last day.
What a good Sunday. You know, if you put it like that, like we're living, we're feasting, we're having a good time because we get to see the top players performing on a top level for all the marbles. Speaking of top players, as per usual at the end of every playoffs, we want to just award players who we think are the best or have been the best throughout the entire stage. So here's our EMEA Stage 2 superstars. They're not getting a medal, they're not getting extra money, they literally get nothing but our admiration and some, you know, we're gonna guess
shout out. You got shout out.
Shout out on stream.
Air horn in the distance.
But we also want to fill time to get the teams an opportunity to get ready. So these are our Stage 2 nominees. My nominee was simple. It's just, that one's easy, man. Yeah, his honor is sick, but he's like a new age Jonak, man. Floaty Omnic Menace of Ilios. Like, yeah, I said what I said. I said what I said.
Get a hold true.
I'm a fan.
We had receipts
Even
yesterday. We had receipts yesterday with, you know, being the number one for Challenger. Come on. I mean, there's some validation there.
Jonak. That's like comparing someone to LeBron James. Oh my god. That's
You
crazy.
gotta reach for the stars. You gotta reach for the stars, Johnny.
Oh my
I think he's got what it takes. Do we barely see him on Zen? Yeah, but that's not his fault. And when we do see him, he's popping off. But Simple has been an absolute difference maker. Like this backline in general has just been so very good. So yeah, I think he's definitely a worthy nominee for our EMEA Stage 2 superstar.
I mean, you talk about the back line. I had to say the same thing when it comes to Landon. Again, like I've mentioned so many times, we're just all the way back since the inception from collegiate and seeing him continue to grow his just overall, I think, level-headedness, his communication, and just his ability to have so much throughput damage while he's healing and really change the outcome of a lot of significant fights, whether it's on the Baptiste, which is so well known, and even in moments where he does have to flex onto something different, it's always so consistent, it's cohesive with the team, and he really has always been a top performer from that support line.
Also, if I might add as well to Landon, the versatility we see from Landon in 2025 is really amazing, because there was a time when that dude, he was on London Spitfire, they were like, Hardy, go Reinhardt, and that's what they did. But, you know, Ilar has been brought out, Kiriko, even if you see some Landon Ana here and there, Baptiste, like, Landon's playing it all these days.
Yeah. Really being able to widen his different variety that he can bring in. It's so great to see, to show his flexibility.
Yeah. Well, I had to shout out Checkmate, not for the Genji, but for the Symmetra. Alcancia, they've been dominant. Checkmate is in fact not playing checkers. He is playing chess in this very scenario. The Symmetra has just been defining Alcancia, I feel like, here in Stage 2. And considering how dominant they've been as a team, I think you have to reward Checkmate. He's not only playing chess, he's like a bullet chess champion. The fact that he's able to react, you know, in the middle of these team fights with like the perfect teleporter that sets up the rest of his team. You see on Pharah as well. He's brought out the Pharah on King's Row, but also on maps like Circuit Real, for example, they play this like very poke heavy composition. So I think Checkmate's versatility has been key for Alcancia in a really good stage for them. I think Checkmate has been the MVP of that team and potentially in Stage 2.
And the reactiveness to it is just almost like breathing. It just seems so instinctual how fast those teleports are coming out. And you were commenting on it yesterday. It's an instantaneous reaction.
Just like that. It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, like his read on the game, on the map, on the positioning of each and every single individual player on the map is actually insane. But it is the teamwork that makes that dream work, right? It is just how well they match, how well they coordinate, and Ziad, their tank, is a big part of that as well. So we have to throw Ziad in the mix there as well. He quite made the splash, honestly. Be that on Orisa, be that on the Diva, of course, also on the Ram. Like, he just goes toe to toe and then some against some of the greats of the sports, you know? So I think Ziad is, for me personally, MVP candidate for the entire year, not just the stage.
Yeah, the performance has been impeccable.
Even saw limited time at the Champions Clash, but came in like the last series in the lower bracket and looked like really good. And you leave Champions Clash and you're like, should they just have played Ziad over Tread the entire time? Because Ziad was that impressive.
Right.
And since then, they committed to Ziad, looked fantastic. If you had Ziad in your unofficial Overwatch fantasy team, you're a happy camper because Ziad's just been crushing it over there. So, yeah, a lot of great candidates for this Stage 2, Zoe.
I mean, it helps that we're picking candidates here that have just been winning all their matches. Turns out if your team wins, you're looking pretty good. If we're looking at the numbers, I just literally just realized that we did that. Oh well, if they're good, they're good. What can you do? Can't argue with the facts. Now, you, however, can argue a little bit with us because you get to vote. So drop your vote who you think is our EMEA Stage 2 superstar. Drop it in chat, and we will reveal the winner of the people ahead of the grand finals. Only the 4 that we put up here are up for voting.
That's right.
Sorry.
We decided nominees.
Yeah.
We decided. That's right.
Pick.
We're like,
We corralled them here, and now you have to pick up the 4. Too bad.
Too bad for you guys. Too bad. Now, one team that doesn't have any nominees for our EMEA Stage 2 superstar, but definitely you can make an argument for each and every single player on their team is VP. Star-studded lineup. They will be going up against Twisted Minds. This is a rematch from earlier in the playoffs. Let's talk about those 2 teams, shall we? Twisted Minds, we just got to see yesterday. Have we learned anything new about this team? Anything that we want to shout out? We've seen a lot more Yubi now. Psycho didn't have to come in, and yesterday Yubi also looking very competent on that trace. So usually they would be subbing Psycho, and you guys think that that's what they're going to roll with? Just keep Yubi in?
They could. I mean, you think back to some of Yubi's tracer performances since OWCS came around, right? Like, Yubi was always a fantastic player, not only playing the Symmetra, but it is very impressive that Yubi can play both the tracer and the Symmetra. I noticed that, of course, they play this slower style. They like to put Fenriastra on the Juno, and Simple on the Ana, for example, KSA over on the Ramatra. So they play a little bit slower than Alcadzia usually would. Now, Quartz had an amazing performance on King's Road defense yesterday, which earned 1 map for Twisted Minds. And then we went over here to Colosseo as well. Alcadzia, they banned the Symmetra, which I actually think favored Twisted Minds in that scenario. So reflecting on the series, it was a 5-map banger in the upper bracket final, but I do think that Alcadzia was the better team. Going into today, Championship Sunday, do feel like Twisted Minds, they have to perform better than they did yesterday if they want a chance to actually win everything here today.
Well, Virtus Pro certainly has to step it up as well for this one. Again, this is a rematch. They met already in the first round here in the playoffs, and that was a 3-0 victory for Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro really just crumbled. Yes, they looked very good going up against the Ultimates in the lower bracket after that one. Alas, that is the Ultimates. I think Twisted Minds is a different kind of beast.
Yes,
and a very different kind of team, right? We heard Shockwave talk about that, Rich.
Yeah, no, it's a very different type of team, and we do still have to commend them. They played very well against the Ultimates yesterday, and what we were able to see. But again, leaning into some of the talk where it comes to the Symmetra, bringing that to the table for EMEA, and how we're going to see that come out, where Virtus Pro is going to have to still really find a solution, an answer that's able to outmatch a team like Twisted Minds. And since they did have that 0-3 type of matchup, they have to come into this mentally thinking, all right, we've had enough time to cycle back to this. We've come this weekend playing our game, look to play to the strengths. Jwoo has been really fantastic on the Tracer. We talked a little bit about it already and how that significance of play and the overall contribution alongside was just so significant, and consistently being with Shockwave, dealing that damage necessary to take some of these fights over and just really outplay their opponent. They have to find those weak spots in Twisted Mind to have success today.
I want to add on as well. We can't forget that Twisted Minds, they beat VP 3-0 last weekend. I mean, that was dominant. That was crushing. So Twisted Minds should go in here as a heavy favorite. But I did just feel on the last map in that series, on Midtown, the third and final map, it felt like VP were like kind of abandoning some of their compositions. So we're like, right, we don't know how to deal with the Symmetra of Twisted Minds, but we're reiterating. And they started to find just a little something on Midtown. Shockwave swapped over to the Torb, which pretty unusual pick. I'm not saying Torb is the answer, but I'm just saying Virtus Pro, they started playing around with different answers for the Symmetra. So I'm really looking forward to see if Virtus Pro have anything special in store for today, because they have had so many difficulties with the Symmetra in the past.
They did have an entire week to, make some changes coming into this one, expecting to face off against at least one Symmetra-heavy team there in either Alcadzia or Twisted Minds. So I'm sure they prepared something for us. I'm excited either way. This one is for, of course, the last slot in the grand finals in order to go up against Alcadzia. We're patiently waiting. And on the mics for the big game, we, of course, have Mitch and Matt. Please take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. So a big game indeed. While both these teams have already secured their spots in our mid-season championship, Matt, there's a lot on the line here in Stage 2, including more favorable seeding, which when you're going up against the rest of the world means a heck of a lot. Have VP figured out how to play into these sim comms, or have they developed their own style that can play around it?
I don't know. Like Johnny kind of alluded to, right? We saw this match just a week ago, and it was not great for VP. But obviously, the meta has changed since then. Man, I gotta say, you were talking up like your outfit today, and I obviously don't get a chance to see your outfit before we come on. I mean, you said you had some words describing your outfit, and I mean that is one of the stupidest outfits you've ever worn. But you know, hey,
5 weeks.
Big games today, regardless.
I reckon I've worn this like 3 times this year, and you didn't bat an eyelid. Maybe someone just duked it in your cereal this morning.
I think it's just because you added the fake glasses to it. I think that's the portion.
They are real. I actually see that.
Oh wow, you are,
dude.
I mean, no wonder you're missing stuff left and right yesterday. I mean, you can't see.
Yeah. Now you know how I managed to pick you out of a lineup of casters to work with, man. I just didn't have my glasses.
I hear Eric trying to say map set, but laughing at the same time in my ear. But the first, so you'll actually see them ban Genji. I like this for Twisted Minds, right? You get rid of the Genji. Jwoo obviously pretty tremendous on the hero, and we've seen teams try and do this against Twisted Minds, getting rid of the Lucio, but like it hasn't impacted them that much, right? Funny Astro can play the Juno, you can play Brig. I mean, a lot of other pretty good options here for TM.
It's like Juno Kiri, you know, and they can obviously pair the Kiri up with the Tracer a little bit and play that side fight style. That's worked, you know, quite well for them. That's definitely an option. Going back to yesterday, we were scratching our heads a little bit about the Twisted Mind strategy on Oasis, for example, because KSA was playing some pretty random tanks, like trying to match the sim comp right with a Reinhardt, for example, which didn't really look like it cut it. It was just a little bit slow, maybe struggled to respond. And then there was like a Sigma in that very first round. And I guess the idea was to try and hit an accretion on the Diva or whoever was trying to dive into the backline with that sim TP. It didn't really work out. So I do want to see what the game plan is here for Twisted Minds, because remember, winning that control map means you only have to win on your map picks over the course of the series, right? In a first to 3, you win control, you win your map picks, you're gold. Even if it goes to 5, you're chilling.
And you know that Ryan is in a bad spot even when Johnny's like not really excited about it in the post game, right? He just kind of like glossed over it. It was such a blowout. Where I think they kind of and look, maybe this is something where like TM's kind of like holding strats. Maybe they feel like they're going to kind of see Alcatia again, right, in our finals a little bit later today, where right now obviously there's prize money and seeding for the midseason championship on the line, but potentially both these teams want to save something for later.
Of course, here is your mode win percentage. And obviously, both these things pretty adept when it comes to this control game type. I've got to say, quite impressive, the hybrid win percentage for Twisted Minds. And I think a big part of that is that sort of preference for King's Row. They sort of pick that map when they can. And they're absolutely stellar there. The way that they defended against Alcatia on that map yesterday was really quite impressive. They, they full held them. They held them off that point entirely. So if you could do that to the pretty much undisputed #1 team in your region right now, that's always a great ace to have in your sleeve. You can select that sort of map type anywhere throughout the series, and it might force VP into a hybrid map selection that doesn't exactly put Twisted Minds on their strengths. That's something they've got to be cognizant of, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, waiting for the game to get kicked off, but the seeding for this will matter, right? When we get to that mid-season championship, when you talk about like groups and you're bringing in all these other teams from all different regions, right? Depending on your finish here, right? You could end up with an easier path, right? Towards that big prize for the MSC. So obviously the in-region bragging rates are great, but you're looking at that big money at the end.
I tell you what I'm looking at, mate. It's the fact that you're wearing a collar. When is the last time you wore a collar? Do you play golf now?
No, I don't have the time or the money. I mean, golf is expensive. When I see Johnny like out there hitting it, I'm like, I just spend all my money on like loot boxes and battle passes and stuff. I was like, I don't have enough money for golf.
They're write-offs, mate. You just, I'm sure you know how to work the tax code.
And you're outside and it's hot. And you're not like, I mean, it's just not a thing.
Yeah, you've got white collar fraud, I think, in your sort of bloodline, Matt. So
yeah, absolutely.
Season 17, of course, is upon us. Worth checking out what is coming up while we wait for a slight delay at the start of Busan. Don't go too far. We'll be back on the other side of this.
Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
All right, thanks for sticking with us, folks. Here is your map set. A reminder of what we're headed into in this series. A Genji ban by Twisted Minds straight away. We've seen a couple of teams even target Junker Queen in certain maps. We haven't really seen that come to fruition, or we haven't really seen the reasoning behind it per se. But yeah, Lucio, take it away from TM. Don't think they're going to mind too much about that. Plenty of options for them.
Well, I think it's a difference though, right? Like, we'll see teams against like Peps, right? With FD God, you kind of pin him. It was like a Lucio player, right? And I think that's like pretty impactful. But I think Funny Astro has moved past the Lucio one trick like allegations, right? I think, you know, with Juno and Brig and some other heroes, like I don't think it's as impactful as like targeting against some other teams.
I don't think so. I think maybe VP just like have an idea. We know that Fixer probably looks, I don't know, his best when it comes to like some of these flex supports anyway. So Virtus Pro definitely found some strength in that direction. We got Malga out the gates for VP, and we got the Venture mixed in.
Yes, this is a comp that is like really good against Sim. So I talked a little bit about it yesterday, but obviously we didn't see it. But you stomp right on top of the Sim just like that. The burrow comes through, and you're able to deal with the Sim. I think this is a great look here from VP, making some adjustments. We haven't seen anybody in EMEA, Mitch, really go for this comp against the Sim setups. We've seen everybody just kind of roll over and die against it, not really kind of try anything. So this is a great look here for VP.
This is the kind of comp that we saw, you know, someone like, you know, in the past come out of OWCS Korea. And we saw it earlier on this year. Virtus Pro able to make some use of it. Malga's gotten a little bit of a slight buff, as has Venture in terms of their fire rate or recovery from each shot. However, Twisted Minds able to reassert themselves fairly quickly here. It's Pistola, who just gets sort of pumped with damage. Quartz obviously on the Sojourn. It's the right pick to sort of deal with this Malga. Go into those 150 charged railgun shots. Also can break that Kate's fight fairly quickly. And that'll have KSA drop to the point to have a flip back.
Yeah, there just wasn't really any help for Vestola there as Quartz, okay, saving that slide away, and then lands a shot on the Shockwave. Vestola, I mean, gonna get just ripped there by Quartz. Quartz then kind of, you know, uses the railgun shot to finish off Shockwave as the Sojourn player here for Twisted Minds. You're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna be able to stop that Sim, right? And Yubi makes a change over to Tracer, but if you're not going to be able to shut down Quartz, it's going to be you know, a long day.
Yeah, so the idea is, of course, go over towards the Orisa, who, in theory, has a favorable matchup in the front line, but we've seen it takes a little bit more than just the Orisa to deal with, you know, a good Ramatra player, and I think KSA has absolutely been that. It definitely feels like his best pick at the moment. Pistola wants to try and charge him, but they're a little bit separated. His Shockwave has to almost use a drill run to try and catch up with them. Yubi going down, Shockwave just descends on Simple, who's not able to get back to that safe sort of quarter, and that space is being taken away from Quartz. All of VP trying to rush up. The idea still the same for them as with the Malga composition, but Quartz has got a bit of space here to work with.
Yeah, he's going to use this overclock here up on the high ground because they have KSA below, getting closer to an annihilation. Nice spear connection there from Vestola. It's going to be a Kitsune rush here for VP over the point to try and flip it back.
KSA is able to play from that spot here on the low ground. Annihilation is at the ready, and Simple is keeping them topped up. Here's an orbital ray, and a great connection there from Quartz. Gala falls by the wayside, a little too floaty out in the middle of the map, and Twisted Minds retain control. Only a brief flip back for VP, got him 8%. But now it's getting dangerous.
I think Shockwave's actually been sick on the Venture, like coming up with a few pickoffs. We've seen like in a lot of these fights, able to come up and connect with two and really make it tough for the backline. But Quartz is just going uncontested. I mean, you know, Jaywu trying to put some pressure on, but Quartz has just seemed like it's just free firing at range.
Pretty strong brawl set up here, though, with the orbital ray. That one is launched by Gala pretty early on, but Eyes are headed over towards Quartz. Pistola can't afford to cross the map. Now he's caught out in the open a little bit too low. Terror Surge, just for that extra durability. And that's all he can really manage. Eventually, Simple's able to bring him down. Shockwave drops to the point here to try to flip it back. Twisted Minds went out there, tank. And Pistola had also fallen earlier on. This is now a proper dogfight on the point. An early Suzu there from Simple. Can use a wall climb, and I don't think Shockwave accounted for that. Simple's able to swift step back to the rest of their team, and Yubi's trying to deal now with that venture. But both tanks are going to be back in the game, and Pistola switched over to the Malga.
Yes, Yubi just trying to put some pressure here on a Fixa, right? As Gala's over to the Juno here as well. 2 kills in the feed here for Twisted Minds. You do end up getting Quartz, so maybe you're able to make something out of it. But Simple with this Kitsune rush should be able to close it out.
Kaise's trying to maintain some ground here. Pistola low, crossed the point, took too much damage. Yubi able to finish him off. No one can contest KSA, unreal. Virtus Pro without their tank. Not able to play for the point here, and Shockwave is still coming off respawn. Twisted Minds lost 2 kills, I think, at the start of that fight. They were like a 3 versus 4. Able to hold on.
And I mean, you just see just the sick Sojourn play there from Quartz in round number 1, where you're having Shockwave play this Venture, and I think you're actually getting some good value out of it. But I mean, Quartz is just dominating at range. I mean, look at the damage, right? 4,600. Jwoo 2,400 on the other side. You see Shockwave almost kind of keeping pace, right? With him, you know, but it's just the long range damage and just the constant, I know every time Pistola comes out of spawn, pretty much just getting chunked down by the Sojourn at range. And now you're going to see a swap. So the Freya coming in here for VP. I wonder though, Mitch, if because you're going to see this swap here for VP, Twisted Mind feels like there's an opening to maybe go back to the sim.
Definitely something that can punish this Diva, Matt. Twisted Minds obviously happy to play the Sojourn. VP bowing out of the longer range matchup on Mecha Base. Now, of course, Shockwave can definitely have some impact. It's a way more mobile composition brought from Virtus Pro, again with that Juno Kiri side fight. Mira and Pistola, who just gets pumped early. There's just no opportunity for Shockwave to get involved. He's got pretty safe passive positioning there and can't really chime in with the front line.
I mean, you get D-Mech right off the rip, though, right? I mean, where is the supports being able to kind of help Vestola as Jwoo loses a fight on the other side of the map there? As Funny Astro and KSA take out both damage dealers. This is looking a lot like last week, Mitch, where this was not a real competitive game.
I mean, this round has not started well. In fact, if this is, you know, what Twisted Minds end up rolling out with over much of this series, Virtus Pro have to maybe even think they look towards Ice Nom and the different pool, maybe that more hazard-based gameplay to try and find an edge, because that's where they were able to get there on occasion in some previous matchups. Fixa those done well, deals with Quartz and allows Jwoo to drop down to the point and start the contest, but he has to respect. Simple also holding his own in a virtual 1 versus 2 for much of this time. Obviously, you know, one of the very few players, if ever, to reach Champion 1. Something we sort of highlighted yesterday. Pretty insane grind set on that player. And it's definitely been a standout, maybe even an MVP for the entire stage. There's a stick there. It's going to be golden
nice
off, and he has to recall out.
Yeah, it's a nice Suzu there from Fixa on a Vestola. That's going to be able to keep him alive. Even after they get Quartz early, it's still just a lot of contest there that comes in for Twisted Minds. They probably get another like 15-20% on the point. So now we'll see VP in control of this. No change. I thought maybe, okay, use that Pulse Bomb. You're going to change for Yubi over to the Sim. But reminder, yes, I mean, how sick was Yubi on Coliseo, right? Losing effort, but I mean, just a tremendous Tracer play yesterday. So maybe you feel pretty good about this.
A lot of that was because Simple was able to link up with Yubi on so many occasions and kind of overwhelmed Checkmate, who didn't have a Kiri to play alongside of him. Regardless, it was pretty impactful. Look at this, Twisted Minds very quickly back into position here. Fixa obviously falls pretty early on in the fight now, and Quartz can virtually stagger out that Juno if he dares to try and fight it, but has to respect. Don't necessarily want to give Gala too much of an opening. He's developed his orbital ray already.
Yeah, there's no reason to chase that at that moment in time if you're Quartz, right? You're better off just kind of playing your life, holding on to it. I think VP is going to be in a tough spot to flip this one back, Mitch, right? You're going to have orbital rays on both sides, but the annihilation here for Twisted Minds, and then Quartz with that overclock, even with the orbital ray, you're able to just kind of like tap people on through it. And they're not even going to get the orbital ray off. I mean, Quartz just domes Gala coming out of the spawn. So now you're not even going to be in position to use your orbital ray. Pistola's already lost his armor. This is brutal here for VP.
We've got to call it out. Both Kiriko's doing a heck of a lot of work. Simple's got about the same amount of damage as Yubi does in this round. And that's what we're sort of seeing from a lot of Kiriko players at this level, turning into legitimate damage.
I love this.
Here's an orbital ray. KSA wanders pretty much into the thick of things and is able to be handled, but Twisted Minds get themselves to 99. Won't see the need, I think, to spend any of these extra ultimates that they've developed. It's going to be an overclock and an orbital ray maintained for this next fight. Twisted Minds looking to take the map.
I actually like the decision there by KSA. I just don't think the rest of the team was in position to be able to follow it up, right? He kind of sees like the supports in the alleyway kind of approaching, figures like, okay, if I use my Annihilation, if you have Funny Ash's Orbital Ray a little bit closer to use there, like I think that is a great scenario for TM. It just seems like they weren't all on the same page at that moment.
Regardless, they'll be able to save that ultimate for about now. It looks like Pistola might have caught a little bit too close to the fray. He's able to back away, but the healing's going to take a little bit of time. And in the meantime, Twisted Mind's been able to use that orbital ray to at least get into the map. Jaywu, though, controls the Mega. Quartz is looking for a target with his overclock, and much of it is expired, completely trolled by Fixer, who's able to get back to safety. A warning shot on Gala in midair, but Twisted Minds weren't able to find their objective early on in this fight, and now they go down one of their main healers. Quartz out of the picture. Vistola's able to dive on towards that Sojourn position, and Jaywu's Pulse Bomb accounts for Simple. Here's VP now, threatening to even up the map. Couple of one fights consecutively here, and Twisted Minds have just let themselves slip.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to get a touch, though. So Yubi actually ends up living here on through this. So Yubi will get a touch. Going to use Recall, get on back. See who comes in to touch next. It'll be Kitsune rushes from both sides.
Yubi gets a touch there. Keeps the game going now. KSA back on the Diva, looking to maybe pressure in this Kiriko direction, but there's a Malga on the field, and Simple clearly wasn't ready for the hail of bullets. KSA also has to opt out of a direct fight against Pistola, and he's beckoning, saying, come and fight me here on this point. KSA can't. Eventually, he just gets dragged down. Far too much damage to deal with. And Virtus Pro able to exploit an overextension a couple of fights ago from KSA.
Yeah.
With that, Annihilation, and able to punish them with a round win.
Yeah, like I talked about, I kind of like the decision by KSA. I think you just needed everybody to be on the same page and kind of push through that alleyway, right? You had an opportunity to get like a pick or two when you're already at 99. So that'll send us to a third round here on Busan. Is a very important map here for both sides, right? Getting off of that first map, forcing the other team to kind of burn some of their selections. You do see in that second round, though, Mitch, when Shockwave goes over to the Freya, he's caught up and passed Quartz in terms of the damage.
Yeah, which has obviously been crucial. Eventually, that Freya's been able to take hold. It definitely felt like it was a slower start, but there was some awkward positioning at the beginning of the round for Pistola, where there's that really early D-Mech, and Virtus Pro can't hit with any tempo. Now, clean slate. Decide around here on this control map. Remember, VP unable to take a map at all last time against Twisted Minds. Need to see if they've been able to develop over the course of this lower bracket run into a team that could vie for that first seed in EMEA. It's already Quartz looking to push up on the fringes of the map. They're going to play around this KSA Ramatra. Definitely their best look thus far.
I think without a doubt, right? Nothing too, cute like the Reinhardt or anything here. So they do find Quartz, though. That's a nice collapse from Jaywu and Vestola. But are you able to keep Vestola in mech? Getting dangerously low. Looks like he's going to get out for some healing.
Vestola, I feel like he definitely needs both of his supports in play to be able to linger in the front line for any space of time. Simple's just doing his thing on the flanks here. Just an unreal talent this guy has turned out to be. Great deployment of the Suzu there, just making it impossible for Jaywu to get anything done, and he goes to one. Funny Astro picks him up.
The way he just chases, I mean, that's Jaywu he's trying to hunt down, right? I mean, one of the better tracers, better DPS players in EMEA. So being able to see Simple just kind of like hunt him down, I mean, that is impressive, and just shows that he has like zero fear when it comes to taking these duels.
And it's important because they can play separately from the Ramatra on the point. Like Simple and Funny Astro, or Simple and Yubi can play here and control this sort of right side of the map. VP have to basically use all 5 players to dive on 1 or 2 of those positions and try and overwhelm them in numbers. KSA is going to be really hard to shift here, and boulder shot point blank doesn't matter. Quartz, a big rail hit onto Shockwave, shuts him down at the cost of that boulder shot. The VP lose a pretty key ultimate for shutting someone like a Ramatra down and lose that player. Still things fare a little bit better. They've dealt with the side fight component of Twisted Minds setup, but they still need to work on KSA. A tough nut to crack at the best of times. But the only Funny Astro on the field, eventually the Ramatra has to capitulate.
Yes, finally a flip here from VP. It feels like it's hard to just keep Vestola alive though in mech, like amongst like this, you know, mass amounts of damage that's coming down from the support line. I know UB and Quartz as well, right? As Vestola is going to get a mech back here, so we'll have it for this next fight, which is very important.
Kitsune rush here for both sides though. Those cooldowns to be recycled definitely feel like it favors the Ramatra and the frontline scenario, especially with that increased throughput for Simple. Here it comes, Orbital Ray, going to be committed to the fight as well, but Quartz did get taken down, isolated early. Twisted Mind's being punished here for having their players spread a bit more thinly than VP tend to do. With Fixer and Garda out of the picture, there's no way Vestola is going to be able to hold up under this kind of scrutiny. And that'll get Twisted Minds back within striking distance of a map win.
And look, Vestola is able to get a pick right off the rip, right? I mean, he finds Quartz, and he actually goes back, and I think he finds Funny Astro as well. The issue is that they're not able to keep the rest of the team alive when that, like, you know, really aggressive Ramatra push comes in, right? With the Kiri and the Tracer, like, you know, you're going to give up Quartz in this type of situation to the Diva, but you're going to win out on that front line against everything else.
And Fixer has only been able to get half of Simple's healing for about the same amount of damage.
Look at this.
So,
he's just hunting down Shockwave in the spawn here, of course.
This is what the Kiri comps do, right? You have these like little ends that can take on these isolated individuals, and if your enemy is playing Freya or Sojourn, easy to sort of jump in their direction. Like I was saying, the Kiriko impact, I mean, there's a gap there. Simple has been able to put out a ridiculous amount of healing while having massive damage impact in these fights. Vestola has died 12 times at this point, most in the lobby. It's been so hard for VP to keep this Diva fighting fit. There's another example of it. And a beautiful pulse for Yubi to make sure even after the self-destruct, there's no DMEC opportunity. That's curtains for VP on Busan. No coming back from a sequence like that. Twisted Minds, another strong start against VP.
And they don't get anything with their Orbital Ray there towards the end for Virtus Pro, and like we talked about a lot of the time, I like the Diva pick because you can, you know, Diva's obviously great at like dueling, whether it be like a Soj or even like a Juno, right? And can go toe-to-toe with a lot of the tanks, but when you have Vestola go in, right, you're losing that defense matrix, you're losing a little bit of you know, presence in the backline, and then Simple is so good in combination with like the Ram and the Tracer going on in that, you know, Vestola gets like a kill, turns around, his whole team is dead, right? I mean, yeah. So it's like you're not really accomplishing what you need to have happen here. The Maga looks are quite interesting. I'm curious if we see them try and go to some maps where they can incorporate that.
I really am curious to see the stats breakdown for this map because it's not always very indicative. Sometimes, like, the team that loses has more healing because they, you know, just get out damaged and still end up being unable to get there. But Simple on the Kiriko, sometimes I like to sort of measure the impact of a Kiri, like just add the damage and healing together, right, for some of those more hybrid supports here. And it's pretty absurd what Simple is able to do. His uptime on either, you know, doing damage or providing that healing is pretty crucial. So VP, look at the healing difference, I think, between these two teams.
Pretty close, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is a close game, right? Look at the KD. Really, really very, very tight. But that difference, like, Simple ends up with like an extra 3.5, 4K healing over Fixer, while both Kirikos have about the same amount of damage done, which to me is like, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, he's basically like always active, always doing stuff, and spends a lot of time alive. KSA dies 6 times over the entirety of Busan, 6. Vestola, 13. You've got such a durable, you know, frontliner in Ramatra who has better damage mitigation, arguably, I think, than Diva. Even if he lacks the mobility, you stick him on the point. He's your pivot. You play the side fight style with the Kiriko, play off angles there, and, you know, generally just gang up on any solo individuals like Shockwave, for example, who are trying to play from these, like, nasty little spots. Sanctuary is such a great map for, like, those individual loose ends who want to take off angles. And I think that the Kiri style to group up with a Tracer is great at shutting that down.
What do you think that VP goes with here? Like, in terms of their kind of strengths here, like, we didn't even really see the sim kind of come into play. Could they go Midtown?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's something we've seen VP go to in the past, right? Like a double flex support option. You know, there's Dorado we've seen them go to, but they're also pretty good at circuit. So I think a few different options. And as I highlight those, we do hear, you know, the map pick is New Junk City. So a really good brawl map here. You know, but this is where the sim can excel for both sides. But maybe they feel like that, maybe they ban the sim, right? Maybe that's something they decide to do. I'll be curious how they attack it.
If Mechabase is anything to go by, it appears that Virtus Pro have a reasonable answer to the sim comp with the Malga Venture style, that sort of all-in rush, that very dangerous frontline scenario.
Right.
Like, it could circumvent the bulk of any of the, like the Matra, for example. That probably has to be where they sort of make investments. I would have thought that Midtown was a decent call, Matt, just to try and take the King's Row option away from Twisted Minds, but VP might just be conceding the hybrid.
But like, let's say if you're VP, right? If I was Twisted Minds, okay, so they bring in Ice Gnome, so maybe we are going to see some more like the Hazard type of setups. I was going to say, like, if VP doesn't ban a tank, if I was like Twisted Minds, I would probably ban like either the Maga or probably the Maga, right? Because you were able to kind of dominate once you forced Vistola over to the Orisa, and you started to play those comps, right? The Orisa versus the Ram with like the Venture with the Orisa is just not the same as playing it with the Maga. So I would have said that's like a really easy ban to basically just kind of ruin that strategy if that's what they were going to go with.
Yeah, you could, also the Sojourn switch, right? We saw the Sojourn switch up from Twisted Minds when they realized that like the Symmetra wasn't really going to be enough for them. So, you could try and also target that strategy. Like you could try and ban the Soj, maybe like force Freya here out of Twisted Minds. Maybe that's somewhere that like Shockwave generally likes to be.
We don't really see Quartz play a ton of the Freya. Like did obviously when Freya was really busted and just came out, right? But like now that she's not just like kind of exploding people cross map every few seconds, we don't really see Quartz kind of go for it. Probably would go for something like a Cassidy, right? Could play something along those lines. But with Ice Gnome coming in, I think this is definitely going to be like Hazard.
I think that Cassidy against Venture has some edges, but it's still a problem because you cannot really poke the Venture down as they cross towards you, right? Like Barroad, it's a little bit uncomfortable in general. So worth bearing in mind here. I think a pretty decent flashpoint win percentage here for VP might sort of be indicating why they want to head in this direction.
Also Twisted Minds basically wins every other game mode just about all the time, so maybe that's the reason.
I mean, the last time I saw New Junk City, we haven't seen New Junk City from Virtus.pro at all in these playoffs. They haven't had the chance to go there. I think they tried to take Twisted Minds to Dorado, I think, if they lost that first. Yeah, because they played Busan in their original game. They tried to go to Dorado and got rolled, full held on that map, or, as much as you can on a sort of hybrid map. Without checkpoints was the issue. So the Ramatra ban comes in for Virtus.pro. This is definitely where they're trying to like throw their eggs heavily in towards this basket. Remember, losing Busan means that they have to win one of Twisted Minds' map picks at some point. And if you're VP, you're probably not expecting King's Row to be one of those winning opportunities. So you have to maybe wait later into the series to try and get that edge. They're playing for a map 5 scenario.
So the Ram ban comes in here for VP, right? This would probably put Twisted Minds playing Diva, right? A Diva type of setup. Maybe we see Orisa, some of that, but Orisa is actually pretty good against Hazard, right? If that's what Ice Gnome's going to go to. But Twisted Minds gets rid of the Kiri, where Kiri can. It's wild to see Twisted Minds ban the Kiri, by the way, right? With how good Simple is.
Yes.
I mean, how much he just dominated, right? So they have to feel that with the Ramatra off the board and then the Kiri gone, there's a composition they're going to go to here that they feel like has a huge chance of being successful.
I also think it's pretty interesting that we have a Flashpoint map without a Lucio ban, right? Quite often, Lucio is getting targeted when we come to those sort of occasions. Kiriko also does, occasionally get banned on maps like this. I'm pretty sure it was Gen G banning Kiriko against Ultimates on their New Junk City outing. So something that is often looked at. Puts, Fixer in a position probably just to, roll out on this Lucio here. Funny Astro, of course, we know he can reprise that role quite happily. Storied Lucio player in his time. And Twisted Minds might be feeling out this Malga look at themselves. Say, okay, maybe we can have sort of decent protective architecture for someone like Yubi. Half the sim, that extra mobility could go a long way. But they might have other ideas. Over towards the Diva here.
So we saw a few times yesterday the Queen actually get banned. So it'll be VP playing the Queen with a Moira Lucio backline with the Venture Genji. So this is a completely new look for us here in EMEA that we have not seen before, and probably won't see too much of it right here because Shockwave dies right away.
Yeah, not great. But again, this Genji Queen style in theory should be a good look for Virtus.pro. I feel like that's the best hero you could put Jwoo on, and Ice Gnome, we don't know much about their Junker Queen in fairness, but she has gotten more powerful with that increased overhealth from the commanding shout, as well as she also gives more overhealth to her allies. And that in the context with the DPS passive getting a bit of a boost means that JWoo has an extra 25% health, extra healing reduction, means that it's easier to go in on those Genji missions to assassinate.
Yeah, but when, like, you know, how players have talked about Sim and how Sim has evolved the game over the last few weeks, and really just kind of her position in the game. Like Sim can like poke at range with like the right clicks, right? Mobility to a team that you can't really achieve with anybody else, ramping damage. Like I still think people are trying to figure out how you kind of play against it. That's an immortality field that doesn't keep courts alive, as see right there, but that Sim TP just getting everybody out of dodge.
Yeah, big massacre swing there from Icenom is pretty gainful. Twisted Minds have to work from the fringes of the objective here, but have been able to keep it contested for a time. That's KSA sort of cycling cooldowns, touching down, getting back to his backline, and in theory getting healed. But now with that Simple, that's going to become much more difficult. Baptiste backline is not particularly resilient to Genji or Venture pressure. Baptiste literally can't avoid Venture, as, well, he heads in the same direction as Venture does when they pop up. So good look here for Virtus Pro. Coalescence is online. Obviously a very quickly developing ultimate, even more so now that more of his primary healing has been boosted.
Yes, but Twisted Minds, though, they get up to 93%, right? So just one fight for them to be able to take this, and they're going to come up with just about everything to work with. I think you can also see when we're on with Ice Gnome, just kind of like circling, right? Figuring where this is. Oh, that's a nice use of the TP there. Gets everybody out of the way. Then they're going to drop the Amp Matrix with the Sim Wall. This is a brutal scenario here for VP. Fixa ends up using the beat, but only gets 2.
That Simple apparently not able to benefit from that sound barrier, so an easy job to clean up the Baptiste. The Quartz had so much room to work with, and it feels like Virtus Pro committed a lot of their cooldowns to that first dive where Shockwave pops up underneath the TP, and Twisted Minds had already vacated the area. Sick outmaneuver here from Twisted Minds. Definitely the best Symmetra team in EMEA as far as we're concerned. I mean, Alcal, I guess, could maybe suggest that they're in the running here, but really feel like these looks out of Yubi and Co have been very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yubi's kind of, you would say that Yubi's probably the originator there. Is Ice Gnome, actually. That's a huge anti, connects with almost everybody there, so that'll give VP a fight win, a much needed one. I know Yubi, I would say, kind of the originator of the Sim, right? We've seen Twisted Minds play the Sim for much longer than just about every other team, but Alcatia is pretty nuts on it, with Checkmate in the fold, as he has picked that hero up and use it to great effect rather quickly. So Flashpoint will open. It will be VP who gets here first.
Tectonic shock here for Shockwave, but I'm not really sure what the plan was for that ultimate. Twisted Minds, once again, pretty slippery, hard to catch on to.
Look how far they can go.
Yeah, I mean,
look how far they can go though. Across the entire, and cross the entire plane of the point. And what do? You have no idea if they're coming from the right or the left anymore. It's just kind of like, it makes your decision making so hard there.
Oh, he's cooked.
VP.
He's so cooked. Gala giving him a slurp down. Quartz was down at 2 HP after that encounter, but that's not really enough for Virtus Pro. Gala falling away. We'll have another Coalescence here, but it's a pretty easily answered ultimate. We saw Funny Astro just beat into it in that last fight, and didn't catch on to Simple, but...
Dude, one of the hardest things in shooting games, right, is when, like, players change, like, levels of verticality, typically, right, where, like, you can't see them anymore. But, like, the Sim TP does the same thing, but, like, just in a complete 180, right? At that point, you see the TP come through, and it's completely behind you on the opposite side of the point. If you turn... they don't TP and you're dead. If you don't turn, they just go through and you're dead, right? As they force them down to the low ground, and you lose JWoo. That's brutal.
I mean, I really felt like Quartz had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew there, going for an audacious Deadeye play. But the fact that he gets out with a kill on JWoo of all people, pretty absurd stuff. Using Yubi, though, is a bit of a problem here for Twisted Minds, but KSA is healthy enough to maintain point presence, and there's a sound barrier in reserve for Funny Astro. Is there a way to get value out of this? It seems unclear, because Simple's forced off of line of sight, and KSA does get that sound barrier, maybe keeps him alive long enough to get a remech, so that ends up being an entirely worthwhile use of that ultimate, especially if you can convert this into a little bit more tempo, some kill pressure. JWoo has to contest with the immortality field, and it's too much to try and cut through, brought down by Quartz. KSA rotating back over towards the point now, and that Sim TP is just, it's something else, man. Really difficult for Virtus Pro to keep up with a raw pace. It's ankle-breaking speed for Twisted Minds getting across the map. They get to 99 here, and maybe even more with Fixer out of the picture, and now Ice Gnome set on all sides.
You just cannot match this mobility, even with your Lucio in the mix, right? Venture, Genji, it doesn't matter. Just the team mobility in the distance that you can cover with this sim is crazy. And Twisted Mind just putting on a great display how to use that here against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro coming in with a very interesting comp. We saw the Clean get banned a few times yesterday. Maybe seems like something that could, end up popping up in the meta a little bit more, but at least right now, not working against Twisted Mind sim setup.
VP's comp needs to win fights quickly, Matt. Right? They have good burst healing, you could say, but outside of that, the sustain isn't good. Quartz here, another Deadeye. Oh, Asnom forced out of line of sight. And again, there's just not enough throughput to keep them standing. In fact, it looks like Virtus Pro's supports win in no position to keep that Junker Queen in the game. Such a cheaply won fight here for Twisted Minds. And while Shockwave is maybe hoping to stall us out a little bit longer, he knows it's relatively inevitable.
Well, I think he also knows that he needs to get out because there's going to be TP and the entire team in his face in just a few seconds, right? Where Twisted Minds gets control of point yet again. I mean, dude, losing your tank that early, I mean, it's obviously very difficult to keep Ice Gnome up. As look at that, I mean, a full TP behind with an Amp Matrix here. And like, what do you even do? How do you even react? I mean, they're going to try and get KSA out of mech, but you're going to have Funny Astro with this sound barrier. Now a huge advantage, right? Because Fix is dead on the other side of things. You've not even to use this sound barrier.
And they can't kill KSA. That's the problem. Twisted Minds know how to keep their Diva alive, something Virtus Pro struggled with heavily on that previous map, because that simple Amp Matrix is used purely just for healing. Keeping that Diva in mech, obviously not the easiest thing when your Diva's bobbing up and down and your Baptiste, you need to get those direct hits for that extra healing, but Simple really doesn't miss a healing grenade there. And this is desperation now for Virtus Pro, Matt. One more opportunity to keep the game going. They've already committed their coalescence to a previous fight. It's going to be Tectonic Shock required here to get them out, and maybe a slightly longer fight to build ultimates for Ice Gnome and Jaewu respectively.
No, this one though, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be, I know. Oh, you're going to get
nice beat, bro.
So you're not going to get a use of the beat, man. Yep. This is a blowout.
That is brutal stuff. We go from Ajax to Ijax there as the Deadeye denies Fix's opportunity to throw a sound barrier, which was much needed. A fight without coalescence. They needed some time to get Jaewu and Ice Gnome in position. There's a rampage, there's a blade opportunity there. But Virtus Pro's Junker Queen comp just falls flat against this Twisted Minds look, and it's been banned against this team before. These teams surely have scrimmed against it, and it seems decent. But against a team like Twisted Minds who can just dodge your hard engage with a sim TP, it just seems like a mismatch.
Yeah, it's just I don't even think they're really close in that regard, right? I mean, it's a nice, interesting setup, but it just results in you just getting blown out. I mean, they were never really to kind of gain. I mean, look, they win a few fights here and there, right? But it wasn't like it wasn't like you ever felt that Twisted Mind's going to lose this map, right? And I mean, you never get a use of your sound barrier. I mean, just a pretty brutal map here overall for VP.
Oh, absolutely. They can't be feeling great about this. They obviously go to the New York City, try and get a favorable Flashpoint matchup. It seems anything but. That TCF from Simple, really effective, and KSA virtually unkillable inside the Diva. I mean, the same story. We talk about KSA on Busan. We're like, oh, they couldn't kill the Ramatra. Maybe it's not that they just couldn't kill the Ramatra. They just cannot kill Twisted Mind's frontline. I mean, all over the stats board, looking dominant. It's obviously that sort of disparity in damage delta, I think, is definitely something worth looking towards. But this Twisted Minds backline, bro, are very, very hard to beat when they're at their best.
And that's with the Curie gone, right? For Twisted Minds, like Simple not they get rid of it to play the BAP here, and I mean, they're just as dominant as ever. I have no idea what you do here for your VP. This is a recurring trend here with these two teams. The sim, we've heard Shockwave even talk about it in interviews, right? Like, it's a completely different game. Where VP, I mean, they're going to go to Runasapi here, but Runasapi is a really good map. So I guess, could you play Maga or Arisa here?
Certainly.
Is that kind of the goal?
You could play either of those. I think, like, you'd reset into the Ramatra, though. I think you might need to try and find a way to get Mei into this game.
Well, I think we'll know their path, obviously, if they make a sub or not, right? I don't think Ice Gnome stays in to play like Orisa and things like that. Like, he would probably play the Hazard, but I don't know how good of a result you're going to see. So the solo come in. this is Maga or Orisa to me. I mean, I guess you could also play Ram in the mirror, but it's something they have not looked like they've wanted to do.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like you can really get the better of KSA in the mirror matchup at all. I wonder if you can't play like that Mei-based rushdown style against the Ramatra. Something that like has been used against Twisted Minds. I want to say it was.
Look, when you're trying to argue for Mei on Runasapi,
it's not.
You're not in a good spot.
It's not great. However,
you're not in a good spot.
If you are targeting KSA,
yep,
you could literally play the Alcadzia Bastion Mei Orisa composition.
Okay. Yep.
Right. Like swing the wall, try and blow up KSA, and just hope that the enemy's DPS don't hit you at all, and then you're fine.
Okay. So Circuit Royal, where they did that.
Yep.
Slightly different than Runasapi.
Yep. Very true.
I would say not
but
the
you know
same
what?
map geometry,
Runasapi
not the same mode.
They both have roads.
That's true. They do both share
roads.
I assume a lot of our maps do. A lot of our maps do have roads.
We need some dirt. Track. We need some dirt track pushback.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Take us back to the Outback. Actually, Junkertown has some dirt track. It's not all road.
Yeah.
There you go.
So VP, they decide to burn the sim ban here. Get it out.
Okay.
We don't want it. TM says that's not really nice that you targeted our sim. We're gonna target Vestola's Orisa and make him unhappy as well. I think you're gonna see though tons of like, dude, the Tracer battle, like obviously Jayu is crazy, like good. But like Yubi the last 2 days, man, has been on a little bit of a Tracer heater.
Yes.
I mean, he's been kind of on fire. So obviously the sim is great for Twisted Minds, and that's kind of like their bread and butter. It's not like they can't do other things though. And I don't
want people to be fooled by like the Tracer Kiri setup for Twisted Minds also being really good for the flank play, because there were times where Yubi is just gapping checkmate in a raw 1 versus 1. Like both Tracers are fighting. Checkmate is like smashing that E button, recalling, sweating, and just getting pressured down. So Yubi can definitely handle himself. I'd like to see that sort of Kiri Tracer look here. Go for some side fights, couple skirmishes in the extremities. But now I don't know if Virtus.pro have a really solid way to target the Ramatra play. Maybe they do try and go for this Malga look here, but it feels like that has struggled. Didn't really look like it cut the mustard on that first map of this series. And it is match point, of course, for Twisted Minds, looking to earn their place, not only into the $20,000 prize bracket at second place, but also earn that rematch against Alcadzia. Show us a little bit more than that 5-map banger we got yesterday. Although it was a kind of series where both teams blew each other out on respective maps, because Twisted Minds got to play King's Row. We all know what happens there, but they'll get another crack at it, that top seed in that grand final.
I mean, I like the Maga if you can combo with a Venture against the sim, like just kind of like playing the Maga here. I don't know how this is going to work out. Against the Ram, we've seen as of recently, right, that the Ram can actually win out against this Maga type of setup. They also have this Juno Kiri backline here for Twisted Minds. I mean, this is what's been so good for them when you play these different types of compositions. The only thing that I find quite interesting, right, is Court's going to play the Freya. We haven't seen him play this really the entire series, and typically he always kind of goes towards the Soj. So maybe feels like the Freya here with some of the high ground on this map, Mitch, right? You can kind of like get on top of the buildings and slide down, stay up in the air for a while. Maybe you feel like that's a little bit of an advantage.
Maybe the idea is that bowler shot into Malga is just like really devastating and something that's pretty key to taking him down. But the game begins with Jay Wu on the Tracer being able to drag Funny Astro down, which doesn't really bode well for Twisted Minds at all. I certainly think you've called attention to the most important part of Twisted Minds comp here, Matt. Does Courts have a massive game on the Freya? Has he been cooking something up for us here? Because Shockwave is more than happy to play either the Soj or the Freya here, and has looked good at that first fight.
I'd ideally like to see Courts just play the Soj, right? I mean, we saw in map 1, right? He was able to just kind of like land these railgun shots just directly into Vestola. This time, Vestola goes over towards that side, not able to survive in that close quarter scenario, taking damage from just about everybody. So the Freya here building up to a bola shot rather quickly. So maybe you feel like even with how Busan went, where you were using that Soj and coming up with some really great results, you can actually just kind of copy that with the Freya here, and maybe just some of these longer sight lines give you an advantage.
Simple has more damage than Quartz right now, just to give you guys an idea of what's going on. Like,
I mean, I'm not surprised.
His kunai uptime is ridiculous. And again, he doesn't even have the perk that gives him that extra healing. So, in theory, Big investment on the damage side of things here, but Jwoo deals with Funny Astro yet again. Juno is always going to be the target here for the Tracer, but Jwoo ends up being put on the menu himself. Fixer goes down. Quartz is a pretty safe spot to play from now. Bot, though, is moving away from them. That's perhaps something that you need to consider in Simple is solo.
Yeah, but look at this. Why not?
We are
a little solo rush here.
We are full send gameplay on this Kiriko. And it buys enough time, Alex, for Quartz to get back into this fight here. Pistola is permanently 30% HP because it's simple, and, well, what goes up must come down.
Nobody to TP to. Nobody to TP to at the time. It looked like, he was maybe kind of looking through like the wall there to go towards KSA, but not able to kind of get it in time. So that will be a little bit of a loss here. We'll see if they put some pressure on a KSA, which they do.
Shockwave struggling a little bit with his Freya pressure from that long distance. Brought down by KSA, a little left hook to send him packing. Yubi, though, goes down. Jwoo's having an excellent game so far. And it's annihilation for KSA. Fortunately, the Pulsar torpedoes come in when they're needed, and Simple now actually has to use his left click for a time. Keep KSA standing. Good stall here with his Ramatra, but no one's really matching the presence of Jwoo right now, who's found Simple as well. Cage Fight's going to be drawing in this Ramatra now, but the Orbital Ray keeps KSA standing for a time. Quartz has a point-blank bowler shot there, but Jwoo's Pulse Bomb accounts for 2. Beautifully done inside the Cage Fight. Virtus Pro keep their lead up and add a checkpoint to their tally.
And this is starting to look good here for VP. I think if I'm Twisted Minds, okay, so they do go with the Mei. I want to see them go to the Soj. I think Quartz has just been way better on the Sojourn than playing the Freya. Not like he can't play the Freya, but we haven't seen it all this series. He's been phenomenal on the Sojourn. Don't really understand the Freya swap here, maybe for that longer sight lines, but when you see Shockwave playing the Sojourn on the other side, it's a free opportunity for him to do so.
Quartz is topping the lobby in damage. I mean, like, Jwoo has like half of the damage that he has, but has 13 eliminations to Quartz's 6. So finishing off those kills really effectively, it feels like much of Quartz's damage is simply being turned into support player ult charge. The Virtus Pro now, it's getting pretty scary. That 100-meter mark is looming, and VP showing no signs of slowing down. It's an overclock in the arsenal for Shockwave, ready to unleash.
And I mean, the bowler shot's pretty decent, right, for some just kind of like AoE damage. I don't think, though, it is as scary as Quartz rounding a corner with an overclock. So now he will finally go over to the Sojourn. Let's see if this makes an impact.
Virtus Pro have been stopped short of triple digits, but they still have a massive lead here. Shockwave forced into a tighter angle. There's Simple yet again, getting onto the kill feed in the best way possible, shutting a Sojourn down who threatened to ruin this fight. And I told you, man, I told you. Mei makes her way in here, just on the opposite side of the scoreboard that I expected to see them. Yubi has decided to pick it up. Still decent catch potential onto this Malga, in fairness.
Simple just turns the corner. Almost just kills, like, one-shots Jwoo there. So Jwoo gonna have a world of trouble here trying to get towards this back line, as he does have a Pulse Bomb. You do lose Funny Astro here. So I think this could be a fight that VP comes out on top in.
Jwoo here. He's done enough in this fight. And he's just getting some extra chip damage in the final moments. It's VP now heading back to threaten the very base of Twisted Minds. Annihilation here for KSA last time looked pretty good. More importantly, Twisted Minds are using their Ramatra as someone who contests well, stays alive for quite some time, and punishes anyone who lingers too close to the front line with that Nemesis form punch. So there's Yubi. Is there a catch there with that Mei wall? Yes, it's Pistola tucked into that small room. Caught out for the time being, but of course can use his shoulder charge to get out of this position, and frankly is in no mood to move. Yubi's trying to cut off like any of the return fire, maybe shut down some of this healing angle, but you can see where the backliners of VP are located. Pistola has got no risk of falling right now. Pistola saves his escape for the expected annihilation, which doesn't have any target to catch onto to prolong its duration. Soundbearer comes out from Fixer. He realizes KSA is getting a little bit too close to his backline on the left side of the map, and Shockwave has to double back himself now. Quartz dealt with another pulse. Jwoo just dominating, having a great game at 21 eliminations and counting. And Twisted Minds are struggling on Rudasapi.
I mean, this looks like two different teams, right? From the first two games. I mean, just absolute stomps in favor of Twisted Minds early on, but here on Runasapi, it has been all VP. An opportunity to complete the map as well here, Mitch, as Twisted Minds going to bring in a Lucio here, and Yubi going to go to the Tracer. Really, the only difference now, you're looking at this like Maga versus Ram.
Early recall there for Jwoo. That's going to buy Quartz a heck of a lot of room, and he knows it. And just Shockwave just peers into the side room. Big overclock hit on towards Yubi. Galado is felled by Quartz. Both Sojourns giving as good as they get here, and Fixer is down. Quartz has accounted for all of the supports of Virtus Pro. And they will be able to fight their way out of what looks like a compromising situation. But it is about a 90-meter difference between these teams. Twisted Minds still searching for their first checkpoint now. Below 30% game time remains on Runasapi.
And you see there towards the end, obviously we're very late into the game at the moment, but like Quartz putting that damage into Vestola, just pumping it in, it's a huge difference maker. But whether you're on the difference between the Sojourn and the Freya, so I think being on the Freya for so long definitely hurt them early on.
Shockwave struggling here. Quartz just gets a big amount of damage at the start of the fight. The healing doesn't come remotely soon enough. Pulse here for Jay-Woo. Yet again, a big opportunity. Maybe hoping to combine it with a cage fight with everyone tied together. So here he'll maintain it. First, probably a lot of buffer, a lot of ground to give its house money that they're more than willing to pay with right now in order to build that big bank of ultimates and get right back down Twisted Minds alley on this map. Pistolo plays the corner here. It's a strong place for the Malga to be set up, and that's denied for now by the Vortex.
I mean, if VP were to lose this one, I mean, this would be a brutal loss, right? I mean, you're going to have cage fight here, cage fight pulse bomb, but when that cage fight comes through, you're going to have this annihilation to work with. That is a huge pick-off, though, with the pulse bomb, getting rid of Quartz.
It's where Jay-Woo's hit a pulse bomb every single time he's been able to develop it, and a great target to find. A Sojourn at the start of the fight. These Twisted Minds damage is really just down to UB and KSA, and the former is dragged off the map by Fixer. Annihilation here, not effective. Pretty underwhelming, all things considered. Twisted Minds don't decide to commit a sound barrier into that engagement. They'll probably have to use it just to get back into the map. They're running out of time here to stake their claim to Runasapi.
No, I mean, Jay-Woo, I think just playing on a different level, like you mentioned, feels like he has not had a pulse bomb that didn't connect with a player, and then also being able to deal with Quartz. It feels like a lot of times out of the spawn, not giving him that space to dominate like he was in these early maps.
Here's the rush here for Virtus Pro. Twisted Minds reciprocating, but Vasola already treading the orange pathway straight in Twisted Minds' direction. It's a sound barrier from extremely high up, Buddy Astro. That was in the stratosphere, brother, but it comes down in a timely enough fashion to give Twisted Minds the edge in this fight. With Vastola taken down early, he got in their face. The damage was there in spades for Quartz, and now an overclock is just around the corner. Still, it's going to have to be a pretty magical run for Twisted Minds to take this map away. In all likelihood, folks, we're heading to King's Row.
So, you know, Jay-Woo on a flank here. Maybe there's an opportunity for him to get a pulse bomb, but you know, if they're able to get a pick off here, right, for Twisted Minds, you would start to come up on some of these ultimates. Not saying they make this like crazy run back, but it would start to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more dangerous for Virtus Pro, were that to be the case. Stoller very low here. Gala and Fixer. Milano really trying to live up to his name. Stoller is going to be fighting Fit, can just duck into that side corner here. So we'll go back to a neutral situation where the Stoller can contest from a safe position into the back line. Shockwave tried to get Yubi though. Falls to the Stoller. Definitely trying to pressure the main body of Virtus Pro there, maybe working against him. And it's going to be KSA playing the objective here, trying to tempt Virtus Pro to give him a straight up fight. Twisted Minds looking for an objective here, of course, which will mean the butt scratch takes up a bit of extra time and will allow VP to get in position. But they're in a bit of an odd spot right now. Very disparately spread across the map, trying to return to play that objective. Vastola charges on him. Magala under pressure. He doesn't know where from. I think it was a disruptor shot that tickled at him, and now out of the annihilation. Virtus Pro have to retreat. Still no checkpoint just yet for Twisted Minds, and here comes Shockwave. Headshot, multiple of them off that railgun, and that's going to be enough. Jay-Woo chimes in yet again. A ridiculous tracer showing 36 eliminations, 4 deaths for Jay-Woo on Runasapi. That is a game-saving performance for the tracer.
I mean, he was just farming there towards the end. The early kill on a Funny Astro, denying potentially that use of a sound barrier, forces that annihilation at early, and then Simple just all his own on the Kira. He's just not able to keep everybody healed up as VP obviously keep themselves alive in this series. They're gonna have to find a win though on like one of these obviously preferred maps for TM, right? TM will have that first, they'll have the map pick and first ban for the remaining of the series. So puts themselves in a rough spot for VP, but at least they gain some confidence after that one.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I think we're really heading to King's Row. It just seems amazing for Twisted Minds in general. But let's give credit where it's due. This Malga composition, mind you, the Orisa is banned out. So, you know, KSA is mindful of the potential of Virtus Pro to sort of try and target this Ramacha. But in the end, so much more of the focus in this game comes down to our DPS players. Gala doesn't try to match Simple's damage output on the Kiriko this time. He is holding M1 for the boys. 13k healing to Simple's like 8. So you can see the difference, right? The sustain required to keep the Malga in play, even with Cardiac Overdrive, is pretty extreme. Requires you to play definitely a certain way on this Kiriko and use those Kitsune rushes a bit more defensively. And Vistal is so mindful about playing out of line of sight, like being very careful on that swing timing. And you can see here, right, very close in damage dealt. And there's that slight healing difference that appears to account, I think, for a lot of this. And I want to point out that, Quartz has a ton of damage at the start of the game, but is not getting those final blows. Whereas Jwoo is just finishing off these kills that are being set up, doing a great job at combining with Shockwave, making sure that both of those DPSs have been credited with those eliminations. Really impressive Tracer play. Just after a Genji showing where we maybe hoped for more from him, showing us he's still got it where it counts.
Like I talked about, I would have loved to see Quartz kind of start off on the Sojourn. I think it's just a way better look than the Freya they are on that map, especially after the success he's had with the Sojourn on a lot of the series. And then, maybe if you could have tried something like, is there a way you could have played like, a BAP in your back line, right? For, when they want to try and go in. Onto the Ramatra, you have at least that immortality field there. You would have had the Ant Matrix for the Sojourn to shoot from. So I think there were some options for Twisted Minds there, but shouldn't take away from how good VP was there on that map playing the Maga.
Curious to see how the rest of the series pans out in terms of map picks, but VP know they're going to be up against the wall here with Twisted Minds, getting to call all the shots on our next couple of maps. Don't go too far. We'll have that map number 4 for you right after this.
Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. How are you today? I'm okay, that's great. There's nothing else I really want to say. Stuck in the rain by myself, it's a shame. I didn't need your company anyway. Don't feel comfortable, sad, honest, right? Guess I'm hesitant to say goodbye, goodbye. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I remember finding your note in the back pocket of my car. Sometimes I wish I saw you there. Sometimes I really do not care. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time.
All right, gang, here we go. The pick is, in fact, Circuit Royal for our 4th map of this series. Twisted Minds decided to take us to the long, windy, and very vertical map. And we've got a Baptiste band for Twisted Minds straight away. VP respond with a Freya band here. Something that is maybe less in the wheelhouse for Twisted Minds, but definitely feels like we're headed for a Sojourn pitched battle.
They're probably like, well, thank you. We were talking about how Quartz obviously played the Freya there, can play the Freya. It's not like he can, but he was so good on the Sojourn. I don't know why, especially it's not like Soj is pretty bad on Runasapi, can most certainly play it. So now potentially turning it into a Sojourn head-to-head. I kind of like this now for Twisted Minds. The BAP gone, right? So the BAP being gone, I wonder, like, do you feel like it, okay, I was gonna say, do you feel like it takes like some of the Alari comps off the board? It looks like maybe at least we'll see what happens with Twisted Minds on offense, but for VP on defense, they opt to not go with an Alari.
Still on the attack side, seems fairly reasonable. The raw healing output the Funny Astra can put down, and also Twisted Minds play up on that first corner with the healing pylon. That's going to be very challenging for Virtus Pro to clear. Also, of course, gives them that extra pressure. The Mei pick here for Jwoo, something that can obviously give you some room to fall back behind and also allow you to manufacture those defense-sided pick opportunities with catch-outs. We are going to have the Iliari here for Simple on deck, and as we expected, it's going to be a Sojourn battle. Twisted Minds fighting to get into that grand final. Another crack at Alcatsia, who look just a cut above right now, but they're getting the extra reps here in the lower bracket. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing for them. Ice block used very early there by Jwoo, who was caught inside a vortex. Pistola is looking worse for wear already.
Yes, they're going to have to, back on up as Pistola already loses basically half of his HP. You're going to have to heal this up here. You're going to have an advantage in terms of the poke, right? For Twisted Minds, with the Sim, with the Sojourn, and obviously the Alari in the mix now too.
There's a Maywall attempt to catch. Doesn't really seem to play out the way that they were hoping, though. Virtus Pro have that dissipate, and Quartz has now very much gotten into the cookie jar. On that high ground, a good spot, but Shockwave is able to pick him out. It is a very important kill as a relief valve, but Yubi still deals with Shockwave. Gala can't, he has to get forward here, make use of that Maywall to try and keep Pistola standing. Twisted Minds happen to, by the looks of things, take that trade. They've got some momentum here to work with. Now up in this corner, Sim TP straight to the backside. This is going to be hard to anticipate for Virtus Pro. Maywall to try and shut this down. Kitsune Rush already deployed here for Gala, though, and Twisted Minds have to respect this. Pistola punching, reaching forward. Disruptor shot thrown down at his feet, though, and he can't advance too much further, but the Maywall cuts off the healing for KSA. Eventually, Ramatra on the attack side has to give up the Ghost.
Yeah, I think KSA maybe thought they were going to have like an orbital ray, or Funny Astro was going to be able to see him over the top of that Maywall, but not able to get that line of sight. So you do end up losing the Ram there. For TM, the nice Maywall there, like you talked about, that goes down on top of the Sim TP. I don't know if you would have taken the TP if you were Yubi, but still kind of making it very difficult to even get any use out of it here. Is going to be with a Captive Sun, a nice angle here via the teleporter.
Now the Sim TP gets is Simple and Quartz in a pretty powerful spot, but last time Shockwave were able to dig them out. That is a devastating Sim wall, though. Shockwave's going to play so dangerously now to get into it. Blizzard, though, deployed. This is tough for KSA. Yubi also frozen up in the midst here. Simple's Captive Sun looking for some value off of that, but Quartz's overclock seems to get them over the line. The Annihilation ultimately can't be punished. There's a freeze on KSA, but that ultimate doesn't get turned off as they all pile in on him. And Twisted Minds get exactly the fight they're looking for, despite some abilities that would theoretically counter their style.
Well, VP pushes up there, Mitch. They end up having their sound barrier, and they end up using the Blizzard. But it's like the Sim wall that kind of separates players, right? Not able to kind of exactly get enough damage down. And then also the Captive Sun that starts to pop on a few players, puts down some damage. It's going to be Shockwave here, just coming out of that spawn door, trying to use the overclock, trying to open it up because this position's so hard to break.
Yeah, but they're asking so much from Shockwave right now. He's going to deal with the Iari and that Sojourn threat at the same time. That is very challenging. And he had to take such an aggressive angle in order to do so. Twisted Minds have play lines available to them that, hitherto, or just not on the table. Being able to, take these high ground, these set up these off angles again for Simple to play alongside Quartz. It's not the Kiriko side fight style, but it feels similar in that regard. Simple, though, is bowled over. Decent spot for Quartz to play from here, but Virtus Pro just ignoring that Sojourn behind them and trying to charge forward now. Jwoo on this Sim. And they use that TP aggressively to wipe Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they bring in a Sim of their own, right? Just kind of get past that overpass that KSA and Quartz were holding up on that high ground. So you will get a hold here now for Virtus Pro. They start to slow it down a little bit. get control of the pace of the game. Let's see how their sim look kind of fares though, right? We've seen JWoo kind of go to the sim at times. It hasn't looked amazing, but I know here completely different map than some of the ones we've seen in the past. Maybe they're able to make it work.
Sybil keeps JWoo honest there. Headshot. Pretty significant amount of damage for a backliner. There's Quartz charging forward now. Overclock is at the ready. The question is, who's his intended target? Captive Sun just whiffs, doesn't quite connect, I think, in the way that Sybil would have liked, but it does leave Vistola pretty isolated here with an annihilation. Staying alive, though, he's able to do, and Virtus.pro with that little wraparound, that off-angle position set up by their own sim, allows her to gobble up Simple. Simwall in play, though. Vistola having to dance it now. The annihilation for KSA might be a problem for him, though. Good sound barrier timing for Fixer. That is exactly what the Doctor ordered. And it may not even be enough even then. Shockwave's down. Quartz able to find the victory here in that Sojourn head-to-head. And KSA, a lot of pressure generated, but that annihilation now times out, and a Simwall means that there's no go for Twisted Minds. They've been stopped in their tracks.
I think you're just going to back up for a beat here for Twisted Minds, and you're going to come back with this orbital ray, right? You're going to have the orbital ray to use inside of the opposing Kitsune rush. We'll see as KSA takes a load of damage here, and they lose Simple. I mean, this is pretty bad now for TM.
Simple may have been too far forward in that engagement. JWoo, those really fragile to a Ramatra that could just swing in the front line inside that orbital ray. His turret, though, posthumously earns him a elimination on Yubi of all people. So once again, Virtus.pro are able to hold under this pressure of Twisted Minds, and now the attackers don't have a huge ultimate to hang their hat on. This is really going to come down to Quartz finding an opportunity, but against a railgun of Shockwave, that is a tall order.
No, it's that early pick off there onto Simple. A Simple now over to the Kiri, where you lose some of that extra damage with the Elari, and then even with that orbital ray, right? You're fighting inside of the opposing team's Kitsune rush with that Ramatra. Very difficult to take out as Shockwave here has that overclock, takes a big shot early on, has to back up for just a beat.
He's topped up pretty quickly, but that window created by Quartz hitting a headshot on Shockwave gives Twisted Minds enough time to disengage away from the overclock, and now they've got one of their own to bring into the fight. Very important damage there from Quartz, even if it didn't result in a kill. It allows Twisted Minds to still be able to fight at full strength here, Matt. Disrupt the shot to try and shoot through that Ramatra shield, and in they come. Quartz TP into the backside. They're going to have to be quick about this one. Very rapidly transitioning to his own backline, and Yubi just lingered too long in the enemy quarter. Quartz has to back away now. This annihilation from Vistola threatening with a sound barrier combined by Fixer. Virtus.pro have all the answers right now. And Twisted Minds is trying to go in ones and twos in these ultimate combinations. They're out of time. We're heading into overtime here, and there won't be a Twisted Minds left to contest this cart. This is a stellar defensive effort now from Virtus.pro. What a showing. JWoo, 11 eliminations here. Huge damage for Stola. Great Ramatra play. We haven't seen Virtus.pro try and mirror these front lines against Twisted Minds up until this point.
Oh.
But now Vistola busts out the Ramatra. It looks fantastic.
And it makes you wonder why they just haven't, matched some of these front lines for a bit, right? We know that these are heroes that Vistola can play, and now you start to mix in some of that sim work here from JWoo and starts to even things up just a bit as VP. I mean, a reverse sweep here would be insane, right? I know just they gotta get a good push here on offense early on. I'm curious if Twisted Minds has anything different planned here comp-wise on the defensive end.
Look at that damage mitigation. I rarely draw attention to this, but the damage mitigation difference between Vistola and KSA is monumental. 6,000 damage in between them. And that's Vistola just cleverly cycling his cooldowns. I mean, you could maybe attribute some of that to favorable positioning on that high ground. But I mean, think about how much 6,000 HP is in terms of how many, heroes that is. Virtus.pro in a good position now. On the attack side, no, they don't even need they just, really just need the one checkpoint here to get themselves sorted. Let's listen in.
Don't care. Have Ilari. Do you want to go sim?
Yeah. Maybe Juno Ilya. Take on Juno Ilya.
Yeah.
Shim.
Let's just walk out and TP on right side, maybe.
I'm going Shim.
Yeah.
See that come. That will come.
Ram, Ilari.
Sim.
Yeah.
Ilari stop left, I think.
Shim Ilari the top.
Yeah. Just ignore them.
Yeah.
You wanna ignore?
I can TP right top.
Yeah, I can. I'm ready.
Okay, we can TP. Okay.
I'm ready.
Fight. Juno.
Juno one side.
Shim. Get me. Run the form.
Yeah. Ilari.
I need help.
Ilari low answer.
Ilari.
Drop.
Stay living.
Yeah.
Just keep trading. We come back fast.
Little bit slow.
Down me. 소전 풀 소전
준호.
Action.
나이스.
You got me.
준호 고인데.
준호. 오이.
No power into that. No power.
Maybe can't.
푸시폰.
Yep.
Shimir. Shim close.
Wait, we're down a little bit.
Yeah, a pretty scrappy first fight there, Matt, but Virtus.pro calling that they're happy to take these trades, favorable for them with that spawn advantage.
Yes, VP, you know, it's not been pretty here early on, right? But still just slowly moving up the map. The TP in there from Jaewoo just kind of goes in, fires a shot, then back out, just causing a little bit of chaos. You see the turrets coming through the TP here for Yubi on the other side, and they get KSA. They've done such a great job of being able to get KSA these last few maps, right? I know looking back to Runasapi and then here now on Circuit, they've done a nice job of isolating the tank.
Yeah, and Simple's gone back to that defense side, Ilyari here, which obviously makes sense in terms of the pylon placement, but he threw one out in the open.
Was that interrupted?
Captive Sun. Okay.
It was used. We heard it burst there for a second, and it looked like either stunned or canceled potentially. So it looked like maybe that was actually a spear that comes in from this. Still was. Oh, I mean, you lose Simple. This is brutal here. I mean, VP just dominating this map.
Feels like Simple might be trying to do a little bit too much on this map in general. Getting caught pretty far forward in some of those earlier fights, and here it's a Captive Sun that is either neutralized or just it's deployed on a bit of an odd timing anyway. When Twisted Minds look like they're still trying to regroup. Dangerous game state now with Virtus.pro. 5 ultimates to spend. Twisted Minds have to go massive here, and of course, in a fight like this, it comes down to a key first pick. Both Shockwave and Quartz know this well. Both are trying to play safe while creating some opportunities now to find that all-important first pick of the timing. Shockwave, I mean, that is reaction time, pure and simple. It's unclear how he saw Quartz there, but regardless, that shot rings true, and there is nothing Twisted Minds can do about this. Virtus.pro are going to take us to a 5th map, a far cry from the way that this series went last time these two teams played. Nothing like the 3-0 we saw early on here. Twisted Minds, they've said they're peaking at just the right time, but Virtus.pro have still got plenty to show them.
I mean, a far cry from just the first 2 maps in this series, right? The first 2 maps just kind of dominated by TM, and then VP just storm on back through Runasapi, through here on Circuit. And now, I mean, hey, we got a series on our hands, right? As we go to this, 5th and final map, TM on the verge of getting reverse swept here by VP would be a big shocker.
It's staggering. Vistola has 2 deaths over the course of the entire map. 2 deaths. KSA is at like 6 or 7, and I think Simple as well. 7 deaths, top of the team. Really hard to keep that Liari play, I guess, safe. Disrespecting perhaps Virtus.pro somewhat. They're really able to punish on so many of these occasions. Shockwave, man, I've got to put it out there. He's been doing some serious work. It was definitely Jaewoo on that Runasapi map, but the Sojourn play has been sublime, and you can start to see why we saw a ban of the Freya here. Shockwave more than happy to match Sojourns here against Quartz, and they've given Virtus.pro a real shot, a real crack at taking Arcadia, which is, if you remember, a team that they haven't had the opportunity to test themselves against in this bracket yet. They dropped the Twisted Minds in that first round and have to submarine their way through the lower bracket here. Virtus.pro showing us finally a little bit of the spark that made them a top team, a team to watch here in stage 1.
Yes, I think they're doing a much better job specifically here at just targeting KSA. Like, KSA wants to play a little bit aggressive there on the Ram, and he's been really good at it, and they've kind of used that sim in combination with it. But when he steps up, they are punishing it now, where it's a huge difference, right? You lose your tank, it obviously makes some of the flanks and things that Simple does a little bit harder, right? If Simple is gonna like flank with a Quartz or a Yubi, right? You need to punish the front line for not having a second healer there available for KSA, and I think they're doing a better job of it now. And like you've been alluding to, we're gonna see King's Row.
Look, I mean, Circuit Royal is not a map that naturally lends itself to flank style gameplay, right? I think Twisted Minds artificially created that with sim TPs forward on the attack side to get to the stairs and start to create an off angle, but it's still difficult. Interesting that they sort of choose that map if that's the style that they're going for, but King's Row is definitely a home ground for them, and VP knew this coming into the series, especially dropping the first map. They knew they would have to win on King's Row, or at least one of the map picks of Twisted Minds. It turned out to be 2 of them here, and it is a 100% win percentage on hybrid. And I just want to point out,
good.
yeah, over the course of this entire stage, and we're talking about a stage that features, teams such as Alcadia, that is astonishing. This is the kind of map that they're even able to beat the aforementioned Alcadia on, right? They did it dominantly in their previous game. That upper final, yes, Twisted Minds ended up losing that game, but they were 2-0 in terms of checkpoints. They full held Alcadia on King's Row. Virtus.pro are going to have to dig deeper, honestly, than ever before to make it into the final.
I think though they may have found something over these last like 2 maps, so, like playing this like Maga and Orisa, focusing down KSA some more. I'm curious where TM decides to go, like ban wise.
Do they?
I mean, do
they target
what
like
do you
a
think?
Pistola Diva here? They're obviously in a situation where this map lends itself perfectly to like Sim TP's forward or Kiriko like Tracer fighting on the extremities. You can't really target Shockwave. I don't think, because of the hero pool overlap between him and Quartz, I don't think that is a possibility. I don't think you want to set up like a Genji scenario by banning Tracer of all things. Like that seems like fairly absurd. Maybe look over in the support direction.
Yeah, or I was like, do you think they maybe, for VP, right? Do you want to take like Pharah off the board, right? We've seen, Yubi go over to the Pharah at times. So, all right. So we do have the bans that come in. Interesting one. TM, they get rid of the Lucio, right? So we saw VP do this in map number 1. We talk about how Funny Astro, a little bit more evolved than that at the moment. And then VP gets rid of the Cassidy. So no Cassidy available. It'll be, Soj and Freya probably for most of the game.
So something that we noticed, I think, on Runasapi especially, is that when Funny Astro is on the, when he's not on the Lucio, right, he's a little bit easier to sort of target down. I think that, the Juno was something that was exploited pretty heavily by Jwoo, of course, in that previous map. I think that's something worth pointing out is that, Runasapi was where Jwoo had a great game. It was also where we saw that Juno play. The Juno Kiriko style has been something that Twisted Minds have been trying to bring into a number of these maps. And they might be looking for an opening here. Cassidy's been taken off the table. That also potentially means that, it's a little bit easier maybe for like a Tracer to get in. You don't have to, sweat the risk of, hindrance grenade really messing up your day. So there's definitely a few angles that can sort of be taken here, I think, if you're Virtus.pro, but this is still a pretty difficult scenario to overcome.
Well, I also think if you're Twisted Minds, this is probably banking on that, like, your Juno Kiri is better than theirs, right? Like, Fix has been really good on the Lucio. They've been able to play a lot of that throughout some of these maps they end up winning, where, like, okay, force them to play the Juno Kiri as well, and maybe you feel like you have a slight advantage in that capacity. I think that's where, the logic would kind of kick in for the TM Lucio ban here.
We saw the Juno Kiri comps pitted against each other on Busan earlier on, and I was noting the difference in Simple's output, what he was able to achieve on that Kiri. Might be a Baptiste option. This was obviously banned away previously from Twisted Minds. Obviously another great pick for Simple. Really important just to have that massive boost in throughput when it comes to those Amp Matrix plays.
It does feel like, though, Mitch, if you're VP and your hope is to, like, win this, obviously, and then go up and have a good fight against Alcatia, you need some type of, like, Symmetra look, right? I think we see it there, on circuit, right? And I definitely think it was impactful. But, like, on a lot of these other maps, right, you're going to need to, like, be able to, like, work it in at times where, for VP, so they don't go with, like, a Juno Kiri on defense. They'll actually go with a BAP Kiri here. And Shockwave will go back to the Freya.
All right, let's have a listen to Twisted Minds. Home ground match point for both sides. Let's see what they've got cooking.
I play aggressive, okay? I'm shooting.
Chris is still right.
They're all tanks, spam here, have no form. Uri and me is fine. Uri someone.
Yeah, reloading. You're okay. You have speed.
3 1. No speed, kill. KZ, kill Kiri.
Press top now.
Come on, Kiri. Man, Kiri,
Race behind.
Wait,
three behind.
Just put it one and no 10. Nice.
Chris is still behind.
3 point, come. Back on top.
Aman.
No recon, Teresa, no recon. Quick lamp. Nice.
Press top right.
Let's go, more, guys, more.
Yeah, go shoot the spawn.
Go.
That was about as clean as you'd expect from Twisted Minds on King's Row, but my goodness, Quartz with a very long-range pick set up on Fixer. This Freya play has been everything Twisted Minds have needed to blow Virtus.pro open early in the map.
Yeah, no, we'll see now. Twisted Minds, you heard their cons, right? They want to like kind of push up, try and get some of this position, try and take advantage as you still, okay, so they're still going to run out with a Juno Kiri here. Now for VP in combination, right? They were playing the Orisa before, so a little bit of a change up now in the second part of the map is you obviously won't have the immortality field with that Baptiste like it offers. As you see, KSA gets quite low there and they have to use it. But you'll have that orbital ray, which will be massive when it comes through, as Ant Matrix used here by Simple out in the street, so everybody's going to scatter.
They were trying to play an off angle and almost one clips Yubi there, forced him back to safety, but that Sim is still going to be very charged up at that front line, a legitimate threat in terms of damage. Quartz caught though inside a Vortex, and that is really going to slow things up now for Twisted Minds. They've only got frontline pressure, and I heard a bowler shot come out there from Shockwave. It helped catch out Simple, who was trying to shelter in his immortality field. Virtus Pro find a stop. This is good. Their defense on that circle reel was massive. They can create something here or bleed some big clock in this first choke. That is going to yield dividends for them later.
What do you think about Simple going over to the Ana here, right? You do have a cleanse on the other side. I kind of like the BAP, personally. I think having that, immortality field, obviously extremely impactful. I mean, I guess Nano here, another great option, but I mean, Quartz takes out Jawu. That's massive.
Yeah, again, it's a Quartz pick that starts to fight off well for Twisted Minds. Fixer on an off angle. Kitsune rush from behind, and he just has enough throughput there to keep Vastola alive. That haste on the cooldowns lets Vastola get back in an Nemesis form when he needs it, but Quartz is still a problem. Simple's never going to win that fight. Fixer gets the better of him with a kunai where it hurts, and Vastola will be kept standing. Annihilation won't be required here, and it's very good peripheral damage from Fixer, making it hard for KSA to just emanate any threat whatsoever. He's going to commit an annihilation to this fight where Twisted Minds are very short-handed, and it might ultimately be a waste. But Vastola opts to annihilate himself and then doesn't have Virtus Pro's backline there to help him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Fix actually just kind of like TPs through the wall back to Vastola. He starts to kind of like walk around the outside of the shop. And never actually ends up making it back. I don't think he would have been able to heal him up, right? I mean, there's a lot of damage coming down at that time, but that's a huge loss there for VP. The cart moves all the way up here for Twisted Minds. That's like worst case scenario.
Not what you want to see at all. Virtus Pro now, like to get into the fight. It's going to be an orbital ray deployed for Funny Astro. Try and get Twisted Minds over the line. Simple got caught out though by a wayward Javelin. Vastola still fighting aggressively in that front line. Shockwave though dealt with Quartz. Another pick of this Freya play has been picture perfect. And now the Russian Gala's direction. He knows there's not much to be done here. A stall attempt for Jawu likely to be cut short here as the Pulsar Torpedoes desperately seek to keep the Tracer in the fight. Twisted Minds know they have another wave and maybe a nano if it's needed. They got that checkpoint amidst that chaotic engagement. And you can hear very stressed, very tense comms from Twisted Minds. They know how much is on the line here.
But you can see, Mitch, like when they don't get rid of like KSA, right, and Yubi is still alive, there's no way they keep Vastola up. Even with getting that first pick there, it didn't even matter.
It's not even harder now where a nano is going over towards Yubi. So just in case he needed more damage to try and break that front line down, Vastola really couldn't stand that extra level of scrutiny. Again, Fixer often finds himself in the backline of Self-Suzu here, but he's going to be out of the action without key cooldowns. And that means Twisted Minds have that tempo now to work with. Momentum built, bowler shot at the ready. Sim wall also available. So Virtus Pro are going to have to full commit to the cart past the sim wall to contest this.
I mean, this is an ugly defense here for VP as Jawu, though, that is a sick pulse bomb connect on the Simple. Not even sure how he saw him.
Doesn't matter though, Simple's died first in many of these fights on the Ana, and it hasn't been enough to slow down Twisted Minds. This is classic Twisted Minds, exactly what you expect. It's written on the box when we get to King's Row. And an orbital ray will be enough to get them there. 2 minutes 46 on the clock. Twisted Minds steamroll VP's defense.
I mean, 246 is an eternity to finish with here. So, although VP making a pretty nice run back in this series, right, winning 2 in a row, we're like worried, like, okay, what is the confidence level of Twisted Minds? They just kind of just run through them here on offense. Twisted Minds, just, I mean, you see Funny Astro that doesn't even die there, and look, KSA, they're doing a great job keeping him up as well. Only really Simple was the one getting punished, but doesn't really result in any like positive, fight wins here for VP.
See the stats, they are telling much of the story here. KSA being unleashed, but it's that 13 eliminations for Quartz, and I would suggest almost half of those are happening to start these fights. Those are picks that kind of invalidate ultimate advantage for Virtus Pro when they have to fight short-handed. It's been a problem. Twisted Minds, though, their conversion in 4v5 fights has been very, very good. The less mobile Ana that Simple's been playing has sometimes been exploited, caught out maybe by a Vortex slowing the map or something similar, and they've still been able to steamroll through. Funny Astro's been able to provide the lion's share of the healing where it's been needed, and Quartz has been doubling down on this damage roll. Over to the Soj on the defense side now, if we're feeling more comfortable at that extreme range. Virtus Pro, I wonder if it's going to be a bit of a lethal cosplay here for Jay-Woo. Sadly, no Hanzo in EMEA.
No.
Sad.
The EMEA, you know, they kind of stick to the EMEA script, right? We don't have much variation at times here, but some top level players. They're gonna go with the D.Va. I think D.Va is like a pretty strong option, right? I mean, we see Alcatia kind of play D.Va pretty much all of the time, right? Even with in combination the Sim.
That is amazing pressure that Jay-Woo's been able to put down. He is surrounded by 5 Twisted Minds players. If he was Wrecking Ball, he'd be having a lot of shield. Instead, he's just one little tracer and is able to drag down the Sojourn. That's with Quartz's extra mobility. Now, the Twisted Minds kind of get declawed a little bit by Jay-Woo. Should be pretty easy to drag them down one by one, and Jay-Woo's done that. Now finding Simple. This tracer play, exactly what you're looking for now, and Jay-Woo was playing without a lot of backup, without a lot of support, and Pixel wasn't really in there with him in that moment.
He's trying to drag them to a victory. Yeah, he is trying to drag them here across the line on King's Row as his tracer play just Blinks gets right into the back line, able to kill 2 players there. They kick things off, right? Because the back line is not really protected, right? I know the Juno Kiri back line, especially the Juno, you can target out. I don't want to say extremely easily, but I know easier than a lot of the other supports. As you see Jay-Woo putting some pressure onto Astra right away.
Pixar right now is playing the DPS Kiriko. He's got about 5.5k damage to Simple's 1.7k. A little bit less healing than Simple, but that's the game plan. You can see how well it works. These picks are looking fantastic. Side fights favoring Virtus Pro in a big way now. This is a map that's built for those flank opportunities, and Virtus Pro are capitalizing. This is good. With Twisted Minds having such a robust time bank, Virtus Pro had to be pretty bloody expedient here.
And we see it from Jay-Woo's perspective there, right? He gets into the back line. Twisted Minds, they TP on in. If VP is able to survive the damage that comes in, and then Twisted Minds is TPing back out or, getting on out, they're walking back into Jay-Woo on Tracer, right? Where there are a bunch of low targets, and he's able to just pick up 1 or 2, and then VP can get aggressive.
Simple on the off angle, able to at least control their health pack and flank route for the time being. But Virtus Pro are always going to be asking a question. Stick there for Jay-Woo onto KSA. Staved off here, whether by Suzu or just by healing. The front liner for Virtus Pro is still going to be having to deal with KSA. Vortex, Quartz is caught in it now, trying to back away here. Twisted Minds, just their back line has been completely compromised here by Vistola, who really looks comfortable here on the Ramatra we've barely seen any of so far. Annihilation, double orbital ray plate here. Funny Astro down to Shockwave. Virtus Pro's attack side is looking every bit as lethal as it has to now. There's Vistola again. It's another Vortex, forcing a swift step forward from Simple. That's got to be a checkpoint for VP, and a whopping time bank to spare.
And that's Simple's rush there towards the end of that as well, just kind of chucked in, as it seemed like there was no ability for TM to end up actually winning that fight, as this is a horrible scenario for Twisted Minds. They put together that great offense, but now here on defense, they've got nothing going.
Solar Force back for the time being. KSA really trying to establish a foothold on this corner, but there's Shockwave again. Yubi not aware of an off angle potentially. Trying to play from behind KSA, but he left himself exposed to the sides. Jay-Woo already threatening a wraparound even deeper now. Towards that mega room perhaps, and there it is. Funny Astro exploitable. Moving off of the Lucio over towards that Juno. Not even Simple. Getting a shellacking from Jay-Woo. Nobody really spare to deal with this threatening Tracer, who has yet another pulse bomb developed already. Sim TP used there, and then Twisted Minds cannot stop this avalanche from Virtus Pro. They're going to post a very impressive attack time themselves at this rate. King's Row is going to go all the way. What a fitting way it would be for VP if they got out of this series, winning on Twisted Minds' home map. Be the only team to serve them a hybrid map loss this stage.
Did you see anybody turn and look at Jaywu throughout the entire course of that? Exactly. I mean, he's able to get into the back line, and Twisted Minds, their idea is to just, you know, push forward and, you know, take out some of the remaining members of VP and not really worry about them, but they're not able to do so. They're walking back into him, basically half HP, and Jaywu's been dominant.
Twisted Minds can't touch the objective, and still nobody is looking at Jaywu with Annihilation here for Pistola, looking to punch a hole through KSA and the rest of the defensive setup. Swift step forward yet again from Simple. It's signature at this point, but Virtus Pro are able to tame Twisted Minds very much inside home territory. These time banks are going to be looking awfully similar, and we're going to be running to extra innings most likely. Still, Twisted Minds find an opportunity. An orbital ray, Funny Astro doesn't want to hold for the next round because it won't be at his disposal. Has to find a way to make use of it here, but that requires him to get out of spawn. Simple's down, Funny Astro dead again before he get a chance to deploy that ultimate. And Shockwave, again, just a nuisance. This has slowed up a little bit. Now those time banks are even, and KSA's been a little bit hard to shift.
And they kill Vestola. And by killing Vestola, I think that's why Twisted Minds decides not to invest this orbital ray. And it's quite massive that they hold on to it, right? You use it there, you probably win that fight anyway in the same type of circumstance. But now you don't have an orbital ray to counteract Galas. And now this is way more interesting.
Big stick, that's Yubi out of the picture. Already, Twisted Minds had trouble matching Tracer. They don't have anyone to deal with this flank pressure. And now they don't have the mobility that the Sim would offer. But again, Pistola gets burned down. That's been an issue for VP. In the longer fights, Jaywu might be called upon to do a little bit more, go a little bit further, go further beyond. But it's going to be Quartz barely staying alive. Jaywu accounts for him on his own, but in the meantime, he's not done enough. Or rather, the rest of VP haven't been able to follow up his presence. Twisted Minds again, able to push them back. And this is now starting to get dangerous. That was VP's ult bank getting burnt through.
Yeah, this is looking rough now, right? That's Bola Shot used there as well. Orbital Ray. You're going to have a Bola Shot here for Twisted Minds, and you're also going to have their Kitsune Rush. You're going to get like below a minute here as well as what? That is a 6-shot there. Some extra damage goes down on the Yubi, and he gets taken out, and you lose Quartz.
Yeah, Quartz got set up on there by Shockwave, hitting a nice little bolt, and then it was Jaywu working his way into the back line. Simple knows now he's got to do something to break the deadlock here, but Shockwave handles him comfortably. Pulse bomb there for Jaywu, not needed apparently. His Funny Astro was still down, and now Virtus Pro surely have a crack at this, but they're running down to about 1 minute left in time bank. This makes things a little less comfortable when it comes to extra innings. Caught the long range, Bola Shot deployed now, very much worked his way into the back line, but can't contest the cart from where he stands. And so Virtus Pro lose about 1.5 minutes on that final couple of meters.
That's huge, right? I mean, VP, they get to that end goal, like about like 3:40 on the clock, right? And then Twisted Minds ends up winning that fight, wins a second consecutive fight, and gets that time bank all the way down to 1:09. I mean, that is a huge defensive stand there for Twisted Minds, where VP was looking like they were going to set a better time and they were going to keep rolling on offense, but Twisted Minds clutches up.
There's two things at play here. Jaywu's playing Tracer and is pretty uncontested. No one's bothering to look at him. 3 deaths. But because Yubi is playing the Sim, KSA has a massive advantage in the front line. It's very hard for Pistola to stay alive. 7 deaths is really not too bad at all, considering the pressure that he was under. But Virtus Pro need the staying power of their tank on the cart to sort of finish the map. So while they have great flank pressure and they're killing the enemy DPSs constantly, when Yubi is allowed to stay alive for any sort of stretch of time, Pistola has to either double back for healing or just die on the cart.
So we'll see VP on offense go back to that D.Va play yet again. Yeah, I liked this look, right? You're able to also get like fix into the back line with Jaywu, cause a lot of problems. This is an interesting switch up though. It's going to be Simple playing the Brig. So typically we see it's Funny Astro, but the Brig is obviously really good against Tracer, really good against D.Va.
Yeah, the idea is to give yourself, like you said, a Tracer answer without forcing yourself to mirror it. Giving yourself the option to go to Sim. This feels like a bit of a compromise though for Twisted Minds. And see if they can make it work. They now sort of lack flexibility to create plays, and they don't have to continue their rush, but Rally can be pretty clutch in a pinch. And Shockwave is down pretty early on. There's more defensive slant on the composition for Twisted Minds. Working out so far pretty darn well. Pistola's also such an easy target to farm whip shots and inspire healing off the Simple. Definitely seems to suit him. This guy can kind of play anything.
It also makes it so much harder, right? When that TP comes in and then Quartz gets up on the high ground, for like the D.Va to get up there and try and make a play for the Sojourn on the other side, because like you just have that Brig there just wailing on you, right? Repair packs over towards the Sojourn. God, that is JWU just eating a railgun shot. So it's very difficult to dive into this Brig. This is a great swap here from TM.
It's been working perfectly here. Twisted Minds really don't seem to be feeling much of this pressure from Virtus.pro, and now they're in overtime. They need to find a touch manufacture, an opening, a Hail Mary perhaps. But Gala caught by a Simtar. It is handled efficiently by Quartz, and JWU unfortunately has been doing the most, and the most is not enough when you're up against Twisted Minds on King's Row. That is a astonishing defense performance from them. And now all they need to do, Matt, swoop in, take one checkpoint, and take their seat at the table in our grand final.
The Brig swap there is just so smart from Twisted Minds. An idea that VP was going to come out playing that D.Va, right? I know, being able to get some of the high ground with the D.Va, you know, play a little bit more with the Tracer and the Kiri in the back line. And the Brig just ruins any plan of that. Don't think you're going to see it on offense here from TM. I imagine that I know VP potentially goes like a Ram here to kick things off on D, but on Twisted Minds defense, it's an amazing swap, a great call.
Now, Twisted Minds attack side, a little challenging at first. They didn't exactly have like an easy option to kill backliners, whereas JWU, of course, on the Tracer was incredible in that endeavor. Virtus.pro also will take a more defensive stance here. May is going to be brought in yet again to try and catch Twisted Minds out, to try and punish these individuals, and also just block the choke to buy themselves a little bit of time. Also punish anybody who walks into the hotel on the left side of screen here. That's an easy ice wall for JWU. Twisted Minds had to be aware of this. It does mean, though, that their backline now has time. There's no pressure anymore from like a flanking Tracer that could threaten to undo them. Fixer, though, could decide to reprise his DPS Kiriko performance of the first half of this map, but make no mistake, folks, they're up against the wall, Virtus.pro. The deck stacked against them. Is there an ace in the sleeve that can bail them out of that situation? Let's go. 2 minutes 35 on the clock for Twisted Minds to attack. One checkpoint is all they need.
Yeah, and it's a TP straight in there as KSA will get purchased on the point. There's some shots going to Shockwave. Fortunate to be able to live through those.
Stoller out in the open, and you can see now with that backline pressure gone, it's comfortable for Quartz. He just swings on out, but KSA is down to the front line. JWU now wants to get a bit more further forward. He knows that UB is very charged. He knows he doesn't need to fight, but building up a Blizzard, getting some damage, and not committing. Definitely the players, Twisted Minds, have to wait for their tank.
And Simple playing the BAP here, right? Because if KSA gets like split off from the rest of the team, you're going to have that immortality field being able to save that Ram, as it'll be KSA stepping up on the point yet again. Vistola going to drop from the high ground.
Again, KSA struggling. Both tanks taking a beating, to be fair, but Shockwave's got a pretty safe position to play from here. Does note Simple off in the distance on his Baptiste. Can't really worry about it for the time being. Needs to stop this TP pressure that could come into their backline. Vertical shots down on KSA. Good pressure. KSA has to take the Nemesis form and try and fight Vistola, who's not giving him much of an engagement until he knows he has the edge. Quartz here.
Amp Matrix up here.
Trying to match the impact of Shockwave. Immortality field burnt, and here is that Amp Matrix now. Simple opts to use it on the point. Everybody can benefit from it now, and JWU is down. No ice block available to be used. They got burned too early. Boulder Shot has some AoE splash out towards Shockwave, and he has no healing. This has to be it. The last stand of Virtus.pro is brought down, and Twisted Minds will have what is surely their right to take a spot in the grand final. Alcatsia awaits them to renew the rivalry that's always been a dogfight. But finally, Virtus.pro have shown a little bit more of that grit, that stamina that should stand them in good stead as our third seed in EMEA and our mid-season championship.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think although it is a loss for Virtus.pro, they prove that they can play at the level of Twisted Minds and Alcatsia. A bunch of different looks here from VP we haven't seen before. And they almost complete the reverse sweep, but yet again, Twisted Minds too good on Hybrid, too good on King's Row. They hold on through a pretty valiant effort there from JWU and co. To get to the grand final.
Yeah, some things I've really liked. Seeing Vistola turn onto the Ramatra, some great play. I think that you could not ask for any more from JWU on the Virtus.pro side of things. Playing the Mei in that extra innings makes perfect sense. Slows the game down, but doesn't maybe allow for that same level of skill expression from JWU. Maybe part of him wondering if maybe Tracer might have still been a better option. There wasn't enough pressure on that back line of Twisted Minds, but man, top to bottom, this TM team looking ready now to throw down in the grand final. But before we get there, we've got much to talk about after this 5-map banger. We're headed to our desk to break down the action.
Isn't there so much to break down?
Yes.
Twisted Minds finishing it off on King's Row. Basically their home map. They've just been so consistent on it. But VP made them sweat. They made them work for it. Mounting their comeback on Runa Sapi, where they got to ban Symmetra, obviously. And then we saw them taking that mirror match. And somehow it looked extremely good, which just left us wondering, why didn't you just do that from the get-go?
Oh, well, hindsight is 2020, Zoe.
That's right. We get paid for hindsight here on the desk,
I
Johnny.
wish they would have just done that. But yeah, the Ramatra swap was just a huge turning point in the series, obviously, and Runa Sapi here as well, of course. It just changes the entire dynamic of how Virtus Pro plays. Because if you consider some of the tanks that they played early on in the series, they played the D.Va on Sanctuary. Naturally, D.Va, you're on a bit of a time limit. You have to go fast, you have to dive in, you have to get picks, otherwise you're gonna get beaten down. You play the Mauga with the Venture, but without the Cardiac Overdrive, Twisted Minds can play around it and they'll beat down the Mauga. So you have to play with pace with all these tank picks. And the Junker Queen, do I even need to say anything? Like, you gotta go fast. The Ramatra slowed down the game for Virtus Pro, and with that mitigation for Vistola, it freed up the rest of the team to have more input in other areas. They weren't as caught up with how do we sustain Vistola, how do we heal our tank. It was more about how do we take care of Yubi on the Symmetra, how do we help Jwoo, how do we help Shockwave, and it just changes the entire dynamic of how Virtus Pro played. So even though you don't even play the Symmetra, they just had a way more impact in how the series turned out.
Yeah, and we even had a couple of those really great POVs as well on Jwoo specifically, where we could just see this effortless movement, especially on like King's Row towards it, making it such a challenge for them, weaving between those health packs to get to the back line, to deny that presence, and almost putting Twisted Minds on the back foot of where, yes, they're using that TP to go across the map, to find their own opportunities, but with Jwoo really being just this enigma in the back that nobody's really paying attention to, can just continue to reap these eliminations. It was, we saw 35-4, I think it was, or 34-3. It was unbelievable how much contribution, and especially in that last home stretch where Jwoo basically was like Kaokan times 10, and I'm just gonna take control of this fight as best I can.
Yeah, if it wasn't for like the respawn advantage there, obviously,
I know.
Twisted Minds. I mean, he was just farming them, going unchecked. 34-3. Like, what? That's unreal. Someone check his PC. Like, that's actually somewhat inhuman. But of course, they are now officially out of the tournament. Looking back, so much to be proud of for VP, and we will be seeing them again on the big stage for the mid-season championship, as VP is our third team from the region to make it through. Now we just have to find out who's going to come out on top for stage 2 in the EMEA region. Let's talk about our player of the match, though. I feel like we had plenty to choose from, but Simple, my guy, my personal MVP, doing it again. Love to see the look on Kiriko here as well.
Ran it down mid. Just like found themselves in the Virtus Pro backline so often on Kiriko. The amount of just kunais to the face of Jwoo as well. Just like, we don't need to play a Tracer to counter Jwoo. Like, we'll just have Simple throw some kunai in their face. Look, so you nominated Simple for, a stage 2 MVP, and I think it's well deserved. I think Simple has just been out of his mind this entire stage 2, and obviously a big reason how they came out on top of Virtus Pro here today.
Contribution across the board is amazing from every support that they've played. Even the Iliari, granted those couple of javelins we'll not talk about, but everything well-rounded is just so, no, it's okay. It's just, what, we'll give props to that one moment where you deny an ultimate, but everything else still just having that methodology and playstyle, and that just always go mentality really, really works so well.
I mean, honestly, when you see Simple chasing them down and heading into the backline, he does give Jonak vibes.
Yes.
Low-key. It is what it is.
Johnny's just gonna walk out. You'll just see him leave and just...
Stop living in the past, Johnny. Gotta look ahead to the future. Let's take a look at our bracket to see where we're headed now. That's right. There it is. We get to see the rematch for the grand finals between Alcazia and Twisted Minds. Is it going to be another 5-map banger? Well, probably not, because we're playing best of 7 for first to 4. So more maps, even more maps.
Even more maps. Well, and the other thing too is they're ready. Like, so Twisted Minds on a map that they have shown extreme dominance on, was finally, I think, pushed to the limits a little bit for the first time, really. Now they're on fire. Like, they're probably ready to go. They're warmed up. They're like, all right, now we're looking at the big dog. This is who we have to take down, and they've got to be in such the right mindset, while Katya is kind of just sitting in the wings being like, all right, we can't let this happen.
Indeed. Well, let's see if they can shut it down once again, one final time, to hoist the imaginary trophy of Stage 2 and be our EMEA Stage 2 champion. All of that and so much more after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back, everyone. This is our final day of OWCS Stage 2 playoffs action, and we want to ensure that you get to see the action unfold from as many different player POVs as humanly possible. So make sure to head on over to faceit.com/watch and pick your favorite POVs. Check it all out, and in the process, you are in the mix to earn yourself up to 200,000 Overwatch coin drops.
Coins!
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 Right.
The shinies!
Coins.
Crikey.
Like 2025. No one uses coins anymore. So like I'm like, oh, coin. Wow.
It's okay. It's like an old thing.
Right.
No, I'm gonna be. No, I was gonna hop in on this because
it's just
it's one of
transactions and dollar bills and like paper. It's like a coin. Like what? You know,
no, it's a weird.
Cool.
It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like, because when you see like coins on the ground, you're just like, oh, I found a penny. Like my grandmother used to say, oh, if I found a dime, I saved 9 bendovers. Like you saved 9 times to bend over to pick up a coin. So it's like every time I find like a quarter, I'm just like, hey, like I just saved myself not having to bend over 24 times. That's a weird one. I don't know. It made me think about it. But yeah, you said coins. We can just continue on with that one. So
no, that's all right. That's all right. I was about to jump on that one.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
Used to mean
Gumball and such years and years ago.
My only takeaway from this one is that Rich and Grandma Rich don't like leg day. So like they're not about the slots. That's all right.
No,
that's
she sits and does the slots. She'll sit and do the slots. That's why.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair. Now, everyone watching, I know that you're already discussing it in chat. Who is going to be our EMEA superstar? We did say that we are about to reveal it before we're heading into today's grand final. So let's do it. We put forth 4 names from the EMEA region from stage 2. These are the nominees. Let's see who chat decided should be taking this one home. All good shouts. There can only be one winner. Drumroll. It's Landon.
Let's go.
Acting like he actually won it. Well, Rich, you put Landon forward.
I won vicariously through Landon because I talked about Landon, so that's how I
love that for you. I really love that for you. It is a 4-time Stage 2 regular season MVP. Landon has been putting in so much work for his team.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You just brought it up as well. We didn't mention it during the nominee phase, but Landon got the most MVPs, player of the matches, for his team across stage 2. So irony is not the right word, but I do find that it was kind of interesting how chat voted Landon the superstar, and also he got the most player of the matches this stage. Like, it's just meant to be, I guess. It makes sense.
He's also just a cool dude. I loved every single Landon interview.
We got to interview him yesterday,
nice.
so
it's also cool. What about simple cool dudes?
Well, listen, just because I say if you compliment someone that doesn't put other people down, I didn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Why did you have to do that?
Yeah,
it's not a zero-sum game, Johnny.
That's right. No, that's a valuable life lesson right there.
Remember, she always has the gavel. Yeah. She always has the gavel, and she will always reign supreme.
so wise of me. Yeah, no, I think we're just aligned with the community, right? We put Landon up there. We nominated him for MVP 4 times in stage 2, and here it is, our EMEA superstar. So congratulations to Landon. And because we already have our greasy little fingers on the pulse of the community, let's just continue, right? Giving the teams a little bit more time to set up for the grand finals. Let's play another rendition of Overfeud to connect with the people. We love that. We polled over 600 of our beloved OWCS fans on a variety of Overwatch related prompts, and our players' job, players being Rich and Johnny, to guess the 5 most popular answers chosen by you, the community. 3 wrong guesses and you guys lose. You can sidebar. You're a team. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin it for you, Johnny. I'm going to try my best. It's okay. We will put the power of our badness together.
This is you, buddy. I already played the game the other day. I beat Zoe. This is all about you, buddy. I'll help you out.
Wait,
okay. Let's hope so.
What did you beat me at?
Well, we did the Rich game.
The Rich game.
Did you already forget that memory? You just push it out of your brain.
Blinded it, yeah. Out of the brain.
Yeah, if I lose, I forget about it.
She was still tripped up on the half point thing. She was still tripped up on the half point that we gave.
I wrote that in my diary. I'll also write about this particular game. So let's play Overfeud. Here is our prompt for today's match game thing. Name a hero that has the best perks in the game.
Oh, that's so...
That's a what?
I was just gonna say, because that could go by anybody's opinion. I mean, there's so many different reasons of why somebody could...
I mean, I guess it's just what does our community play the most?
I know.
Maybe.
All right, let's.
What do you think?
We can take a few different definitions here, Rich. There's also best, as in they're the most overpowered, but there's also best, as in they're very creative and fun and best in that regard. The first one that came to mind for me, and I'll just pitch this to you. This is not our official answer, by the way, production.
Okay.
This is not our official answer. I'll pitch it to you. Ana is the first one that comes to mind because you got the bouncy nade, the self nano, I think universally people are like, that's OP, but it's fun.
It's like well received. Yeah, I think so. You know, I would agree with that. I do agree that the Ana would be a good selection if we both want to cumulatively go as a tag team here on this one.
We are a tag team.
Okay,
yes.
let's go. Okay, we say Ana. Yes! Ana was #1. Good stuff. Look at you saying you're a sous chef. No, you're not. You got that big top hat right now.
Once on a blue moon, I grilled the steak at the right temperature.
All right, so okay, we're gonna do the same thing. So now my thought is because I know a ton of Pharah players. This isn't my answer, Prod. I'm getting. Remember, this is my answer. That you know you can. I had to promise that.
You gotta.
I know, right?
Just like
that
chill.
because you can move while you're shooting the. You can move while you're shooting the rocket barrage. That one I feel has always been something where people have just really wanted to invest in that, and I think that's just a fun dynamic of where you get that little subtle mobility to like correct your wrongs if you don't aim it in the right spot.
I agree with you. I think it's a great choice. So I back you as your tag teammate.
Okay.
I back you.
Okay, let's see.
Pharah.
Oh, look at you guys.
Let's go! Yes! Okay.
Where is it?
This is the most successful.
Where is it? At least I was in the bot. 3.4%.
Wow.
I'm thinking about the small margin out there.
Wow, that's a good one.
You are the little
that's a good
people,
one.
Rich. That's good.
Apparently.
Okay. You have 3 more lives and 3 more guesses. 3 more guesses to go. So
Yeah. And for the chat, by the way, because we always have to say this, Zoe. We're giving the players a little bit of time to like reset. Because System Minds just played 5 maps, okay? They need to go touch some grass and have like a fresh breath, okay? So chat, don't worry, the game will come. We're just giving the players a break. So we're just having fun here. Rich?
See, I kind of like the idea that Orisa gets her shield back. I know that that's like where a lot of people when Orisa had lost the shield and the Hulk, but I know it's like that's. I don't think that's it. I don't think it's it. So like, what's your thought? Because I know that that's probably not going to be it.
No. Anything that involves the previous version of Orisa, I'm like, no, we're not looking at it. No, we're not saying Orisa. I will pitch to you, Rich.
Okay.
Tracer.
Pitch.
Tracer is always a go-to for everything.
Yeah.
Always.
Let's do it. I say that. Let's go. Tracer. Prod. Okay, see, there you go. All right. Okay.
I'm cooking.
Okay, so now I know you really are, and I have to keep cooking. I have to keep cooking. It's like
this is the most success he has had in this game since the inception.
I'm so happy.
Johnny, you're peaking right now. You have to retire after this.
I'm so happy.
Okay. It's last broadcast. Take care, everybody.
So done and dusted. I'm gonna say I think it's also a combination of just like where I think fan favorite is maybe gonna be Curie.
Ooh.
I still think that it's like. I still think that Curie's going to be a fan favorite with the perks and what you can do overall, and that again, it's a well-rounded selection. So I'm going to go with that.
Curie, I like it.
Yes. Okay. Oh, we there, Johnny. 4.3. Okay, we got it. Okay, here we go. All right, Johnny. What you thinking?
Okay. Oh my God. Oh no. So I have a pitch, but I don't think it's the answer, and now I'm going to second guess myself.
Give it to me. Let's go.
So, Winston's perks are not like. No, it can't be Winston because you get like jump pack damage. It's not. You get like the chain lightning is cool. You get some shield healing. No, it can't be Winston. What are we missing here?
Johnny, as a friend, I need you to abandon that thought immediately.
I think you need to abandon it like I abandoned the Orisa. I think we can both agree that we have to abandon that.
Okay.
Oh man, do we go DPS? Oh man, I'm thinking DPS or support.
We have to be perfect. We have to be perfect.
I know we have to be. Oh man,
maybe like
I kind of want to
get 150
because
energy,
think about it. Because think about it, we got 3 DPS already. We got 3 DPS.
Yeah.
Or no, 2 DPS maybe.
Yeah. What?
No, please continue.
Soldier,
what did you say, Johnny?
Energy and there's some extra. Ammo
and the slide.
Let's go Sojourn.
Let's do Sojourn. Yes, we got it. Let's go. Yes, we got it. Let's go. Oh my God. There's too many cooks in this kitchen right now, and we're okay with it.
Thank you, Zoe. You can join the tag team. We're a trio. Get in here, Zoe.
I want you guys.
You might have had the answers, but no worries.
It does.
I would have gone.
Set you guys up for failure most of the time, but I am in fact thrilled to see you all.
We both
succeed.
cut the ties of the Winston and the Orisa. You know, it's man.
Jake,
that's what our team need to do.
so
Abandon
happy.
the pages in the playbook that are not working. You gotta pivot. That's what
Johnny, you'll have to
about.
clip this and just send it to Jake and be like, see, I can answer right.
I got it.
I mean,
The others?
officially
Where are the
now,
others?
Jake might be the problem, is what I'm reading. Since it is a team, it's a team sport, you know. Overview being a sport. Yeah, well, let's move on to an actual important game, which is our grand final. OWCS going up against Twisted Minds. We're going to be playing in a first 2-4, but of course, Twisted Minds had to just play their way out of the lower bracket, meaning they're already 5 maps deep. Is that a good warm-up or just one step closer to exhaustion? We'll find out very soon. They just play each other close every time we see them up against each other. Let's talk about the OWCS squad first, though. They have just been looking so very dominant in their match against Twisted Minds yesterday. They were dictating the tempo, and Checkmate was just like some giga brain, wrinkly brain Symmetra moments. Like, it's actually insane. It's on a different level from any other Symmetra player we see.
Johnny needs to take this because Johnny's Checkmate MVP was selection. That's what your thought was. I say you take this first.
I've just been a massive Checkmate fan since he got into the league and had to replace OG on the Reinhardt for Florida Mayhem. And Checkmate would play the Reinhardt and charge into the backline. We're many years away from that. But I've been a fan of Checkmate since day one. This guy has got the biggest brain in the game. Okay, maybe not the biggest brain in the game, but it's up there. It's up there. It's a very large brain. The way he just like changes the plane of the map, like these teleports to the high ground, to the backline, put him in the backline of the enemy team, like contest the backline using the teleporter. I feel like OWCS, they always find themselves in like the map advantage, the high ground advantage, because Checkmate so reliably puts the right teleporter at the right time, and it makes it easy for the rest of the team. They can trust in Checkmate to put down a teleporter that when he calls, hey, go through this teleporter, they know that it'll work out. And so I Checkmate, I think this dictates the entire Symmetra playstyle for this team. They lost yesterday when Symmetra was banned. That was their own doing. So I really do think that they're so confident in the Symmetra style, but they're obviously showing yesterday with that Symmetra ban that they don't feel like they have to win just using the Symmetra. They're willing to play some other stuff too.
And they were all stage long as well, right? Just like Twisted Minds. They were having fun with some of the comps they were playing. They were trying out different things. And even if we're just looking back at the match they played against each other yesterday, I don't feel like we've seen Twisted Minds' full potential either, right? I was very excited in this match just now against VP to see KSA playing the Diva. Yesterday they refused to take that mirror against OWCS, but his Diva looks so good. So what do you want to see from them today, Rich?
I mean, the biggest thing is, of course, now that they've already just had this match that they played where, you know, they were pushed to the brink, that they realized that they have to pull out all the stops. And you mentioned KSA, but I also really have to lean into with, you know, Johnny talking about Checkmate, Yubi in this sense, who has really started to also integrate that Symmetra at a higher level, starting to work alongside with Quartz and figure out what they can do collectively, even though there was the little bit of a wrinkle of, you know, Jwoo from the previous one kind of outmatching that. That's no longer, I think, really what you're going to see going against OWCS. So they have to now play to that type of tempo. It's going to be this Symmetra v Symmetra, TB, just overall high intensity, fast paced like chess game. It's what's it called? What's the game called? It's fast chess or speed chess? It's literally what it's going to be between the two of them. They're just going to have to be TPing back and forth, and how they have to try and find who's the better TPer here.
Better TPer. I think that's bullet chess.
I know, right?
Yes.
That came out the way that it did, but yes.
You said what you said, and we'll clip it. But yeah, let's actually bring in some of the team members. We do have a Junkbuck and Psycho for a quick pre-match interview. Welcome to the show, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let's talk about the previous meetings of both of your teams. You always seem to play each other close. Why are you so evenly matched? Starting with you, Junkbuck. Why do you think TM just always manages to push you all the way?
I think
to be honest. I don't know. Maybe they're good at playing to their strength, and they know our strengths too. So I think we take a lot of good things from each other. So we ended up playing maybe somewhat similar in some cases, and we learn from each other. So I think maybe that's why.
What about you, Psycho?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right for sure. I mean, I think we both have the best players in the EU, and we're both the Saudi org. And on top of that, they have Jungkook, who's extremely smart. I think what he's done with this team is incredible. So yeah, if you add those things together, I mean, we're just so evenly matched every single time. I think our last 5 matches went to map 5s, so it's incredible.
Okay, well, I have one that I'm most curious to ask for you, Psycho, because I know with the team not really having like the designated coach aspect of it, that you are like kind of working together, and you or UB being like set into that leadership role when needed. Is it more of like a hive mind that you guys kind of function in, or is it that somebody really is like the designated leader that you've kind of communally like put to that position? How does that work for you guys to play at this type of level?
Yeah, obviously it's a team effort. Everyone has a voice, everyone is important. But I would say UB and I are the two quote-unquote leaders. I mean, it's a bit of a weird term, but yeah, I mean, I think we have the loudest voices in the team. So that's why that's sort of evolved.
Junkbuck, you just... sorry, Rich.
No, you're fine. No, you're good.
Junkbuck, you just watched Twisted Minds play 5 maps against Virtus Pro. Anything you learned from that you can use against them? Any like bits of knowledge you can use against Twisted Minds here in the
Well, I was thinking TM was gonna just like win easily, so I was only thinking about TM match. But then when VP was like tied the score, I was like, oh my god, I have to think about VP just in case they have to. So I was first thinking about the VP match, but then in the end TM won anyway. So
you're happy? You're happy you don't have to prepare for VP?
So half and half. In the end, I'm more happy that personally I'm happy that I don't have to think about VP match anymore. But what was that? Probably TM is a better team, so it would have been nicer to play against VP.
Right on. Yeah, see, that was smart, TM. You played it so close with VP. You split the focus of Junkbuck, so he wasn't able to fully focus on you guys for this one. So yeah, maybe some big brain moments. I'll give you both the opportunity to address your respective communities before we're heading into this match. Psycho, starting with you. Say to the people who have supported you and the team throughout stage 2.
I mean, before I get into that, I just want to say, hopefully, I mean, this time I think we'll expect a close match again, but I just want to mention when we played the OWCS in ESL Saudi Challenge, we ended up winning because Junkbuck wasn't there. So when Junkbuck is not part of the equation, we actually do manage to come out on top pretty easily. But when Junkbuck is there, the matches are always closer. So I have to give my respect to Junkbuck. And now I just want to add thank you so much to all the Twisted Mind supporters. Without you guys, we would be nothing. We wouldn't be here. So I'm so grateful you guys are always here to support us. No matter what happens, no matter if we lose or win, you guys are always there. So thank you so much.
What about you? You want to say to the fans out there?
Yeah. I guess I'll address what Seiko said. I think they did really well with what they have. They don't have a coach, but I think they're taking not having a coach means they have to, like, individually, the players have to take responsibility and step up and take responsibilities a lot, and oftentimes it'll be too much pressure or too stressful for the players. But I think they're mature and professional enough that they've been able to do it really well. So I think they're a very, very strong team. And of course, my community, our fans, the Akatsuya, and everyone who's supporting our team. Obviously, we can't do anything without the fans. I'm very happy and thankful for all the support. Thank you.
Thank you both.
You guys were expecting us
and respect.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We hope for trash talks, we always.
Yeah, I was
this
gonna
was
say.
This was a wholesome one. We take a wholesome one.
I'm so sorry, guys.
I feel like we historically always have trash talk. This is like the first time I feel like we should all just hug it out, and I'm here for that. It's gonna be a close match. It's gonna be a close match. I'm very excited for this one. Junkbuck, Psychos, thank you both so much, and best of luck in the grand finals.
All right, thank you guys.
Yeah, just so much love and respect between the two teams. Same.
I love that.
Same. I didn't think that's going to be the note we struck here because historically, historically we always get the Christophers of the world joining us for interviews like that, or an Hunter, and it's just a different vibe, you know?
Trash Talk is so 2019. Come on, it's 2025.
Right? Cringe, LOL.
Good old 6 years ago.
So funny,
we're in the New Year's.
But initially I thought Psycho is just like, maybe trolling, was like, no, he's like genuinely just giving so much love and respect to Junkfoot, rightfully so. So I'm just like, this is too wholesome. I'm not used to that. I don't know how to react.
Like, are they trying to poach him?
Exactly.
Like, what is he? What's the master plan? Are they trying to bring Junkfoot to with Twisted Minds? What's going on?
I don't know. It's working. It's working.
That was great.
Yeah, but obviously both teams have been performing on the highest level all stage long, individual performances, team performance. Seeing them going head to head in the grand final again is just going to be so good. I'm excited. I'm so ready for this one. So are the teams, and most importantly also our casters. So let's send it over to Mitch and Matt.
All right, gang, this is about as good as it gets. A battle of our elite teams and EMEA for that top seed heading into our mid-season championship. Now, Psycho earlier on said that he felt that Twisted Minds right now were unbeatable. That was before their matchup against Alcatzia. We learned that they still had some flaws that could be exploited, but it was a close game, and we know there's always a silver bullet for this team in the form of that hybrid map. Kings Row is where they have been dominant. Expect to see that surface at some point throughout the series unless Alcatzia try and steal it away from them.
These two teams have been neck and neck in EMEA. The last even few weeks, like you're watching Alcatzia blow people out, you're watching Twisted Minds blow people out. You're like, man, it is tough to pick between these two teams. But obviously Alcatzia gets their number in a very close series the other day. We'll see if Twisted Minds can get on the bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it is going to come down to how they're feeling on the day. It's an old adage, but it definitely applies here. Twisted Minds warmed up, bit of a brawl there with Virtus Pro to get them to this particular game, and we start on Oasis, the same control map that we began the last series on. And if you remember, that's what we saw Hardy try things like the Reinhardt and the Sigma. Ryan is actually banned against Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, the Reinhardt ban is a rare one, right? Where Alcatzia, right? Twisted Minds get the damage, right? Weren't they trying to play like Sigma and they tried Reinhardt on this map specifically? I don't think either of those compositions I was too scared of if you're Alcatzia, but hey, you know what? Get that Ryan out. Maybe they're seeing something in scrims where they don't want to play against it.
I mean, last time I think we saw the Ramatra ban aimed at KSA, which is a very reasonable choice for Alcatzia on this kind of map. But this time, they're respecting the Ryan enough. But if you remember it was pretty heavily exploited by the Checkmate May play. We saw that happen on University, where the Ryan was obviously caught out on multiple occasions, and City Center was never really a factor. So interesting that that's being targeted now. They have some sort of level of respect for it, and maybe they just want to set themselves up. Ziad has happened to take a mirror. We've seen Ziad also on occasion pick the Orisa into the Ramatra to try and sort of beat that out. Definitely an exciting prospect. And bear in mind, I mean, if you want to look back at this Alcatzia team map and their performance at Hangzhou, that was without Ziad. They had to play their tournament without him and had Tread instead. And they didn't exactly light the world on fire, but this team is now at full strength, and in theory would be at full strength when we get to that mid-season championship. So a lot to be excited for from both these teams. It's Alcatzia, who basically dominated EMEA from the start, and Twisted Minds, who are coming alive just when it counts.
Yeah, and I'm not Tread obviously played pretty well for Peps during this stage, but I think when you kind of compare him and Ziad, right? Ziad we kind of have up there as maybe a top tank in EMEA at the moment, right? So a slight gap between those two, with the Soj ban here coming through for Twisted Minds. That'll force Labda, right? Labda's been great on the Sojourn, forces him either onto the Freya or the Cassidy. It'll be the Freya here to open things up for Alcatzia, as Twisted Minds will play that Ram yet again.
No funny business this time from Twisted Minds. Just for Matra. Last time they took a fight here, it was the TPs that gave Alcatzia a pretty nice lead. This time, though, it's going to be a pause called. This
time we actually see them playing the Ram, where the other day they were playing the Sig here, right? And we know how that went. It was not great. Not ideal.
I think much of that depended on them winning the first fight, but if you take a fight on that part of the map, that coast area, Sigma feels a little bit claustrophobic. I don't think he has the room to work with. Ramatra, a little bit better, but already we saw your Twisted Minds call an audible there to pull out of that fight. They didn't feel favored there. Maybe not against the Diva. A little bit dangerous to take an engagement there. So that means Alcatia get priority.
Pause. Yeah, a little tack pause first of the game. So
yeah, I'm sure.
We'll see. Yeah.
Sure, there's a lot to discuss. The lineup from Alcatia probably very expected at this stage, though, from Twisted Minds. So they're going to play for the low ground here. That's just the result of them losing that early fight.
Nice
God, Yubi almost got blown to smithereens as soon as they took that TP. That didn't work at all. Now at least TM, though, can flip the point first. They have that control. Now, Alcatia's style normally requires them to give up that point control and swoop in on some individuals later on. So it does mean that these rounds get pretty close.
Yeah, that's Immortality Field out already, so you get that one out. Now I think it's time for Alcatia to potentially up the pace.
Well, they try to, but Kellex is kind of the engine room behind that burst of speed, and he's taken down very early by Quartz, who deals with Ziad alongside Funny Astro following that. So Alcatia's it's an uphill battle sometimes with this Diva composition. Now they also don't have, a great position to play from, being forced outside the map. So how do they crack this Ramatra, the very defensive Ramatra Sim Cassidy setup?
Well, and we talked a little bit about it, but for, Alcatia, right? They obviously come into that winter bracket final and they kind of do what they normally do. For Twisted Minds, we saw them play like, the Rhine, all different types of stuff. It's like, realistically, there's no bracket reset, right? So it's like, you just need to win this game and that's all that matters. Like, maybe you end up kind of saving your best for this moment if you're TM.
Here's a continued rush down from Alcatia. Quartz tries to answer it with a Deadeye. See the bowler shot come in, and it doesn't end up bothering him because of the sound barrier laid out by Funny Astro, but it's a later one from Kellex. Alcatia don't have good positioning. They're caught inside this room, but Twisted Minds are a little split, and KSA is ultimately isolated. Too much Twisted Minds preference, I guess, to play for the higher ground leaves the core of their team off in the side room to be left upon by this mobile Diva comp.
Yes, this will be a point flip here for Alcatia. I gotta say though, Mitch, the Cassidy from Quartz has looked quite good. And when you think about some of the other points remaining, right, a little bit more that like mid to short range, sight lines. I think the Cassidy could get better as this map goes on. So something to keep an eye on here for Twisted Minds as the Cassidy looks good early on. Let's see if they can get this Ram in position, get a good use of the Annihilation, right? A lot of mobility on both teams. So a lot of ways to kind of circumvent it.
Straight to the high ground is the attempt here. KSA, though, either knocked off or steps off. Either way, it's Labda finding Quartz very early on with a symmetrical wall in play. Is that Twisted Minds don't really have a good way to unleash this Cassidy damage. And now they're going to get staggered out. This should be Alcatia getting close to evening up the game now with the bowler shot and a remake opportunity for Ziad in hand.
Oh, without a doubt, right? I mean, you get an early pick off there on the Quartz. It's like a TP. They use that sim wall. And now you see the TP here used by UV, just the amount of space this Sim TP can cover. Now the Astro's going to need to go, I was going to say go huge with the beat, and never mind. The Bola just detonates everybody.
Ties them all together. All too easy for Lapta to send a couple of extra bolts in. Benefit from that explosive damage, and now we have an even game on our hands. Funny Astro, whose beat would have been critical in that fight, wasn't quite ready to let it go. So now they can combine it with the Annihilation, but there's always the question of how Alcatia intend to take that high ground. Or maybe they force a fight on the point here. Air Matrix early, KSA moves away from that sphere of influence, and there's no remake opportunity there for Ziad, but Yubi's caught in the blast, uncharacteristically, and even with the sim wall in play, it might have been a little bit too slow to protect him. Either way, TM spend heavily on this fight. Win it out as Alcatia get to 90.
Yeah, they get to 90 and they hold on to their sound barrier. A change up here with Landon now going over to the Kiri. So we're going to up the pace just a little bit as we'll see from Twisted Minds. How do you get a hold here, right? Sound barrier, you're going to have to like run away, kite this. They actually get aggressive. Maybe they can force this beat out early. That's exactly what they do.
Twisted Minds have to be happy with this, but they don't have a lot else to work with. They're kind of feigning a position of power here. Neither team with big ultimates left. It might be a sim wall for checkmate that could tip the scales in their favor. Ziad, though, has worked his way behind Twisted Minds, and Labda is on the middle of the palace in the center of the map. Tough to get eyes on here, especially now for someone like Quartz, who's limited in that longer range play, and there's a bowler shot ready to go for Labda again. He's developed this so quickly. This could be perfect. All players caught in there. Devastating. Simple caught out. The Immortality Field is not quite enough to keep them standing. Alcatia, they come up with the goods just when it counts. KSA cleaned up the point quickly enough, and Checkmate now zipping around to make sure no one is left standing from the Twisted Minds contingent. And Alcanci can move the battle lines up, deny any real stall attempt from TM. It's Yubi with a Tracer switch that likely comes a little too late. Funny Astro is able to touch down, but he does so dead. And that should be that. Quartz can't get close enough, and Alcanci take a first close round.
Dude, some of these bola shots from Lambda are just crazy, right? That time grouping a few players together, the Immortality Field saves a bunch of them, but they're so low that Ziad just gets in the mix there with Checkmate, who's already pretty charged up on the sim. There's no way you're keeping those players alive. So the Freya paying off there in round number 1 for Alcatia.
Pretty astonishing showing. This is obviously a map where Twisted Minds try and, force Lambda into an uncomfortable spot by denying the Sojourn. But he seems to be very good there. And it's one of those Freya games that because of her Bounty Hunter passive, she tends to snowball out of control. 4 singular deaths here for Lambda. And obviously a ridiculous amount of damage is vomited into Twisted Minds. Timeout. And again, it's going to be a diva here for KSA this time around. So mirrored in that respect. It still will be Freya v Cassidy though, is the points of difference.
It seems like Quartz, I mean, really, we saw a little bit maybe in the last series is they do get Checkmate here, so good start. Really just doesn't seem to, can play the Freya at times, but seems way more comfortable playing whether it is the Cassidy or the Soj, as see here early on. This is a great start for TM.
You definitely feel like you're going to look at a dogfight with these mirrored symmetric compositions, and both teams are going to be at some risk when those divas come on in. Really comes about momentum. As these teams try and punish a rather fragile frontlining DPS. Lambda goes over towards the Mei here. Trying to, again, catch people out. Not the Diva so much as maybe a Sim or someone similar. Ziad de-suited very early on, and now Quartz are starting to hit those shots. You teased it in the previous round. That the next couple of rounds on this map would definitely suit Cassidy's effective range.
Way better for the Cassidy, and I think you're even starting to see that pay off, where Lambda doesn't maybe want to match in terms of the Cassidy, right? The Soj gone, right? That is what Lambda's really been phenomenal on. And now forced over to a Mei, right? This is a little bit of a different look here. It worked the other day when they were playing like the Reinhardt, right? But with that Diva in the mix, I don't think it's as effective.
It's definitely not the best catch tool against the mobile tank. Here's the TP4 from Alcatia. Simple defensively, hastily deployed by Yubi. KSA D-Mech, but a chance to climb back in. Now Simple barely alive with the Kitsune Rush ticking and landed. Went down to the blast. We're seeing an inordinate amount of deaths to self-destructs here. And that's because these two teams are not giving each other any space, any breathing room to speak of. Now Alcatia, forced onto this Mei, look, are struggling in this second round.
It just seems like they just don't have the same amount obviously close to consistent damage output that Twisted Minds is able to have with that Cassidy in the mix. So you're starting to see some of these early bans coming into effect. As the first round, obviously was a great sightlines for Freya, like I talked about. But now as we move throughout the map, this is going to start to look really good for the cast.
Here's the push up. Again, Mei wall that really just denies reinforcements instead of catching out the Diva. Forced into the middle of the map. Deadeye ready. Shut down though by Defense Matrix. He had quick on that right click, and here's that sim wall now in play. Course is trying to navigate it as best he can, and all that Katsia using that to allow them to push up and isolate KSA on the fringes of the map. He stands still, and there's a sound barrier opportunity for Funny Astro should have been required, and Kellex is out of the game. Quartz is hitting these shots. Katsia taking the fight to Twisted Minds, and that's exactly what their opponents were looking for there. Blizzard now comes down, can't be eaten up, and KSA is frozen stiff. Knocked out of mech, and this is our Katsi's opportunity to work their way back into the fight, but Yubi is hitting very hard. Charged up with another wall developed, and Kellex really has no escape. Sharpshooting from Quartz should account for the Lucio, and he does. Lambda juggled up here. Messy stuff, but Twisted Minds are back in the hot seat.
I mean, Quartz just dominating here on the Cassidy. Funny Astro gets the high ground, deals with checkmate as we are tied here on Oasis. Dude, I mean, this Cassidy just gonna pay off. You can't really even play the Mei here on this final map. Maybe this is slightly better with the Freya for some of the high ground, but should still be pretty solid for the cast.
Especially if you have that point control. You can't necessarily outpoke the Freya if you're playing up on the platform, but we've seen Quartz do very well, really benefiting from the Symmetra walls that Yubi's been throwing up. Allows him to close the gap, get back into that nice little mid-range that Cassidy likes to occupy. You see Alapta has continued to pull on the damage, but it was definitely a round that Cassidy highlighted. Nicely done by Twisted Minds here. Good looks overall. Making this a real game. That's just what we were hoping for And I love that we get to see these teams throw down in sort of somewhat mirrored compositions here. It's all about that communication when it comes to setting up good sim TPs. Nice little boop there to disrupt Twisted Minds as they stake their claim to the high ground early behind a TP. UB and Lab to trade out. Both DPSs, but OWCS have the point of difference that that sim TP is still available to them.
And what do you think about rolling with the Mei here on this point? Again, I think you're probably better off taking your chances with the Freya here, as opposed to trying to run this back with the Mei.
It feels like the D.Va also makes it harder for Freya, especially in those close quarters environments. So it's not just it being a tighter part of the map, but also the potential for the D.Va to really make your life difficult. You can see though, there's a couple of decent spots to find catches here. I think the ice block is just important for sustain in some of these dragged out fights. You're relying on Lucio Kiriko healing throughput, and sometimes it's not enough when you've got Divas in your face. Simple here, exemplifying this now, is it's been very hard for Twisted Minds to get KSA fighting fit again. And there's a sound barrier now for OWCS. They're not going to give Twisted Minds a chance to recover. Barreling on into this small room. Kellex and Checkmate rack them up. KSA knocked out a mech, and a wall in his way means there's no escape for the D.Va. That's OWCS who will stagger him out further.
And you can be that aggressive there for OWCS when you know you kind of have that advantage in terms of the beat, right? You kind of get the beat, push up on in, and just deny Twisted Minds from being able to heal up, gain their support ult, and then come in from that high ground. I really like that decision there from OWCS.
And they come again, this time Quartz, knowing much of this damage will be mitigated by Defense Matrix, knows he's got to do it anyway. Mayball thrown up for OWCS. Buys him the ability to get back to this high ground where Quartz does not have good sightlines, especially not now. Simwall attempted to be defeated by a TP. Quartz, though, cannot reposition in order to find connection on the Deadeye. Self-destruct here. A remake for Ziad now as Checkmate's wall finally expires. OWCS have bought themselves some critical moments with that Symmetra ultimate, but now it's time to throw down against the sound barrier. Twisted Minds. Checkmate TPing on either side of the wall, and he finds KSA vulnerable without enough support. Self-destruct attempted, and Yubi's able to take his opposite number down in the sim. It's Labda falling though. KSA back in mech and ready to throw down. That may have been a Bunny Blaster elimination there after the fact. Ziad got to be knocked out now. KSA fighting fit. That's the engagement the Twisted Minds were looking for. It came down to the sound barrier.
I mean, everybody dumping ultimates into that fight. Yubi holds on to this wall, and you're actually going to have Quartz go over and play the Freya. So with that Mei, right, maybe you feel like you're just kind of getting run down, with the Cassidy, like the Mei and everybody just kind of getting in your face with the TP, where now you can gain this verticality that, well, I was going to say, and it can't really take out, but that is a long-range icicle there, headshot from Labda.
Shades of backbone there from Labda. Now, though, it's easier to cut the Freya out of the game by, ice walling her into a weird spot. Harder to catch her, sure. Harder for her to get involved in the fight against this self-destruct here. Gonna have to be used by Ziad. He's okay. Back in mech now. Check back. Oh, you're
come on.
Oh, Icarus flew too close to the sun there. Young Wonder Kid ends up undoing himself now as Twisted Minds will have the point flipped back against them, and a sound barrier for both sides means the next fight is going to be a no-holds-barred throwdown for the round.
I mean, that's the Kitsune rush there, and Ziad just stomps. Simple. So beats to match for both sides. It'll be a Blizzard sim wall advantage here for OWCS. They're very close. I mean, this is going to be final play.
Biding their time at Twisted Minds. Know the need to win this fight and the next. Maybe hoping to build a bowler shot here for Quartz, but tough to poke down on OWCS who have priority. There's KSA down to the low ground briefly. Quartz! Oh, buddy! Has the mobility, fortunate to stay alive, but is knocked out of the fight. This is what I mentioned earlier. How does Quartz get back involved once more? Sound barrier, but of course, Quartz isn't close enough to get it. KSA D-Mech, no chance to climb back in. He is cooked. But Blizzard isn't going to make things any better either. OWCS finally get a grip on the game in this round. Simple, once again falling, this time at least not to a self-destruct, but as the dust settles, it's your top-seeded team coming out with the first map win.
And I really love watching these two teams play because throughout EMEA, we haven't seen a lot of like sim on sim, right? We've seen like just basically OWCS or Twisted Minds play sim, dominate the other team, and that's really been it. Nobody has been able to kind of play it again. So now that we get both these teams playing it, you're starting to see like they kind of have an idea where to go with like certain counters and how to kind of play against it, with that Mei being a big factor late.
You can see like Quartz was obviously feeling a bit uncomfortable on the Cassidy there, but the switch to the Freya left him without opportunities actually to have big impact in these fights. You can see he was just pushed away by the D.Va as he tried to get good damage off on that high ground. nicely done by Ziad, just identifying that Quartz would be a real nuisance in these longer fights, chaining some of those big ultimates together. But on the Freya topic, it's Labda with some ridiculous 4 or more player bowlers in that first round City Center. That's what got them off and running.
And I think anytime, if you are Alcatia, anytime that you can get the Diva head-to-head, you feel so good about that scenario against Twisted Minds. I think Twisted Minds obviously best looks. As a KSA can play the Diva, but their best looks have been like the Ram type of setups. Anytime you can get like a Diva head-to-head, I mean, with how good Ziada's been and with no like Brig in the game here, I know nobody playing Brig early on, I think that's a huge dub for Alcatia.
And they're feeling good, of course. This is the first to 4 series, so it is a long run from here on out. But Alcatia with a very solid showing. A couple of occasions that the front runners for Twisted Minds there, like we talked a lot about Simple here. He's on a Kiriko for much of that game, is trying to balance that aggression with, safer play. In the end, though, it ends up just being a complete brawl. Labda going over towards the May, right? We questioned it. Is it good enough to catch out players with consistency? So the wall being used more often just to try and isolate certain people from the fight, because Twisted Minds are playing in 2 halves almost, especially after they switch off the Cassidy. So curious to see what you guys at home are thinking about this game. That is crazy. That is a crazy prediction total here for Twisted Minds. Some dedicated fans out there, but make no mistake, folks, Alcatia are the dominant team in EMEA so far.
Yeah, you know, I'd love to see these viewer predictions if they actually throw their own money in. You know, these channel points, it's easy to take a shot on Underdog. Toss some money in there. That was Alcatia. Okay. All right. Never mind. Everybody riding with. I was going to say, it's like that's a lot of money coming in on a dog here. I mean,
so conversely, I do think this is pretty low for Twisted Minds. Bearing in mind,
it should be higher, I think.
Yeah, it was a 5 map run. I think the Twisted Minds look really good in really specific places. Don't forget how that Colosseo map went last time they played. That was dominant stuff from TM. I think like not even 40 meters picked up for Alcatia there. So we're going straight to it, Matt. No holds barred, no messing about. Straight over to King's Row. Arguably the best map, definitely the best map type here for Twisted Minds. They want to get on the board now.
Yeah, why wait, right? Especially in like a first to 4 type of scenario. Why wait? Delay this. They just got to kind of send it here on King's Row. And look, we've already seen them win it against VP today. So all signs point to good things here for TM.
Now, that also puts a lot of weight on this map because it's a must-win virtually for Twisted Minds in this series. You think about they are playing their their God card pretty early on in the series. Definitely one they need to convert on. I just want to remind you guys that it's not been a great outing for Alcatia going to this map. So they want to spend a pretty expensive ban right here. It's Ramatra being targeted. The May also being taken up by Twisted Minds. I think there's a world where Alcatia want to try and counter the Ramatra without using bans to do so. May would have been reasonable, but Alcatia say, look, we're just going to get him out of the way here. We don't need to use May if it's not a Ramatra that we're trying to punish. So we are going to be forced off that key tank pick. Might end up looking towards Divas or maybe even another sort of brawly frontline option.
So let's see. So for the bans, right? Like you talked about, the Twisted Minds gets rid of the May, right? So we saw Lab to play a decent amount of the May, which was pretty impactful. And then I love the Alcatia ban. Get rid of the Ram, right? Force KSA to beat you on the Diva head-to-head, like I talked about. It's not like you can't do it, right? I think that's just where you have the biggest advantage if you're Alcatia. Get them on the Diva, get them playing like an Orisa or something along those lines, and I think you're in a good spot if you're Alcatia.
It's another feature, I think, of King's Row being picked so early in the series when that Ramatra ban is still available to Alcatia. So in hindsight, they're probably not too worried about it. Twisted Minds could have waited on this map pick and had the risk of like Midtown or even, God forbid, Hollywood being picked against them. So they probably feel like their hand is forced a little bit here. But it leaves Alcatia with a clean slate in terms of bans in that they haven't used up the Ramatra. So Diva, Mirror, it's going to be Kiriko, Lucio, backlines. In fact, across the board, mirror compositions for our top EMEA teams.
And we'll just get a chance to see who plays this style better, right? Both these teams have kind of made their money throughout this stage playing these sim-based setups as I think one of the main, just with the D.Va in play, that's where Alcatia has really looked at their best, as we'll see if TM can kind of match that.
What a checkmate is in Timbuktu, but I don't know how he got there. That is like a TP forward or something similar. That's a pretty big misstep there by Alcatia. They now really lack the stopping power for a frontliner like D.Va.
I mean, without checkmate, I mean, that is brutal, right? That allows Yubi to start ramping, but hey, Yubi steps up a little bit too far. I mean, these Sims, you just, one or two shots and they're gone.
Pretty good recovery. Checkmate taken down off rip, and it's been Lambda salvaging things for Alcatia time and time again in this fight. Yeah. Great conversion there for Alcatia on a short-handed engagement. They back away. They bait Twisted Mind. They're taking an engagement. And Lambda is looking absolutely lethal if he's given the space to breathe.
And I was like, gonna say, I mean, man, like, is Lambda one of the most improved players? But like, really, it's just you're seeing him play heroes that we like traditionally haven't seen him play. But he's been phenomenal once he's been putting on the hit scan. Nice Kitsune rush here from Simple, gonna put it right over the point. See if they can take it off of this.
Ziad, I think, needs to find a way to get back in his mech here. The sound barrier comes a little bit too late to save him. It's both support ults expended by Alcatia, but without a D.Va to be the vehicle of those buffs. It's going to be hard to win a fight here. Quartz is down, and Alcatia happy to play off the point here because Twisted Mind's struggling to put that pressure down. Sound barrier waited out for the most part, but eventually they've got to go. In for a penny, in for a pound, says Lambda. It's a D-suit on KSA. He's out of mech, but it's not enough left for Alcatia to capitalize on the lack of the bulky body. So Twisted Mind's eventually, tooth and nail, fight for that first point.
And like you discussed, it's just Ziad not having the mech, right? If he's able to get back in the mech and get towards that point, it's a little bit different. But Twisted Minds, the battle is long, but they're able to come out on top. Now you've got this overclock wall, man. They might be able to run it up through the second part of the map.
Choke is definitely the focus now. Harder to control it with a tank like D.Va, but Ziad's still going to step up and plug the gap, so to speak. Here's an overclock from Quartz, though. This is dangerous. Simwall as well is going to complicate things now for Alcatia, but they've got one of their own. They're going to cross over. How do you dance this safely? Dealing with this damage output of Quartz. Self-destruct for Ziad. Needs another mech back now as Checkmate's wall will dissipate first. And Twisted Minds will be allowed to move up. The disengages from Alcatia have been good, but now they need to regain that ground they gave up in order to give them an advantage. And Yubi doesn't want to allow for that. Oh, the Sim turret, so Yubi vulnerable out in front, too far forward. That's going to be something we're tracking, Matt, is those Sims getting too far away from their defensive architecture and punished for it.
Yeah, but I think TM is going to keep this going on the offensive, right? You lose Landon, that's an even bigger loss there for Alcatia, and that's going to back them up, right? Just not enough healing resources kind of stand toe-to-toe there with Twisted Minds.
See, I just ran out of defense matrix to stop that railgun coming through, so Quartz gets another kill on the backside. If that doesn't happen, Alcatia have a chance to recover and to fight again. Here come Twisted Minds, barreling straight down mid. They're going to use the Kitsune rush to such an effect. It's going to be mirrored, though. Landon deploys one of his. Low is KSA. Ziad also out of mech. It's Buddy Blasters for all now. As Kelex is going to round that sound barrier slightly earlier for Funny Astro, though. Both teams shielded up to the nines. Lambda looking to try and push up here. Sim TP in play, but Alcatia not making use of it right now. It's Yubi again, flattened first. Can't hold up under the pressure in that front line. Lambda close to an overclock now. Trying to look, I think, for KSA, who's de-mech'd yet again, and that favors Alcatia. They have lost checkmate, though. All on Lambda here to find that extra damage and not allow KSA to remech. He's achieved that goal. And now it's just the dregs of Twisted Minds remaining. Quartz deals with Lambda, but that's not enough.
Man, as I thought Quartz may be able to make something happen here. It looks like he backed up a little bit. Still wants to kind of maybe press up as okay, now you have KSA back in the fight. It looks like Yubi back here as well via TP. So this next fight's going to kick off rather quickly.
This sim wall is so big for checkmate. Can he get it down early enough? Quartz already finds a headshot, but the sim wall now will be forthcoming. Lambda reciprocates. Railguns from both sides, and now Quartz's options are significantly limited, such that there has to be a full disengage from Twisted Minds. The clock burns down further. Under 2 minutes, and Lambda takes a pretty aggressive stance, but that's, I guess, facilitated by Ziad pushing up onto that right side corner. He'll linger, but not for too long. Needs to keep his mech alive. That's crucial. Ziad ducks back close to a self-destruct, but can't build it. Simple with a Suzu now. Ziad out of mech. This is where Twisted Minds could go up a gear, but Yubi punished again. Checkmate from the back line sends a little bit of an orb in and picks up the sim. Now, though, awkward spot. TP's to gain some distance, but he's still on the enemy side of the map as Landon once again falls. Good shots coming in from Yubi. Kelex and Ziad fall on the gambit from Alcatia ultimately does not pay off.
Look, you cannot lose Ziad at the beginning of these fights. and expect to kind of pull off some miraculous comebacks as he dies yet again, gets demeched at the front of that fight. And even with a trade right after, you're still with KSA in mech in a significantly better spot to end up taking it. I think for OWCS, though, you did burn a significant amount of clock there off the Twisted Minds. I know time pool there.
All right, here's that Kitsune Rush. KSA demeched instantly. He will have that recover, but it buys valuable seconds here for OWCS. Now, though, they need to face down Simple's Kitsune Rush himself. Ziad at least, of course, can back into mech. Should have been required. Keep an eye on those front lines now as the sound barriers are deployed. Health bars is where your eyes should be as Laptors just ceases to exist. Simple gets in there, benefiting from the fire rate increase. Those kunais coming out in a flurry. And now OWCS trying to regroup, and they've done so. Yubi again down so early here for Twisted Minds. KSA, no remake opportunity. Ziad has his and gets to retain it. Staying alive at a sliver of health to pick it up a mini. He's going to be back in the fight. Now OWCS can drag this out on and on.
Yeah, and I think they look much better, OWCS, when they're just upping the pace and not trying to play some of this neutral. That's where I think they kind of end up losing out on some of the damage, and then Ziad ends up getting demeched. It's going to be an overclock here for Quartz. It's going to be the checkmate sim wall in response as they back them up all the way.
It's utterly countered. Like, there's no answer to it. And again, the same is available to Twisted Minds, but they might need to use their sim wall more aggressively to give them some extra space. Even though they know there is an overclock that they'd want to counter. Yubi's got to stay alive, and as I said, an offensive sim wall in play. That now means, of course, Labta can hold on to that overclock and make good use of it later, but Checkmate is just caught out in a weird spot, trying to make a pay for the flank. Ends up blowing up in his face, though. Ziad controls this space effectively. Remember, he still has that remake opportunity. He goes for an aggressive self-destruct. Oh, you're kidding. It got the D-Mech on KSA.
Oh,
he didn't have his boosters available to get away, man. There's just no option for him. He had no choice. And that is a gut punch to Twisted Minds. Ziad already building towards his next self-destruct, and Labda still holding on to overclock. This could be trouble. This could be curtains for Twisted Minds.
And how many remakes is Ziad actually going to turn into, like, kills, or, you know, that time get to D-Mech on the other side? I mean, the last map, right, he's able to get Simple now in a crucial situation, able to get KSA out of mech. Typically, you kind of look at that self-destruct, right, as just the ability to get a new mech back, but Ziad making nice work of it.
Go time for Twisted Minds. That is a very aggressive TP forward. OWCS happy to play off the cart and wait for this Kitsune Rush to expire, but now they're going to play from the attacker's side of the map, and they've got to be quick about it. TP forward, got him up to the high ground. There's a fantastic pivot from the defenders, and Funny Asteroid gets flattened. Here's the sound barrier now. Kellex sends OWCS forward. With a vengeance, they come and retake the cart, and what was once theirs, now summarily handing down potentially what could be the first hybrid map loss for Twisted Minds. That is a great start. A good defense hold. Now all they've got to do is exceed that progress.
And I mean, that would just be a little bit of a gut punch, right? If Twisted Minds ends up dropping this one to OWCS, I think it would just be OWCS just showing what type of level they're currently at here in EMEA. We take a look at some of the stats as you know, checkmate on that sim. I mean, look at that, 8,900 compared to UB's 62. And then in terms of like that hit scan, right, Quartz, you know, 9,300. Like, you know, he's getting the better of Lambda at the moment, but a big difference in terms of the sim damage.
For me, it's the number in the death column for Ziad, Matt. That's telling so much of the story to me. A singular death over the course of a very, very scrappy first half of this map. Great showing. I mean, Checkmate and UB both dying 7 times. They are playing ultra aggressively. They are solo TPing into each other's backlines and trying to find picks. I remember Checkmate being able to do it in the second phase of the map, just like orbing Yubi without him expecting it. Let's listen to OWCS now, of course. They've got to be feeling good. This is Twisted Minds' best map by all accounts, and they've got exactly the dream start they were looking for.
Yeah. I don't see anyone peeking yet. They're gonna have Sim, I think. Maybe, like, yeah, they have Sim.
Yes,
Sim holding statue.
Yeah, we can take one swing on the Sim, okay? On statue.
Maybe if I can TP point, we can go, obviously.
Okay, yeah, just get, if you put Sim, just get to the side flanking every time.
Yeah.
Okay,
TP point, 3, 2, 1, hit attack.
Hitting the Diva point.
Nice.
If they push me, fight.
D1, kill it. Support one, Shima. Can you go point?
Fight. Keep fight. Sim to this next. Third domain.
Baby one.
Take a bit.
Nice.
Nice CB.
I have beat soon. They have no Kyrian because he died. Yeah, I'm way faster.
That last point, very important. No Curry ultimate, because Simple died first in that fight. He is way behind Landon in terms of that Kitsune rush, which presents a snowball opportunity for Alcatsia in the next few moments. Twisted Minds have to do something to try and steer the wins back in their favor, but they've lost Yubi early. This is turning into a disastrous showing. Simple redeems himself, though. It's a pick on checkmate, but that's all he can manage before having a swift step back away.
Yeah, and I think their idea to take a early fight here is the right decision, but the fight goes so fast for Alcatsia, they don't really kind of get what they want, which was just like, you probably are going to lose that fight if you're Twisted Minds, right? But make it long, get Alcatsia to use a support ult, right? Then you start to feel a little bit better about it. But the fight goes so fast. Simple builds like about 20 or 30% towards a rush there, but you're still significantly behind in rush and beat.
And now they have to face both of them down from Alcatsia, Matt. This could be...
Quartz made a ton of progress, too.
And they're allowing it to. They're allowing Twisted Minds to get in position. They might be waiting on Funny Astro's beat or something else, but they might not be given the time to do so. Here's the Kitsune rush, and they are going for it. KSA demeched instantly. And this is going from bad to worst. A living nightmare for Twisted Minds, who can't get out of their own heads. Landon, 2 kills in that fight, and they didn't even have to use sound barrier. That is devastating. Now, at best, Twisted Minds can match support ultimates, but they're dealing with a sim wall as well. Twisted Minds have to throw themselves at this. This checkpoint is everything, and they're being forced back deep into the map by Ziad. They'll have one crack at this map, but that is all they can hang their hat on. Here's that sim wall. Lambda now happy to navigate both of them as it comes in. Sound barrier later for Alcatsia will benefit them later on in the fight. It's Quartz looking to take it off angle fire, but he gets smashed by Lambda. Dominated by the first railgun that came in. And Lambda was able to finish the job with Funny Astro trying to step up. And there's nothing to be done. Alcatsia are on a run. They're steamrolling Twisted Minds. And it's desperation now for the defense side team. A 5-minute 20 time bank is immense.
I mean, why the hell was this guy a Pharah one-trick for ages? I mean, my lord. I mean, just on the Sojourn or the Freya. I mean, Lambda just showing up in a huge way. 5-minute plus, Mitch. They don't even need to complete the map. This is just a drubbing here by Alcatsia.
And I know Psycho likes to bring up that Saudi E-League, mate, but I tell you what, this is a different field, and Alcatsia look like a different beast today. SimTP made use of, disrupt the shot, accounting for checkmate there as Quartz has managed to tuck himself on a nice off angle. And he's able to shut down Alcatsia in their tracks. Now Twisted Minds had to dig in for one of their biggest defensive endeavors off the stage.
This is going to be so tough, though, man. I mean, Kitsune rush available here for Alcatsia. That might be enough, right? To just be able to do it, as you're also going to get Lambda with another overclock, building these so fast.
TP to the high ground. That's going to be controlled by Alcatsia here. Twisted Minds give ground, but how much can they afford to give up before this map gets taken off them? Ziad gets forward. Knows that KSA is low on the high ground. If he can force a D-mech here, it would be massive. Tries to body block. KSA a long way from his mech. Self-destruct. Can he get back into it? Yubi was low, but topped up in a pinch there by Simple, who has Kitsune rush now available. Suzu used. The rush comes out, but Simple falls in a screaming heap. Lambda wants to press up, but he has to contend with that overshield. He deals with it. Both support ultimates, and that's not enough here for Twisted Minds. There's Alcatsia looking to take their victory lap now. Kellex with the beat. D-Mech for KSA. And that's signed and sealed. Twisted Minds handed their first hybrid map loss of the stage. And what a time for it to happen. Alcatsia go up 2-0 in the series.
That is a tough way to lose King's Row. I mean, this is one we just saw them take over VP, I don't know, maybe 25 minutes ago. And they just, they're not able to complete the map on their offense. And then on D, man, just little to no resistance, right? I mean, Alcatsia just kind of plowed on through.
How does this look if Twisted Minds are allowed to play Ramatra map? How different is this outcome?
Maybe a little. And look, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, I think KSA can obviously play the Diva, but it just seems like when you get to these Diva sim matchups with like the Soj in the mix, that is Alcatia's bread and butter, right? I mean, you know, they get Ziad on this Diva and good luck, right? I mean, could TM even consider banning Diva? Like, I think it would be possible.
I mean, yeah, you have that available to you for one map, but I think that just forces Alcatsia into the full Ramatra counter strategy, right? I mean, bear in mind, there is still, like, I don't want to see Circuit Royal again. I think that's something that in the past, we've seen Twisted Minds pick after losing control. They didn't do it today, in fairness. And I don't know if they want to run into Alcadzia's comp on that map at all, Matthew, because they will play Mei and Bastion, and they will just ruin KSA at every opportunity.
You know it's serious when you call me Matthew. I mean, you know you're spitting there when you call me Matthew. Yup, ring the bell.
It's dire, bro. We're at DEFCON 1. We are full first names now, bro.
Yeah, you know, that's full on. You know, only the grandma uses the full name, right? So we're in that territory now where, yeah, I mean, that they're in a world of trouble. You go like a new junk city. Okay, they go circuit. They're going to go circuit again. This is exactly what you didn't want to see.
That is monumental levels of oof. I think that I wonder what the ban strategy looks like here. Is because obviously the Diva's not really, probably not the go for Alcadzia on this map. Do Twisted Minds go to the extent of banning the Orisa here to try and give KSA a slightly more comfortable time in the front line? Because I'm pretty sure they've already expended their Mei ban. They did that on the first map.
Yeah, Twisted Minds has gotten rid of Mei, and they've gotten rid of the Sojourn here already, right? I mean, you're not going to get rid of the Freya, right? I mean, that seems like a waste of a ban.
It was pretty good in map 1.
Do you ban Diva? Okay, so this is interesting. They end up Twisted Minds will ban the Lucio, so this forces kind of like a double flex option here, right? You're looking at like that Juno Kiri that like Twisted Minds is really good at, and then Alcadzia gets rid of the Freya because they're like, all right, well, screw it, like make Quartz play the Sojourn head to head against Elabda, who has just been on fire.
Okay, so we've seen it very recently from Twisted Minds. We see them sort of fight it out on this map. They love to use the Sim TP forwards, set up off angles for both the Sojourn, which they played in the map. They didn't play Freya, and Kiriko. It's obviously risky. It's obviously punishable. Alcadzia are also, unlike VP, a team who will play Sim, should they have to. But I really want to focus in on the front line because I think that Alcadzia, there's no reason for them not to roll out that same sort of very punishing style against Ramatra. It was, the circuit rule was close. If you remember it, I think the Twisted Minds were able to push like halfway into that last phase of the map. They were, able to get a pretty strong foothold. But Alcadzia, man, like just a little bit different. The Sim play, I think, is potentially going to, take importance, especially if at some point we end up switching off the Mei and Bastion, right? If Alcadzia, don't want to sort of go there. Remember, they have choice of side here as well. So they may opt to start defense and show us a different look.
Alcadzia is pretty sick on this map, especially running like the Diva with the Sim. We've seen them kind of like, UTPs, yacht all the way around, right? High ground, different areas on this map. It is so difficult for teams to deal with. So I'm curious what TM probably feels like some kind of like, Juno Kiri is a moment of disadvantage for them, but I don't know if I feel that way. Like, I think on the other side of things, right? Can Kellex just play like Brig, I guess, right? I mean, that's kind of where you would see Kellex potentially go.
I guess. That's obviously an option. I do think that we talked about it in the previous series. Like sometimes the Funny Astro on Juno is probably much easier to sort of punish, to get into the back line. Do you guys thoughts? What do you think about this matchup?
I don't think he has many thoughts. His thoughts are he wants to get on the ground, then once he's on the ground, he wants to get back up. Those are the extent of his thoughts. He's a little thought crazy today. Yeah, I don't know if that's a bell, right? I know that he can't really kind of.
If A1 decides it's a bell, it's a bell. I don't tell you.
That's true. Oh, this would be a little. This on defense though? No, yeah, you're not gonna do this on defense. So, Alcadzia, they'll actually run the Juno Kiri as well, and they'll match the Ram. This is like a, you lose this if you're Twisted Minds.
I mean, you're cool.
Obviously, you're down 3-0, and then they beat you on a comp that you like want to play. You're approaching the cooked phase.
I want to point it out quickly, Matt. VP were able to match Ramatra with some degree of success into Twisted Minds previously.
It is true.
KSA definitely can bleed on this pick. I think a lot hinges on what ends up getting put around it.
Ram, though, is one of Estola's best heroes, right? And I wouldn't say that, obviously KSA pretty good on the Ram, right? But Vestola, one of the, better Ram players you can kind of think of.
So how then does Ziad match up? It's a question, of course, we're going to have to wait for an answer to. It will be the Ana here for Simple on its attack side. Starting, of course, with the Bionades being potentially quite devastating. Sleep on Ziyad here will quickly be woken up as he's in the thick of much of the fighting. But now that corner has been secured here. Maybe off the back of that sleep. Twisted Minds can now push up, start to make these TP plays. Alcancia trying to be more defensive about it, but that's a bio on Ziyad, and Labda picked off by Quartz. Not good signs for the defenders.
That's a huge pickoff early on, but then Landon answers back with a kill on a Yubi, so a lot of this frontline damage now gone as Quartz is so dangerously low.
Some great orbs there for Checkmate,
nice.
but he overextends to try and complete the kill. Quartz falls back to a pretty perfect location, and KSA gets involved. I think now this turns into a bit of a stall stagger moment. Landon will be handled by Simple. Slap up upside the head for his audacity. Twisted Minds now on the road.
And we've seen them go with this Ana a few times, and quite frankly, I haven't loved it. But that time, though, Simple able to get a few bios there on the Ziyad. Maybe try and like force out that Suzu early on, and then even able to land a sleep, right? Maybe even just kind of making it a little bit more costly. Like, okay, if you take that TP, you're gonna walk into a bio.
Oh, that's good pressure. Landon has been dishing a lot of damage in these fights, and that's a follow-up on a railgun connection by Labda. This is a big pressure relief valve now for Alcancia. One pick means so much to them in this kind of fight. Now they can match some of these big ultimates. Annihilation at the disposal of both of these tanks. It's a nano, though. I wonder how that plays into things.
Okay, so we're going to get a Kitsune rush here from Landon. It's going to be orbital rays from both sides as well. Simple actually uses a nano there. The nano is onto Yubi, though. They don't use the nano onto KSA. Wiley's got the Annihilation rolling, and they just get dominated.
I think it's a lot of the no nano as well, but a lot of focus fire there on KSA, whereas Ziyad found himself into the back line of Twisted Minds, tying up their supports, making it impossible to keep KSA standing. He literally was flanking, running into that back line. Beautifully done with that Annihilation. It's just too much for any mobile healer like Simple to handle. He just can't keep attention on healing while he's pressured like that.
So I guess the positive here for Twisted Minds, right? You do have this sim wall. We'll see, though, like, I know for Alcancia, you could try and kind of kite this. So it'll be an overclock here for Quartz to try and open it up. Just trying to find anybody he can find here around the corner.
This is respected by Alcancia as it should be. Finds them some really important meterage, and now a bit uncomfortable.
Overclock from Labda on the return, though.
You might not need it. Oh, man, it's so good. Man, he and Labda are mind-linked. They are going for those same targets, and Labda does not even need this overclock. Now, just no missteps from Alcancia. Still contest the car, but this is getting dangerous for Twisted Minds. They use their sim wall to no effect. And now, what may be the last fight for them, they've got to face down the terror that is Labda with an ultimate to spare.
And I was like, oh, is Alcancia going to push up here? KSA is actually going to go to the D.Va here. You probably feel like you even need to like use it to get close, get a touch. So this is, and Funny Astro going to be playing the Juno. We'll watch with his POV here for just a little bit as Alcancia looks like they were okay giving up some space here, maybe even trying to build up this rush.
They've got to bait this overclock out, and they've got to withstand it. Good TP away. This means only in the dying seconds will they be able to touch the car, because that TP has been destroyed. There's no two-way street now for Twisted Minds. They're going to have to walk back the old-fashioned way. Labda has to hope that Ultimate did enough, because now Twisted Minds don't have any buffer. No room to breathe. It's go time, baby. Caught inside the vortex. They're able to TP away from it now. Spotted Kellex in the distance, but their eyes are over on those tanks instead. KSA struggling to stay alive. Going over towards the D.Va. It's just not enough durability to hang inside these fights. Yubi again gets a nano. Should be able to win the fight out against Checkmate, but he's low. And Landon finishes him off. It's Quartz who's going to be exsanguinated by this Annihilation. No chance for a touch here as Alcancia hurting Twisted Minds in all the worst ways. Ooh. Twisting the dagger, taking yet another map away from TM. And now their opponents, in theory, would have to reverse sweep if they can't have an incredible hold here. It's got to be cooked after that attack side, man.
The first two maps were just they're nice body shots, but this one might be a headshot here from Alcancia. I mean, this is a rough one, right? TM at a few opportunities, but with some of these fights, when you're kind of and for Twisted Minds, right, you're kind of like pooling these ultimates, just kind of dump in at that one time, and really it was that one big fight they kind of had. When you end up losing that, I mean, you're already looking at like what, a minute on the clock at that time, right? I mean, you don't really have a great opportunity to even fight back.
That's why I'm almost jinxy of it, speaking as if the map is over, because that is just not enough. It's not enough for really any team at this level. It's going to have to be a monumental legendary hold here for Twisted Minds, I think, to win this map. And so Simple is going over towards the sim. Something that he started to make his name on a little bit here. It's the right map for it, the right place. Is it enough?
Yeah, Simple on the Zen. So going to be playing that Zen. We see him play it on Ilios time and time. I do wonder, though, like, are you going to get collapsed upon, right? Ilios, he's able to use like that float perk to kind of go from high ground to high ground and uses that to be quite effective. I wonder if he's going to be able to do it here. So Alcatia potentially hovering over this, Diva with Bastion setup. So we've seen some teams go to the Bastion here at times, able to just kind of like burn down that Ram. Now it's going to be Labda, though. I think that also the Bastion off the spawn just kind of scares them a little bit to back up. And this is where, though, they have looked so good on this map in the past, right? Using these TPs to get Ziad in a position like up there on that high ground bridge, and he's able to hold on to his defense matrix, hold on to his flight form, and then use them to be quite aggressive.
Look at all this ground that Twisted Minds are giving up. They are really investing in playing this corner. And you'll see we're Simple standing very far back. That is somewhere, though, that is challengeable with a TP or a Diva diving in. Ziad doesn't complete the job, but look at this discipline. Doesn't overcommit to the kill, tying up 3 players now, all on his own, allowing that corner to be taken away from Twisted Minds. That is a big kill from Quartz, very important. And now Ziad probably needs to be rescued from that position. You've got to respect KSA at that range. Lab to flatten, but once again, Landon might be coming to the rescue again. They have their tank still in the game, whereas Twisted Minds are under some serious pressure. A D-Mech here on Ziad. Cart stalled up in that position, and Landon unlikely that he can do more here.
Yeah, I think highly unlikely. Landon does end up getting out, though, to the rest of the team using that Kiri TP. I mean, dude, Kiri's mobility is insane, especially in combination with the Sim and Diva. So you'll have a Kitsune Rush available here for Alcatia, but you do have Funny Astro, who built up to this orbital rate quite quickly. I think that's going to be very impactful in this next fight.
Orbital Ray versus Rush. Landed. Oh, Quartz is getting dominated, just thrown at by Alcatia. All those players now to deal with him, and Funny Astro could be in some degree of trouble. Can't quite get back into the orbital ray. He's knocked away from it by Ziad. Still decent couple of players here left to defend this, but Twisted Minds in a longer fight are going to struggle. They TP out now. They will allow the cart to progress. This is a very clever little repositioning on a dime behind the symbol to make sure they have enough space to regroup.
Yeah, the biggest difference, though, for Alcatia, right? You're going to end up having your sim wall here to work with. You're also probably going to end up building up towards your orbital, right? A really nice TP in with the Kitsune Rush. No way that Quartz could kind of react and stay alive.
Here's that wall coming up now. It's going to cut off most of the defenders trying to hide, and Checkmate goes past it now, pressuring Quartz down. Straight through the TP goes Ziad, and Yubi's been dealt with. Transcendence is in play, but it wasn't enough to save their critical Symmetra. Now Simple falls back out of the fight. Gets a D-Mech on the Diva, but there's a self-destruct to refresh, and Simple desperately trying to hurl orbs here. Kitchen sink it all. He's trying to throw at the attackers, but Alcatia will not be denied. And this is turning into an utter bloody bloodbath as Alcatia do secure the deal here on Circuit Royal.
I mean, they are just... They're just beating them down. I mean, this feels bad at this point, right? Twisted Minds, we'll see if they can kind of make a comeback, right? They almost pulled a reverse sweep off yesterday, so don't want to say this one is just over yet. But with the way these 3 maps have gone, Mitch, I'm like, okay, what does TM even do to get an advantage?
Landon has more damage than both his DPS.
I mean, well, when we see him use the TPs and go in with the Kitsune Rush and just live with Ziad forever, I'm not surprised.
I mean, we already gave this guy the Superstar Award. That is a disgusting Kiriko game. That is absolutely.
You could have just given the Superstar Award to everybody on Alcatia. Just
no, I don't know, man. Landon's just a little different, bro. That doesn't make any sense. He's got more damage than both. He's got more damage than his bloody than his Sojourn. Sorry, that's crazy. We're gonna go to a desk hit here. We're gonna break down what we've seen so far while I collect myself, because that should not happen in my Overwatch.
Not in Mitch's Overwatch.
You can just see him stunned looking at the numbers, just like, Landon, stop it. Just stop it. You're breaking the game.
Actually, a low-key criminal. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's actually kind of difficult to even break this one down, right? Because no matter what Twisted Minds were trying, be that compositional switches or just a different approach in taking engagements, Alcatia always seem to be one step ahead of them. They've been in a driver's seat ever since they left the first spawn room. It's been an uphill battle, to say the least.
Yeah, you just literally see OWCS standing over Twisted Minds right now, and it's like Twisted Minds just constantly having to punch up. They're attempting so many different things here to try and make it work, and it always just seems like either a cut just below where they need to be, or in instances like the idea, even with the Zen that they're trying to bring to this, just finding some kind of answer. It works a little bit, Johnny, where you have to see this overcommittance onto it, but it's just the execution in the end still eventually comes true, where OWCS is just able to finally find the weakness and exploit it and then leave them vulnerable.
I mean, yeah, that's how like you'd make the Zen work. It's just like this Zen is a distraction. We know they're gonna dive him with the teleporter, and then you just have to like trade out. But at the end of the day, like it's just not enough there. And you saw how confident OWCS were to just get on top of the Zen, disengage, wait for abilities to come back online, re-engage, and they end up winning these fights. And I mean, it's over, guys. It's over. I'm calling it. Like, it's just a diff. It's just a diff. The OWCS players are just firing on all cylinders. Labda is just like walking around with an overclock, just like one-shotting people. Like Mitch pointed out, Landon is just having, you know, a game of its life. It's an amazing performance, really. So OWCS are just, you know, playing some of the best Overwatch right now. This is it's really impressive.
And the
right, we do see a sub though.
The Sojourn play, like Landon and Labda, just in unison are constantly getting those picks.
Right, so we're seeing the sub right now on our screen. So TVNT is coming in for KSA, and also we are heading to Saravasa, if understood correctly. Johnny, it's still over though, or is there a little bit of mentally reset?
You're gonna be our savior, buddy. Get in there. Reverse sweep starts now. Let's go, buddy. You can
the pressure I hate this for every player.
Remember this.
I just hate this for any player in existence of competitive video games to be subbed in for the make or break game coming in cold. Like, that's a tall order to begin with. Rich, what do you want to see from TVNT here? I mean, it's not their fault that they just came in for one map.
No, and again, it's one of those things where, because again, we're seeing a Zen come through on that last map. It's at this point you're kind of drawing at straws. Like, you're really trying to see what is it that we can do in this moment that can actually have something stick to the wall. Like, you're constantly throwing it and you're hoping that something sticks, and at this point you have to just, they're doing what they need to, and I don't blame them for trying it to see if that might be some kind of win factor here for this.
Yeah, I mean, so far we saw Twisted Minds only picking the Zen when they were on top of it all, so it was always the extra confident pick, right, when they knew they already won it, so they felt cool. This is the first time it feels like a kitchen sink kind of Zenyatta, so yeah, let's see what switch ups they can make here heading into a match point. OWCS just one map away from winning it all and being our EMEA Stage 2 champions. Let's see if they can close it out. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Matt. Rawr.
Rawr indeed. This is
rawr.
For Twisted Minds, man. Last opportunity to show us what they've been working on in this series. The self-proclaimed unbeatable team, the one that peaked apparently at the right time. Well, it turns out OWCS had yet another level to go with, and on that previous map, it was Landon that led the way, not only in the server, but also in terms of the damage done. Ridiculous showing. So it's Saravasa, but Twisted Minds stake their final claim to this series, lest they be washed away by an OWCS now that gets to attend an international event with their full roster.
Yeah, no, we'll see both teams kind of run out with that D.Va, so the sub does come in. It's TVNT, and TVNT, I know probably the D.Va player more often than not for this team. Obviously, I was talking about how KSA can play it, but KSA, you'd like him kind of like on more like Ram type stuff, as Quartz gets dangerously low. You're off the rip, and they're able to find the kill.
That's the opening. Exactly what they're looking for. Planet also able to keep Funny Astro fighting
fish. This team is just sick, man. I mean, like, what do you even talk about if you're Twisted Minds? Like during the break.
I mean, you're focusing on your win conditions here as much as possible. There has to be a way.
What are they?
Okay, so you need to try and punish checkmate. Like, you've got the kind of composition. I mean, we're mirrored here, but you have the kind of comp that can be very threatening to a sim that has to play within relatively close proximity to a pretty dangerous front line. but also you're not playing a comp that has flank pressure, so you don't have the tools to quote-unquote counter or just run Lambda down. You have to shoot better in your Sojourn category, but also, yeah, like deal with checkmate. He's just staying alive too long.
And I also think on the last map in particular is that TP goes in towards that high ground there for Twisted Minds. I mean, just look at the health pools. Everybody on Twisted Minds are quite low, and Alcatsi in a good spot, but just like you mentioned, that's the kind of kill they need.
And Lambda was out of an awkward sight line for a timeout. He couldn't really see Twisted Minds on that low ground, so that's a big opening they were given. And finally, they're going to be able to get back into the fight. TVNT loses his mech, but I'm sure he feels like that is well worth it. Should be back fighting fit for this next engagement, but Alcat have already racked up 86% on this first flashpoint.
Yeah, and Alcassia is going to have double support ult here. Yep, using a TP to get TVNT back to the spawn, just to swap, then get back into a new mech. I wonder, though, if you see this, though, for Alcatsia, and you have an idea that you're going to be able to get on the point, get the advantage.
I don't know how I feel about it. It is awkward for TVNT to have lost his mech here. You've given priority back to Alcatsia in terms of that positioning. Ziad gets away from the front line. He's able to stay alive now. Pate might be chipped, but he is still fighting fit. In Twisted Minds, their decision to get the Diva back to spawn will be scrutinized. But again, the alternative is to keep the Bunny Blaster in play for what would have been a next fight. I think that self-destruct kill on TVNT's mech was the fight win.
Yes, and I like the decision to go back, and like, if you just have him in a Bunny Blaster, Baby Diva form there, you lose that fight anyway. I mean, the only way to give yourself an opportunity there for Twisted Minds is to be able to make that type of play. For Alcatsia, UA are able to hold on to your sound barrier here. It's a huge advantage in terms of support ultimate coming into this fight. Kellex takes a shot, though, crossing the point.
Ducks down, though, gets out of the way, even looks down at the ground. Little hitbox manipulation, potentially. He's able to walk away. That sim wall buys the time for Alcatsia. It is the prescribed response to an overclock that came in from Quartz, who, unfortunately, has not been able to get enough done this map so far. Outdone in the Sojourn category. So Yubi getting pressured pretty heavily here, dodging his sim wall quite nicely. Self-destruct will be avoided, and Landon and checkmate fall. Eventually, Alcatsia overextend into that sim ult. They're trying to punish Yubi, which has been their game plan. This time, though, it does not pan out for them.
Twisted Minds, though, they play that quite well, right? Sound barrier pushing up there for Alcatsia. You be able to kind of juggle from side to side of his sim wall, give them an opportunity there to be able to come out with that kill on the Ziad. Survives. I know the Ziad self-destruct that usually always seems to find something, and now it gives him an opportunity here for TM to take the lead on this point.
Alcatsia already knocking at the door, though, as we head to parity on this second flashpoint. Kitsune Rush in the works for both sides. Landon picked off early in that previous fight. A couple of railguns connecting with TVNT. When the Theora got in him now, here's that Kitsune Rush. Alcatsia holding onto this for whatever reason. They think they maybe can wait this one out, but they can't. They get chased down. Checkmate again. Kill condition, win condition satisfied for Twisted Minds.
I think also for Alcatsia, you probably know that if you drop your Kitsune Rush, they're going to drop that beat, and when they have both those support ultimates going, you're just not in a good spot. Where I think if you're Alcatsia, you'd rather just like TP in and then drop this Kitsune Rush and maybe see if you can actually just kill Funny Astro or catch them off guard before they're able to get a good use of this beat.
Disrupt the shot there, just chewed through by the defense matrix. It's all about exhausting that resource from both Divas. Make it hard to mitigate incoming damage. Landed now with that Kitsune Rush they held onto. Alcatsia flip midway through the fight. Now to drag it out. This sound barrier could be an issue for them, though. They try and disengage away. Buy Kellex maybe a little bit of time to get there, and Ziad has held there enough. That is a big pick. That could get you there for Alcatsia. Buys him the time to get the Lucio ultimate online, and that's a disastrous turn of events for Twisted Minds. There was a real opportunity there with the beat, but they can't springboard off of it into a fight win.
I don't even think Mitch Alcatsia was even like gonna potentially use that beat. I think just the fact that they ended up building up to where it is just like kind of icing on top of the cake there for them, right? I think they were focused on using that Kitsune Rush, flipping the point, and then kind of kiting it and seeing what happens from there. Now with their sound barrier, you're in position to maybe even take this point.
Sure, Alcatsia are so good at this in and out Diva composition play. Never really full committing, especially if there are ultimates ready. And now the sound barrier should give them the gumption they need to push Twisted Minds over. TVNT, though, should be able to remech here with those symbols in play. Same can be said of Ziad. Back in mech, but checkmate's down. Again, first on the chopping block for Alcatsia. They've got to win now from a short-handed position, but the pressure on the backline is too much. Kellex and Ziad combine, take the healing off the map, and now TVNT's going to do it natty. Pressure on Yubi, but he's healthy and he's dishing damage still. Ziad finally able to claim him. Now with a little bit of health to spend here on the point, but We've got to watch out for that other diva in play. There is help, though. The backliners are still here for Alcancia. They're able to buy enough time for Ziad stay alive. TVNT Nemec taken down. This could be it for the second flashpoint. A desperate Kitsune Rush going to be committed to the fight, but Simple's taken down midway through. It's Court stepping up. Needs to land these railguns, and he does. Ziad's dealt with. Now looking over towards Landon, clearing those turrets. Kellex low at the edge of the map, but Laptor's at least able to trade out. Landon barely stays alive. On the fringes he is. Kitsune Rush comes in late, but Laptor's still fallen. He's dumped upon by the two remaining players of Twisted Minds. Yubi's charged up, looking very dangerous. Landon down. Suzu thrown in his feet. He gets away yet again. Now the reinforcements arrive. TVNT's here. Ziad turns back up. Yubi still charged up, looking for checkmate now. TP behind him. He gets crunched on. Twisted Minds find the sim yet again, but it's a sound barrier in play here for Kellex. Shoving on towards the point. Ziad low. Loses his mech, even with the sound barrier in play. And Yubi has a sim wall to save for a later fight, potentially, because Twisted Minds have been able to outlast Alcancia here. Landon and Kellex back to back. Last two standing. And it's not enough. They cannot drag this one out for Alcancia. We've got an even Suravasa.
I mean, that is a desperation fight win there for Twisted Minds. You lose that fight, now Alcacia takes the point. I mean, the game is essentially over here, and we are going into a match point scenario here, and Alcacia is probably running away with it. But Twisted Minds, I mean, you end up using that beat early on. You have a rush, and then also the fight goes for so long, man. Twisted Minds able to build back up a lot of these ultimates leading into this one.
Checkmate, 7 deaths right now. Highest on Alcancia. Starting to get punished a little bit more. We talked about that win condition for TM. It's the same for both sides, of course. But Yubi's only died 5 times by comparison. And this is a great start. Early force of the self-destruct out of Ziad. TVNT still holds his. And Twisted Minds take point first.
Yeah, but can Lambda use this overclock and come up with some big kills, right? You know, if you're Alcacia, you're behind in terms of support ultimates, and Simple had the Kitsune Rush, and he just gets ripped right off the bat.
I guess we were due for a bit of Lambda magic. That is stunning. Ziad lost his mech, but Simple was out of the fight pretty early. Yubi needs to be handled, though. And all of a sudden, Alcacia, split as they are, have to fight back into the map. Ziad over the edge here might signal a concession in this fight for Alcacia. Trying to make use of Checkmate, who, for once, is actually alive as the dust settles. But he has to throw himself off the map and go for a regroup.
Yeah, this is going to get Twisted Minds. You're probably going to get up near like 80-something% before this next fight kicks off. Kitsune rushes on both sides. I think the sim wall, though, will be quite impactful here for Alcacia with an opportunity to flip.
Still Twisted Minds, a big advantage in this fight, a big lead to work with. Kitsune Rush is likely to be mirrored in this engagement. The sim wall could be a difference maker. Here goes Ziad straight away. Tries to collapse into Twisted Minds, who TP, repositioned to the left side of the point, but Checkmate is heating up, baby. Hitting far too hard for Twisted Minds to deny.
Yeah, in the sim wall, I mean, you just can't fight that if you're a TM, right? The sim wall comes in, the Kitsune rushes on both sides, and it just gives such an advantage for Checkmate, who you mentioned, right? Checkmate just kind of getting poked down constantly throughout this one in a very difficult situation, right? Being, dying early a lot of the times. The sim wall obviously gives them a great thing to play behind.
Double kill. Okay, call a pause here, fair enough. Twisted Minds, though, look like they're about to take their second flashpoint. Lambda and Checkmate already falling. We're going to take a breath. We're going to take a beat here because it looks like Twisted Minds have woken up just when it matters. This is their obviously last opportunity to choose a map in this first of 4 series. And it's just as well they've been able to get into gear here.
I think you also see, like, obviously when they have KSA in the game, right? It's a lot of like the RAM they kind of want to play. And then TVNT was the player they usually bring in to play a lot of Diva, but they haven't been forced onto it really as of late, right? KSA's been able to just play this RAM. They've been able to just kind of dominate everybody. But right now, bringing in TVNT to play this Diva, looking really good. And I believe in this fight, before we go into the pause, they got the first 2 kills. I believe Quartz ends up with 1, and they get another kill as well. So this next fight looks like it's going to be pretty good for Twisted Minds.
Just checking the lobby here, it looks like Landon had a bit of a DC. Quite an inopportune time to be booted out of the game, so that calls in.
Landon and Zoe share an internet connection, so that's.
Yeah, I hate to see it. We have a chance here at least to try and sort of circle back and talk about the damage numbers, because in the Battle of Symmetras, Yubi is considerably ahead. He has 2 less deaths. He has an extra 2,000 or so damage. For all the scrutiny that guy's gotten, he's been able to really dish it out. There was that fight previously with the sim wall. Checkmate's able to win it out, but a good disengage. Remember, the thing we like about our Alcacia playing these Diva comps, man, is they know when to get in and get out, but the sim play complicates this. They think they're diving, they think they've got a good engagement, and all of a sudden their opponents disappear.
It's great. They look awesome on this map. The issue is they've already lost 3 maps. You would have loved to have seen, you know, maybe it's like the bringing in TVNT and playing some Diva a little bit earlier on. I also think we talked a little about it on the last map, but maybe not as much. I think anytime this team, Twisted Minds, play simple like off of Kiri, I think it's like an L, like in the sense that like, okay, Ilios, you kind of have this like pocket Zen strat, great, and sometimes they want to bring in the bat. I feel like anytime he's not on Kiri, it's a win for the other team. And then you think about some of those games, right, as we jump back in, where simple is on you know, like a bat, for instance, and then you're also playing like Diva, or you're playing you know, a Zen with the Diva. It's just those scenarios are so good for Alcatia.
Landing back in the server, but of course that flashpoint was always going over towards Twisted Minds. They started off very strong there, finding a first pick to give them the flashpoint in the first place, and now, well, they have access to it earlier on as well. Alcatia wasting no time and getting back in here. Remember, we're looking at those Symmetra deaths, or at least lack thereof on the side of Twisted Minds. It's benefited from the longer they get, the better they do in these fights. Gonna be mirrored sound barriers now. Look at TVNT diving into the backline of Alcatia here. And what is Labda cooking? What does he know that we don't? He's all the way out of the fight, playing very, very safe. The sim wall of Twisted Minds just forces Alcatia to call a cancel on that engagement and give over the point to start with, but overclock gonna be popped here. Labda needs a bit of magic, needs to find a big connection. The TP play into the backline though, no respect for Twisted Minds. They don't care if there's an overclock at already. They have Labda for breakfast.
And it's the difference, right? Coming through that TP as we see Ziad use that self-destruct. He actually takes out Funny Asher with a Bunny Blaster here. So hold on, as it looks like the point was flipped. Now it's going to go right back. But it's the difference, right? When we see them go through that the Sim TP for Twisted Minds, instead of like the Ram going through it or whatnot, they have TVNT, and he's got the defense matrix, so he's eating up some of the damage that's coming into these characters right away.
38% and counting. Alcatia had an early touch. And Twisted Minds definitely have been favored here. Okay. Another pause called now. This, as far as I understand, isn't due to a player disconnecting.
Tag pause. There's tag pause.
Not a great... if you're Alcatia, if this is landed and having issues, this is obviously not a great time for those to strike when you're trying to...
Semi-tilting. It would be semi-tilting. You know, potentially, you know, trying to close this one out as... taking a look at the lobby, trying to figure out what's going on. Maybe it's like lag. Maybe it's not a lag out. Maybe it's a little lag spike, right? You're trying to deal with here, potentially.
Yeah, we are waiting on confirmation as to the cause of the pause, but bit of a momentum killer, you know, for Alcatia, who are really trying to, again, secure their top seed heading into the mid-season championship. But 3 maps to 0 ahead in this series. Yeah. All the remaining map picks will be theirs. They will get to choose, obviously, that first ban as well. Very much favored in order to close out this series, and many of the silver bullet maps, I think, for you know, their opponents have sort of already been used up. As we head back to a map pool reset, there's going to be opportunities, of course, for Alcatia to choose very favorable grounds.
And obviously, we're at a 3-0 scenario here for Alcatia. I don't think that really. I mean, we've seen these teams play closer series before. I think these teams are closer than like an Alcatia 4-0 or like a 4-1 type of game. It just seems like they're just clicking on another level. I think the bans have really worked out in their favor as well thus far, so I wouldn't really kind of say it's anything you know, pretty negative about Twisted Minds. I think it's just Alcatia's kind of got their number today.
What we're seeing though right now is that, you know, Yubi's being very proactive with that TP usage. I think back to that previous fight where there's an overclock in play for Labda. Yubi teleports behind and goes along with TVNT, and they bring the Sojourn down. I mean, you can't wait for someone to tell you to TP. Quartz is definitely, Yubi rather, is definitely deciding when and how that sort of happens. We talked about like this sim comp, right? It's the kind of setup that a team that doesn't have great communication can't use well. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but I think we saw at one point, the Ultimates tried this like earlier on the stage. Like they had a 1 week where they were like super meta pilled and tried to play this way. Obviously, they would never want to take Kevster off the Tracer, but they've tried a couple of things. But you can see the difference between a great team and an average team, I think, when those sim comps come out. It's a real equalizer.
It's an incredibly frantic way to play, right? It's a very confusing way to play, especially for some teams on the opposing side of things, right? And I think you do really need to be well coordinated to pull it off.
All right, so we are going to a quick break. Landon is trying to find his way back into the server. So this is what we've got, of course, in store for you guys. Never mind.
What happened?
We have ourselves a game. Landon ready. That is PC. No break.
That's pretty quick.
We're jumping the action. It was him that, sort of DC'd from the lobby. So that's obviously going to be a challenge, I think. And also a bit awkward when you have a player sort of leave, but there'll be a chance here for Alcad to group up. They are behind the 8 ball on this point, though.
yeah, I'm sure they're looking at the positive of, now they have an opportunity to group up. I think they would have rather Landon stay in the game and not group up as an opportunity here for Twisted Minds, though, right? Kitsune Rush available here. Quartz with the overclock, an opportunity to get themselves on the board in terms of maps. I think they're in a great spot to do so, right? Already almost like 80% on the point.
TP up to the high ground for Alcancia. Twisted Minds simply position themselves back off the point once more, but keep TVNT on there. So now Alcancia got to go for it here. No choices, no more funny games, funny business with these TPs. They've got to commit. And here it is, Overclock at the ready for Quartz, and he wants to go hyper aggressive with it. He obviously knows just on the other side of that wall that Landon was waiting for him. Labda very, very low. Symbol comes out at a pretty good timing. Kellex holding his speed for maybe a second too long. Labda ends up getting taken down, and Ziad did not have the durability to get back into that map. Looks like the map is pretty cooked here. Not much left at all for Alcancia to hang their hat on. They are going to concede Survivor to Twisted Minds, who finally plant a flag in this series.
And Twisted Minds play a fantastic map. You bring in TVNT. I think that Diva look is a big difference maker. It's like, can they just start chaining some of these together? Unfortunate time, I think, for Landon. Also, very close, I think, at that moment. When he got DC to a Kitsune Rush, so not able to have that in the fight. Albeit though, Twisted Minds was the better team on that map, right? I think regardless of what happened, some of those like big key fights early on, they were able to come out on top. So I don't think that would have like changed the results of the map, results of the series, right? We're still in this spot, I think, regardless of that happening. And Twisted Minds don't get on the board.
And it's significant, I think, because that is the composition that Alcancia have played their trade with, right? They have beaten Alcancia in a mirror match, essentially, where they've been able to make that Sim Diva comp work and sing just a little bit more. Very good sign as the rest of the series goes. Now, these teams, when they go to fallback comps, or, when like the Diva sort of Sim setup isn't available to them, well, then they go in different directions sometimes, right? They don't exactly mirror each other outside of this setup, but a very good sign for Alcancia. Obviously, no small amount of disruption suffered by Alcancia on this map. We just can't overlook, of course, the constant DCs. They'll have a chance to rectify those and be ready to run back.
Shout out to Eric Production, Comp Ops, everybody who's keeping track of this stuff. So when Landon initially DC'd, right, and then came back, he had picked a perk that he originally didn't pick, so that's why he needed to leave the game and come back. So that second one, not really like we were kind of like in the feels bad of like, I DC'd and he had his ult. That's kind of like on Land a little bit, picking that wrong perk. Maybe he also forgot. Maybe it was a misclick. So just a little unfortunate scenario, but you can't lag out, come back in, pick all new set of perks. I mean, we can't do that here. So big shout out to everybody catching that.
And obviously not intentional from Landon, I'm quite sure. Someone whose praises we've been singing over the course of this series on Circuit Royal was definitely the top player in the lobby. And now, of course, we have burnt through our first 4 maps of this series, starting to look towards some other options here. There's a question like we're heading back to Control potentially. What is it that Twisted Minds can sort of start to throw in the way? Busan, I guess, is the likely battleground.
We still have Push.
I still Push, excuse me. So Runestar.
We still have Push. Don't forget about Push. It has its place. We saw Colosseo the other day. I believe that was the Twisted Minds pick in this series, and that doesn't exactly go awesome. So for Alcacia's selection, they're going to go the opposite end of the spectrum here. They're going to go Runesapi, no subs. So I expect this to be another Diva head-to-head.
It's Colosseo. Yeah, obviously that they don't want to play Alcacia.
Yes. No. They do not play that if you're Alcacia. Yeah, that was very good for Twisted Minds. So
Runesapi is the obvious one. Still the kind of map where I think that like sometimes like the Kiriko Tracer link ups.
Would you ban Kiri if you're Alcacia?
Yeah, I don't mind that.
It's obviously really good for Landon, but I think it definitely throws out like what would Simple play, right? Simple probably goes and plays like a... Okay, so interesting. So they ban a Juno, right? So forcing, I guess, a Kiri Lucio game, potentially, which, I mean, that's probably where we were going to be anyway. And then Twisted Minds, they ban the Queen. So potentially, if there's some type of like pocket Queen strat that they thought that Alcatia had been working on, that's out.
I mean, we've seen it once, I think, throughout these playoffs, and it was Virtus Pro. It was unsuccessful ultimately. Didn't quite play out the way we're looking for on New Junk City. But I mean, this is a team where like you can have Queen, you can have Checkmate on the Genji, and you're in very good shape. So it's something to think about for the future. That obviously Alcatia have scrimmed that comp at some point and found some level of success. So the Twisted Minds just really don't want to have to deal with it. I think the jury's out on just how strong that setup is. I think there's like a couple of ways that you can sort of vary it up, whether it's like Sim getting used in that setup, which would be kind of ridiculous. But, obviously the Genji Queen combination, quite powerful. Simple, of course, were there a Kiri ban here, could always, I guess, go to the Ana has been like another sort of pick for him here. But you're right. The Juno being taken out here denies the orbital ray, so that like strong brawl fight that the Ramatra already likes to have, and does limit your overall throughput by a pretty significant amount.
With TVNT, can you see them playing the Ram? I mean, I guess like if you're TVNT would probably like, okay, D.Va and like Arisa, right? Yeah, I think that's kind of like where you would see that. Maybe like a Maga potentially, but I think it's probably just going to kind of play that D.Va in their head-to-head.
Yeah, most likely. I think that if you play the Ramp Matra without the Juno, it feels like it's a little bit dangerous, especially against like the more hostile like Orisa comps that you can sort of pivot over to. I haven't seen TVNT play Orisa in a hot minute, honestly, but it was one of actually the first.
Well, you haven't been here in a hot minute, so I mean, of course you haven't.
Have you seen it recently?
What? No, actually they haven't.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, no, KSA's been playing a lot of the time.
Yeah, that's what
I just felt like it was a really good opportunity to take a shot at you for not being here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you look for them,
but you missed a lot of good butter content. Me and Jake had a lot of good butter.
As far as I saw, I missed a lot of 3-0s, honestly.
You did. There were a lot of blowouts, but now we kind of get here, right? This was looking like a blowout, but maybe a little bit more interesting than that, right? Because you bring in TVNT, this is something we really haven't seen where Alcatia is like kind of going up against a mirror matchup, right? With the Divas in place. We've always seen teams try and take a little bit of a different route, but now that we get this mirror matchup, I think it's made it a little bit more interesting.
And on that previous map, the Suravasa, you could almost pinpoint the moment where Twisted Minds started to take the game over, and that was before Landon's connection issues started to take hold. They definitely were able to find themselves on even footing with Alcatia, all else being equal. Now they're going to run it back. It's the Mei, though, for Labda. This is interesting, and obviously it's not an uncommon pick on this map, but I'm curious to see how we find success, or whether they expected to see D.Va here out of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I just, Labda's been really good on the hit scan. I mean, I said this early on, right? And they ended up making good use of the Mei, right? So I don't think it's anything against the Mei. I just think he's been really good on like the Sojourn type heroes. But clearly this is something they feel like is a valid option, a little bit of a different type of brawl look.
I guess it's fairly robust as far as comps are concerned, but Alcatia are taking a beating. Just a lot of this early poke damage is taking them low, and now some of those defense cooldowns have been drawn out. Simple crosses the map there to make sure that Yubi can live to fight another day, but there are a lot of white crosses rather, on the screen, and there's Funny Astro down.
Everybody's close to dead here for Twisted Minds. That's what you're trying to say. Simple, though, just turns... Okay, so Simple turns the corner, though. Just gets rid of two. Still, I don't think enough players alive besides him, right? He was trying desperately to keep TVNT in the action, but just eventually whittled out, and now we're going to see them go to the Ram. So maybe they feel like with this Mei in the mix, it's better to have this Ram. I think the Mei is definitely throwing a little bit of a wrench into things.
You might just be asking for more staying power when the fights get a little bit longer. Seems like that's where Alcatia can find some success. They can also screen for their Symmetra with these Mei balls. Not only catch people out, but make it so it's hard to get poke damage on Checkmate while he just ramps up. Here's TVNT in the direction of Alcatia, and they perfectly disengage expertly away from this Kitsune Rush.
Yep. I mean, essentially, Twisted Mind just gets space with the rush, right? They may end up getting the lead here, but it's going to be a Kitsune rush here for Alcatia kicking things off, but Checkmate just gets caught out.
Yeah, too vulnerable, right in the way of TVNT. He's able to send punch after punch in, but Blizzard here could be a problem. Ooh, that's not good. TVNT frozen solid. Great recovery there by Quartz to find that kill, but a sound barrier now means Alcatia should be smooth sailing for the rest of this fight. That's just something that Funny Astro didn't have until too late.
Yeah, well, you will have an advantage, though, with that sound barrier here. For Funny Astro coming up in this next fight. You don't even get the lead there for Twisted Mind, so the bot will go deeper here into their territory as Alcatia will get on it. No support ults available for Alcatia as it looks like a few players actually get caught out by the May wall, and it's going to be that beat here for Funny Astro. You're going to be able to kite this, though, as Yad gets dangerously low.
Oh, Landon can't get away, though. I don't know if he realizes just how close Funny Astro was to him. And it's good May wall, but I think you have to manufacture a kill off of that, Matt, before Twisted Minds come back in with their beat. Now without Landon, you'll notice the healing is few and far between. It is pretty slow to get Alcatia back in fighting shape, and so Twisted Minds are going to have themselves the lead here. Now looking to threaten their first checkpoint.
And I think for Alcatia, like, you would have just kind of ideally like kited that, right? Once that May wall comes down, it's just a really nice play from Funny Astro. I think Landon doesn't realize how close he is, like you talked about.
Simwall's going to be matched here. So TVNT has confidence now to move up, continue to play that corner. Somehow Quartz has gone down. Now it's unclear where he gets picked off from. Checkmate, they've managed to section off TVNT, but that annihilation could be an issue. Ziad got back into mech, wasn't burnt down. UBTP's into the fight and isn't quite able to find a connection. And Ziad, though, dealing with Simple, who will have to give up his mech for that elimination, but it may turn out to be worth it unless UB keeps doing this. Labda not ready for him, completely blindsided by the Symmetra jumping out at him. But eventually that annihilation passes, as does the period of dominance so far for Twisted Minds. Alcatia back in possession.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds ends up burning their annihilation there towards the end of that, where this sets up Alcatia mid for potentially like a really good two fight kind of combination, right? I mean, you're going to end up with double support ult here and Blizzard. You're going to have Ziad with that self-destruct, which allows him to go really deep into the backline.
Rally to my side.
Beat here. Kellex has it at the ready. Okay, TP off angle taken up by UB here. Should be denied eventually. Oh, Kitsune Rush placed from that position, actually. Twisted Minds thought to fight. Kellex is looking for the right moment for these beads. The connection is
it's around the corner. Yeah, oh, that stinks.
Oh, no, like that at all. Somehow UB got away through his own TP. Simple, though, didn't have the escape mechanism. Kellex had to reload. Then he can go to work. UB eventually is brought down. Thankfully, that sort of whiffed sound barrier doesn't end up hurting Alcatia too badly. Now they can threaten to even the game.
When he wall rides, he's like expecting to get like that forward momentum and just kind of like launch out. And that wall is kind of shaped oddly, like almost like an L shape, and he actually kind of clips that corner of it.
Didn't end up hurting him somehow. Very fortunate. So Alcatia reclaim a slim lead, but this is about as frothy, about as close of a push map as you could ask for. Twisted Minds only 5 or so meters behind. Want to get back into the map. Sim TP there to threaten something that's going to be destroyed pretty quickly, and our Sim walls are going to be mirrored. Quartz has to sort of go for a flank here to work around it. Checkmate has to TP forward into a dangerous spot in order to avoid that, and Quartz barely stays alive. The beat comes in at the right time. Beautifully done. It should be an Alcatia capitulation now as Twisted Minds are behind the 8 ball once more.
Again, all these fights just happening here towards like mid-map, right? As Ziad will get taken out of mech. He will fall. So now the bot, Twisted Minds in control, going deeper here into Alcatia territory. They'll end up taking the lead as nobody really kind of asserting dominance in this push, right? Just back and forth, not even a ton of meterage.
No team has been able to really win consecutive team fights outside of Twisted Minds getting close to that first checkpoint. Here we go, though. Kitsune Rush going to be used by Landon. Labda low. Ziad needs some attention now as well, and that annihilation is threatening. Quartz from the backline finds a shot, but TVNT succumbs in the middle of his ultimate. Now Checkmate wants to come forward. No more threat of the Ramatra, but you still got to respect Quartz. Yubi, though, also a problem. Ziad tries to get forward and ends up getting demeched. We'll be able to climb back in and get back going as Twisted Minds calling a regroup with the loss of their tank. TVNT will be back with them soon enough.
That's tough, though. I mean, that's an opportunity, right? Where maybe you could have gotten significant progress with the bot there if you're Twisted Minds. And I mean, dude, Alcatia playing so passive, man, right? They just kind of like back all the way up. They don't want to play here in this street. Maybe they know that Simple has this rush. It's a nice Maywall. It kind of separates them.
Okay, Kitsune Rush here. The May wall's a bit awkward, though. Funny Astro caught behind it by the looks of things.
That's
Simple trying to keep him standing, but there's just too many players there. That's scary. Beat ends up really paying off for Alcadzia. But the bots walked far enough up the kill, and there's enough kills in this fight that Alcadzia are unlikely to be able to really build much off of this. Laptor's healthy enough there. He can handle Hubie. Ice blocks there just to make sure he doesn't get picked off. And now as the pendulum swings, Newton's Cradle states that Alcadzia must get the lead now.
Funny Astro, though, dying really early there and not being able to use that beat. I mean, that is a huge kill there for Alcadzia. That allows him now to get the lead, and it allows him to potentially back up. Landon will end up having this rush as they're so good at using this. That's going to be Quartz getting a little bit of pressure on him, and then they're going to use the beat.
Ziad completely disjointed there, Matt.
Yeah.
Symbol does come up in order to sort of theoretically help him somewhat, but Twisted Mind's sound barrier means that solo dive into the back line ends up being pretty blunted in the end. And still no checkpoint for Alcadzia. Back and forth stuff now. Twisted Minds, they're fighting for their survival in this game. Fair enough. And they're good for it.
I think Alcadzia at that time, once you end up losing Ziad, you're just trying to like play up on that bot. You're trying to just burn clock, and then you're hoping that like you come back here with a rush advantage. You're also going to be at an advantage here for Alcadzia in terms of like sound barrier and how you're building towards that. And with a minute and 40, like you don't necessarily need more bot progress, right? You just need to prevent even more coming in for TM.
Maywall, Kitsune Rush committed. Ziad low. Quartz looking to try and deal with that Diva mech, and he does. Checkmate also felled. What a stunning headshot off that railgun. And now it's Twisted Minds on deck to have this checkpoint. The bot is finally close enough to concede that over. And in a close game like this, that might just be the difference maker. 1 minute, 24 seconds on the clock, and Twisted Minds have the butt scratch.
And the biggest thing there is Quartz is actually able to take out Ziad before he's actually able to get a self-destruct. He's at 99, kind of flying through the sky, and Quartz is able to connect with those shots, gets him out of mech before he's able to get that self-destruct to have a remech ability.
Back now come Alcadzia. Frustration to have given over that checkpoint now. It means it's an extra fight they'll likely have to win. Blizzard. Annihilation for TVNT. He's able to skirt around the edges of it. That Blizzard did not connect. That's a problem for Alcadzia. Ziad's got a remake opportunity, though. Something to hang your hat on for sure, but it's double support ultimates ready to go for Twisted Minds, and Funny Astro matches beats with Kellex. Simple with the rush now. Ziad working the fringes, hoping for a self-destruct kill. That is an aggressive use of that Diva ultimate. And it's going to be avoided by Twisted Minds mostly. Landon down, Quartz finds him, Yubi finally succumbs, but Twisted Minds may have done enough here. They still had TVNT standing up, but Ziad comes alive, and Checkmate's damage made TVNT soft enough to crack.
Yeah, but you see, from checkpoint on, though, Twisted Minds, they clutch up, trying to take a second consecutive map here against Alcadzia. So Alcadzia will have their Kitsune Rush to work with, right? So not completely out of it just yet. They will actually have a stoppage, though, if they get to that checkpoint.
Front spawn for Twisted Minds is pretty important here. They can take a fight in middle map, but a Kitsune Rush immediately out of land. It means they got to go for it. TVNT the target. Frozen up, bird down instantly. Checkmate with a sim wall still to spend for the next fight, and that's got to be the game plan for Alcadzia. Make this one cost effective. And now you might have to win potentially even 2 more fights. Just 1 more might not be enough.
Yeah. No, it is going to be 2. You're going to have to win 2 more fights here for Alcadzia, because you're going to get this stoppage here, right? So you're going to be in stoppage time here for just a little bit. This is going to allow Twisted Minds to regroup. Kellex getting closer and closer to this beat, though, Mitch. I mean, that could be a massive difference maker.
That was getting dangerous there for Checkmate. He knew it too. He had the TP defensively away. But here it is, the simple... yeah, it answers the railgun entirely. The overclock there, pretty much stifled. Now the bot's getting closer. There is your golden line. 1 more fight will decide this map and whether Twisted Minds get to fight for yet another map of their own. Labda playing it safe here. May wall available, able to section off TVNT. There's a wall in his way. He's trying to stay alive, but Blizzard now is ready for the May, and he lets it go. It was too early of a Suzu there, but look at this. Twisted Minds get out of the slowing radius. TVNT still in trouble, but Labda goes down. Kellex's beat has to be here, but the sim wall makes it awkward. Okay, 4 players caught onto. That's what he was looking for. Now Ziad's going to fight this front line, but a Kitsune Rush comes in from Funny Astro. Self-destruct from Ziad. No elimination off that whatsoever. Now looking to pressure in Yubi's direction, but he is charged up and ready to rumble. Landon, desperation. Kitsune Rush, he lets the Foxes out, and Yubi now is on the wrong side of the map, but it doesn't seem to bother him. He's got the damage, and it's no touch for Alcadzia. Twisted Minds, once again, step after step, stay alive in this grand final.
Yeah, these kind of changes here for Twisted Minds are most certainly paying off as TVNT comes in. They win 2 straight maps. And now they are in this ball game, right? Playing this D.Va head-to-head against Ziad and Co. So now the kind of map pool resets. This is what you were talking about a little bit before, right? Is now Alcatia will get a selection out of all of the maps potentially to go to here. And this is going to shape up to be a series, man. I mean, this is the same thing that went on the other day, though, right? Alcatia comes out, wins 2, and then Twisted Minds battles back, takes us to a final game, and they're not able to close it out. I mean, they're just one map away from trying to complete an epic reverse sweep.
Course was just electric on that map. Start to finish, impeccable Sojourn performance. He ends up at about 13k damage. Now, I won't compare him to Labzik here because obviously there's a lot of May play coming out, but it was a significant boost to the rest of the team. And quite a few of those railguns coming out of nowhere really sealed the deal. I mean, I even would point to that last fight as an example of that. Yubi's continuing to deliver. And TVNT getting subbed in for these very important maps at a very important time looks comfortable. This might be the best look for Twisted Minds, and it comes at the right time.
And I think they're doing a good job on the Twisted Minds side. Like, they're getting checkmate early in a lot of these fights, right? Not allowing that sim to just kind of like ramp and take over the game. They're doing a nice job of being able to get him out of the way. And then like Ziad doesn't have that kind of like partner to go into the back line, right? So it's a much different game once you get that sim out of the mix.
See how it all plays out here towards those final moments. It's this little breakthrough. I think that is huge for Twisted Minds, getting up to that 90 meters here. And in this last fight, you can see it's a later Kitsune rush, but both of those Twisted Minds support ultimates come online simultaneously, and it gives them enough to at least secure the pick advantage. That is a pretty immense difference in damage dealt. Now, 5k of that you can attribute to the fact that Alcatia are playing a May. The rest of it honestly comes from TVNT just dominating.
I mean, I think a lot of it is that the May is obviously great for sustain. It's not great for the consistent damage like a Sojourn is. So I think that's kind of the difference you're seeing here. No subs, TVNT staying in the game, trying to run them back all the way up as we'll see what Alcatia's map pick, Mitch, is going to be New Junk City. A really good brawl type of a map here. I mean, we're already through a lot of bans. I mean, if I'm Alcatia, I consider the Kiri ban. Like, Simple's so good on the hero. I think if you get rid of the Kiri and you end up in a world where you're playing like Bap Lucio, I think that's one where Alcatia probably has an advantage, right? With Landon on the Bap, being able to play that. Simple is just too nasty on this Kiri.
It's hard to imagine, though, that Landon is disadvantaged in a Kiri mirror.
I don't think he is. I just think that the gap between Simple's Kiri and maybe some of his other heroes are a little bit big.
I think this game goes very differently on Runesapi if Labda doesn't miss his 2 last blizzards on the Ramatra. Neither of those 2 blizzards were able to stop him at all. There is obviously a Suzu that buys you like the window to get out of there. So it's pretty clutch. That's heads up play from Simple to enable TVNT to walk away. But that kind of invalidates the May pick. Makes you feel like that you might have been better just going for a Sojourn to try and equalize in terms of the damage. So I think that one hurts. And it's really just an execution issue on the side of Alcatia. Heading to a map like this, we already saw the Queen banned. I was banned what? Runesapi. Do we see Alcatia try and run it like VP and get the Queen in here?
I don't think so. I don't think we're going to see the Queen. I think the Queen is something that maybe is a little bit niche. And then also the Queen, I mean, maybe we're just too late in the game here, with the new patch to really kind of see the benefits of it, where maybe it's something at like the mid-season championship we potentially could see come into play. So Alcatia gets the first ban. So Alcatia with the first ban will get rid of the Alari, and then Twisted Minds with the second ban will get rid of. Okay, so never. Wait. So, but it is the Alcatia map pick. So, did they give them first ban? Is that kind of what happened here?
Possibly. I'd be surprised, but I guess when we get to this point now, where so many of these bans have already been sort of played out, it's possible that Alcatia weren't really interested in making a protect ban of their own. But I don't know. I think there should be some discussion over like what the upside is to banning second, considering that you can't protect ban.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams do it at times where they kind of forfeit that first ban. It is really rare. Like, I can think of 2 probably instances throughout EMEA. This stage, we've seen it. Like, it's not something teams go to often. Maybe you're like, okay, give them first ban to try and like telegraph what they're trying to do. So they did defer the ban here. So, and maybe it's to try and telegraph something, right? Hey, you know, if they banned this, we have a good idea they're doing, you know, this, and then we can come up with a different ban strategy around it. I'm surprised Alcatia would ban the sim, right? I mean, the sim has been like their bread and butter. Maybe they feel like, though, that getting checkmate, like we were talking about checkmate getting picked off a decent amount. Maybe it's something like, okay, well, let's get checkmate like on Tracer, let's get him on Genji, something a little bit different.
Okay, I mean, in fairness, Yubi's been frying these last couple of maps, but it's not as if he looks worse on the Tracer.
Bro, Yubi was frying yesterday on Tracer.
On the Kiri. Yeah, Kiri, I mean, checkmate, this time at least we'll have Landon to potentially link up with him if they want to play that sort of side skirmish approach. Mirrored comps yet again, folks. It's going to be Sojourn, Tracer for both these sides. Alcancia getting a little nervous here. Twisted Minds breathing down their neck, threatening a reverse sweep against the team that really has been an undisputed frontrunner in the EMEA all stage long. New Junk City is going to go down. It's going to be TVNT already making a push here. And Labda spotted low. Quartz picking up where he left off.
And the other day, if you remember back, obviously it's KSA in for TVNT, but they play a comp like this, and they were dominant on Colosseo. I mean, think about like when Yubi was going like head-to-head against Checkmate in the Tracer battle, like Yubi was coming out on top in a significant portion of those duels. And dude, if Quartz is hitting like this, we're going to Game 7.
I want to point out that they weren't playing Kiri on that Colosseo map. So Checkmate was literally 1v2 on a lot of those flank engagements. But in situations where like it just so happened that Yubi was fighting alone, he was still coming out on top. This guy has become much more than just a Sim 1 trick. I think that's so safe to say at this point, but Tracer's having a rough run out here. My God, these long-range rails. Absurdity from Labda creates an opening now for Alcancia, and not a moment too soon, might I add. Already 55% of the docket for Twisted Minds on this first flashpoint.
I love that end courts, right? Just opening things up for their team. But dude, TVNT has looked really good since he's come in. Going after some of those backliners, right? This time, he's able to deal with a land-in, but Ziad takes out Simple on the other end. It is a flip, though, so Twisted Minds is in control of the point at the moment.
And the threat of winning this fight out. Looks like Quartz was able to get in there and just beat Labda. Take the point. Jeez, at an individual level. This guy's really taken the game into his own hands.
This one looks like look at the position Quartz is in up on that high ground with the overclock to work with here, as it'll be Yui versus Checkmate here on the point, as Checkmate just making sure we're going to trigger OT.
A touch on the point. Going to take more than that, though. Kitsune rush now a little bit later from Landon, and Labda's able to make use of it. Sound barrier here. Checkmate's a long way from the action. Oh, buddy. That's 4 health. Get the flip, and honestly, the rest of Alcancia are fighting very well, considering Twisted Minds are trying to dive them. Eventually, they'll have to give up the ghost, but there's still a flip here. Alcancia have confidence about fighting with the rest of Twisted Minds. A bit of a 3v3 over there, but they now need to double back. Both teams in disarray need to regroup.
Yeah, but Mitch, Twisted Minds ends up using their beat there, Funny Astros, and it only connects with like 3 players, and Kellex is going to have this beat here to be able to use over the top of the point, because Twisted Minds, I mean, they just have almost everything else to work with. Nice defense matrix there, just trying to keep Kellex up.
Overclock from Quartz. Labda has one of his own, though, and TVNT's feeling the brunt of it. Self-destruct. Look at this play. Simple was getting the heck out of dodge. Swift steps back to safety. And it looks like Ciaz found something. He's chasing across the map. Simple eventually goes down. He used that swift step and still got brought to heel. Now Alcancia. This is a good look. Much the same way they started out Suravasa. They're advantaged here. Quartz needs to go, though. That's for sure. TVNT started to cut a swathe through the backline of Alcancia, but it's too little too late for Twisted Minds. Should be an Alcancia take now. And it's just Yubi to try and keep it going. Simple's turned up yet again. They can't fight for it. 1-0 to Alcat.
An extremely competitive, though, first point here as Simple take out Checkmate TP out to the rest of TM and get away, but as close as a first point can be. On the rotation here, though, Mitch, you're going to have this big advantage for this next fight with that Kitsune rush.
Simple going to have the one off the rip. Twisted Minds awarded priority based on the random chance of the point spawn. Disrupt the shot here. Yubi traverses it to find a stick on Ziad. That's a self-destruct required here. And that's enough for Twisted Minds. They're not going to pressure it. They go to the point. They'll be there to start the cap. And they got the Diva ultimate out of Ziad. Can't complain about it. Now checkmate with a pulse. It's Labda. Okay. Oh. Society, if Labda didn't play May, folks, I tell you what. Another great pick. Again, it's on Yubi. It's a headshot, insta-kill. Now he's going to play it safe for the time being. And look at his team keeping him in this. There's not much TVNT can do. It really just rattles the cage of Labda. But that's it.
Another 3-player beat here for Twisted Minds. They want to continue to try and fight this. Maybe they have players coming off of the spawn, but now for Alcatia, you're going to have this pulse bomb able to use here if you need, but Funny Astra will fall. Looks like they're just trying to gain more percentage on the objective here off of the back of this sound barrier, right? Keep some of the players up, just kind of keep staggering out onto the point. Quartz does get Zion, though, so it might be a little bit interesting.
Good stall from TVNT, though. Able to get back in his mech behind that self-destruct, and that's because Alcatia lose there at the start of this fight. Again, we're at 60% for Twisted Minds off one fight. They've got to be happy with it.
I mean, do you view that as a win? Like, you know, you have a 3-player beat that essentially lets you stay alive. I know, keep just kind of rattling players onto the point, probably gain another, like, 40%. I kind of feel like it might be a little bit valuable.
All right. Pulse there in the back pocket for checkmate, but Labda wants to force the issue. Perhaps a little too far. Good Suzu. That's going to allow him to double back now. That's an overclock, though, that's really just used to threaten Twisted Minds. Alcatia build up a pretty decent bank of ultimates, and they're getting close to that Kitsune Rush yet. Again, these picks happening 5 or more seconds apart are really beneficial for them.
And it's got to be tilting. I mean, Yubi dies at the hands of Labda, then Yubi dies at the hands of checkmate as making his life very difficult here onto the Tracer. And dude, you're a fight away. Oh, that is a railgun shot, and then Simple finishing off checkmate. I mean, that is huge.
Just as well, Landon's been able to chime in on the damage front himself, Matt. That's Tracer down for both sides. Caught under scrutiny, has to duck back. Tough to contest. He's going to go for a... Feels like a bit of a desperate play there towards that high ground. TVNT has to contest. He's got no choice. Here's the sound barrier. Yubi, of course, still on respawn. Not about to benefit from it. Alcatia, sound barrier's in play, but TVNT has lost most of his now. It's getting dire for him. No remake opportunity for him. Checkmate ensures he'll be ejected. And now a pulse bomb in Simple's direction, perhaps, but he doesn't want to dice with the Suzu. He'll get it done the old-fashioned way. A little bit of argy-bargy here for checkmate as he runs through Twisted Minds. That's 2-0. Alcatia threatening to end the series on this next flashpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, the sim ban, maybe a little bit surprising there for Alcatia with how good they have used that hero throughout all of Stage 2, but honestly, Twisted Minds started to kind of get their number a little bit. Now that Labda is back on the Sojourn, and then you get checkmate here, kind of rolling on the Tracer. It's given them a big advantage, and look at this. They're going to get to this point first and control the high ground.
Ziad has only died twice to TVNT's 4. Kellex 1 death. Managing to avoid a lot of this Tracer pressure. Tough job for Yubi here. Only 4 eliminations on Tracer for this map so far, to checkmate's 14. Starting to see a little bit of a gap emerge there, and it's got to be an issue. That is a stick. Checkmate, just as you speak of the devil, he does appear. Funny Astro, though, sends him back to the 7th circle. Self-destruct for a remake there for TVNT, but it doesn't give much ability for Twisted Minds in that window to fight for the point. But back with a vengeance is TVNT. Now Labda, though, eyes for the Diva only, stripping away that health pool, forcing TVNT to play that much more passively. Still no full cap here. Alcatia now really focused on trying to clear Twisted Minds off and not leave anything up to chance. They'll have their D-Mech. Landon will save this Kitsune Rush for a later fight. Very positive developments here. Now with the beat, rush straight away from Landon. He doesn't want to leave anything to chance. Like I mentioned, this is Alcatia trying to convert, trying to end the series. TVNT finally goes down. That was Astro's beat that ends up coming out with nothing. Simple will have to save his rush for a later fight. The only silver lining here for Twisted Minds is that Alcat have only just capped the point.
Yes, but outside of that, not much, right? Because Kellex is going to hold on to his sound barrier. And you see when those Kitsune Rush uses by Landon, he just turns, and all of the healing there is going to Labda and Isuzu there, just trying to keep him alive with all of that pressure coming through from Twisted Minds. They're able to keep that Sojourn up, and that's the biggest difference.
Can Quartz keep Twisted Minds in this game? Here's Overclock. Forced back by the disruptor shot. Quite annoying for Quartz. Does no longer have any good sight lines to work with. Fortunately, Ziad brings the party to him. Self-destruct. Remake will be back in the fight, but in the meantime, Twisted Minds are trying to make use of his absence. Diving on this backline, Landon in order to use that swift strike, or rather swift step. And that's stunning. A small opening, a keyhole, in fact, for Twisted Minds to punish. And Ziad was left on the outside looking in.
And that's a sound barrier gone for Alcatia. This is quite massive here for Twisted Minds. Checkmate, he'll be the last one. He's just trying to extend this for as long as possible. It'll be 87% there for Alcatia. But Twisted Minds, the overclock from Quartz gets Kellex use that sound barrier early, and they try and make a play with Alcatia. They try and see Ziad all the way in on top of Quartz. They're not able to finish him off, and that allows them to just push on forward once Ziad gets DMAC.
Checkmate under pressure. Little recall out. He's fine. Sees you coming his way.
Players chase him, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, he's tied him up for a while. This has allowed Alcatia to try and set up for a high ground play. 45% and counting now. Beat at the ready for Funny Astro. It's going to be crucial. TVNT a little bit low on the low ground. Gets that beat, though, from up on high. Alcatia will try and disengage, but getting Ziad out is going to be quite the struggle. Landon had to swift step forward in order to try and save him. It was a forlorn hope. Quartz, though, hang on. Caught out by Checkmate. Big pulse bomb. Alcatia, without a Diva mech, have to kind of go for it. Labdo with plenty of damage. There's
with two.
He's forced to tip the king while Chadmate tips the Fedora. That is devastating, and it might be all over. What a way to take down the Tracer. And Alcatia, everything coming up in their favor. A remake, though, for TVNT, and he got Landon with that animation. A little bit sloppy there from Landon, but Alcatia have that point control, and now they're ready to close the deal. That is that, folks. Alcatia closed the book on this chapter in their rivalry with Twisted Minds. Take that #1 spot in EMEA that rightfully was theirs.
And Alcatia, I mean, look, they were so good throughout all of Stage 2. Would have felt a little odd if they did not finish it off here in the playoffs, and they get it done against Twisted Minds. But also huge props for Twisted Minds to be able to kind of battle back throughout this series, right? They kind of fall behind the other day. They battle all the way back to a Game 5. They're almost able to get us to a Game 7 today. It's just these slow starts against Alcatia that are biting them.
Something I talked about in Suravasa, when it came to matching the Sojourn sim play, Twisted Minds were not only able to stand on even footing with Alcatia, they beat them solidly and fairly on that Suravasa map. But when we went to New Junk City, when Sim was out of the picture, banned out by Alcatia, Yubi had to go and play the Tracer. And Checkmate has a lot more eliminations and almost double the damage. He is able to do the most. A far cry from what we saw in Colosseo, where Yubi was frankly dominating. Unfortunately, he just couldn't step up to that same level of form that he had yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Alcatia, I'm retiring the May. You know, I'm putting that one, putting that one back. Yeah, putting that one back in the shed, not bringing the May back out. And I mean, look, Labda looks so good on the Sojourn. I think this kind of also is a little bit of a bounce back game for Checkmate on the Tracer, right? The other day, Yubi was getting the better of him on Colosseo, but today the tides definitely turned in that battle as Checkmate stepped up in a huge way here to be able to help Alcatia get the finish. And I think we talked a little bit about it, right? You defer that first ban, you maybe catch them off a little bit off guard, right? Because let's say Alcatia, you ban that sim first, maybe there's a more impactful ban that we see come out from Twisted Minds. But you know, it is Alcatia who ends up coming out on top in the end. It looks like we lost you there.
Yeah,
hey.
someone...
Hey, you know what? Let's go to the desk. Great game for Alcatia winning the stage playoffs here in EMEA.
Dude, there's no way. So, dude, where did bro go? Where did bro go?
So, yeah, where did not only he go, Zoe's gone, you're in. We just have a whole bunch of things that are going all over the place right now, man.
Yeah. Yep, Zoe, internet provider decided it was time to go back to dial-up with a 0.09 megabits per second upload speed. So I'm going to stand in for Sove just for a brief moment before we go to NA. Thank you guys. Thank you. It was great. It's great to be here. An insane series from Alcatia. A perfect stage going 7-0 and then taking the finals 4-2. What stood out for you most in that series?
Wow.
So, Rich.
I mean, do you want to kick us off, Rich? Do you want to kick us off? Just
well, the first thing I'll kind of say is, again, we had TMNT come in because it was one of those moments where you just had to do something. Nothing wasn't working. Something needed to change, and that was the factor that changed. And I think that we did get to see, granted, a few of the DC dynamics with Landon. I still thought that being able to bring this sub in, there was substantial difference to the methodology behind how they were playing, and it really started to snowball in the right direction. And they were playing as a different cohesive unit to really counteract what OWCS was bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think the defensive-minded orientation for Twisted Minds was really impressive the last couple of maps, how they played so reactive to OWCS and disengaged from some of these teleporters coming in from Checkmate and then re-engaged with some nice sunbursts from Funny Astro and those kind of moments. But I do think there are two asterisks to put out there. The first one, of course, being Landon with his issues on Suravasa. They lost Landon in pivotal moments. First up, of course, when OWCS were in control of one of the flashpoints, and then you lose your flexible player. It's, of course, it had some level of impact, and then the second time around, of course, there's more to that than a simple internet issue, but they lost Landon with his Kitsune Rush, and then as well, going on to Runasapi as well, which was a great map for Twisted Minds, but the Ramatra pushing some of that card presence, it was just more impactful than the May we saw coming out from OWCS as well. And obviously it came down to the absolute wire here. Some insane overtime fights in this entire series, back and forth on Suravasa 2. Like, it comes down to the very small details, and OWCS, they were just a superior team throughout.
What do you think of the deferral of bans? Because this happened in NA yesterday, and it's happened obviously a little bit here as well.
That was interesting. I mean, go ahead, Johnny.
I honestly don't know what to think about it. I honestly don't have the theory why they deferred the ban on New Junk City. To be honest with you, I'm very interested to hear about their theory, because we've had a few teams defer. Yesterday, of course, we had GK who deferred it twice in the upper bracket final. I don't know about that, but there are a few teams who's actually applied some logic to deferring bans in the first place. So I don't know what they were cooking, but I'm really interested to see what their theory was.
See, you want to try and go down the theory route. For me, I'm thinking it's we're just gonna mind games you. That's what it is. It's just no. How about you just take it? That's fine. Just go right ahead.
Well, I mean,
simple.
We might as well hear it from the players, I suppose. Let's get a couple of players from OWCS to jump in and talk with us through that. The 4-2 grand final. And like you said, Johnny, down to the wire with almost every single OT fight as well going the distance. Also, a question I did want to ask. Hey, is this good signs for an international showing for this team?
I definitely think so. I mean, for OWCS, I think they had a bit of a troublesome Champions Clash, and they had issues. Sometimes they were playing Tread in the upper bracket, and then they swapped in Siad as well in the lower bracket. It was obviously that it was not a Champions Clash that OWCS were necessarily proud of, and they probably wish, if they could go back in time, that they would have played it differently with different roster substitutions and whatnot. So I think OWCS were really disappointed by Champions Clash, and I think they've just looked massively improved in Stage 2 here as well. They were the dominant team throughout the entire stage. Now you qualify, winning the grand final here as well. OWCS are undoubtedly going to be the best team we're sending from EMEA to the mid-season championship. So I can't wait to see what they got in store. They got the junk buck buff. What more can they ask for? They might actually be able to take it to some of these teams internationally.
Yeah, I'm just going to say the sim play as well from EU is a little spooky scary, I think, for a lot of teams. Like you talked about, the sim play is just... in EU, it's okay, everybody knows where the sims are TPing, or kind of, right? It's okay, we're so used to this, but everywhere else, it's okay, maybe not. NA is not playing that much sim. My own is playing a little bit of it. Yeah, I believe we have an interview as well, like I mentioned before, coming up in just a moment. But yeah,
on here.
We might as well bring it on. Yeah, exactly.
How's it going?
Okay, 1 second. They're getting in the callings. And I think that's what happened to Mitch, by the way. Someone nukes Mitch's link. So, I think that's why Mitch was DC. Dude,
it was not him just being I'm out pieces, deuce. All right, bye.
Dude, everybody's internet was going crazy. And Matt's what's going on? I think with OWCS as well, like you said, it's going to be a strong showing for them. But this is a big tournament in mid-season as well. There are 16 teams coming in. What are your guys' first impressions of, North American teams facing up against OWCS, who are clearly above and beyond the best in EMEA?
I mean, I think it's because, again, there's still some time when it comes to that specific moment. So things can, continue to develop. So when we talk about, the sim and not having a sim as much in the NA aspect of it, those things are, to a certain degree, something to look at. But realistically, OWCS has such a well-rounded, it's almost innate into each of them. They just know how to read each other's play style and really know how to just be able to, as a structured team, execute on whatever decision and plan that they have moving forward.
Well, we have got an interview and it's going to be right now, and it's with your boy Landon from Alcad.
Again, he's back.
He's back.
Day 2.
I want to say, Landon, congratulations. Obviously, a 4-2 victory against Twisted Minds. I think a lot of people kind of predicted it going your way, but yeah, how does it feel? Stage 2 champions.
I mean, it feels really, really good to win, but it also feels even better to win against Twisted. Due to the nature of this format and the fact that everybody on both rosters is good friends with each other. They are our rivals, and beating them in stage 1 was super nice, but then getting to win the stage 2 finals against them is an even better feeling.
So I want to kind of dig a little bit into this because, again, I know that there were some, connection issues. We had you swap a little bit. Me and Johnny were sitting in the back just watching oh, no, you lose your ultimate when it comes to the Kyriako aspect of it. And then they start taking a map away when they go to that push map. Is it to the point of where you're starting to say, okay, we need to try and refocus? You also deferred the ban when it went to the last map. What's the thought process for you guys in the tail end of this? Because you played so dominantly at the start of it, and then some hiccups, kind of brought yourself to that position.
Yeah, there's no system to restore perks if you disconnect. So me, Checkmate, Lambda had an internet issue. We rejoined. I have a set of perks I always pick. So I rejoined and they were like, make sure you pick the right perks, Landon. And I was like, dude, I always pick it. I always pick these perks. I picked it and it was just cooked. So I wanted to forfeit the map when they told me I had to leave. My team said, just play it out. We played it out. Unfortunately, 0 ults versus 4 ults is a bit difficult. So we didn't quite win that map. And I think we just played sloppy on Runasapi. Junkbuck though had an incredible plan for the final map. It's all him deciding to ban second. I think he might be like one of the first coaches to do that actually.
Tell us about that. First of all, tell us about that. Share the plan. I mean, we got a month until mid-season. Come on, buddy. Share the plan.
Because the way Twisted do their bans a lot is they do response bans, if we ban if we ban Ram, then they'll ban Lucio or something, or vice versa, that's not the actual setup, but a lot of their bans are structured as we ban this character, so then Twisted's gonna ban this character, and so for the final map, if we just went ahead and we first banned Sim, I think it it could have gotten a little messy, maybe they ban Kiri or they do something like that, Right. But if we have second ban, it lets Junkbuck react to the entire situation and figure out the best possible move.
Yeah. Okay. I want to chime in with one final question here as well. Obviously, it's a very chaotic meta because you have Symmetra that just changes the entire game and it's super chaotic. We got Divas, Kirikos, Lucios flying around. I'm just curious about your take on why you won today. What was the difference in your mind? Having prepared for Twisted Mind so many times, having practiced this meta so many times. At the end of the day, what do you think was the difference maker in this final?
I think at a certain point we kind of just understood how they played, and they understood how we played. So on the match day, it's just which of us plays better. Both of us play very, very similar style. Both of us love to go crazy aggressive, do crazy TP plays. I think today our players just across all 5 slots just played better.
Well, congratulations, Landon, again, and I'm sure you're going to be celebrating tonight. I did want to ask if you had one sentence, one final snippet at the very end to say to your NA brothers that you're going to meet in mid-season, what would it be?
I mean, there's so many friends I want to meet, from NA. I was looking at it last night. I think 5 or 6 of the main supports I've played with across the years are going to be at mid-season championship. So I guess shout out to them. It'll be Haku, Kelex, Astro, Lep, Admiral. So many of my support duos from across the years are going to be at the same event, and I can't wait for it.
It's going to be a good time. I mean, yeah, look, you're going to be friends until you reach the stage, then you're enemies for a little bit, and then you're friends again afterwards. And Landon, I did want to say as well, you are going to be player of the match for this series too. So an extra little trophy for you there as well. And yeah, congratulations again.
Thank you.
Awesome. That was Landon from Alcatia. There you go. You know, it's all fun and games until you step on the stage. They're going to have a good run. I feel it in mid-season. Do you guys expect them to take down some NA teams? NA looks pretty unstoppable right now, but anything could happen at Atlanta.
Glaze away.
Anything can happen.
Glaze away.
Yeah, anything can happen. I mean, realistically, again, I think that Alcatia is going to be able to create some upsets in the NA region. I do think that they are able to do that. We've already been able to see it here. Again, I know there is still that, you know, length of time before it happens, but I'm going to be in the corner seeing if Alcatia is able to take and how many they'll be able to take down that NA team.
I'm EMEA pilled, you know that, so.
I know you are. I know you are. It's been too long, Johnny. It's been too long. Let's have a look at the final bracket here. Alcatia making it all the way through to the grand finals and then taking that trophy at the very end. And look at that as well, like upper bracket final and then going into a grand final, only letting TM collecting a couple of maps there. And like Landon said too, wouldn't have it any other way. They've been a rivalry throughout the entirety of this stage. I mean, Twisted Minds only lost a single map, and Alcatia, they don't lose a single thing, not in regular season and not in playoffs. And they're going to be obviously secured their invite a little bit earlier on, but an extra chunk of change as well to go along with that. So yeah, you can't turn your nose up there. And this is going to be the fully qualified teams, apart from the Face It Master League winners and some of the LCQs. So Alcatia, Twisted Minds, VP, Geek, Team Liquid, and Nightmare. Is there any surprises actually on this list for either of you, or is this kind of what you'd expect?
I would say it's what we expect.
Yeah.
Realistically.
I was gonna agree. I was like, maybe there's a team. I mean, I guess going into stage 2, I guess you'd actually have to say Nightmare, because I think we all, to some extent, underrated Nightmare. You know, we thought SSG would qualify in Nightmare's place there. So Nightmare qualifying as third is like a huge achievement for them. On the EMEA side, I don't think there are any real surprises. I think these have been the 3 best teams throughout the entire stage. Going into the stage, we also thought that they would be the best teams. Maybe looking at teams like the Ultimates. Could GNG shape up, picking up Who Are You? They obviously couldn't. So at the end of the day, I think it's very well deserved, the 3 teams that qualified from EMEA.
Don't forget as well, promotion and relegation starts pretty soon, July 13th. So that's in a literal couple of weeks, which is going to be a good time. Those bottom tier teams facing up against some of the Masters teams and for a spot in stage 3. And it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a good time.
You'll go to Violet, will be there.
I know. I'm waiting, man. I'm waiting. Violet, beat AJ's again to not make it. The $50,000 beat is going to be crazy, man. I mean, dude, I will say just one thing. Seeing Violet in some of these games that are like promotions to like the stages is crazy. Overwatch League winner, by the way.
ML7 versus Violet. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
In the most insane matchup of all time. He's got money though. It's all good. He's chill. As long as he doesn't drop the Ajax again in front of a window against Ruby.
We're coming up on our anniversary of the Ajax.
Yeah, we are actually. Oh no! Please don't say it happens again, man. Please, no, please, Violet.
I've got this.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He's learned his lesson. But yeah, it's going to be a good time seeing Violet again. It's always fun to call his name. Don't forget, North America just around the corner. Geek versus Nightmare. Geek finally losing his series, going down to the lower bracket, and Nightmare coming off a hot one against SSG. But there's a ton of other stuff that's on the line as well. A lot of bot matches, which is the finals, I believe, actually, coming your way right now. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Battle of the bots in the break while we set up for North America. We'll see you in a bit.
I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Labda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Cuffer! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Also, welcome back me. I defeated the internet.
Good job, Zoe. Welcome.
You conquered the internet. That is what
I
you
have
did.
indeed.
Ding, ding,
Yeah.
indeed.
After resetting my router 20 times to no avail, it just suddenly worked again. So we really haven't done anything. However, before we're diving into all things, thank you so much. I'm here all week, but really just today, because it's the last day of our Stage 2 playoffs. And before we're getting into all things NA, I do want to give a big, huge, massive, gigantic shout out to Ben's Best, our winner of Battle of the Bots. Wow. Did you see that coming, Johnny? Are you excited? Are you surprised? How do you feel about the bots?
The power of Mauga is too strong. I'm not gonna lie, I had, the Bastion comps from Focus Fire winning out. So it was a bit of an upset for me, Richard.
Yeah, it was an upset for me too. Obs Goats, that's what I was shooting for, and unfortunately, Focus Fire brought them down long ago. So, I'm also right there with you.
Yeah, Jake, I believe, also had Focus Fire to win it all, but Ben's Best prevailed and came out on top. So huge congratulations to Ben, as well as all the bots. I gotta keep those AI overlords on my good side and shout them out accordingly. Either way, if you watched it all in 4K and color, you must have done so with your Battle.net account connected to your Twitch account, because that means throughout all of it, you managed to earn drops. That's right, last day today to earn the drops that you see on your very screen right now.
Is that the middle spray there? Is that OWCS after they won the EMEA?
That's
yeah.
That's a very yippee.
Landon in the middle, holding in, yeah, right there.
That's right. That's right. And you got to watch so many different POVs of their winning moments if you have watched over faceit.com/watch. And in the process of that, you put yourself up to earn some Overwatch coins. We love the coins. Johnny specifically loves a coin, a good doublon.
I just
big fan.
That's a lot of coins. Like, could you theoretically, like, what's that Uncle Duck person who has like a giant bath of coins or whatever? Could you make a bath of Faceit coins?
Uncle Duck person.
Yeah, what's
from DuckTales. I'm like,
oh,
okay.
DuckTales. Yeah. I was like, Disney thinking.
Yeah, it's like Donald Duck or something.
It's Scrooge, I think, in one of the Christmas ones or something.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm just saying, there's a lot of coins. You can make a bath of Faceit coins if you.
I had my grandmother comment. You had your duck in a tub.
Oh, we all get our one. You're done for now. You're done for now. Now, of course, our players are also competing for a lot of coins over the stage of the entire competition all year long. We are almost done with Stage 2, currently in the last day of playoffs, but we still have the promotion relegation matches where we find out if we're going to keep the teams who made it to Stage 2 or if we're going to see some new faces, some new competitors emerge. Also, of course, we do have a last chance qualifier in July. There's going to be a lot of action going down there to decide on that last slot for the mid-season championship, which is still available. Also, of course, we have the slot from the Faceit League as well. All of that, as I said, will be leading up to the mid-season championship, which is really just around the corner, guys.
Yep. Around the corner. It's going to come so much faster. I say that every time, where it really is.
And it's still true.
Yeah, that doesn't ever change.
Yeah, time is a weird construct, but you could still grab your tickets right now to join us for not just the mid-season championship. Since your wallet is already wide open, might as well grab a ticket for the World Finals, which will be going down at DreamHack in Stockholm. It's gonna be cold, it's gonna be a good time, and it's back in the motherland for Johnny.
Maybe you'll see an elk. It's almost like a mythical creature. I'm just saying, like, if you've never seen an elk before, like, maybe now's the time.
Okay.
They'll have like a petting zoo in DreamHack where you can just go see an elk.
Hey,
That's what
elves.
Johnny will try and fight for.
We don't know, but you never know. Like they just appear like randomly. I know that's how nature and the wild works, but sometimes there'll just be an elk. So like if you've never seen an elk before, consider maybe take a chance.
Yeah, elk, by the way, is a moose. It's the same animal, just in case someone is wondering. And those are extremely dangerous, and you do not want to get close to them.
Yeah, but you can see one.
Little PSA. Yeah, but from far away. So they will not. There will not be a DreamHack. You're safe with us. Don't worry about it. Our teams are not safe from elimination. What a transition. Let's take a look at our brackets to see where we're at. We have 2 more matches to go here in North America. Team Liquid sitting comfortable after a phenomenal performance yesterday in their grand final spot. They're awaiting their opponent. They handed GK their first ever loss. Nightmare is meeting GK now in the lower bracket final to determine who is going to get a rerun.
2 teams looming in the shadows, one being a little bit more of a shadow being a Nightmare. But I mean, I think there's also just the dynamic of, I think all of us were kind of surprised at GK being here in this position to go against Nightmare. But, you know, there could be some reasonable tactics and why they're trying to hold out for grand finals, which we can dive to in a little while.
Yeah, we're talking about, holding back strats, this and that, but really, you don't want to do that because you do want to grab that extra cash. Yes, all the teams which are still in the competition have already secured their spot at the mid-season championship, but you want to come out on top. You want to have that good seeding. You want to walk away with 30K.
Yeah, you said seeding, and I was like, yeah, seeding is really important. And then you said 30K, and I'm like, yeah, 30K?
Yeah.
A lot of things with 30K, so yes.
So many coins. Imagine you get that paid out in coins. That'd be, wow, so many.
No one would ever do that. Why would you want $30,000 in coins?
I don't know, if you're a duck and you're an uncle.
300,000 pennies? 300,000 pennies. I say that we should do that.
Lots of
How
pennies.
much physical space that would take up. Anyway, what you do want to do
is
qualify for the mid-season championship, and we've already had so many teams do it. Of course, they're gonna look again at the EMEA and North America. Shout out to Nightmare to do it once more, but over in Korea as well. Crazy Raccoon. They obviously qualified because they won the Champions Clash, but they ended up, winning the entire event for good reason. And then T1, AGG qualifying through Korea as well. China determined their final spot over the night.
Why did you yell that?
CC beat Rock as well. So they took the second and third seed there over Rock Esports. So very impressive. And GG and Varel closed it out over in Japan and Pacific as well. And we got South America as well. So I just hit everything. There's all you need to know. And then the LCQ.
You can read graphics. That's incredible. It's going to be such steep competition at the mid-season championship. And then, of course, the last chance qualifiers. So many teams that barely didn't make it into the top 2, top 3, depending on the region. It's going to be so hotly contested. An absolute dogfight, a brawl, a bar brawl, whatever. It's going to be a good time. Such are the matches today as well. Let's take a look at the schedule to once more visualize what we have in store for you. GK and Nightmare will be going at it for a chance to meet Team Liquid in the grand finals and become our Overwatch Champions Series North America Stage 2 champions. And of course, pocket 30K.
And yeah, GK is really looking to try and get back into this and a redemption match. I think they're wanting to be like, all right, we've allowed this to happen. We're going to come back in and we're going to look to take first place. Like, they're shooting for that. I guarantee it.
They are indeed. Well, we give them a little bit more space or rather time to get ready for this all-important match. Whilst we discuss our NA superstars for Stage 2, we've already awarded Landon the EMEA Stage 2 superstar, meaning that we felt like he was one of the players that performed the best over the course of Stage 2. We're going to put forward 4 different players and let you, dear chat, decide on who you think should be getting the honors. I'm going to start this one off. I, for once, picked a DPS player, Lethal. Just crisp on Cassidy, on Sojourn. Sojourn actually so effing good. 3 times regular season Stage 2 MVP. Like, he's just put in the work for his team. Looking good at whatever he plays.
And then I had Infected. For me, I was looking at the tank line and really seeing what that can be. But we'll take a look at Lethal here with these couple of shots for you. So just to talk a little bit about too.
Literally a highlight reel. Like, this dude just
it is.
Heads.
Walking,
it's absurd.
talking.
It's absurd how good he looks when he plays these hit scan heroes. So we got some body shots in there in that clip. I promise it will be really good later on.
Anything other than those clips.
That'll be sick. I promise.
Anything other than those ones. We just wanted to show you that, Lethal's human. But when we talk about Infected, for me,
That's
it's
right.
just, again, being this tank player that has a lot of versatility to it. We've even seen some of, the Wrecking Ball kind of roll into it, which was interesting on a couple of the maps. There's just this variety and capability of Infected, I think, that can rise to the surface, where it's just being that anchor in the front that's really necessary for this team, and also what really helped bring them into this grand finals, which we were able to see yesterday, and now looking to sit in the wings to find out whether or not they're going to face against GK or they're going to face against Nightmare.
And I nominated Kaffa here because obviously you had to nominate someone from GK, so we nominated Lethal. You also have to think like, do you go like the Admiral Lifeweaver direction, the unbeatable composition? They kind of made it work. Admiral, very, very high intellect, just very smart main support. But I went with Kaffa because I think Kaffa's hero pool and versatility has been a recipe for success for GK this entire stage. They played quite a few different tanks, and I think Kaffa has shown that he plays all these heroes at a very high level. They also started integrating some Winston pretty late into the stage as well. GK has had a pretty signature style sometimes when Maimon plays the Sombra, and Kaffa's job is to talk to Maimon and like combine for those dives when they play the Sombra. And that's not to even mention, the Orisa, the Romatra, all that other stuff. The Hazard, of course, one of Kaffa's best heroes. So I really do think that the hero pool from Kaffa has been a huge boon for GK. And so I have to nominate Kaffa. I think he's been a pillar of great strength for GK at this stage.
That's a great shout out. And I do feel like we can all agree, especially since what we've seen yesterday, that Chronic has got to be on that list. 5 times Stage 2 regular season MVP. He's been frying on that Freya. He took to that hero so quickly. But even if they ban out the Freya, his Sojourn equally as good. I mean, heck, like, put him on the Widowmaker again, like good old times. Like, I'm just a massive fan of Chronic. Homie is him. He's built different.
It was disgusting yesterday.
Yeah, it was gross.
No, it really was.
That's just insane. I don't. That's the only thing I can say about Chronic, to be honest. Like, Chronic just takes your breath away, and like, there's been a come up for Chronic as well, because I don't think we'd say that Chronic going into this stage was on the same level of someone like Lethal, because Lethal you just had massive respect and admiration for already. You know what Lethal can do. Chronic kind of hovered around like the middle of the pack in North America, and I think with the release of Freya, Chronic really made a name for himself, and you can see that confidence also aids him when it comes to the Sojourn against SSG. So it's just been an amazing come up for Chronic, to the point now where Chronic is a top tier hitscan player in the region.
Couldn't agree more. Those are our 4 nominees, and you, dear chat, can decide who you think should getting the honors. So cast your vote in chat right now, and we will be revealing our winner of the NA Superstar honors right before our grand finals. Now though, chop, we have a match to get to and a match to discuss. Let's set the stage for GK going up against Nightmare. We're starting with GK here. They played Liquid yesterday, and I don't know, man, like, that series was a head scratcher. There were so many things happening, which just kind of left us like wondering what is going on. Can we argue that they tried to hold back strats or trying new things? I don't know. There was a lot of hero swapping. Then their whole thing where GK kept on deferring their bans.
This is not right.
They did it twice. Ignore what you're seeing right there. Hopefully it's not right. Yeah, so they left us wondering today. If this is correct, then we have even more questions.
I mean, yeah, at that point, just throw everything out the window, Rich.
Yeah, realistically, when it comes to GK playing yesterday, this map specifically, since we're highlighting it, there was 11 hero rotations on that map. Like, Vega had made a comment about this where it was basically acknowledging that there was this, bringing in of Malga and attempting to try and do that alternatively to what their normal composition was. And it was just something that, yes, like you said, it was a head scratcher. We really didn't quite know exactly what had happened to this team when they've played so powerfully and in such strong fashion previously, and making that kind of joke of maybe there's some undercover strats here, wanting to try and get themselves to work through Nightmare just enough to where they coast in at least their minds to then unleash whatever tactical thought that they have onto Team Liquid, who's waiting in the wings. You never know. We've seen some stuff like that in Collegiate.
Okay, we actually have a corrected, updated GK roster just to keep us all on our toes. There it is. Okay, few less questions, but that doesn't make up completely for what happened yesterday. Again, I cannot make sense of the whole like deferring the ban thingy. Like that's just, I don't know what it actually does, really. So yeah, I don't know. We expected to see more from GK as well, as they were just an absolute top dog all stage long, right? So it was just a little confusing. Nightmare, what do we want to see from them? What have we learned throughout the playoffs, Johnny?
All right. Yesterday, it was just an absolute beatdown against SSG. That was an absurd performance. Chronic was just on fire. Rocket as well, with this minor damage buff to Tracer, has just made a world of difference in the outcome of these games. And if they come out playing like that against GK today, I honestly think that Nightmare could win in this matchup, which they should be the underdog. They shouldn't be favored in this one. But their damage players are just so amazing when they're firing on all cylinders, and they really brought out some of the best gameplay yesterday. So I can't wait to see it. Again, I think that they should be struggling against GK, who has been the top team all stage long until yesterday. But with Nightmare playing like they did yesterday, I don't know what is going to happen.
Well, we're about to find out. The teams are ready, so are we. So let's send it over for our casting duo for all things NA. It's Javro.
Here's with the Javril this time. You know what? I kind of like it. Let's warm
Run with the charged Javril, get the piercing damage in there. We don't pick the shield perk here. We don't pick the shield perk. Me personally, you as well. We're out here.
You kidding me? Stadium Reinhardt player? No shield perk for me. Only hammer swings and fire strikes. All right, Avril, let's get into this series. GK versus Nightmare. The finals, Team Liquid. It's going to be a rematch guaranteed. Team Liquid have beaten both Nightmare and Geeky to make it to that grand final spot. Geeky losing their first match of Stage 2 as well. They went flawless in the regular season, but lost 3-1 to Liquid yesterday.
And a really interesting one. You know, we had some questions asked about those early 2 maps, played a lot of the Malga, came through, even if you remember the Lucio and Moira in there as well, which I won't blame people if they forgot, because it's one that you kind of want to forget. It's like, man, what was that comp at the end of Circuit Royale? It kind of just got ugly for them. I liked what they were doing at the start. You could see that they wanted to play through potential Zarya gameplay into the Orisa. Looked fine, but then things just got messy. We saw a bit of a comeback on King's Row, but even then, the 3-1 was just locked in for Team Liquid.
All right, let's jump on to Oasis, our first map to open us up. Team Liquid beating Geeky yesterday 2-0 on Oasis. And Team Liquid also beating Nightmare on this map as well, another 2-0. So both these teams have not won Oasis recently, not even won a single round in the playoffs on it. So yeah, as we load on in, Geeky banning the Tracer and a Hazard ban for Nightmare.
I actually think that's a concern for me. The Hazard going this early is something that you don't want to see, because you want to save the Hazard ban in a counter to when that eventual support protect comes in for like a Circuit Royale or a King's or a Dorado, something like that. You know GK eventually is going to play Life Weaver BAP, and when that comes through, you want to make sure you can get rid of the Hazard. If you get rid of the Hazard now, it makes things a lot easier for GK moving forward in the future.
Reaper looked for a rocket here. Nightmare and GK TPing out my moan on the signature Sombra as Chronic is over to the Freya. We saw Chronic yesterday. Every single character that guy was playing, it was just world star performances, honestly. The Cassidy, the Sojourn, and the Freya.
So I can tell you right now, the Reaper is potentially in response to the possibility that Cuppa could roll out on the Malga kit, which he played extensively yesterday. Is that see the Sombra coming in?
Oh,
he goes, wait, he's already dead. Okay.
What? Yeah, Faker just got insta booped off map. That's not a good start at all for Nightmare. That's a quick reset.
I was going to mention the Maimon Sombra as well. I believe he actually picks up a 3k here. Rocket now moving over towards the Genji. Now that he sees that the Malga is not going to be there, there's also not going to be a Winston. Given that there's a Hazard ban, those could have been options for GK. Maimon wants to come through knowing that Chronic is absolutely going to be Freya, so he wants to be able to shut down the Freya Chronic straight away.
Rocket struggling to make an entrance here as Lethal's holding down the fort. Who good? Just to the right-hand side. Maimon, here's the invis again as Lethal ends up going down on the high ground. Painkiller not wanting to dice with Admiral too much. He is on height currently. They do end up trading their hit scan players as Chronic also ends up falling, but still in control of the point is GK. issues right now is arising that Nightmare, well, they're hacked up and still trapped in this spot, but they're just getting booped around and manual hacked from the side. It's been tough for Painkiller to make any space.
Getting ults though, nominees surviving here. Rush coming on in, UV can't respond, he's got the window.
Oh, yeah, and cover instantly explodes, so that window unable to be used by anybody on GK's side.
Now the fight likely to be over. Maybe a couple cleanups here. GK's still holding on, but they've lost the point. Nightmare will be able to finish up the last few members. 50% is okay for GK, but not really enough of a lead to give you too much confidence right now as Lep. You do see a roughly 20% or 13% lead. That could be interesting moving forward.
I'm only 60% ult charge right now. It's farmed a little bit, but not quite as much as like Rocket has, who is now on the Genji. Lep just got hacked. Lep hacked, insta-killed there by Maimon. I imagine that was a virus connection on top of that. High noon for Lethal. Making the high ground play. Scurry for cover as he moves in onto the points. Nice little spear though is going to cancel that high noon, but the annihilation from cover is going to push them forward. A Terror's Urge and a very early Suzu, in fact, from Lucamino. Lep does end up bandaging, triaging the wound though from that annihilation with that sound barrier. Doesn't hit Lucamino, but didn't need to.
Well, Amor doesn't have sound barrier, and that's the problem. He ends this one on 99. The team falls apart around him. Cuffer now swapping over towards not just the Winston spawn tech, never mind it. Use the annihilation, gets a free swap to just be able to push on forward and leap. We're going back to, of course, the Ram. Now this time we're waiting for the EMP. There isn't going to be a sound barrier to save Nightmare from this EMP, so look out for it. It'll be a bit of a game changer.
Painkiller manually hacked. Virus misses.
It's an easy virus miss.
Yeah, it was very wide. Whoops, Daisy.
Okay.
Oh, it hit Painkiller. Don't worry, that wasn't a mem. It hit Painkiller, but it didn't do much, I'm going to be honest with you. Lamp ends up coming down, and in response to this blade is going to be the beat and the Lamp to save Ultraviolet. Rocket chased out of there, no dash reset to get out of the fight, so taken down by the sharpshooter in Lethal. There's going to be a rush from Lucamino to push themselves back onto the point. They still end up controlling as well, so this is going to be good. An Ultraviolet's window at a bit of an awkward angle. A disruptor shot on the high ground as Chronic takes him out with the railgun, but a 1v1 versus Lethal, you're losing that 9 times out of 10 on level playing field, as Nightmare lose the point at 96.
That's a disgusting challenge from Chronic as well. Just slides and jumps directly into UV, knowing the window's up and gets the kill anyway. Yes, they lose the fight, but those types of plays will give you confidence for the rest of the series, knowing that Chronic is very heated up. As Maimon swaps over to his own Genji now. I'm not really enjoying what I'm seeing out of that Sombra. Nice manual hack earlier, but EMP just not getting value.
Oh, Admiral. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy. High noon used by Lethal, gets taken out. Another nice jump shot there from the Sojourn, and while this is a bit of a flat finish here for Geekate, looking like row kill on tarmac as Nightmare roll over them in that last fight with the team kill and claim round 1.
We saw the teaser from Chronic in terms of what he was able to do in previous fights, but will be the OC to just close the door on round number 1. And again for GK, Sombra pick, you could see pressure onto Chronic's Freya. Chronic then swapping over towards the Soj. I'm just waiting to see what kind of value we get out of EMP. Only hitting the solo tank of Painkiller. I believe it was Suzu'd out straight away as well, because that EMP, hack
it was.
notification was gone like
almost
within a second. You could see that from his POV. It looks like Maimon wanted to go for the potential solo EMP onto the Lucio, onto Lep, but Lep just flies past him. I'm not too sure I would have agreed with that play anyway. So moving away from the Sombra, but as Chronic comes back onto the Freya, it's possible that Maimon, yeah, he reads it. He's saying, this is another good potential Freya map. We want to shut down the Freya. Let's play it one more time, because you know what else we're playing? It's the Battle straight away.
Okay. Well, Chronic, okay, Chronic and Lep just instantly die. All right, reset. And this has been the big question as well for Geekay. When are they pulling out this backline? And this seems like the perfect stage for it in City Center.
Well, can work pretty well with the Winston and the Hazard especially. So it's interesting that cover's not on the Hazard. You would have expected that to come through. And the Malga from Nightmare now. So they see the Winston. Rocket wanted to play the Reaper into either the Winston or maybe the Malga, something you can just shoot the shotguns into. But the PK Malga is the really interesting choice.
Ultraviolet stuck with one take aim, but doesn't take any additional supplemental shots there from Chronic. Manual hack onto Chronic though, and Lethal and Maimon end up taking it down. One of the hard carries of Nightmare already. And this is the problem with this backline, Avril. It's nigh and unkillable sometimes. Actually get shield danced. Get owned. Oh my.
We think on this map it should be much better, but the problem is I think Nightmare's comp isn't built to take down the BAP Life Weaver. It's built to pressure out Cuffer on the Winston. So many heroes specifically to be able to do that. Cuffer's going to struggle on the Winston just given the entire frontline setup. However, there's no Tracer here. That's part of the reason why the Tracer ban actually works quite well for GK is if you are going to play the Beaver comp, Tracer and just flanking in general can get behind the Beaver comp and put the pressure on the backline, but when you can't access the backline at all, then GK can win by default.
Wait, we're calling it the Beaver comp now because of the tree? I like that.
BAP Weaver.
BAP Weaver?
Yeah, I guess the
Beaver?
tree works too, maybe.
Oh, wait, that does. A double meaning? Oh, the tree! Well, it's dead. Almost instantly on that rush. Cover ends up getting caught out there, and like you said, is going to struggle in this matchup. A high ground window here for Ultraviolet, although saying that, sorry, it was on the low ground. It was just Ultraviolet sailed to the high ground to try and get out of there. Still, though, the GK are controlling the point, and now Kuffer is back, close to this Primal Rage. They've lost their Sombra, so no EMP available for this fight, but it might not matter. This unkillable backline just refuses to die.
And it's very hard for Cuffer to die as well, because if the Grip is there available, then Cuffer's going to pop off. He's just going to primal into the backline, and caged up is a bit of a problem, but he's kind of safe at the moment. Oh, maybe not.
He still ends up killing Lucamino, though. All right, well, there's going to be the touch at least for Nightmare, but the focus fire on Painkiller is going to be good, and EMP as well. Just rock the systems of Rocket and Painkiller. Mimo now last player alive. He's got that seed to play around with if he really wants, and he's just going to try and stall out for some additional time, but yeah, can't stay around for long. Too many players for Nightmare on the point.
The big thing here as well, this might be his first sound barrier. He hasn't had the beat just yet. Would have been nice to play through. Certainly won't have it in time to do anything about the EMP, which already came in the previous fight. 99 setup for GK. And again, a very frontline focused, front to back type of composition for Nightmare, which should put the pressure on the Cuffer. But if Admiral's on point, you just have enough healing, you have enough bailout solutions. Okay, speaking of bailout solutions, there's one.
Easy. So the government bailout out the banks is just so easy, but it's so painful for the other side of things. Rocket ends up getting taken down by Mimo. Now Chronic trying to be the difference maker in this fight, but Lep ends up dying. That's Nightmare losing 2 players already.
This should be
and
fair.
Once again, GK's backline refusing to die in the high ground, just taking out Chronic. Window on the point, and that'll be all she wrote there for City Center. GK, they're tying Oasis up.
Admiral even adding the damage in there with the Thorn Explosion perk, and really for Nightmare, I think they were a little bit too focused on saying, okay, we just want to kill this Winston, but they never really got him. Outside of the cage, being dropped in, Cuffer is just living, but we are going to Ruins, or not Ruins rather, onto University. I was thinking about Ilios. But here on Oasis, this is where the Freya is just going to have maybe limited utility given the lack of ability to take height. There's still reasonably high like ceilings on this map, so maybe Chronicle will lock it in again, but you are just going to see more Sombra. My issue is into the Beaver comp, I think you need more flanking. I think you might want to look back towards the Genji. Tracer would have been nice. You may even start to consider your own Sombra, which despite it not destroying the tree or anything, that was patched out a long time ago. Just being able to access the backline is so important. But you're not going to see the life move back here, not on this round.
Hacking that mini too on this little room here on the side is going to be pretty crazy for both Lethal and Ultraviolet. Hard for Nightmare to wrap into that small corridor as well. That is a lot of extra supplemental healing. Of course, the health packs regenerate a lot quicker when they are hacked, so that healing output is a little while. Can't be underestimated. Cuffer ends up going Nemesis form there in the front line, and classic Mauga. Just the Mauga versus... Sorry, not the Mauga. The Ram versus the Orisa front lines. They're just so silly. It's just trading cooldowns, waiting for the DPS to do something, or the DPS in this case being Ultraviolet.
Tell you what, it's not as silly as Ram versus Ram mirrors where they're just both holding hands.
Yeah, just punching each other, yeah. It's so
well, not even punching each other, just both looking at each other, just blocking. You know?
Yeah, that is true.
That's my favorite.
Nice late kill there on Painkiller.
Which is what you expect. Lethal, this is why he chooses the cast, right? He understands that PK's best hero is going to be the Orisa. It's going to be a lot of Nightmare Orisa today, which means Lethal can come through, find massive value on the Cassidy. Most fights. Speaking of value, UV, first up on the window. Big lead onto Luke Nino.
So hard to step up here already. Look at how much damage Ultraviolet has done. He's already got the window. They're using the High Noon. Not letting go of that High Noon too early, though. Chronic still had the Deflect in his back pocket.
Yeah, Rocket was still in line of sight, deflecting away. DK spinning. Window.
Oh, wait, Lucamino just got through the window. Cuppa landed that directly on his head. That Vortex, nice stuff there from Cuppa, who says tanks can't aim. All right, Nightmare, they're struggling, man. Like, what's the game plan? Because Mimone has EMP.
It has to be tempo beat here, but again, you have to consider EMP. So how has Nightmare read this one? Do they believe that Mimone has EMP yet? Because if Mimone has EMP, Lep might want to hold this, but we're also looking for entry.
He's dead.
There it is, we have entry.
All right, Chronic. There's a railgun shot through the eyes. Now, Leb uses that sound barrier very close to Ajaxing there. Ends up running away, of course, from the Ramacha, using that Annihilation. And here's Chronic, finally online with this overclock, takes down Abril. Should be a fairly easy flip there for Nightmare, but still 81%. And look at the ultimates for Geeky. They've still got EMP, and they got beaten 5.
Yeah, the EMP not being in that last fight, that was super important. The fact that Chronic got Mimone allows Lep to then use the sound barrier safely to counter out Cuffer. I say safely, again, he used it on low HP, but needed to come through, needed to land. And of course, for Nightmare, we ask the question, what is their entry game plan here? Chronic Go Kill is the card that they can still play.
Virus on to Painkiller. Terrasol still available. The extra lifeline. Although Painkiller ends up getting hacked, an EMP straight on to Rocket. Although it's already going to do too much, but it puts Painkiller in an awkward spot. Manually hacked, then EMP, I believe, did connect as well. So GK using a whole bunch of their ults in that fight. 2 critical ones, that beat and that EMP, but they're getting the flip like this, and a team kill puts Nightmare on final fight.
It's an insane timing as well, because you see that Rocket wanted to go for the blade, setting up with Painkiller on his Terror Surge, but as soon as he gets hacked, then he's low HP after the EMP. His team's already starting to fall apart, so just too difficult. Now it's coming down to Luke Meter, Rush and Blade.
Blade, UV's already dead. Lethal alone there. Ends up missing the nade. As Rocket just swinging at air right now, but still managed to land a couple of slashes on to Cuffer. Mimone takes out Lep, so only 1 support available for Nightmare, but GK no. Without Ultraviolet, they cannot stay in this fight too long. UV will come back in a couple of moments, and they might be able to get a free flip here, but Nightmare, they're at 54%. They just need to hold on. Mimone down. Lep gets revenge as GK decide maybe better at this fight and go for one more.
Yeah, well, they have ultimates coming back in Annihilation. Look at the timing here as well. Cuffer's got Annihilation, and Lep does not have anything to counter. It's going to come down to Chronic trying to either find an early first pick or finding this OC. You always can count on Chronic to do something. However, what else can Nightmare help him with? What else can Nightmare bring to the table?
Uh-oh. What? Wait. What? Excuse me? Lethal? Yeah, okay. He just kills the backline. Oh, yeah. Sharpshooter. My word. How does that happen? Just triple taps the backline and that's it. That's map. Geeky off the back of Lethal's Cassidy, no less. Ends up taking the first map.
Nightmare just needed a little bit more time, slightly more percentage to play through, a bit of time to survive, and really insane that Lethal is able to get double supports on entry. I think even 1 support on entry is more than enough. 1 support on entry already puts the pressure on, already puts this thing on a timer. And at that point, you really need to see a response from Nightmare. But we end this one with Chronic just barely finding OC before he dies in the last second, and the fight's over, so he can't pop it anyway. So just an unfortunate situation. I thought the win was going to come through from the Cuffer Annihilation, maybe Lethal using Deadeye to enter, zone out the enemy. Cuffer then walks in, sets up Annihilation on point for the flip, and there's no response except from Chronic because Lep is too far behind on the sound barrier. What an interesting little map here, because we even saw the Winston on that second round in City Center, backed by the Lifeweaver Bat, which I think might be the only real way to play through the Winston. Okay.
We just...
Well, this is the last fight, but...
It is the last fight, yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the POV part of like how he actually landed those 2 shots earlier on the 2 supports. It's possible that they were aggressively positioned, but at the same time, like... I can't see them being that far forward, surely. It's a weird one. I'm just impressed by that second round win because I didn't expect the Winston to come through at all in any of our matches. But man, Cuffer got it done.
Look good with it too. City Center is probably the best map for that backline as well. The Beaver comp, the Lifeweaver, and the Bab. Okay. look, GK have been undefeated all season, only lost 4 maps in regular season. And at the end of the day, playoffs, I think everybody expected them to have a straight shot through to the finals, win that upper bracket, easy kind of steamroll. Wasn't the case yesterday with that Team Liquid series. In fact, like they even deferred most of their bans as well, which is a very interesting strat, which just didn't end up working out.
And I want to say, if this ends up being, and I'll play through this hypothetical here, if this is a rematch between GK and Team Liquid in the finals, that Lifeweaver BAP composition, I don't think would work again on City Center Oasis or another control map. The reason why is because of Infected's ball. This is a situation where specifically against Painkiller, you know he's not going to bring out the ball against you. So that's why you can safely play this Beaver backline. They also ban Tracer, they being GK, so 2 really strong flankers that can access you, especially potentially get you in the high ground as well. Rocket is not on the Genji, which would have been another position, another choice that would have helped out a lot. I just didn't think that Nightmare put themselves in the best position to take down the Lifeweaver BAP. And we're going to go to Circuit Royale here, which is Nightmare's choice. And you have to imagine that with first ban, you immediately have to target this Lifeweaver BAP backline. And I don't think you can ban the BAP because that would target yourself, unless you want to play Lucio Kiriko, in which case, absolutely ban the BAP. That must be your first ban.
That has been the case. If teams go to this map and don't want to play against Lifeweaver BAP has been the ban to go for. But like you said, maybe it does hinder you a little bit. Look at the map win percentage here for both sides. I mean, look, obviously GK going to be a little bit better, but both teams only sitting at 50%.
That 100% is kind of crazy.
Yeah, on hybrid is
rare.
Wild. Yeah.
I don't even think Crazy Raccoon had a 100% win rate on any map types based on memory. Maybe one. Maybe
there it is.
No, actually, I think they might have had a hybrid, but it was just barely played. And as mentioned, it's going to be BAP, but also Riss on the other side. So Cuffle wants to keep this one within the bounds of Ramatra. I don't think the Zarya is going to come through because Zarya would probably only be played into Orisa. Targeting PK here is pretty nasty as well. But I was going to say that if there is a reason not to ban the BAP, and that's if you want to run the BAP yourself, because BAP is really strong on this map, obviously, and a lot of teams want to also play it, you can still deny just by banning the Lifeweaver is effective enough. So what this really telegraphs is that they want to play Lucio Kiriko.
Let's have a look. Loading on into Circuit Royale. So as the map Team Liquid won against GK yesterday. 2-1 was the scoreline, and it wasn't that close, to be honest. It was a very hard push for GK without the Lifeweaver BAP. I mean, you're going into that one, and Team Liquid ended up banning the Lifeweaver. It wasn't the BAP that they banned, and they were GK banned Tracer. Again, this was them deferring this ban as well, which was very interesting. Let's have a look at the backline for GK, though. Okay, they're still running with the Lifeweaver. They're going with something super aggro, though. Alari for UV.
Well, that is going to be quite different. They still want to run the Lifeweaver. I don't know if I love this comp as much without the BAP. Now, obviously, I did mention that because Hazard was banned early, that's no longer an option, which means Kuffer gets to play part of the strength of the composition. I do believe the composition is best when you play it with Hazard, but you kind of want the extra BAP for the damage, the extra lamp bailout. Pylon's not going to have that value, but what will be available here as, okay, well, the game's already just in a bit of a roll here for GK.
Right. Yeah, they tried to push this small mega health pack route. I mean, to be fair, the Alari doesn't have like the saving capability to, you throw out a lamp to save somebody, right? But the amount of damage the Lifeweaver does is comparable to the Baptiste, maybe even a little bit more, because you can basically AFK on the heals. Oh, Rocket got absolutely dominated there by Lethal. Jeez, that wasn't even close.
The damage, I think the damage consistency as Lethal is on 1 HP here, barely making it alive, is probably a little more consistent with BAP. It's the window difference that I think ultimately sells it for me. But Ultraviolet will trust him because this is still a really good map for the Alari. Usually gets the BAP Alari, funnily enough. Not too sure if I'm a believer in the Juno Ana look coming through from Nightmare. As I mentioned, Lucio Kiriko probably would have been my read on this, and most teams are playing Lucio Kiriko in general.
Enables Lethal still to play super aggro on the corner too, because you have got that bailout in the grip. All right, Pioneer doesn't really get too much, but Painkiller super low. These hacks too, just frustrating. Lucamino at least getting ult over. I mean, he's been healing enough. Well, there's the Nano on the Freya. Can actually take down the Admiral. Doesn't look like it. A little manual hack onto Chronic. He's just getting rings run around him at this point. Lethal does end up falling down, but Kuffer is still alive, getting healed up from that pylon. All right, okay. Capture Sun even being used here for UV to get a little bit of mobility. Even a downpour as well. This is a fight I didn't expect to see on this bigger health pack, I'm going to be honest. He's just perma blocking against Kuffer. Downpour connects with Painkiller, but both tanks bid each other adieu and end up just walking away.
Me, when I play Ram and I don't die because I hold the right click and everyone heals with the EMP. He's still not dying. Yeah. PK's still living.
Nice sleep onto Cover. Surely goes down. He does. Okay, finally. This defense has been cracked wide open as Nightmare. They're struggling against this Liveweaver.
Well, I'll tell you what, the defense got cracked when Lethal died. The one death, because it takes a while for any defender to be able to reinforce back into the front line with the rest of GK. So you're effectively 4v5 for a while. Nightmare, their spawn is right there. They're going to have their full 5 very quickly. Anyone that dies reinforces straight away. And when a couple of ultimates don't go your way, you have, Captive Sun, Downpour, none of those resulting in EMP. None of those ultimates getting PK down. Painkiller standing strong. Annihilation now ready to play through.
No, you got to make a decision. You got to kill this tree, but I think Lethal has already made their minds up with this high noon. No damage really there, just a little bit on the shield. That was about it. Annihilation pop from Painkiller. Getting a lot of tick damage, but quickly though, a grip onto Ultraviolet to get him out of danger. Blade has been pulled straight up to the petal, but unfortunately for Rocket, there was no one home. Lethal does end up going down though. A nice little slash from the Genji. And a right click from Chronic will finish off Lethal in the end. Rocket still struggling to find targets, but it's all Painkiller here. At least on this point. Nice little smack to the gob there as Abril falls. That nano boost on Painkiller is going to secure them point.
I'll tell you what, this is going to be a much easier point for them to push through. I think A is where the struggle is. It's too hard to flank, too hard to get angles. You're playing full front to back, and you're not really going to get distance. You're not going to get fight wins that eventually cap unless you can find these picks. You see Admiral, Ultraviolet already swapping off because they know that this is where the Life Weaver is going to suffer a little bit more, and they don't have the BAP anyway, so just play something more rudimentary. Lucio Kiriko, as mentioned, more common composition, but with Nightmare looking towards ultimates, nearly on orbital. Be a really good fight.
All right, well, Lucamino from across map does end up killing. Oh, so UV kills Lucamino from cross map with the kunai. Orbital Ray, they're just too strong. They ended up kind of flipping the map on Geeky right now, so Geeky need to make a move. They need to find some picks, some sort of, literally anything in this fight. Even holding the space is going to be good, considering your loss of support right now. Nice little Transocare away from Imone, so low HP. And it's getting tagged by Painkiller, just spamming down this choke point as Nightmare just continue their unrelenting assault on Geeky. Even Chronic splitting the team up too in this choke point, using the OC. And look at the split members of Geeky right now. They're in their old spawn.
Yep. And now the EMP coming on through to make it turn things around. Imone, you'll get one. This is good for GK.
Yeah, double DPS down, and I don't think Nightmare are going to be able to stay in this fight. The spawns are too good. Yeah, it looks like Painkiller. Don't think he'll pop Annihilation, even if he does get it. Although saying that, Lucamino is pretty close to this nano as well, so there could be a good case for it. Okay, they rip the rush. Now the Annihilation can come through, but everybody's just going to scatter from the side of GK, and Painkiller just taking infinite damage in the front line. Lucamino and left no sight line to heal their tank.
It would have been really nice to see Painkiller just hold on to the ultimate. You force the rush out of Ultraviolet. That's a huge win in terms of economy. Unfortunately, trading that extra ultimate in is just going to cost you a little bit here. And also staggers Painkiller a little bit, allows GK to push on forward, get these extra 2 stagger kills onto the backline of Nightmare. I don't know if they're going to potentially play for the spawn camp here. Still a couple members on the low ground, but they are backing out.
Lethal opening the fight up with an overclock. Wow, Painkiller is taking so much damage. An emergency nano applied to Painkiller. Okay, it might not be too bad as Lethal does end up going down for stepping a little bit too far forward, but Sound Barrier in response for Geeky. A downpour, not sure who it connected with, but they managed to isolate Chronic and Lucamino. What an impressive Sound Barrier there from Abril, turning the tempo completely, and now Rocket trying to look for resets off the back of this Blade. There's 20 seconds to go. UV is dead, but Nightmare don't have backup. They've got no one near the point right now, and Rocket is in trouble. And it's getting taken down by the Virus of Buy Mode, who slinks out of there with sub 100 HP.
They have to touch, though. That's the problem. The Payload is really far up. They have Orbital Ray, but where's it going to come from? Really far behind.
It is really far behind, but they do manage to get the touch. 3 people on the point right now for Nightmare. Ultimates for Geeky looking pretty bare right now, but if they can hold on, maybe Mimone gets this EMP. It's a pretty dry fight, so it's a complete skill match up here, and Mimone ends up going down. Painkiller manages to tag the Sombra just with a generic left click. And so that EMP get out of jail free card here for Geeky, completely destroyed. Although Sick, talking about getting completely destroyed, Lethal with a 90-degree spin around on Rocket ends up blaming him in the face.
It's UV's turn to shine. Cuffer's still alive in here. Mimo's coming back in. Winnable for GK. Hold.
Lethal's already gone down. This annihilation on the point is going to be really hard to deal with now as Admiral ends up falling 10% away from that beat. Geeky just inches away from trying to turn around this fight with these ultimates. Ultraviolet's rush now disappearing as the annihilation just continues to rip through Geeky's front line. A minute and 30 seconds. A bloodbath of a second point.
Mimone just lacking a few seconds away from getting the EMP in time. Sees Cuffer's HP a little bit too low. Not enough support to keep things in. And no further contest from GK. The rush timing was brilliant. Lethal getting in a peck to try and release a bit of pressure there as well to give GK the chance to hold. But you could see a situation where 3 ultimates about to come online. A big beat for Admiral could have also been in play. But we're going to go over to C now as Nightmare hold on for dear life. A touch into a long-range orbital ray and a very long fight gets them across the line, but not a lot of time now to cap.
EMP. Oh, disrespect on Rocket there. Solo EMP on the Tracer. Sound barrier for Lucamino, and now they're in no man's land, in enemy territory. Lucamino finds himself on that mini, but that was the only sustain he had there as Cuffer just tears him in half with the Mantis Blades.
Now GK forcing this one to the final fight. 30 seconds remaining. Double Tracers on board. Tracer quite rare on this map, but Mimone's going to swap off of the Sombra finally. Painkiller, first kill. That's opportunity.
Yeah, Lethal maybe a little bit too far up, but again, Geeky trying to go for these tempo sound barriers. Chronic in the backline right now are split, still stuck in the choke point. A pulse bomb onto Cuffer, shrugs it off, holds his arm up, says not today. Painkiller ends up falling, and now who sticks on the point for Nightmare? It's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be an easy hold, sorry, for Geeky. A tough push for Nightmare. Rocket down, Chronic still trying to be the hero that Nightmare need. Lethal ends up getting Suzu'd, saved by Ultraviolet, who takes down Chronic. And that is where the payload will end. Chronic again trying to make a hero play on the fight, on the flank. Says, you know, check this out. And just gets dominated by UV. And Geeky, they hold on a rather tough corner as well.
I will say for Nightmare's credit, given how hard this attacking side was, they got a lot of distance. This is probably, I don't know if they'd be happy with this amount of distance, but I think it's good for the amount of time, given that the Life Weaver, not BAP, but the Lari combination, while not as strong as Life Weaver BAP, still held A aggressively, successfully for a long time. That is the hardest part of the map for Nightmare, and there was still a real possibility that they get full held there. If it wasn't for the one kill onto Lethal, that starts to turn things around, that they can play their 5v4. GK never backed out, never gave up space to regroup with Lethal. They wanted to commit further in, which could have been a mistake from GK. Maybe they could have full held if they just backed off, allowed space to come on through. They had plenty of backup space because they didn't even get to the hairpin. They were mostly playing first corner, if you remember. They could have backed out to hairpin, waited for Lethal, and continued the possibility of full hold. But that aside, Nightmare barely even capped B. One of the longest fights that we've seen in that overtime to be able to cap. And let's see if it's enough now, because does GK even bother running a Life Weaver on attack? I think it's a better defensive comp than offensive comp, although on A, it probably works okay either way. I'm still not entirely sure if I'm convinced by this Juno Ana composition, but I'll need to do a lot on A to be able to win this one. I think this is the point that will make or break this entire map for Nightmare.
Ana at least here does get to set super far back, so a bit better of an advantage for him. See if Lucamino can land some clutch nades. It's decent into the hazard, of course, but
yeah, that's true. There is a Suzu.
Yeah, I mean, forcing out Suzu with nade, I think that's a decent trade. I mean, you're probably not killing the person that's naded, at least not in the front line, so. Oh, yikes. Okay, of course, Chronic. Ultraviolet slipping on it a bit there. Gets into the railgun and headshot follow-up. All right, okay, good start.
Oh,
Lucamino dies.
Huge. That's actually a really big trade because, like I said, it's the same conversation. You get that 1 kill on a defensive player, and then suddenly, especially on an Ana, there is just going to be a slowdown. Unless Lep goes back to spawn to taxi, well, you have to use a speed ring for it. You have a bit of a timing advantage here if GK just goes quick.
Very easy corner to kind of push into as well. Oh, Chronic ends up going down to MyMode, who's in the backline currently. No dash out for Rocket. Deflect ends up running out, and the MyMode Genji coming in full force. We spoke to MyMode before about fitting in with this team after Zera's departure, and he said it's been actually fairly easy. Like, of course, the team did end up showing up in a big way against Crazy Raccoon under the old banner, of course. Nightmare, funnily enough, at the China LAN. But you can see how well he's meshed with the team already. Just perfect level of like knowing how much he can like overextend as the supports always seem to bail him out. Rocket ends up going down to Admiral. A little bit of a tough spot for Nightmare to be in now.
Speaking of supports, right? Now the backline under pressure.
Oh,
MyMode ready to play into this. He could even just blade, but he'll wait patiently for the orbital raid to dissipate.
This orbital raid is just so aggro, though. I mean, it's going to keep Painkiller alive on the point, but for how much longer? Lucamino on a beautiful angle on the Ana. The blade is going to come out to try and secure. Don't know who shot the deflect, but MyMode's going to be happy about that. Lep ends up going down. He gets a reset to get out of there, and here comes the sound barrier. And that nano boost on Painkiller. It looks good. But everybody's just kiting away from it, using that speed ring. And Cover takes down Lucamino and Rocket, and Painkiller can only watch and stare at the horror and dismay that's happening in his backline right now. Crossing his arms, and there you go. He ends up getting taken out. And that should be the first point taken with a 4-minute time bank.
You might see a full support change up here for the Nightmare side. Kiriko's already here. Let now. It will be the Lucio, you'd imagine. So as sort of mentioned there, I think on A, you can have some argument for the Ana, given the long sight lines, given the difficulty of accessing the backline, although we still did see that Cuffer early first blood onto the backline of Nightmare. I say first blood, it was GK's first kill. It's orbital raid time now. Double OCs available as well.
Oh, wow. Okay, Lepcourt slipping a little bit there, and unfortunately ends up just going down to MyMode as he just hits a beautiful blade. Oh my goodness. Not even a blade, sorry. It was just some reset dashes there. Rocket pulls his, and MyMode handles him. Super easy, folding him up into a little bit of paper like he's doing some origami. As Geek now going to push on forward. Look at the ults as well.
Rocket struggled on this Genji as well. He's going to move over towards Tracer, which, as I sort of mentioned, a little bit more unusual for this map, just given the verticality. Genji seems so much stronger, but he's not winning these battles. MyMode's got the better of him. One final contestant here, no ultimates. He's just going to have to go and dry, force out ultimates from GK instead. Find the economic win.
He's got the overclock though, man. I mean, there's nothing you can do. It just feels, the game feels unwinnable when Lethal has this overclock. He's taking down Rocket. That's going to be point 2. Nice deflect kill onto Lucamino as a couple of resets for MyMode. Yeah. Will do the rest.
Like I said, economy win is what Nightmare are going for here. They know that it's unlikely they can actually get that fight win, given their lack of resources. Now with Annihilation, they can hold on a little bit longer, but they have to survive against the Blade. It could be beat Blade as well. In fact, I think it should be. Will depend on Admiral's read and the rest of GK and their understanding of how far up Painkiller is on Annihilation. You might want to save the beat for that, but look how close you are to capping. This is why I said A was going to be the linchpin for the map, because I think the rest of the map is so GK favored.
Oh, little wall there. Gets rolled. Cuffer putting up in front of MyMode, who potentially wanted to go in. Force recall of Rocket too. Look at how split they are right now. Can Rocket even make it out alive? Probably, but here comes the Blade. Beat Blade, and yeah, save the dash. Reset until the very end. Lep ends up going down. Chronic 2 assisting in... Admiral assisting in the Rocket kill. Chronic kill. As now Rocket, last player alive near on that miniature health pack, and Avril, that might just be it. There's a late rush for Nightmare in the backline, but Lucamino and Painkiller only ones that stand now for Nightmare on that point to hold down the fort. As Geek are going to put this one in. Lep, well, he can touch, but for how long? I don't know. Well, in fact, he can't. Nice boop, orbital rate in the back pocket as Geek take match point.
Yep, reverse sweep required now. We're not on the grand finals, it's not BO7. This is difficult spot, given that when these two teams had met before, I mean, it went to all 5, if I remember. That was that week 6 game. So it's a tough look now, and Nightmare, it's an interesting choice for them to choose Circuit. But if I was to steelman them a little bit here, I would say that One of the reasons you might want to see Nightmare go Circuit here is you know that GK will always choose Circuit or a map akin to that if they do lose as a bit of a bailout option. So if Nightmare choose Circuit first and then they get the first ban and they can enable or make sure that one of the BAP or Life Weaver options is gone, they can maybe get a better run of this map as it's likely to come through anyway. But then you do go to this map, you ban the BAP, and the Life Weaver still comes through. You struggle on that A point. You're playing Juno Ana, which I think is not particularly good in this current meta. I think Lucio Kiriko off the tempo. Lucio getting a buff here as well might have been the better choice. But Cuffer gets unlocked, also on the Hazard. Something that's been banned away on that first map, and just see what he can do. Opens up first kill onto League of Millions Ana, then suddenly things start to really go the way of GK, and the rest of B and C just looks so good for this team, which is why it really felt like if you're not going to push into OT and win on A, if you don't win on A, at least push into OT, and if that doesn't happen, you just don't have enough time for the Nightmare defense to hold.
Let's talk about this. Reflect real quick on that match. Like you were saying, in week 6, GK versus Nightmare went to a map 5, and it kind of started off in a similar way. Like, GK, they go to Oasis. They ended up losing around to Nightmare. Not quite the same here. Nightmare end up picking Circuit Royale. They end up banning the Baptiste. And yeah, again, same kind of story. But it was Nightmare that ended up winning. GK couldn't quite finish, couldn't quite cross the line. It was Nightmare that took that in a 3-2. And then after that, it was GK that took them to King's Row. I don't think Nightmare are going to go there. That was a very easy victory for GK as they managed to full hold. They got 3 points on the board, and Nightmare got, well, big fat 0.
That's the thing. You have these very certain GK pocket picks, Circuit Royale, Dorado, King's Row, but even the willingness to bring out the Life Weaver BAP on control maps as well. So there are these very strong kind of fortress maps for GK that are going to come through. If you start winning maps against them, you know that these picks are going to come through. So I respect that Nightmare will take GK2, one of their good maps, but under their own terms where they get the first ban. So I can see the play there. I can see the vision there. But now, unfortunately, if you don't win that one, you're down 0-2 in the hole. You're now having to reverse sweep. New Junk City coming on board. The good news is Tracer once again available for Rocket. Might be a good time to ban Symmetra though, because this is a reasonable Symmetra map for Maimon. Force him back on the Tracer. I think if you're Rocket, you know you can handle Maimon in the Tracer duel. That's probably Rocket's best hero.
Yep.
Just avoiding any sort of Symmetra strikes, given that I think GK are maybe the only team in NA currently still in this playoffs that are most willing to play the Symmetra. It depends. How scared are you of the Symmetra, and do you even think GK will play it?
GK ended up banning Ram in this map when they chose it in that series we were talking about a second ago, and it was a Genji ban for Nightmare. So do you think it's going to be the same thing? Because like you said, Tracer...
The Genji ban kind of forces into Tracer, which I think, again, would be another good ban because it plays the Rocket's wheelhouse. I don't think he did perform particularly well on the Genji on Circuit Royale, which is why you start to see him just swap back over to Tracer a number of times. There is also the willingness for Maimon to play Sombra today, but it depends on how much Freya there's going to be. The Sombra really is coming through just to the Freya and make sure it doesn't play it. And Sombra could be pretty reasonable on New Junk City. Now, I'm not enjoying the Sombra gameplay overall for Maimon in terms, the base game. The value is going to be there. It is going to put pressure on the Chronic, and that's enough. But we're not seeing Super God tier Sombra. This is definitely not lip POV. Don't worry about it. But probably pushing this towards a Tracer matchup could be a winning play for Rocket and the team.
I'm just taking a sneak peek. Bans coming in. Nightmare banning Cassidy, and then a Kiri ban for GK.
So that means we're going to, and you want to get rid of Lethal, who we actually saw on map 1 put into Painkiller. I believe Lethal was on Cass all 3 rounds, which is interesting because City Center, you would have made a good one for Sojin or Freya, given the verticality, but he held strong. He was willing to play through the Cass the entire way through. Painkiller did struggle in that matchup. Painkiller wants to get back on Arista as soon as possible, which does mean that if you're on this map, there might not be a Cass, but I'm going to be looking at Maimon. Does he pull through on the Sim? That's a really good pick into the Arista specifically.
I mean, if we're in EU, then I'd be like, yeah, this is Sim. This is a Sim mirror for sure. But like you said, Maimone being one of the only players really playing a lot of Sim, especially in playoffs. Let's have a look. This pick also pretty viable too. I mean, we spoke about this on the last New Junk City. I think we casted.
Yeah.
About the Venture.
But the problem is, I don't know if he has much to really counter the backline. I think you can, or Rogers in general, because if Painkiller gets a good spear off, it could be problematic. Now, the good news is, because there's no cast, that improves Maimone's matchup. He has to be very good and solid in the backline. You can also pressure out Rocket, which is nice. Venture into Tracer, specifically in close range. It's kind of favored for the Venture, but it's Lep and Lugmino that Maimone has to focus on.
Very good into the BAP, like you were saying too. Like, popping down that lamp, it's not great when you just get instantly displaced out of it and then you're just dominated by the Venture. Quick wrap around here as Maimone not taking an off angle just yet. More happy to play in the front line, but Chronic full railgun charge to aim at W Maimone there, but doesn't end up hitting it.
Just pop up.
Oh, wow.
Instant lamp. Look at that. The
instant lamp.
Lamp straight away.
Okay, well, Lukemino doesn't end up going down, so yeah, not great for Nightmare's chances. Although saying that, Chronic, of course, coming up with the goods. Takes down Ultraviolet, but now he's trying to backpedal as fast as possible. No Painkiller on the front line means less support for you if you get run at.
It's also one of the better rounds for the Venture to come through. Closer range, more cover to play in. A little bit of high ground verticality as well to play up and down. So first fight going GK. Admiral, 71% left. Struggling here a little bit. Lukemino dying first, but despite that, finding a bit of a gap between him and Ultraviolet. This could just be the difference in healing, where Admiral's getting more healing done on GK, whereas Lukemino's getting more healing done on Nightmare.
Yeah, a lot more to heal on the Orisa as well, to be fair, because Cover's playing around the shield a lot of the time. Oh, here's the burrow for Maimone. Yeah, gets out of there, though. Saving that drill dash. Looks like this window is going to not mean anything really for Nightmare. It looks like Gige just ran away, and Rocket ends up going down anyway. And a quick ring around the rosy is Maimone is tailing Lukemino. My word. Okay, Lukemino, unfortunately now with the lamp, he isn't going to last long. One punch, and that's gone. And this is Gige kind of running away with this one. This might just be the first point.
And they'll do it without spending ultimate. That's the really important part of GK, because typically you would have expected double support ultimates, at least one of them to come through. Lukemino already burnt the window, and they'll win this one. Burning the window, not spending anything in response. Until now, okay. Ultraviolet's going to respect it.
Sound barrier actually coming in. Oh, what a shot. All right, Rocket's not going to be able to assist in this fight. And that annihilation on the point. Yeah, it's over. They do end up expending a fair bit there, both support ult and the tank ult, but you do end up forcing Lep to use his. So, you know, kind of a trade there. I don't hate it.
I think the 1-for-1 trade against Lep would have been fine, but the extra, rather even 2-for-1 double support ultimate for Lep, given that Lukemino used earlier, but extra annihilation, unnecessary from my POV there. GK nearly actually got away, as I mentioned, with using 0 ultimates and cleaning up the first round, but given that there was a touch from Rocket and the fight continued, GK felt the need to play through more.
Okay. The Tracer running around lethal. Oh, Terror Surge. Lines him up for that one. Lep ends up just finishing off with a single Cheerio. Both Sojins now down. Maimone with that ult. That Tectonic Shock is kind of rippling through the backline, although it's ran out now as the Burrow ends up putting himself on the point. And unfortunately for Painkiller, kind of isolated, but they do manage to find a pick. Ultraviolet down, and this fight is rather scrappy, but GK are on the point. Pulse Bomb in the hands of Rocket with a recall to work with as well. Admiral gets chunked and finished off eventually. And Rocket just kind of going to town. In fact, solo operator for the Nightmare, and only need to expend the recall. Okay, saved Pulse.
That's what I'm talking about, right? This is a much better situation for Rocket. He wants to play Tracer on this map, and Maimone now swapping off. This is one of the more difficult rounds, points rather, I think, for the Venture. You want a little closer space to close that gap. You want the open space of this bomb flats, which, as we found out in the Div video, there's actually a giant bomb on the point, which I didn't realize for a couple of years.
Oh, whoopsie daisy. Rocket ends up getting taken down, just battle rifled by Ultraviolet. Now it's Maimone's time to come alive on the Tracer. Window's going to get used. Maimone dodging out of the side of it. Doesn't want to get one tap though by Chronic, so gets out. Bit of an awkward angle for Chronic to look through, but still, fair few players kind of stepping in his direction. Oh, what a shot at Lukemino. Straight through the window, shattering it in two as Ultraviolet takes a headshot. And now Gike Again, they're going to struggle to kind of keep themselves on this point. There's no supports for Nightmare, but the survivability, the sustain from the Orisa and Rocket is good. Low Lethal's still up. I mean, he ends up getting Terror Surge pulled in, and there it is. There's the kill that they required. As Nightmare, they do end up losing eventually, but they get it to OT.
Look at Cover, he just lives on 1 HP, goes to Nemesis form in time to receive the armor, still has the Annihilation for the emergency, which he does pull through, also waiting for respawns from GK to flip that point. And despite all the heroics of Chronic, we're so reliable on that overclock, it's not enough. I was even going to comment on the previous fight, Nightmare started to look like they had a pretty reasonable economic advantage as far as the ultimates goes, but that's flipped now. Point flips, and GK are going to come in with a reasonable amount of ults, including this OC.
Oh, double tap on Lucamino. Lep, like a couple of percentage points away from that sound barrier, so... Oh, good shot from Lethal, man. Crispy.
It's crazy timing. Lep was 98, so was Animal, both are Lucios. Not quite there, Chronic late death, which is essentially going to force this one into the last fight now. Chronic, he survived, maybe touch a little bit sooner. They will have enough time to touch, especially with the Tracer.
Okay, no Ajaxes. Please. Final fight here. GK looking to put themselves on match point, every kind of point. Overtime triggered. Sound barrier connects from Lep. Hits 5, but Painkiller almost already dead. Just getting hard focused. Sound barrier from Admiral is going to connect as well. I mean, that's it. That's point. 2-0 currently. New Junk City. Nightmare. They got nothing. It feels like they're out of this series already. Admiral, there's one more point to go. And this will be a final spot secured for GK.
You say, hopefully no Ajaxes. I cast Overwatch to see the Ajaxes personally. We are not the same. I welcome them. But you're right. 0-2. Nightmare. They're going to play their own life. No, just a little bit of small tech. Still get baited by those sometimes, but like with BAF, I mean, it is a viable composition. Just not Nightmare's style. A window to play through, but a lot more coming on for GK. Annihilation is going to be rough when you don't have a sound barrier, you don't have the counter there, you don't have anything to stop it. But Cutlash just dies. Wow.
Yeah, Duke got insta-popped. Unlucky. Lucamino needs to stay alive. Hasn't got shift. He's got that extra perk, though, giving him a bit more aerial mobility, so he's good. Oh, ultraviolet. What the hell? What's Bro doing up there? Okay, he's dead. All good. Use the window on top of one of those little pylon things and ends up taking down one. Tried to clutch it out. Didn't end up working.
That's an expensive way to try and clutch. He will even himself out on ult charge, essentially with Lucamino. This gives a great opportunity for Nightmare. Bring things back a little bit. Would have been safer for GK to just reset there, or if Ultraviolet and Lethal rather could.
Oh,
use that
what
a
stick.
brilliant stuff.
That was gross.
UV was.
Annihilation for Cup. Wow, he just insta-killed Lucamino and Lep. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, backline. Yeah, see you in Overwatch 3, big guys. All right, GK, they're going to take the points, and Nightmare only getting 39%. Oh, they're going to stagger Painkiller too. Yeesh. He said.
It's interesting that we're now also in a situation where, you know, we're well and far and removed from the Painkiller Orisa. The fact that you have this cast ban, in my opinion, to enable the Orisa. You want to play Painkiller's best hero. Now we're stuck into a ram where you're playing GK's game. Full mirror composition. Chronic on OC. If there's one play you can rely on to bail you on, it has to be Chronic. He's got to save the day again. Admiral's 88. Doesn't have sound barrier. This is the opportunity.
Oh, Lep. Kind of dominated in the Ravenous Vortex there. That pulse bomb didn't connect, but it didn't need to. The floor pulse was enough. Chronic now incredibly low HP. Annihilation pulled by Painkiller to try and save the day, but Admiral has the perfect response. Sound barrier coming in, the focus fire on the ram, and GK are going to do it. A 3-0 on New Junk City to 3-0 the series. A rematch ahead of them in the finals as they eliminate Nightmare.
GK are not satisfied with yesterday's result, losing to Team Liquid 1-3. They're thinking we could have done a lot better, and I think the rest of us, the audience included, agree with that statement, and they want to make that statement happen, starting with Nightmare. Clean 3-0. Do not want to give any quarter at all to this Nightmare squad, who yesterday defeats SSG, qualifies into mid-season championship. Still, I want to point out a huge win for the team. They couldn't take down GK, who looked to be on a different level alongside Team Liquid, but a big run for Nightmare this stage so far. They still to go over to a major, a huge win specifically for players like Rocket, who missed out last year. So close on Timeless, on TSM, had a couple of good runs, just kind of going awry for the team and for himself specifically. So they'll get that done. But really, the story is on GK. They look better than yesterday. They're not playing the Malga comps anymore. Strategy looks solid to me.
Now GK won their revenge against Team Liquid. Team Liquid won against them 3-1 yesterday. And this next series is going to be a first to 4. GK, they want to round out this with a win. They went perfect in the regular season and currently have only lost one single series. We'll see how that ends up shaping up. But before we get there, we'll jump over to Zoe and the rest to join us for that grand finals. It's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to the desk. Zoe here, joined by Rich as well as Johnny to help me make it make sense. Because this was a very different GK squad we saw today versus yesterday. Also, Johnny, low-key criminal of us to not even mention Memon when it comes to superstars in the NA region. In hindsight,
a little bit respectful. I don't regret my Kaffa pick, but if you guys or maybe want to change any of yours,
I don't think we can.
Into the mix there, because they, like I said when we talked about the stage nominees, obviously like Maimon has played some of this Sombra as well, and it's been a game changer for this team. But I think you saw on Circuit Real as well, Maimon was just on fire on the Genji, combining with Kaffa on the Hazard, and the dives were really key to dealing with the double flex support backline from Nightmare. And so GK, they just adapted perfectly, and they punished what Nightmare were trying to do. So the fact that Nightmare are so adaptable to what Nightmare were trying to pull off in the moment, really respectable and a great 3-0 win to build on yesterday's loss. Maybe a little bit of a different day today, and maybe they can bring it all home.
Well, and you mentioned about the Hazard, and we're going to be taking some highlight looks at it here, and it really just looked substantially better. I mean, there was just the Malga that was, I mean, even Avril was talking about it, that the Malga just didn't seem like it really landed. It didn't really work that well. They had rotated through 11 different heroes yesterday in the match against Team Liquid. It just felt like it didn't have a solid stability in their decision-making, but this looks very different. Again, they're going to have to go against them now in the grand finals, but in addition to not only Kuffa and what we were able to see, at least from the Hazard and the Ram today, also Lethal again was just disgusting. From the control map that we had, where it was a double support pick out the gate towards that tail end of the fight in one of the rounds, and then also just carrying over that potency throughout the rest of these three to get them into a position of a 3-0 to enter into that grand finals.
That's right. Lethal, our nominee for NA Star Player, is also our player of the match, given the performance he just put on. And yeah, I mean, this is the GK we saw all stage long, right? They were just popping off, firing in all cylinders. No idea what happened yesterday. Maybe we should all just forget about it and see where this grand final is going to take it. Johnny, you don't look like you're willing to forget or forgive. Your face just said no.
My little conspiracy WhatsApp group is growing larger, especially after this match there as well, where maybe, you know, we had some theories that maybe, you know, like, oh, what if... You know, what if you try some wacky stuff at first and you defer the bans to gain information about what the opponent would want to do in a theoretical grand final? You know, maybe you actually want to pick Circuit Real and defer the ban just to see what they theoretically would ban first if they were to get that choice in the grand final. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out there. It's in my conspiracy WhatsApp group, so, you know, just keep that in mind.
My guys, put the tinfoil hats down. Like, I don't think.
It's a new dawn with more information because of yesterday.
It's a new dawn,
it's a new day, you know? Okay.
It's a new life, and now they're in the grand finals. We get to see the rematch, hopefully a different outcome this time around. Maybe GK back to their final form. We are, of course, fighting for not just a great seeding coming out of our NA playoffs, but also for $30,000 that the winning team will be taking home. We're now heading into a very quick break, and when we come back, we should get everyone ready and set up for our grand finals here in our Stage 2 NA region. I can't wait to get this one in its merry way, so stick around, grab a drink, grab some snacks. I think we're in for a good one.
Dylan? Oh, hey, have you ever wondered, like, if you stacked a bunch of peanut butter jars on top of each other, how many it would take to reach Horizon Lunar Colony? Because I think about that a lot, actually, arguably too much. Still no clue. Huh. But what I do know is that Season 17 is almost upon us, and it's all about giving you even more customization, freedom, and tools to elevate your game across all of Overwatch 2. To kick things off, let's dive into what's coming for Quick Play and Ranked before jumping over to Stadium. A brand new map joins the Quick Play and Ranked rotation as Morocco makes its debut in Flashpoint, alongside reworks to both New Junk City and Suravasa. Following the addition of hero bans, Season 17 brings map voting to Ranked, empowering you to shape your matchups in the hope of securing your preferred battlefield. So if King's Row is one of your options, and like me, you consider it to be just the pinnacle of great map design, you can make your voice heard. On the cosmetics front, play to win in style with the introduction of D.Va's Mythic Hero skin, or siphon the souls of your enemies with Reaper's Mythic Weapon. As for collabs, I'm actually not sure if I can share with you what they are yet, but knowing is half the battle. And of course, there's this little thing called Stadium. I may be biased, but we have some cool things coming your way in Overwatch's newest way to play. The studio doors should be locked, so I guess no one else is here to tell you what's coming, so I'll just jump right into it. Ah, oh, my back!
Oh, Connor, Dylan's gone. It's safe now. You can come out.
You sure?
Yeah, it's totally safe.
He's gone?
He's totally gone. I promise.
Thanks, Reaper.
Is this what it's like all the time? Can you see all of this all the time?
Yeah. All right, thanks, Dylan. For our heroes in the stadium, we've got some big updates, too. Sigma, Junkrat, and Zenyatta are all entering the field, bringing fresh energy and strategies to stadium matches.
And lots of projectiles.
Step into the battle with Sigma. He's a master of gravitational might, where physics meets strategy in the most exhilarating ways. With the perfected barrier build, you'll command the battlefield like never before. Expand your defenses and fortify your team as you craft barriers that are not just shields, but strategic masterpieces. Prefer overwhelming firepower to tactical positioning? The orbital bombardment build lets you rain chaos from the skies. Unleash earth-shaking accretion boulders to control crowds and dominate your opponents with ability power-fueled devastation. What will you choose? Projected calm under fire?
Or relentless aggression?
With Sigma, the choice is yours, and the gravity of the situation has never been more in your control. Get acquainted with Sigma's Orbital Barrier, a mini experimental barrier that orbits around you, offering protection from multiple angles without limiting your movement or awareness. It's like having a personal shield generator that cuts off flanks and sneak attacks while you secure critical positions. Add to that Philharmonic Fortitude, which gives Sigma's experimental barrier a major health boost and automatic regeneration while deployed. No more worrying about precise timing or watching your barrier crumble under fire. It stays strong and reliable, keeping you and your team covered. But the real game changer is Dr. Kuiper's thesis. With this item, every time your experimental barrier is active, it heals nearby allies, combining defense and support in one slick package. And with two barriers working simultaneously, you're doubling the healing output, making your team nearly unstoppable.
Listen up, you chaos-loving rebels. Junkrat's taking the stadium by storm, and it's about to get gloriously chaotic. With the Bango power, you'll be slinging grenades with pinpoint precision while detonating your concussive mines to bounce your opponents into the air for even greater chaos. Feeling bolder, the blasting off again power elevates the madness to new heights. Take your explosive excitement to the next level with an attack speed frenzy and ammo returns that'll keep you jumping and spamming grenades like there's no tomorrow. Be the king or queen of calamity and watch as your enemies crumble under the relentless chaos you bring to the stadium. Are you ready for the loudest, rowdiest, most explosive time of your life?
Attention! All seekers of balance and enlightenment, Zenyatta invites you to experience stadium combat in perfect harmony. With the Discord Fever power, every Discord orb you send forth isn't just a tool for disruption, it's an extension of your mastery. Deliver consistent damage over precision that will leave your enemies stunned by your grace. Playing Zenyatta is not simply about battling, it's about transforming the battlefield into a canvas of transcendental artistry. And when the moment calls for true transcendence, the Circle of Strife power unleashes Zenyatta's full potential. But this isn't a transcendence healing power, no. Instead, this becomes a force of unrelenting offense, applying Discord Orb to multiple enemies and turning you into a serene yet unstoppable force on the battlefield. With Discord Fever, Discord Orb turns into more than just a damage amplification tool. You'll be doing consistent ability damage, which will allow you to build on-hit effects. Whether spreading enlightenment or obliterating chaos, Zenyatta proves that peace and power are one and the same. Which path will you walk? The way of harmony or unstoppable discord?
If these builds sound great to you, but you're wondering how you can ensure you get to play them, we're introducing saved builds. Yay! That's right. You can now create custom builds tailored to your playstyle and save them for future games. Want to try out a specific item combo or have a go-to setup for early or late game? Build it, save it, and access it anytime. For an even smoother experience, you can manage all of your saved and example builds directly from the new Builds tab, available in the Armory and Practice range. It's your ultimate control center for fine-tuning your heroes.
But wait, there's more. You can save builds from other players during stadium matches, straight from the Armory, the tab scoreboard, or even replays and game reports. Found a build from a teammate that's absolutely crushing it? Save it, name it, and add a quick description to make it part of your arsenal. Imagine how this feature will enhance not only gameplay, but also teamwork across the community.
With all these enhancements, sharing and saving your builds has never been more seamless or rewarding. Get ready to elevate your play by crafting a unique strategy or perfecting a tried and true setup. These tools ensure you have everything you need to create, organize, and share with ease.
We're also expanding on example builds. This feature now includes early game, late game, and flex categories to make selecting the perfect strategy even easier. Plus, we've increased the space for names and added detailed descriptions for every section, giving you a clearer breakdown of how to maximize each build's potential.
Oh, and we've added support for new tags to easily identify and organize builds. Every component has been fine-tuned with clarity and accessibility in mind. Now, go grab your favorite hero, pick your builds, refine your strategies, and show the world what you're made of.
See you in game.
117 billion. That's how many jars it would take. Isn't that crazy? Thanks for watching. No.
You wanna get lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let's get rowdy. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you shot me in the head? Is that what you're sorry about?
We're introducing saved builds.
Yay.
Yay! Yay! That's right. Sorry.
Is half the battle.
The stadium matches.
And lots of projectiles.
Oh, I lost my spot. Oh, looking away from
Wait, are these loaded?
Yes. Oh, yes. Don't look into the barrel. Why is that the decision?
Yes, please. I can't see anything. See you in game.
I'm gonna make you do it one more time because you both look at
Ninja smoke.
Oops.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Now, I know we've had some interesting hiccups over the course of today, and you don't see 3 boxes, you only see 2. That's right, it's myself, Rich Red, here, along with Johnny. I know. Zoe just had to take some time away. She was ragging on Johnny a little bit too much. We just had to say, you know what, just take a time out. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It was not my fault.
I know.
didn't do anything.
Totally kidding. I'm kidding.
I did not do anything.
But until we're able to get Zoe back in here, it'll be just the 2 of us as we go through this before entering into the grand finals, which both you and I are really excited to see, because we get to see this revenge match from what we had yesterday. Isn't that right, Johnny?
Yeah, that is exactly right. And undoubtedly, it's going to be the 2 best teams in the North American region. I feel like GK, they're sniffing a little bit of revenge here. I really do think that yesterday they tried some stuff out, and that just means that they're so well prepared going into today's matchup instead. And I really do think that we might go the distance here. If we get 7 maps, it'll be absolute cinema, of course. Yeah, but I really do think that there's a good chance for it, Rich.
We had some cinema already a little while ago, but you know what kind of cinema we're going to have? We're going to have our NA Superstar. Yes, we did have the option available to all of you for this stage 2, and we get to see what that verdict actually is, Johnny. So I'm looking forward to being able to announce it between these 4 that we had. I know you had went for Kuffa, I had went for Infected, we had Zoe for Lethal, and then Chronix coming in. And the overall verdict here is going to be the NA Superstar reveal is Chronix. The 4th one that we had so heavily touted. You had mentioned about the development coming through this stage, the Freya being such a significant factor, and then what we've already been able to see in Nightmare. Granted, they were not the ones to move up into this grand finals, but someone we still collectively have to recognize as a talent in our eyes.
Yeah, I think Chronic kind of defined the stage 2 in North America. Obviously, Freya being released really changed the game, especially the first few weeks when the meta was kind of settling. Freya was like, oh my god, this character is overpowered. And Chronic was the first go-to hit scam player that really just fell in love with this character and the skill set and was able to produce with what Freya had to offer. And it really like blew up Chronic's career to the point now where, like I said earlier, we're really hailing Chronic as one of the best hit scam players in the entire region. So I think when you think back to stage 2 of 2025, it's going to be us thinking back about Chronic and the impact he had on Freya, and so very much deserved for winning stage 2 MVP.
Absolutely. And before we start getting into that grand finals, we actually have an amazing opportunity once again. We had it for EMEA, we get to have it for NA now. We get to talk to some coaches. We both have Wheats and Kasaurus here with us, where we actually get to pick their brains before going into this grand finals. How's it going to both of you? How you doing?
Going all right.
Great. How about you? Okay. Want to make sure? Cool. Good. I can hear. Okay. Want to make sure you guys can hear us. So again, we've got both of you. Johnny, I know you said you had a couple of questions you wanted to have going into this with both of them. So who do you want to hit up first between the 2?
All right. We got to clear this up. We got to clear this up before we enter the grand final. Kasaurus, is it your birthday today?
It is my birthday, yes. So I'd love nothing more from Wheats than a nice win.
Happy birthday, man. I don't know if I can give you a gift like that, but we can make something else happen.
All right, Wheats can't get you. Yeah, happy birthday. Wheats doesn't want to give that nice of a birthday gift. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that's maybe the first thing you think of, but okay. So Johnny, what was your second one?
Well, I wanted to ask Wheats, first of all, obviously took a bit of a loss yesterday against Team Liquid. There were some bans deferred in the first those couple of maps there. Like, what really was the game plan against Liquid yesterday versus to what you guys have in store for today's matchup?
I think yesterday we were just not really playing our own game. We were kind of overthinking ourselves, and today we more or less went back to basics and it worked out pretty well. So
Okay, all right. So I'll have a question now on the other side after that. So it's going to be Kasaurus. After what you played yesterday, you had put yourself into the grand finals, and now you were able to sit in the wings for a moment, see how GK is playing, and they're going to be entering into this grand finals. Is there anything that you've really been able to see from what they've just shown now, after even Wheats just mentioning going back to the basics, that you're feeling is a little different, or do you still feel that this is the same type of expectation you're going to have for the team to compete against GK today?
Oh, I think they were trying out new stuff yesterday. I think the patch hit and they tried to figure out like a new comp for them. I don't think necessarily worked out, like we said. I think we'll see the old GK style with the Hazard, with the BAP, with the Lucio a lot today. Man, we'll have counters ready for that.
I guess I have to ask though, you beat them yesterday, but there was one composition you weren't quite able to overcome, and that was the Baptiste Lifeweaver. So given that they've been so extremely good on that composition throughout the stage, do you have something a little special planned if GK brings it out here today?
Yeah, we were ready. We were ready yesterday too, and we actually overcame it quite well on Kings Row, and they ended up coming up with some insane clutch. But now we're even more ready for it.
All righty. Well, we greatly appreciate both of your time. Thank you so very much, Wheats and Kasaurus, for being with us to talk a little bit before getting into this, what we're hoping to be a very exciting matchup between the two of you for this grand finals. I know you've got so much more ahead of you, but right now we're really looking forward to seeing who gets that #1 spot. So thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes and best of luck, Sweet.
Yeah,
oh, that's awesome. But again, that would be a great birthday gift. I mean, you go to the team, you're just like, all right, guys, I know we got to win, but we have to win because it's my birthday.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, I feel bad for like, if it doesn't end up happening, and GK's like, perfect, we're gonna ruin Kasaurus' birthday. And they're like added motivation to just like, it's Kasaurus' birthday, let's take him down on his birthday. But yeah, very happy for Kasaurus. Happy birthday to you, Kasaurus. Hopefully has a good one regardless of outcome of this spectacular match. I can't wait to get into it here, Rich, because like I said, this is going to be an absolute banger, and especially over here in North America, the compositions they've been playing, the tracers and stuff, it's been so explosive. The hitscan players, it's been phenomenal, so I can't wait to get into it.
Well, we can really start diving into Team Liquid. I know we got to see GK a little bit earlier. We can talk about them in a moment, but Team Liquid is who we want to highlight. Let's take a look at the players that we've got going into today and what we're really going to have brought to the table, because yesterday was an interesting one. Johnny, I think you and I both felt really good about their performance and really the highlights that they were able to bring against GK.
Yeah, but also I think it's noteworthy that when Liquid looked at their best, as they progressed throughout the stage, it was actually when the meta catered towards some of the more brig Baptiste compositions, things slowed down a little bit, and they started coming online. But yesterday, Vega was back on the Lucio, RuPaul still on that signature Baptiste, and so it really just looks like Vega said himself in the winner's interview, they've just clicked as a team and they're finally playing to their fullest potential. This is a team going into 2025 that had tons of expectations on their shoulder, obviously a partner team, some of the best talent in North America, but the fact that they weren't able to qualify for Champions Clash, it was considered a bit of a failure. But throughout the rest of Stage 2, they've massively improved week after week, and now, after taking down GK yesterday, they find themselves here in the grand final, and now they just have one more match to win the Stage 2 finals.
And they're in prime position to do so as we take a look at their opponent, GK, who has worked their way back through this loser's bracket towards the tail end of it to be able to compete against Team Liquid, which again, we know already that they started to get back to the basics like Wheats has talked about, and you had already highlighted Kuffa and the versatility and the amount of hero pool that is brought to this from a tanking role. Lethal was just accelerating when it came to the DPS aspect and really being able to take control of these. And even Maimon working alongside with it, that communication to Kuffa. There's just so many different factors for this team. I think that's going to really allow them now to put a more formidable challenge against Team Liquid in this, especially when you have to get to that first of 4. It is so important now for the long run that you work through this, and I think because of just this overnight talk and what they want to do, they say, you know what, we tested these things out. Even recognition from, the coach from Team Liquid, where at this point they were trying things, they know they're going to get back to basics, but still feels really confident. I think GK is in a position to where they can come back tenfold, but birthday wishes may happen.
Yeah. I mean, You look at some of the compositions today, Rich, and it just feels like you said, like they're just playing comfort at this point. Because you look at yesterday, and it was a bit of a departure from what really made this a fantastic team throughout Stage 2. You know, they obviously have their explosive elements. Lethal can just take over games. Maimon is also a great damage player as well. But for the most part, what has made GK great is the fact that they're such a smart team. Their setups are so good. You look at the Baptiste Lifeweaver, no one has really been able to take it down. But yesterday, it was more of the Mauga. We're gonna play Mauga with Reaper and Venture. It was a way more aggressive, way higher tempo, and GK as the initiator. And that kind of style hasn't really been what has made them great so far this stage. So GK maybe slowing things down, back to basics, what really earned them their success here in Stage 2. Maybe that's the recipe for success here in the final match of Stage 2 in North America.
But we're not going to make you wait any longer. It is a waiting moment here for the NA region, so we're going to get this underway. We're going to send it on over to our casters, Jaws and Avril. Take it away, my friends.
Thank you very much, Rich and Johnny over on the desk. Yes, it is Championship Sunday. Someone is going to get crowned the King of North America for Stage 2. Now, Avril, will it be Zera, who did end up winning that Stage 1 trophy, or will it be his former team in GK, formerly Nightmare? Insane stuff here in our final series. I mean, GK just come off with a hot win, a 3-0 event against Nightmare in that lower bracket final.
A convincing one as well. You know, we saw some signs of life from Nightmare, but otherwise it was GK all the way. They wanted a strong statement saying yesterday was a mistake. Today is going to be different. That was reflected in the coach interview as well. We were saying we're going to go back to basics. We wanted to try some stuff yesterday. It didn't work out. It got punished. Kasaurus, he's ready though. He mentioned, look, we're ready for what GK is going to bring to board on this grand final. They have their counters. They got the counter stratting. This could be a decent series that will go a potential distance. And also, could be a long one too. Look at that. Potential 7 on board.
Yep. First of 4 format, of course, in our finals. Team Liquid picking the map. We're going to Ilios with a Lucio ban and a Freya ban for GK.
Now we're going to get rid of Oasis here. Ilios is a map that I don't think we've seen super common in the Western regions. In Korea, this is like always first map every single time. Freya is massive on this map as well. It's banned away by GK. No Lucio. To me, reads this is going to be a Brig and a potential look, or it could be the Juno coming through. BAP, kind of, you want to play that one with the Lucio. BAP Juno could still potentially be viable, but I think we might be seeing Winston, we might be seeing Hazard here. It's dive versus dive, I think, is going to be the opening. But the difference to me is Infected's willingness to play the ball. Cuffer actually used to have a very strong ball back in the day, but I just haven't seen him play in such a long time. I'm not sure if GK are going to be willing to bring that up, but I know Infected and Liquid will.
Yeah, I mean, he's more of a brawl player at this moment in time, like Ram, Orisa, that kind of vibe. But yeah, Infected and Liquid, they love going to Ilios. They love playing the Wrecking Ball. They love playing things like Winston. We've even seen Ball banned out against Infected in matches before. So like, this seems almost inevitable. And a map like Ilios as well, Avril, it's like, you don't need the Lucio at all. You can have that Brig backline with Akiri, with an Ana. Like, you can play a little bit slower with the Wrecking Ball. It's not like an all-in, pure focused dive comp. Like, you're pretty chill with that. And I think this ball as well, or with this Lucio ban, sorry, is going to stop teams from running down a backline while the ball is off doing his own little shenanigans. Before we get into the match, though, don't forget, Season 17 is live right now. Before we get into this first map, we'll jump to a quick trailer, just give the players another couple of minutes.
Lost. I'm alive. Now we play in my world. Selecting upgrades to match new user. I think a level up is in order. How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey, this is not part of my programming. Class dismissed. Overdrive activated. Final upgrades inbound. You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon. Game over.
Come back.
Okay.
Want to control the POVs you watch on the official OWCS broadcast? Choose and switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat and earn drops. Watch it on your mobile. Or cast it to the big screen with Chromecast. Watch it, control it, face it.
All right, we are back. Invites have been sent out. Players are joining the lobby right now as we get into our grand finals here of Stage 2 in North America. There's the map set, and it's first to 4.
Ilios going to be map number 1, and I looked at the history so far in playoffs. Ilios got played one time, one Busan. The rest have all been Oasis, but specifically for Team Liquid, their 5 previous open and control maps have all been Oasis. Fun fact for you, the last time that Team Liquid actually played Ilios in an official was in that week 4 match versus GK.
We're going right to it as well. You got to think Infected playing ball, and GK are going to know that too. Like, I think the only issue, and I guess the question for me would be this Sombra play from My Moan. It seems like it's just a shoe-in, really.
Yeah, and that week 4 game was actually lethal, playing the Sombra with the Tracer on My Moan. So, you know, you do have to sacrifice the Tracer if you want to play into the Sombra. They're both really good into the ball. And this is assuming that Infected will definitely play the ball, which, you know, we're still not entirely sure on. We have kind of different bans coming in as well, because Lucio Kiriko was widely featured in that week 4 game. This time around, no Lucio, which to me, it just kind of, it really does say that potential for Brig and Ana should still be on board. I'm not too sure where Brig and Ana currently stand in the Season 17 meta. We saw that one Ana in our previous matchup, but it was with the Juno, so I'm not entirely sure if that's really how you want to be playing it. And we haven't seen any Brig. I can't really remember seeing too much Brig so far in this current week of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, thing like Ruins is a good map still for the Brig and the Ana, and to be fair, like even well isn't too bad. Like, you can play cage side or you can play like main, and you just kind of chill by the little mini. It feels a little bit better playing the Kiriko though on a map like that, because when you do get dove, like, okay, you are fighting in that choke forever. You are fighting in the in cage as well on the left hand or the right hand side. We'll have to wait and see. Double flex obviously is always going to be on the table, and it's going to have to be now considering Lucio being banned away. I don't think we're going to see anything too slow, and I think with Infected, he's going to bring out the Wrecking Ball. You already know it, but the better stages for the ball of Ruins and Lighthouse, like, when it comes to, well, it's like okay, but not nearly as potent as it is on the other two stages.
It's a 2-1 win for Liquid as well back in week 4 in that opening match with GK and Team Liquid. So we'll see how our compositions look once we actually get into map. This is map 1 of Grand Finals, Jaws in North America, Team Liquid and GK.
Yep, a rematch from that upper bracket. That was a 3-1 as well to Team Liquid. The only map taken by GK was that King's Row, and a very close one at that. Control, Oasis, that Circuit Royale game. Liquid were in control, and they looked honestly like in new form. This is a team that everybody expected to be at the top, but it was Nightmare and GK that were just head and shoulders above the rest. And now it is the chance for Team Liquid to prove that they are the top dogs. Take down GK again, who went lossless in the regular season. They went 7-0 with only losing 4 maps. Gates are going to open. Looks like Infected at the moment, locking the Winston.
Both Winstons look to be locked. It's Brig Anna on one side for GK. It's going to be Anna for RuPaul. Vega on the Kiriko. So we did say Anna quite likely, given that there's not going to be Lucio. It's the Tree Fire though. There's a bit of an X factor, a bit of a rarity. Don't see this in the West a lot. It's falling out of favor in Korea as well, outside of a couple of players.
So I'm keeping in mind too, like, that's a lot of healing from RuPaul and Vega. Admiral, of course, will be packing people every now and then, but no, like, defensive countermeasure for Team Liquid. They've already lost Vega to a nade, stopping that Swift Step from coming in. That's going to be a cap. Very cleanly done by GK.
More defensive composition with the Brig and the cast in play. It's just harder for Infected and Zero to get value. But a hard hit scan from Lethal as well. Not super long range like a Sojin or maybe even a Freya, but enough to just keep the lid on to treat You'd Imagine, who currently is struggling for damage. You really want to see a lot more damage out of Fire early, but 26% leaves you wanting.
All right, Lethal just died in bubble there. Didn't receive the support required from Abral and UV. We're currently under duress right now. Tree just looking straight at the Brig. Good nade there, but the Farah pretty high in the sky. Sniper Monkey Cuffer takes down Tree, but the point did get flipped.
Well, nice dives there from Infected, like you say, isolating, using the bubbles and converting into the point flip in first fight win. First ultimate on board is going to end up being Nano Boost from RuPaul. Timing quite a fair bit ahead of Ultraviolet as well.
Nano Boost just waiting for Cuffer, making sure you're keeping track of where the Winston is going to be very important for this backline of Team Liquid. There's the Nano on to the Far though. Little one tap on to Lethal. That's going to be a complete reset. GK not messing around either. Like, they lose one, they know they can't win the fight. They aren't sticking around too long, trying anything too risky.
They are going to return pretty quickly. Waimon just gets naded, instantly shut down by RuPaul. There's a trade though. No Primal, 95.
Chasing Ultraviolet, 95 on the Primal. Yep, so Cover can't stay alive in the backline. Extending the lead for Team Liquid, who, although have lost RuPaul, has still got Vega on the point with the ult.
Just the instant trades coming on in. You talked about GK wanting to play maybe a little bit more patiently. We're going to see that quick Nano. Not too sure what Lethal was. Ideally not trailing behind by too much. And missed sick. In fact, it's going to go for the Primal anyway.
Yeah, Mymone spotting RuPaul there, but RuPaul way too high up for Mymone to be effective. Primal Rage is going to end in just a moment. Is Infected still in this fight, by the way. Lethal just drops down from the heavens, hits the nade, hits the right click. Easy clap. Infected down, and there's the flip. GK now in control, and they save their own Primal Rage. And most importantly here as well, this rally.
Rush didn't get used that last fight, Tree, so waiting for opportunity to get this play with the barrage on board as well. This actually... not going to be quite it. I was going to say...
oh, this is aggro.
You know, quick pop-off on a support or Cuffer would be pretty nasty. Have to be careful about bubble placement. Have to be careful about sleep dart as well. But otherwise, there's not that much to stop the barrage. You would imagine that Tree can find an angle here. Big Needle Vega.
Clear out GK right now, who are in the back line. It's been kind of tough for Liquid to kind of step up. Both supports kind of holding around that left-hand side. And even look where Cover's playing. He's got Primal Rage, so he's got the get out of jail free card. Eventually he's going to back off, but Infected has been critical health for the last, like, 30 seconds or so.
And now you have to wait for the Nano. RuPaul's going to have a slight advantage, but Ultraviolet will have this in response in just short order. Nano's going to go and trigger the Nano barrage.
On the Pharah, Rally's going to get popped by Avril, but Tree is hunting for the brick, but can't get a good angle to use the barrage. RuPaul doesn't have and trade it cross map, but and Avril staying alive here, generating that overhealth, and also, more importantly, armor for himself is going to keep him in the fight. Unfortunately for Ultraviolet, though, goes down to a kunai. Is now Cuffer trying to stall at this point to 99. Team Liquid doing it, find the flip. Barrage connects with Cuffer. And now Geeke losing Ultraviolet and using the ability to use Nano cannot win that fight.
But they wanted the oven on slow bake, but Tree still delivers the cake. As GK going to be forced out 97%. It's the kill to Ultraviolet that I think was the impactful one. No Nano to save GK in the fight. Team Liquid, strong position to push this to 99.
Oh, what a good stick. What a stick. Nano, again, evaporates from the map. Ultraviolet down, rush from Vega. He's held on this one, this entire round pretty much. One rush to rule them all as G can now struggle to keep themselves alive. It's only Avril available for heals. Ends up getting taken down. Ultraviolet will be back in just a moment, but might not even be able to use the Nano, to be very honest with you. Mymone touches again to re-trigger OT. Cuffer does get nanoed eventually, but there's 5 players from Liquid looking his way, and he's got no Primal Rage to back him up. UV going down, 2 fights in a row with Nano seals the deal for Team Liquid on round 1.
And we just confirmed there as well, the Nano being played into Cuff in the last moments. There is no double Nano online, not high enough level yet in just a single round of Ilios. So no major perk. And unfortunately for Ultraviolet, going down at a critical moment, 2 critical moments back to back. No Nanos being played in. The fact that Zero is able to just weave in against the cast, against the Brig, even the utility that can be played through from the Ana, and land that stick. You couldn't ask for something better than Zera in that particular moment. Zera, such a difference maker playing against his old team. GK feeling the difference of Zera being on Team Liquid, as he was the one to close the lid on that round.
There are players in this lobby that will be back-to-back champs as well in North America, whether that's Zera or Lethal, Cuffer, Admiral, and UV. Team Liquid want that #1 placing. Getting a better seeding too is going to be important going into mid-season. Tree swapping from Pharah. Okay.
Already?
Did not expect this.
This is not King's Row, brother. Well, it'll be interesting. I'm just going to say this. I've seen T1 Proud play on this map on a Hanzo, and it did not look good. To be honest, though, maybe Proud just had an off day. Maybe Tree can show us something massive with those logs. But this is not a map like King's Row where you can find these extremely tight angles. Get value on the Dragon Strike.
I mean, I guess it's a decent spot to use Dragon Strike on the point. Go on, go for it again. Tree's trying to bait UV to jump in. It's not happening, though. Ooh, get owned. All right, quick flip for Team Liquid.
I will say Dragon Strike on the point is pretty crucial. However, beyond that, the rest of the map super wide open. Team Liquid still with the opening fight win. Look at this backline, though, GK. Happy to lock in the Beaver comp straight away. However, I have said on control maps, if you are up against Dive, could be tricky. You have Winston, your Tracer. If Admiral and Ultraviolet get caught at any point by divers, it's very hard to stay alive in these situations. Vega, though, low HP.
Oh, nice virus connection there from Sarah from cross map. Does end up picking up the mini, so chill for the time being. The virus connecting with Vega, but no initial kills, no follow-up there. After Lethal is tagging people down to about half HP. Mymone going pretty low, but same could be said for Infected. I'd be able to get out of this one too. Yes, somehow. Gets out with what, like sub 50 HP? Gets the Nano back in and destroys the lamp. This is a tough spot for GK to be in. Admiral UV have gone to the Beaver backline, the Bat Lifeweaver. Oh, the saves him from the post, but they've got no presence on the point.
Yeah, well, you need to see Lethal Mymone get something here, and that delivers Vega down 93% to rush as well.
Oh, wait. Did he hit him invis? Invis cross map? Holy Tree, sending out logs.
Check him
Lethal
PC.
down, check him PC.
Now, what a shot to come on through. Delivering on the Hanzo. Now it's time for the window. Tree on point as well, I believe.
Yep. I believe that Dragon Strike is going to do damage to that tree as well. Worth keeping in mind. does damage to deployables now, and I believe that does count. My Moan ends up getting logged by Tree. Okay, actually caught. I didn't realize Tree, you know, playing the Hanzo would be this effective on this map of all things. Yeah, get out of here, Lethal. EMP available, Avril, but this is final fight for Team Liquid.
They haven't really been able to impact Tree, so maybe this is working out, just given the fact that none of GK are able to get on top of Tree, shut him down. He is actually hitting shots, including to Invis players, but 2% left. Oh! Okay, I think he touched.
Okay. He got the touch. EMP connects, and no touch there. Team Liquid. Oh boy, taking that map. That Sonic arrow at the last second reveals the Sombra. As soon as that reveal thing shows up, hey, I have the EMP. They know where I am. EMP gets a couple of people, but they don't get the touch. A 2-0 for Team Liquid to start the series off.
Yeah, I don't know if I will fully say it's a C9, given that we already had the initial touch, but just things got a little bit too difficult there. Tree getting that recon off towards the end. I don't know, you know, Rose might not be here, but her spirit may still be lingering.
Bro, we need a replay on that shot. The Tree shot onto Lethal. He was mid-air. Dude sniped him like Legolas across map, bro. Invis as well. Wasn't even looking. Jeez.
Almost reminds me of, this is going to be a throwback, 2021. It was one of the Hawaii games where, this was after Leave got his MVP. Leave on Hanzo on the same map, Lighthouse, got an invisible shot onto Birdring, who EMPs at the same time. Birdring, EMPs, Leave instantly got a headshot at him, like the same frame, cancel the EMP, and basically killed an Invis Sombra with EMP. It was incredible. So it does remind me a little bit about that.
It's a throwback.
Yeah, it's a throwback. I got the archive stored in my brain. Keeping
the
track
archive
of
I like that.
Those old years. It's fun old years, but what a map to come through. 2-0. Even the Hanzo working out on this map as well, and we see it early. We expect it potentially on the King's Row, but to see it this early on on Elios even, it's just like, holy, this is actually Team Liquid having some real impact in the server. The fact that you bring up the Dragon Strike breaking Tree as well is a really good interaction that does actually kind of cost the Liquid backline a little bit. The Prince is just basically dead even.
Yeah, 51-49. I think everybody's pretty impressed with how Liquid handled GK yesterday in that 3-1. That upper bracket match. It was a 2-0 to Team Liquid on Oasis, so Control kind of going similar directions here. Circuit Royale was the next pick for GK, and it's actually going to be King's Row. Okay. They're not going to ban Hanzo, surely. Surely they won't ban the Hanzo here.
If you ban the Hanzo, you leave your backline open to banning in response. So the issue here now has to be you have to prioritize the backline. Ban away probably, again, the Lucio, something like that, or even a Kiriko. You just want to kind of deny that composition in general. And then the response will probably be the Hazard ban. This is why I stated in our previous series, in that lower final, banning the Hazard map 1 removes your capability of having this response further in the series, which is why Liquid are not going to ban a Hazard map 1. They're going to save it so that when GK go to a King's Row or a circuit, and inevitably the life of your backline is going to be protected, you then respond with the Hazard ban.
Well, last time Team Liquid played this and picked this, GK picked it, and then GK won it. They banned Kiriko first and the Hazard second, but like you said, Hazard off the table. Let's have a look. It's going to be the same thing. Okay, so GK once again banning that Kiri, Team Liquid banning Hazard. So 2 Hazard bans, which means it can't be banned. Oh, sorry. Lucio Freire in the first one. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking a different game. Different series. Because you're talking about banning Hazard so much. But anyway, GK banning the same thing. Same strat here. Going to King's Row, banning Kiri, and then a Hazard ban for TL. Yeah, so no bait, no Hanzo ban here, but it might get pulled out again. Tree's been looking honestly on fire with it.
I think it will be, yeah, and part of the reason is because, as you sort of mentioned there, Dragon Strike does have that interaction that can destroy deployables, which is going to be very useful into both Lamp and also the Trigger Life. So I don't know if that's like the actual counter. This is a good map for the Hanzo anyway, so even if you're not up against the BAP Life Weaver combo, this is still a reasonable Hanzo map that you may want to pull through. The Kiriko ban, as that we saw yesterday, now that we see today, does mean that there's a potential Lucio's going to be in play. GK wants to make sure that if they step away from this Beaver backline, they can also then play the Lucio, because both teams kind of want to play the Lucio here. Lucio being banned away causes some weird stuff to happen. We saw in that last series of Circuit Royale. Once Lucio is gone in this current meta, the backlines have to get a little bit creative.
Yeah, it's just an insurance policy, right? Just making sure you can just back down. Like, hey, we can't play this backline. That's fine. We'll just pivot to something else. Here we go. Map number 2, Kings Row. Team Liquid off to a hot start. Community Preds being about 51% for Team Liquid, 49 for GK. With the Kiriko ban, we're going to see some Hanzo, probably some Lifeweaver, Baptiste as well. I wonder what other regions are going to think of this, if this kind of backline just continues through to the mid-season. I'm curious how people end up in different regions kind of responding to it.
Well, in my opinion, Ball is one of the counters. Ball, Sombra, heavy dive, shutting down that backline, able to access them, because the Lifeweaver Bap can just get onto these high ground, super annoying to find that they can bail each other out, but Hacks will interrupt that. Ball's ability to chase is extremely huge, so once you go up internationally against strong dive teams, T1, Crazy Raccoon, especially when Jumbin is there, Dongak is there, the 2 best ball players in the world, could be a struggle to run the Beaver backline, but right now, unless Infected, not this map, you wouldn't want to see the Ball on this map, but Infected is probably the one player in NA that has the best capability of kind of replicating what some of the Korean teams will be able to do against you. However, the reason why you're not going to see Beaver on every single map is for that reason, which is why we save it for circuits, we save it for Kings Row.
Zera on May. Tree on Hanzo. Defense, Vega on the Alari. Okay, now this is a comp, and yeah, GK even on the offense. They're going to go with Admiral on the Lifeweaver again, and this BAP, it's been so deadly. Ultraviolet is just a menace with it. But I mean, speaking of menaces, Tree in this high ground here, they got it. Yeah, okay. All right, well, logged.
Yep.
You've got to deal with him. You have to somehow dislodge Tree. Cut him down.
You have no dive here. You have no real easy access to high ground. I mean, sure, you got Pedal, but that's not what we're really talking about, because you don't have the Hazard. This is why Hazard would be so good in the situation, which is why it's a perfect ban. On the backline, though, Maimon, first pickup here will be so useful.
Can't get Vega. Like, this is so difficult because Tree can just 180 and then tag Maimon, and Maimon, you're going to be fearful of getting logged by the Hanzo. Even a body shot and then a headshot from the Alari. Lethal's the one to take down Vega in the choke point. A nice little headshot there on the Storm Arrows from Tree, but doesn't initially get a kill. Now Lethal in a little bit of trouble, but actually, no, call an ambulance, but not for me. Zera gets headshot. That railgun from Lethal, not fully charged, but it will do.
Ooh. Storm Arrows, though, still looking good. You won't win the point off this one. Tree is eventually going to go down. You would imagine he's going to healed up right now and actually safe. I lied. He's up. GK can't get him down.
Just refuses to die, and Vega's going to come back on the Lucio to rejoin the rest of the team ASAP. Pulse bomb in the hands of Maimon, looking for somebody. Recalls pretty early. Misses the pulse bomb. Tree almost logs him in this head, and actually Maimon taking a body shot there. A tick and a little bit here for GK, at least for now, but dislodging Infected is going to be so difficult. And the Blizzard, Dragon Strike, so much coming up soon.
Yeah, a lot on the GK side as well. Look at this. Annihilation. OC, we've really seen Lethal pop off. Now's the opportunity. Big damage potentially coming through now.
They're going to try and make this fight cheap. There's the Tree on the point. It's going to be so hard to actually get on here now if you're Team Liquid. Infected, dash into the back line. Terror surging. Ultraviolet's found himself in a 1v1. Make that a 1v2, but on the point, the Blizzard is going to help secure the kill onto cover, denying him the use of that Annihilation.
Oh, Tree again.
Logged again as Tree dominates on the Hanzo on the defense.
It's just disgusting. He hasn't died. Has he died yet? I don't think he's died yet. And now the late death onto Admiral. You've got to appreciate the fact that the Zera May has found value here as well. Blizzard on point to essentially counteract the Tree. Yeah, you want to get some Tree healing, too bad. You're going to get frozen up instead. And then the wall to block out line of sight once the OC comes through. Really brutal stuff. Lethal going to swap over to the cast out to try and put some more pressure onto Infected Zarissa. Vega, by the way, had a couple fights now, but he swapped onto Lucio. Already has a beat to play through.
It's just an absolute monster, man. Yeah, okay, Ravenous Vortex is going to help for sure. He's got the backup of RuPaul in that window as these logs are going to hurt even more if RuPaul uses the ult. Lethal is going to have a good firing line here onto the point, but now this window it's a danger zone.
Remember
GK to step on the point. Sound barrier from Vega, yep. There's an Annihilation on the point for cover. It's going to tick for quite a considerable amount of time, considering Infected's there trying to hold down the fort. 2 ticks on board now for GK and eventually taken out. And Tree at the very end here, unable to pick up the kills, but they made it hurt. GK just narrowly getting that point with 3-minute time back in the left.
That's his first death. That was the first time Tree actually goes down here, so See what he's able to do. Staying alive for so long. Dragon Strike ready to go. It just comes down to Annihilation, pushing on in, lasting forever, like you say, with Infected there receiving all of it. And now, potentially blocking Kufra, but not enough damage to it to kill him.
Yeah, this shield, so he's pretty chill. All good. Obviously, the Bap's very good into that as well. You just kind of jump over if you really need to. High Noon through the window. Dragon Strike in response. Okay, that's one way to send a message.
One of the counters to window, obviously hard to play through the window when the Dragon Strike is there, but also at the same time, Liquid just disengage. Did I not finding value either from Lethal?
Tree on the point. Uh-oh. Hard to fight into. Tree is taking down this lamp as well. He's just hunting for Ultraviolet right now. Kind of king of the castle on this high ground. In fact, Ultraviolet is on the wrong side of the fight. Terror Surge. Oh, gripped away. Oh, what a grip. Admiral not only saves Kufra from the Terror Surge, but saves him from the Blizzard as well. Lethal finds the kill onto RuPaul, and it's all falling apart for Team Liquid on the streets phase. Vega dead. Team Liquid's backline just washed down the drain as a minute and 30 remain.
Well, the Blizzard is a little bit misplaced as well. Placed in front of the payload, and Tree alive, holding strong. Payload didn't move though, which is a bit of an issue. Tree's gonna swap off the Hanzo. He'll probably go back actually. There might just be a TP to help his teammates move forward as Team Liquid now wanting to go for this retake. And is he gonna touch in time? Barely, 0.57 meters.
Need to kill the shield though. Infective's going down. Lamp is gonna save him. Pulse bomb for Mimone.
Ready for bait.
Staring straight at Zera. Wants some backup. Sends Lethal in to try and deal with the Tracer. Sound barrier for Vega now available, but RuPaul is already dead. Are they going to commit? Yes, they are. Four-man sound barrier as Vega dashes to the backline on the Lucio, but his overhealth isn't going to last for too much longer as the positioning right now for GK is just too good. But Zera, I mean, that's got to be a close or High Noon Jax. Pops it, instantly dies to Mimone. Annihilation on the point for Kufra. Should be the final nail in the coffin. Point 2 secured.
They're still trying to stay alive on the Deadeye, but it's Kufra with the Annihilation once more. Now that the beat is gone, Vega dropped it in 4-man. Trying to get that recontest in, despite being one down. Lethal swapping over to the Freya for some long-range damage. Vega onto the Zen. We do see this sometimes. We go backs against the wall on the C point. Lack of capability to get flanked. The Zen can be pretty safe. See if the healing is coming enough. Certainly the damage is what we're looking for out of Vega, though.
A small perk pickup as well, worth pointing out with Tree. He's taken the perk where if you use a Sonic Vanilla health pack, it does get hacked for a brief moment in time. So can really help out Zera on the sidelines with this Mega. So Mimone's gonna have a tough job kind of dealing with it. Although Vega's dead too, Lethal. One of the easiest people to take out in that Zen, but Tree delivers him a log to the head. Here comes a Tree being deployed by Abril.
So far back, they're gonna push up beyond their Tree in short moments here.
Dragon Strike used, and yeah, that Tree isn't gonna survive too long. Look at that. Ends up expiring at the end of the day, and now RuPaul on the high ground with the window deploys the lamp for himself, and it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. A barrage of arrows blotting out the sun as GK try to approach this final corner, and they're unable to do so. 50 seconds to go as Vega at the very end comes alive with a couple of kills, and maybe even Tree changing now.
Just thinking about it. Lethal's still on the Freya, obviously. What are we going to see in response? Another Freya, the long-range consistency required here a little bit. I did enjoy having a Tree and RuPaul high ground set up, a little fortress with a window that they can play through. Very hard for GK to break, and it would require Lethal to find those shots like he did onto Vega to do. Now the long-range Freya battles will start to begin, but we're looking towards Annihilation. Vega does not have a Transcendence yet.
Oh, spotted Vega. Discord Orbital Warhack now for the Zen. Bowler shot available too. Everybody kind of trapped in that small corner. That Ravenous Vortex bringing everybody together. Really slowing them down. Bowler shot. Oh, goes wide. Actually almost clips Zera there, which would have been pretty disastrous for the Tracer. Infector receives a lamp in the front line. Now his overtime is here. Nice little reflect onto Vega and cover with this Annihilation. Has to deal with this window. RuPaul has to dash back though. These take-aim shots are connecting, but a couple of bullets onto Mimone will end the Genji's life, but Lethal pops his little head up and takes down RuPaul.
So opportunity here. Annihilation can be a massive ultimate for this final fight. Vega is about to have his ultimate as well. Admiral coming back from spawn. Big kills, Lethal onto Tree.
This Adamantium backline is just staying alive, but eventually Zera takes him down. Lethal there with a follow-up as the payload 3x for GK, they've got a tree, they've got Annihilation, they have the tools to win this. A tree deployed on the point, Transcendence coming through for Vega to get the final touch, but it's going to run out in a couple of seconds, and he's going to be pretty dead. Although saying that, the Lamb comes out in the end. Terror Surge does end up connecting, but eventually Vega is brought down, and this Annihilation, it's just too much sustained damage for RuPaul to heal up the rest of his squad. It's going to be an overtime finish for GK at the very most. But Team Liquid, they made a good go of it. And an overtime finish is a real nice one on King's Row. We know how long these can get. And if Team Liquid finish with over a minute, they're going to be in good stead to pick up another map. But what a push there from GK, surviving against the Hanzo at the very end.
Just brutal overtime respawn times there for Team Liquid. Waiting for players to get in. Vega forced to trans just to go for the touch, which means no transcendence for the actual fight itself. And then afterwards, Annihilation can find its value. A Terror Surge coming through from Infected to at least get the one kill, but not enough damage to follow through to get anything else done there. Team Liquid just, again, overtime is where they're going to get capped out in, which when we refer back to yesterday's upper bracket final game, GK capped out King's Row in OT. So a little bit of history repeating itself here. And as a reminder, GK also did win this map as well.
Look at the deaths on Cuffer and Mymone, only 2 each. Pretty low, considering how much, or at least visual impact Tree was having. Very lower limbs on the side of Team Liquid, but let's get a quick listening for Liquid. Is their attack? He's locked the Hanzo again, and Vega on the Zen. We'll see if this rolls in as the gates open.
Yeah.
We need it. Just call who we need to clear first for you guys, and we'll help clear. Ramp's probably gonna be statue. You can clear a ramp.
You could also go on at Vega. You don't know.
What?
Yeah. You got Mercy too.
I mean, if we want to fucking lose.
Mercy would actually be good. Mercy for you.
I don't see the rest. It's only
my Tracy's. My back
they're trading right top.
Ram statue.
Clear right, and then I'll block it. Yeah, I'm clearing right.
Alright, I can push right. You guys ready? No shield?
I'm no shield. Carry one.
No num. Wait out.
I'm walking top right. Turn rear.
3, 2, 1. Walking around.
Take top.
You're top right. Back on going through left. Fair. I can touch.
I'm hard to peek. Turn top right. I'm hard to peek.
Ram holding corner. Bap is very left. We're going behind.
I'm locked right.
I'm taking top. Play stuff.
Yeah, run the form.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Carry one. I can hit them.
You're in bottom left, arm man.
Yeah.
I'm
pushing.
Yeah, I flip.
I'll
flip. Come on.
Yeah, I'm healing you. Block left.
Shoot around.
Really need pocket.
Yeah, I'm blocking monster.
Shoot around.
River. I'm taking more enemy talk.
Run the form, you can push after. I'm going
right. Pretty left. I wouldn't see Trey. You're top left.
Yeah.
Turn main dropped.
Liquid just flipping the map right now on GK. Infected is so low. There's a lamp available from RuPaul, leaving the window too, so that's going to supplement their healing. Lethal feeling pretty bad on the low ground, although Spot's Tree actually just clambered down to his level. As if getting gripped away from Infected, who was trying to make a beeline to the back line. Ultraviolet and Vega do end up trading as Lethal goes extremely low, slides away up the staircase to get that miniature health back. But Team Liquid still, reinforcements are going to come in just a moment, but they've lost their positioning.
And a late death on Lethal as well. UV is still making his way back from spawn. This is going to be a limited 3v5 for a time being. Mymone has to be careful of his own HP bar as Team Liquid survive that one. Very low HP members, going to slowly whittle away by Mymone. Go for the touch now.
Oh, the tree on the point. Yeah, Vega ends up going down. This is not looking good for Team Liquid right now. GK managed to push RuPaul off of that high ground, a full wrap around to get rid of the BAP, who is in a priority in a dominant position. Oh, what a shot by Tree! That flick was insane. Mymone looking like he wanted to go for a pulse bomb onto the Hanzo, but Tree denies him straight up. A little headshot there with the Storm Arrow. Now he's in trouble though. As the Annihilation was meant just for him. It was postmarked just for Tree. That should be enough ults for GK to win this fight.
It's a lot. It's 3 ultimates at the end of the day. Tree alive to start things out, and then Annihilation plus OC to finish the fight with 1:30 left to go. Team Liquid, as a reminder, yesterday barely capped A with any time, kept B and OT, and didn't have enough time to finish the map, which is why they lost King's Row. You have so many ults on board for Team Liquid, though. You have to imagine this should be enough.
It should be, but is it? Terror Surge available. You've got Dragon Strike, Beat, Window, 4 ults on the board. Window's going to get used by Ultraviolet. They are going first. They are just playing quicker than Team Liquid right now. RuPaul finds one. Nice little grip there. Saves Lethal, but still ends up going down as Zera is in hot pursuit. And look at that. They get taxiing RuPaul around the map. 50 seconds to go. Infected finds a double. The Dragon Strike will be it. Okay, Team Liquid. Again, kind of reminiscent of how GK ended up doing on their attack. Very close, scrappy fight at the very end as Liquid get the payload going.
They get to save 2 ultimates here as well, but that got really tight for Team Liquid. Tree going down early. The reason why that's so impactful is not just because it's Tree on Hanzo, but more importantly... Okay, let's take a look at this shot. And boom, done. It's important because UV drops in the window, and one of the best ways you beat the window, as previously discussed, is you Dragon Strike the window, which then gives RuPaul a better angle to work through. Infected is not able to get close enough to sort of break past the window and Terror Surge, but he still wins the day. Infected and Zero combined took down that backline eventually. Allows them to cap.
Zera forced to recall pretty early, but so is my moan. So both Tracers playing on a knife's edge in the streets. Zera still wants a little chunk of my moan though. Does need some help. That support, that general like healing passive kicks in a little bit slower now. So, oh, what? Okay, Lethal did not even see Zera. Saw the pulse bomb. Zera blinked in, blinked out, got a kill onto Lethal. Ends up going down though, so 1-for-1 trade, and here's the tree. The emergency tree for GK. Terror Surge on top of it, however, and that instant damage. Oh, dearie me. That backline's looking at adamantium, but when they're all brought together in a group hug, it is easy pickings for Team Liquid.
Tree life gain over time is going to be there, but not quickly enough to stop Infected. A quick Terror Surge, by the way. Lamp broken fast by the rest of Liquid means that Terror Surge value is going to be massive. As Infected will swap over towards the Ram now. Action Cuff it. RuPaul next up on ultimate. Tree ready to go as well. The timing is going to be super important here. They're both out-timing Ultraviolet.
Lethal could maybe step up here, but they need to clear this high ground, and that's going to be really hard against the BAP and the Hanzo. Maybe my moan can be that difference. He's found. Oh, the flick's good, but the lamp is better. Saving Tree's life. That annihilation isn't going to affect them up on this high ground. Cupper's trying to jump and actually try and punch them in the sky, but now he's below them. That annihilation looks so sad from Cupper. He's now cowering in a corner, and this Dragon Strike will probably be the end of him as well. A window deployed in the choke point, but no one can make good use of it now as the Dragon Strike is going to separate GK from it. Ultraviolet might be on the high ground, but the rest of his comrades 10 feet under as Team Liquid cap the second point.
You see that with Lethal going to Freya. He already knows we're going to see B is likely over. Also, don't need to cast anymore into the Ram, considering there's no Orisa on board for Team Liquid. Tree's going to respond. Same battle that we saw last time. Good news for Team Liquid today compared to yesterday's King's Row is they have 30 extra seconds. Yesterday, only the 130 capping B and OT. Small, tiny bit extra room for error. Speaking of error, Zera's not going to get that stick.
Almost. Everybody was kind of jumping around. Everybody was a little bit taller than he was. All right, Mimone making a TP play into the back line. It's going to be hard for Infected to stay alive now. This sim is just so easy to charge up. Mimone, we spoke about it earlier. Just being able to jump onto this pocket pick, and a full right click owns Vega. Ultraviolet gets the last final tap there onto the Lucio. Infected ends up going down as well as Team Liquid are routed.
I'll tell you what, GK, you mentioned this one. They struggled to find any high ground capability in terms of shutting down Team Liquid. Tree might not be on Hanzo anymore, but high ground is kind of what won Team Liquid that B fight. Mimone says, I can just go symmetrical. We can flip the map. You want to take that high ground? I can TP there as well. Lob a full charge right click into Vega's face. And the last minute, Team Liquid have still a decent amount of distance, but they have a lot of ultimates.
Everybody is so split. Four-man sound barrier there for Team Liquid to keep them in the fight. A Nemesis form and then the Annihilation full cover on the point as Infected just rolls over Ultraviolet and Admiral. Mimone went for a TP play into the backline, split the team up, and then Infected kind of ate them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Look at this though, 30 seconds remaining. So, final couple of delays, Mimone and Cuppa. Look at the group respawn together. Importantly, GK, they know they've lost the fight. Save your ultimates, but what did they get out of it? Infected, RuPaul, and Vega. All three big Team Liquid ults go. We're not expecting too much out of the bowler shot. Doesn't do enough damage. Needs a bit of setup here for GK. One final fight, and they have so much to do.
TPP, a bowler shot onto the high ground, but they still need to touch. RuPaul does end up going down as Tree switches
points. Just basically, it's playing in the spawn right now of GK, but this wall is just too strong. It's just too powerful. GK's defense looking infallible with this sim. The high ground was a problem, but not when you got a TP, as Team Liquid end up falling over on King's Row as GK tie the series.
No deferred bans, no Malga today in this grand final for GK. Straight away onto one of their strong maps of King's Row, where they won yesterday. They will win again in the same fashion as well, mind you. Another 3-2. They complete the map in OT, and they're just shy of capping in their own overtime. Team Liquid will falter, and as I sort of mentioned there in the last fight, because there was enough time to reset, they baited all these large ultimates out of Team Liquid, and they banked their own huge ultimates. And that giant ult advantage with the wall as the cherry on top, you can't break through that.
Yeah, that wall, it is just to decide it in like most fights. If the enemy also doesn't have like a sim, like good luck. Obviously, we see it in EU a ton with the sim. And the sim walls, we wall as well. We wall in a different direction, or maybe the same direction, where we also can't really get damaged, and it's a bit of a stalemate in the fight. But when there's only one sim, you can't deal with that. And then both Abrael and UV had ults as well. Like you said, that ult stacking really paid off. Trees Hanzo looked extremely good, especially on that first and second. This flick was also nasty. But history is kind of repeating itself, Abrael. A little bit out of order, as King's Row was the third map in their series in the upper finals. But GK won that one, and Team Liquid won the control as a 2-0. Like, after GK won this, Team Liquid's response was going to Runasapi, banning the Ram, and then a Cassidy ban for GK. So, do you think we're going to see that again?
Runasapi coming up. I mean, we have Circuit here as well, but I think that would be GK's pick if they can go to it. So for Team Liquid, they did win Runasapi 123-91. Getting rid of the Ram would put us back into Orisa contention. We'll see if that's better for Infected. Looking through though here, I mean, how badly do you just want to deny the Circuit early on in the series by going to a different S squad? I mean, I don't think Watchman Gibraltar is that popular in NA. But yeah, it would be a bit of a wrench in the works. So we already saw the Ilios come through. Ilios, which has been so rare in NA. I mean, I just looked throughout the history. Liquid themselves haven't played it for the last 5 controls. And even in this playoffs, we had 5 Oasises, 1 Ilios, 1 Busan. So basically what I'm saying is Liquid have already kind of like thrown a wrench in to try and change up the map pool a little bit. Denying a Circuit early on could be a good play if they just want to go to a different A-score, but no. They could just go to the Circuit, but this is what we saw from Nightmare as well. So what we can say here is they can take GK to Circuit, but on their terms where they get the first ban.
GK as well, by the way, is still undefeated on Hybrid. Just saying. 100% win rate, coming in strong. Preferred map type. All right, Liquid go to Circuit. Yeah, how do we see the bans here? Because you know the Life Weaver's coming, man. You know the Life Weaver BAP. It's gonna come in. It's happened over and over again. A small substitution too. It's exactly what we saw yesterday on Circuit. Knife is in, Zera is out. This May from Team Liquid yesterday, just dominant. We don't see Knife in too often. Normally Zera's in, playing the Tracer, but when Knife comes in, dude was like handed in the backline on his own. Was finding unbelievable and like game-winning picks just on the May, hitting the right clicks. Killed the backline in one, got a 3K, and then basically won the map for them.
The 3K was literally the clutch. They lost the fight, and then just off the back of that 3K from Knife, Liquid were able to recover from that losing situation and essentially just like kept that time down on B. In terms of where we may see some of the bans go here, both BAP and Life Weaver available to ban. And I think at this stage, unless you are really keen to play into it, which I don't think you should be if you are Team Liquid, get rid of one of them. But
yeah, they're going to ban
BAP means that you, obviously keeping the BAP on allows you to still play the BAP. So it's like the Lucio situation where it's like, you know, ban the Kiriko and King's Row instead because you still want the capability to play your own Lucio. You don't want to be kneecapping yourself, which is Team Liquid's strategy here. Get rid of the Life Weaver. Make sure BAP's in play. We're going to be playing Lucio plus BAP. May's going to be out of the picture, which was really strong from Knife. Knife is going to end up moving towards some other potential options. I wonder if Knife's been cooking a sim in the background. Quite good on this map. If not, we know Venture has decent value here. Knife can actually play decent Venture. Some people haven't seen it yet because he just hasn't had the chance to bring Venture out. Otherwise, Genji, always pretty solid. I do wonder if any team may even consider double long-range hit scans here. This is more of like a Virtus Pro kind of thing, but a Freya and a Sojin together is a possibility. But might end up just being the Genjis, honestly.
We've seen sprinklings of the Freya and the Soj if a team is kind of capable of that. But yeah, it feels like more of a Genji type angle. Yeah, Team Liquid. I mean, ban a Life Weaver makes sense. GK ban in May? Yeah, no more Ice Queen. I'm not surprised. Like, the way Knife was playing yesterday, they just couldn't stop him. It was just so, like, if a May player is, like, turning around fights like that, where just boom, boom, killing the backline in a couple of hits, like, from long range, like, okay, like, sure. Our tank is then going to have the worst time in the history of Overwatch. That freeze perk as well, by the way, which is insane, just freezing the tanks like it's old May. Oh. It feels bad. So yeah, no shock there. I would love to see Venture though. I think this map, yeah, like you said, pretty decent for it.
I think later on, particularly on C, is where, in my opinion, the Venture shines a lot. Just the high ground, low ground plays. You can burrow from all the way on high ground and come from some very unique angles. Just across the board, we saw, I think my Moan was one that actually brought out the Venture early on and capable of off angling around that statue area. The good question is this going to be a Ram battle or is it going to be an Orisa battle? And it's looking Ram. Infector's locked it in. Infector was probably going to be more likely to go Orisa if we were going to see an Orisa. But as I sort of mentioned here, has Knife been cooking up a Symmetra? The answer is yes. However, I will note that this is what my Moan wants. He wants Knife's Symmetra to come through so that he can get more value on the Venture.
Yeah, GK. I'm hoping they lock this Venture. Knife might have a bit of a tough time, but getting through that backline is always tough for Team Liquid. We'll see how GK are going to manage that with a quick listening.
No, they're on Ram. We played normal.
Okay. I think Venture's so good though when they're on Sim. Yeah.
So good. Yeah, but I'm.
Yeah, let's clear. You can slow for our Venture.
No slow already. I want to walk on Ram really fast. No slow.
Yeah,
it's really low.
Two speed. You back TP.
I'm walking. Okay, guys. Come on. Break the TP. Please down. Put your in. Ram has to drop.
I'm taking left side. 3, 2, 1.
Take TP back cliff.
Yeah, I'm taking left for now.
I have TP right now, by the way. Sorry.
I can dig again if just chill for now.
That is your point. I want to keep up.
Very weak, yeah. Very weak. Very so weak.
Moving copper now.
Pushing card fast.
I will dig on the statue soon, okay?
Yeah.
And then we
I'm hard walking with me to go.
Okay, digging statue. 3, 2, 1.
I saw their exit.
Some of me. ATP out.
Sure, Ram. Kill the 10 now.
Yeah, we're fine. I have roll.
I'm half Ram trolling.
I can dig again in 3.
Yeah.
They have no pull. Can we hard push in? 3, 2, 1. Walk.
I saw
all me.
Five left, take you out.
Push your Ram. Ram trolling, kill them. Ram inside left, Ram in
That one in the back. No.
Nice. Dennis, let's go.
No.
Beautiful stuff there from Mymone and Lethal. Mymone forcing that TP from Knife, just getting off of a nice position. And then Lethal forcing the lamp out of RuPaul. So RuPaul didn't have that resource to save Infected in that fight.
You heard the comms there as well from Mymone saying, I'm going to dig in, go straight for statue, timing the digs, wanting the team to follow through, especially that secondary dig, and then allowing Lethal to find angles, double shots to open up that point for the cap. And what a time for Lethal to come alive in the series as well. In the day, here comes Window.
Yeah, good window angle as well. So GK, yep. Oh, I mean, that was BM. Good shot there from Tree. Take aim, straight into the bolts. Insta-kill onto the Venture.
Sniper staying on the sim as well. This is where previously Knife swapped over to the Mei, so the ban will prevent that from coming through. Mymone, so we can continue getting more value on this Venture. Look towards the OC now. A little bit struggling is going to be the fact that if the OC Symmetra wall comes on through to counter you, and then suddenly things get a little bit tricky.
Oh, Captive Sun. Nice connection there onto Ultraviolet. However, an easy sound barrier for Admiral. Annihilation, that wall isn't really going to be too much of a hindrance now to GK. Infected last alive on the point. Yeah, it's not great when Cuppa can just basically shield dance that entire time and get the full use of that Annihilation. A whole big ult dump there for GK, but they get it popping. And, well, it wasn't exactly cheap for Team Liquid either.
It's an entire ult bank use, and as mentioned, the OC is not going to get much done versus the wall, but tell you what, Tonic Shock, my Moan can reposition quite easy. Couple was walk through on the Annihilation. Now it's Infected's turn. Gotta get something done on his own Annihilation. TP in straight to the back line.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Lamp's already down, but that window is going to be easy to play around if you're GK. Annihilation still ticking. My Moan taking a little bit of that damage, forcing everybody into a small corner, but that's kind of exactly where RuPaul wants you to be. Everybody grouped up. A lot of AoE healing coming through for the BAP. Oh, what a headshot from 3 as well. Takes Lethal out of the sky. This Team Liquid still in control, although they lose RuPaul.
Working out well for Team Liquid. Pushing GK back. Also connecting from tree. Finish off onto the fight as 240 is still plenty for GK to work through, but as we sort of mentioned, a large amount of ultimate spent in a previous fight just leaves them wanting now. A little bit of a slow recharge phase. Team Liquid still have more to potentially use coming up.
Knife is one. Where are the heals?
He's here now.
My knife. My poor knife.
Oh!
Nice from Lethal there. My God. Snipes Tree. Tree thought he had the upper hand there with the bowler shot. Absolutely not. Lethal still sharpshooter as GK cap that point. Not looking exactly like the series yesterday. Avril here. Knife now on the Venture.
I mean, Vegas just couldn't get the beat in time as well. Unfortunately, Team Liquid couldn't hold on, but what a shot coming through from Lethal. One against Revenge because get double bolted by Tree in the previous fight. And yeah, the no May here is a problem. And as I sort of mentioned, Knife also has a Venture in the pocket, so they get a Venture mirror now. Bit of a rarity for NA, but two of the teams that we have here that can play it well.
Oh, that was a high value ability there. Oh, there's the beat. Hits 4.
Cuffer didn't get beat.
Cuffer, wrong place, wrong time. No sound barrier. Avril LOSing is tanking. That's going to be disastrous as my Moan just takes over this fight. Dash killing 2 people. For 3 minutes, Team Liquid, tail between their legs, scurrying away. This window swing might be deadly too.
They can't push because my Moan went down and still waiting for Cuffer as well. That's a really brutal way to lose Cuffer given that he has Annihilation coming up. If Cuffer survives that fight, he annihilates forward. It's Lethal's turn.
Oh dear, Tree, get out of there. Nice little dash forward. Oh, missed the headshot though. RuPaul deploys the lamp. Lethal, okay. A little bit uncharacteristic there. Oh, though saying that straight through the window. See you later. Window is still a little bit awkward, but Infected is dead. Lethal. Still being pushed. 2 minutes in the time bank. Someone's got a touch. Triple blank for Tree. RuPaul does end up going down, so healing resources cut to a minimum now. And this Annihilation is gonna hurt. Infected's also gonna rip his own and could just fold his arms for the time being. I can imagine a Kiriko swap here for Liquid, just TP through the wall. But the focus fire from GK brings down the beast. And there's the cap. 3 points on the board with time to spare.
You might have been right there. The Kiriko swap from RuPaul probably required to go in and Suzu, but you give up your window, and he is praying that there's a situation where Infected can stay alive for a moment longer, throw the lamp in there, play through the window, maybe clutch it up for a couple more moments for the rest of Liquid to float on in for a final defense. When you see that one really break down, it's double support's dead for Liquid. GK still have theirs available, and Annihilation battle is only going to go in one direction. Once that happens, GK looking strong on their Circuit Royale, given that it wasn't even their map choice, but it's one of their strong maps. Liquid, they wanted to opt into a GK power map. On their terms, they banned the Life Weaver, but the response ban from the May is just delivering so much for GK here.
Whole lot of value. Imagine Knife probably does the same thing here. Runs out on the sim. We'll see if there's going to be a Venture swap in the near future, but my Moan kind of, again,
Knife should just do the same thing as my Moan did. Sees the Symmetra on the defense, swaps to Venture.
Very easy switch as well. No kind of faffing around. All right, let's see if GK can hold on to his defense. Now Lethal on the Cassidy. No Freya here. Has been opting a lot of the time. Ash, Cassidy, any kind of like raw hit scan, Sojourn, etc.
does prevent Infected from playing the Arresto. You can see Arresto would like to be the choice for Infected, but once he spots Lethal, he might swap. See if that happens. That's a catch. Holy,
what?
Alpha Con. He needed the TP out, but it didn't save him. That is gigantic.
Needed that lamp. Where'd he go?
He got speared and bursted. Didn't even have time to fold his arms and get the 50% reduction. That is a huge error from GK.
Oh my, and now you can take such a nice spot here. It's Infected, you can hold this corner super far up, like... Damn, Cuffer.
And by the way, if I remember correctly, we've seen GK many times, Cuffer's already, play through that right side angle from defensive POV. And Team Liquid, man, the coaching documents, that was certainly in there. Flick through it.
Oh, how is RuPaul alive? Bro went through their solo and still survived somehow. All right, Cuffer. You're in this small room. You're against a sim, though, which is a big problem. Cuffer's going to get bursted again. A nice little sextuple fan the hammer from 3.
Cap.
It might be. Admiral and Lethal do get 1, but yeah, Payload Princess Infected is keeping them in this. That's Cuffer, bro. Like, that's the second time in a row. Just gets blown up.
That first death on that corner right out of spawn is important enough that it genuinely may cost the map, which sounds extreme coming from me in the sense that obviously we just started it. What do you mean one death at the start will cost you? It means that you lose all capability to hold A the way you like. Look at the time back now. This should have been a much slower A push and an A cap from Team Liquid, but instead they're gonna push cap A, hold all ultimates, now snowball B.
Crazy window on the high ground, and Ultraviolet's already dead. Nice wrap around from Team Liquid, and this is a cheap fight. I'm talking like bargain hunters cheap. Look at this. 1 ultimate. They got 4 running into next.
This is the thing that people watching need to understand as well. I think in normal Overwatch games where it's going to get a bit more chaotic, those types of kills happen. It's whatever. At the highest level, we're in the grand finals for North American OWCS here. That one death snowballs everything for Team Liquid, and GK have still not stabilized.
Spear Spin's going to stop a lot of that damage, and that wall definitely will. High Noon, Tree slowly stepping forward, TP's into the back. High Noon connects to Lethal, and an extra bullet finishes him off. Team Liquid. This is a different pace than we've seen from them previously. GK, they've used the Annihilation, but it's not enough. My Mode's going to have to burrow out of there. Cuffer down, Afro no sound barrier. Like, GK, they still got 1 ultimate, but this is Liquid cap at this point.
I mean,
look at this time back as well. It's going to be monstrous.
These are the first ultimates from GK. That's the other problem. They're the first ultimate. This is still the first sound barrier. We're on C, 5 minutes of time bank. I mean, Liquid, they surely have got this done and dusted. And that's not over because GK full capped the map with 143. But you have to imagine Team Liquid's time bank is about to be disgusting. If they can maintain momentum and not make mistakes.
Oh, okay. Aggro beats. Nice boop there from Admiral as well. Okay. A semblance of control now for GK as they expend their last ult.
First recovery, first fight win, first sound barrier used. GK finally slow things down. Now the goal, how much time can we bleed down? Do you want to try and get this down to 140 on the other side as well? Have a comparable time back. If you get it down to even 2 minutes, you'll consider that a win for GK.
Nice TP. Oh, the Terror Surge.
TP out of that one.
Kind of awkward. Admiral was behind that wall too. Did get like dragged in a little bit, but he was chilling. That was not great from Infected.
By the way, I think it's a great idea for GK to go for the spawn camp. First of all, it's low risk because you have your own TP to match Knife. If Team Liquid want to get aggressive and TP out of this one, you TP to match them. And spawn camp
is very hard to destroy as well.
It's one of the best ways to bleed down the timer.
TP out, like you said. Window, extremely aggro from UV, but still, doesn't matter. Nice little High Noon there from Lethal through the window, insta-killing RuPaul. Okay, they're burning down that clock. It was about a 5-minute time back, now at 3:30.
This is where GK are slowly but surely making up for the errors on A, which then resulted in a snowball for B. TP set up once again. Cuffer now on Annihilation. Remember, for GK bring this down to 2 minutes for Team Liquid, you'll consider that a good defense for GK and a real stabilization. Have a reasonably matched time bank scenario. Team Liquid are struggling to actually break out of spawn still, though.
Knife and Infected a perma 1 HP. Wow, and okay, Lethal just finds an off angle, finds the line, and kills Knife. And Infected is also going to die. Yep, Nice DP away as Lethal. Yeah, he's playing Portal right now. He's not playing Overwatch. Tree does kill two.
Actually.
Okay, somehow Tree kills the backline.
That's massive. That actually now will disrupt the spawn camp. You cannot spawn camp anymore. GK have to back out. So this is where Team Liquid, for the first time in almost 2 minutes now, will be able to break out a spawn. And as we reach towards the end, GK will have disrupted his time back enough that it is possible that Team Liquid will not match the 143, which is the goal for GK here in the recovery game.
Double wall, have fun. Yeah, I was going to say, have fun trying to work that one out, Tree, with that high noon. Still good, though. Lethal, professor in mathematics there, solving those equations around those walls. Annihilation is going to rip and tear now through Team Liquid's front line. And they're looking good. Okay, time bank, like you said, diminished.
And now you're really at risk. Team Liquid, by the way, they walked in with 5 minutes of a time bank, which is so much, but a singular fast fight. Admiral popping his first sound barrier, coming through from the outside, and then multiple spawn camp wins in a row. Liquid now struggling.
Beat High Noon, beat in response. Vegas still super low in there. They're using this to get out of spawn. They're using a window of beat to get out of spawn right now. GK more than happy with that. Annihilation's going to get popped from Infected, kind of dancing around this window right now, but Lethal has found his mark. Infected dead, time bank slipping through the fingers of Team Liquid. This is not looking pretty.
Now we have to change the conversation. The conversation originally was, how good of a time bank are we expecting from Team Liquid, to then saying GK needing to just stabilize, draw down that timer, and the conversation will end with, can Team Liquid now finish the map? This will be a disaster for Team Liquid, considering how much time they had going into this. 5 minutes, but they can't break out of spawn. The spawn camp, time and time again, absolutely brutal from GK.
Lamp there, thrown out to save Lethal. They trade again. My moan for Tree. Infected trying to carry space in that front line, trying to ignore Cuffer. Cuffer does manage to get out as well with that TP. I mean, look, they got to go for these kills. They need this high ground. They need to bully GK away. Lethal on height has 4% to a high noon, and it's a perfect eagle-eye view of the backline. A teleport is going to try and match him, and yep, okay, TP straight on him in a nice little right click. And there it is. Okay, now Team Liquid can try and push. Can they finish this map, though, with 30 seconds?
Well, they got the ultimates. That's what they needed. Tree opening up the map for them once again. Team Liquid need a little bit more time to get RuPaul and Vega in there. Knife in my moan. We're going to have bisecting walls in just a short moment.
There's both walls. TP to the high ground. High noon cancel. Payload still moving with no sightline right now for GK2 shoot Team Liquid. A later wall and an overtime one at bat. As knife explodes. A window from the flank from GK and 3 people sitting behind it. Sound barriers connect from both sides, but knife being down is going to be a man disadvantage for Team Liquid as they're huddling in this room, trying to kill Lethal. A massive value lamp as well from Ultraviolet has just gone undone and saved them. A high ground window for RuPaul, but it's not enough. Overtime ticks down, and GK, a knife in the back with that May ban. They're going to take the second map in the series for them, bringing the scoreline to 2-1.
And preventing disaster as well. We were looking at a potential insane comeback victory, considering how difficult it was on that defensive side for Liquid. Eventually getting capped out. They found some success on their attack, though. Major punish onto Cuffer in the opening pick that snowballs you multiple fights in a row where you didn't even have to spend one ultimate on A. You got to then snowball B with your massive ultimate advantage. 5 minutes to cap C, but it was a single fight win coming through. 5-man beat, rushing down the side of Team Liquid, which, by the way, this is an important point. If even one member of GK goes down, you can't spawn camp. All 5 have to survive. You do not spawn camp with 4, has to be 5. So you have to get a perfect stabilization fight. Then suddenly you're spawn camp winning for like 5-6 fights in a row. And also the decision to go back to the Sim for my moan, understanding that the way we successfully spawn camp is we have to play our TP strats. If they TP past us, we TP to match them. That's the only way you do it, and they played it perfectly.
A 5-minute time bank going into point 3, and Team Liquid unable to even cap. Insane stuff from GK, winning on a map where, hey, they banned the May. That was the biggest problem yesterday as a knife. His sim, it looked pretty decent, but it's nothing on GK right now. We're going to jump to the desk. They're going to break down what's happened so far and set us up for the next.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it looks like GK did their homework in this one. They seem to have an answer to everything that Team Liquid was throwing their way, but it's still a back and forth series, right? It is 2-1. The score, first to 4, is what we're playing for here. Let's talk about how they got it done thus far. GK in the lead, 2-1. I feel like both DPS departments are the big win condition here. Looking at Tree and Lethal, how did they stack up thus far in the series, Rich?
I mean, it's been really back and forth because we saw an interesting take when it came from that first control map into the second, where we even got to see a little bit of the Pharah play, and then Tree coming out onto this Hanzo, which is very devastating. Something I've seen ever since we came back from Collegiate. It's one to not just, you know, sit on, even though you don't get to see much of it, but then even the adjustment when it comes to now trying to face off with the Cass aspect of it. Lethal, though, here towards the end of this, as we were seeing consistently on this Cassidy, was just really starting to download everything needed to be able to just continue to punish this, as just me looking at independently the DPS, because there are a lot more factors in this composition that really make it work and enable it, but I'm just so hyper fixated on those two really seeing what their impact is over the course of this best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team just stepped up there when Liquid brought out some of these compositions, then GK responded, like Avril pointed out towards the end there. You know, Maimon is setting up the rest of the team with these Symmetra teleporters, and that enables someone like Lethal to really pop off on that Cassidy. The spawn hold was, of course, fantastic there to force Liquid into a tough spot where they had to invest ultimates just to get out of spawn, right? So GK, I feel like they've really responded to all these answers that Liquid allegedly had for this series. Liquid, again, they couldn't win King's Row, even though Tree had an amazing Hanzo game. They couldn't quite close it out. So GK, they win King's Row against Tree's Hanzo, and now also they take down Liquid here on Circuit Royale with Knife playing the Symmetra. So it really does feel like GK are very much in control of the series.
Well, and real quick, just to touch on that too, about specifically with Circuit Royale, is we got to see the day before, we talked about passing off the bans or deferring that, and you get to see that Knife's going to come in and play on the Mei, and then they come in and then they ban the Mei when Knife is going to rotate in. So there's a lot of that intel that they kind of take and carry over from yesterday into today to see how they play against it. So it's all of that different type of methodology behind of it, and it's really starting to show how valuable that can be to learn that early.
Yeah, and honestly, just so much respect to the coaching staff, to the players, making big switches like that in your composition, in your approach over just the turnaround of a night. That is not an easy thing to pull off. Sarah is coming back in for Knife, and as you saw just now on your screens, we will be heading to Runazapi. Obviously, Team Liquid selecting this map. Johnny, what do you want to see from them?
I mean, I think it makes total sense. It's how you closed out the series yesterday, so I think this is the most obvious pick ban of all time, really. It's exactly what Liquid wants to do. They want to take away the Ramatra so they can play the Orisa either in an Orisa mirror or play the Orisa into Kafa's Hazard. And of course, you picked Runazapi yesterday and you found great success on it. So no real big surprise here. I think this was the obvious map pick from Team Liquid and the ban. I think the question is going to be, you know, what do you do for the rest of this series? Do you have any additional answers for GK?
Well, we're about to find out. 2-1 the score for GK, 2 more maps, and they are crowned the champion of their respective region. Can they get it done? Let's find out as we're heading to Runazapi, and we're sending it back over to Jaws and Avro.
It's the same maps, Avril, but a different script with that Circuit Royale going GK's way. We're back on Runazapi. This was Team Liquid's win that closed out the series yesterday. 123 to 91 meters. They've once again banned the Ram. GK flipping it up a little bit, banning Tracer instead of that Cass.
Pushing this into an Orisa matchup with Kuffa's not wanting it. He's going to go in towards the Hazard. Sim online, Cass online. They want to shut down Infected. This is the anti-Orisa composition.
Okay, well, Tree's already dead. Lethal's trying to juggle with that wall as well. Just manages to climb over it somehow. As Infected and Vega fall too. Wow, that was a quick fight. Truepool takes one with him, but yeah, the rest are going to bite the dust. And Infected instantly switching. It is Mauga time.
Yeah, I mean, you just have way too many counters on the Orisa on here. All of it combined, just pressure. Infected doesn't want any of it, but this is a risk, right? We saw Mauga come through, but it was from the GK side, and honestly, didn't look too good. I think GK happy to receive the Mauga. I think they'll be able to play into it. You might end up seeing the Sim swap come through in terms of Maimon getting off this here. We'll keep tabs on that one.
Very easy targets here to dive in Ultraviolet too. If you can land a big stomp, Genji's going to follow up pretty quick. Infected is very low, receives a Suzu, but Tree's also out of position. A lot of incoming fire there as Infected tried to make a move. That's the rest just being cleaned up. If they can make this, a complete team well without losing anybody, this is good. A good start for GK. That's point. That's cat.
I'll tell you what, this is the important thing as well. We just talked about the brilliance of the GK bans. They banned Mei last map. We saw the value. This Tracer ban, targeting Zera is extremely good because Zera on Tracer is where he's going to pop off on a map like Rusabi. It's perfect for him. Better yet, yesterday it was a Ram and a Cass ban. GK banned their own Cass. Huge mistake. You want the Cass into Infected. And now that Lethal gets to play it, it's making the difference.
High noon for Lethal. A little teleport play as well. Yeah, no one falling for that debate. Ain't no way. 80 meters and counting now as the rush is ripped on the staircase. However, the window and the beat in response, and even a window too, just throwing everything in the kitchen sink, maybe even the entire house. Why not? Zera dead. Here's the downpour. Where you run into? Infected down. This is 100+ meters for GK as RuPaul carved limb from limb as another team kill comes in.
Zera's going to go. Zera's potentially looking over towards Adventure. You've hit over 100 now. I can invoke the theory if I want to. And just for people to know, it's a 100-meter gap, not just reaching 100 meters. You have to get a 100-meter gap. However, we're getting to 120 meters. I'm not going to rule Team Liquid out. I know they're a capable team. They're a very good team. And it's possible, because it's the grand final, my belief in Team Liquid is still going to be there. But I've got to say, 127, it's extremely rare to see a comeback from this.
Vega's got B. Connects. Ultraviolet down. They're using this to get out of the spawn. Oh, Vega goes back in. Yep, Lethal with a quick kill, but that should be the cleanup they desire. 132 meters, though, to Zera right now. Oh, this is going to be a brawl in mid for the next 6 minutes, I think.
And I'll tell you what, there's a reason why GK are going super aggro there as well in terms of the last place. So looking for kills. Any single kill on Team Liquid on their recovery push forces respawns and reinforcements. You're not going to get a clean 4v5. You sort of do a little bit of waiting as you're pushing the bot back to middle. Every single ultimate that Team Liquid have to spend on their own side of the map is costly. See if they can get something done here, though. Tree.
Oh, Abu dominated there by Tree. Nice little flick up to the skies, too. Overclock, nets, Tree, a couple of kills. And cover down as well. Okay, there it is.
The 5
Team
alive
kill, and no one dies. Yeah.
Yep. Total flaws. That's exactly what you need. You can't get meaningful push if you, A, do not convert your ultimates 2 meters. So if you are using ultimates on your own side of the map to recover payload, you're not getting conversion on meters. So you have to try and find value on ultimates on the other side of the map too. Get flawless victories where you can have 5 alive so that you don't have to wait for respawns. Now Team Liquid have a real shot of threatening cap.
Ooh. Little Reaper action. Okay, to counter the Malga. Forced to use that Ray form pretty early. Takes a railgun. And the displacement of Cuffer there is really rough. Out of the lamp completely. So Ultraviolet, that ability going a little wasted there. Zera's Venture might be really the ticket that they need. Nice little stomp kill onto Lethal as well. Team Liquid, Avril, they're capping this point.
Well, I mean, this is Venture Malga, right? We're going back to Dallas last year. Falcons showed us how you can play this comp to success. Lethal stopping off now, but it's mind mode. That's the question mark because Venture's so good into the Symmetra. Cuffer can't get saved. All you gotta do, drill dash, boot them out with the Symmetra TP.
Oh, a cage into the shock. Yeah, no chance to get out of that one, unfortunately, UV. They end up losing Vega. The bot is being stolen away, but Quick Sharp is infected, making sure that bot doesn't get out of their grasp, at least not for too long. Is there another teleport coming in as Wymo does TP back, hits RuPaul with a right click, so they are sustaining casualties.
A second one is going to force Team Liquid to back on out and disengage. Vega going down is actually already enough. GK's plan here as Wymo goes to the Genji. As I said, expecting the Symmetra swap to come through. Is you have to get these individual kills because as soon as Liquid lose even one, you may have to consider disengaging just because of the reinforcement distance. Losing 2, you absolutely have to leave.
Well, they're being into this fight and Tree's already down. Zera, basically a non-factor in this fight right now, has only just joined the rest of his team and, well, half of them are already dead. Cover is going pretty low here. The Vega and RuPaul are down, meaning there's no support left for Zera or Infected. As now Geeke find a team kill.
Shoving payload back into Team Liquid territory, and this is where things are going to get nasty again. Team Liquid, as I say, for the comeback to happen, you have to try. Okay, Lethal's just going to go early. This might be too early. I don't know if his team is really here just yet, but I'm not too sure if I like this, just because I prefer to see Lethal hold on to ultimate and respond to Liquid. You want to bait Liquid to ult into you.
Vega actually just got dominated. Railgun, and then Cuffer on the hazard just jumps around the corner, just kills him instantly. Rush on the staircase again. Team Liquid only 3 alive. GK, they've got 4 right now, but they are fighting on the point, and they are fighting on Team Liquid's side of the map. So, like you mentioned, any kind of casualty here for GK, not great. But because the payload is so far up, like Team Liquid, they're going to have to use ults to get this out.
Yeah, I mean, GK will stay. They don't need to disengage. They're going to make this a bloody fight for Liquid. They're going to say, if you want to win this one, you must ult into us. Liquid are going to get desperate soon.
Should be able to kill the hazard. No, still got a lot of spike guard. Okay, Admiral may be dead. Ends up just trying to dive in there, save Cuffer, but Cuffer was already out. A double slide there from Shriek. Getting out of fire. But there it is. Another ult expended for Team Liquid. However, still have Beat and still have Cage for next.
And they still have all 5 alive here as well. So, again, that's important. As we head to OT, and this will head to OT, I'm not expecting GK to complete the map despite the pushing to 132 now, extending the gap, or then double of 64. Team Liquid need to make sure when OT hits, payload is on the pushing side of the map where they can gain meters. Here we go, tempo beat.
Vamp used. Blade from Imone gets a little bit of damage there onto the Lucio. But they're trying to stagger these ults out, trying desperately not to use anything more. They haven't lost anybody just yet, although I say that Tree ends up going down to Mimone.
That's huge.
1 casualty, that'll do. They only lost 1.
1 casualty is more than enough because look at the reinforcement distance now. Tree's going to take a while to get back in, reinforce with the team.
And they haven't got forwards.
And even the 1 ultimate used, that 1 ultimate doesn't convert into meters because you're going to have to take another fight now. These are the ultimates now from Zero Infected, RuPaul included, that they need to be able to win with. GK holding onto the Mimone going back over towards the Symmetra. Now the Zero's off from the Venture.
Oh, okay. A little aggro beat here from Admiral. How are Team Liquid's going to respond? They're going to lock people in with the cage. No, the cage blade too. Oh, Zero just explodes though. That was going to be the perfect combo. Ends up getting through the lamp as well from Ultraviolet. And there was 3 people grouped up for Zero to get an easy multi-kill. But everybody from GK there, just look at him, and he instantly evaporates.
I'll lay down the win condition right now for Team Liquid. 90 meters by the time OT hits, and they must be in a pushing position with bot on the GK side of the map where Liquid are gaining meters. That's the win condition. Anything other than that, I'm not seeing the win.
Nice shot onto Admiral to start the fight off. Team Liquid now trying to steal the bot away. UV also dead. 40 seconds to go, overtime approaching. This little 180 there. They cannot, like you mentioned, lose a single player, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Basically a team kill with Admiral and UV only just spawning, but overtime approaching. They got a lot of meters to cover.
Mimone now making decisions with Zero going back to the Venture. Mimone is 69 on the Photon Barrier. With that amount of ult charge, the OT about to hit. He's got to stay. Could be a difference maker. Needs to make sure he's not caught by Zero. Very important fight. Vega will have beat.
Vega's out. Mimone TPing on him there, ends up TPing back. Look how far that TP went actually as well. Kind of nuts. Sound barrier ends up coming in, hits the spike wall as Admiral ends up going down. A little stomp there onto Cuffer, stopping his spike guard being used. And they've lost 2 already, have DK. And oh, little throw dash in the sky there, making sure Ultraviolet had nowhere to go. Overtime here, but GK, they've still got this wall.
GK have respawns here already. No one died on Team Liquid. That's the good news. They didn't quite hit the 90-meter mark, but they still have the opportunity. They have to win a couple of clean fights here to close this gap. 60 or so meters from where OT hit. GK are taking a while to get into it. GK need to speed up these fights, otherwise they're at risk of losing this one.
Oh, they bait TP. They bait positioning. And there's the wall. They're just going to jump on Infected. Infected's got no help. No help for the Malga. Completely walled off. And Mimone's just going to seal the deal just like that. Lethal. Just putting a flare, an extra firework in the sky with that overclock. And there it is. GK now on match point versus Team Liquid.
And this is the problem. You load into this map, but the bans go the way of GK. The Tracer ban is so influential. Getting rid of the Zero Tracer just means the highest carry potential on Liquid is taken offline. More than that, 100 meters by 7:30. That's how quickly I'm activating the theory. Unfortunately, it's so hard to make a comeback from 120 something they eventually had in about 7 minutes remaining, and then they even pushed to 132 before Liquid found their first meter. And because GK can spend the rest of the 7 minutes of the map playing defensively, they can make mistakes, they can lose fights, they can lose players, it doesn't matter. As long as you're draining resources, making trades out of Team Liquid every single time, and then every now and then pushing payload back into Team Liquid spawn, they're just not going to make the comeback. Liquid are just not going to make the comeback. I know it looks close. I know we got to the end, and it's like, oh, but you know, wasn't there like 20 meters left? It's all still in favor of GK. Their spawn is around the corner. They have full ultimates. Liquid have to use a lot to even get to that point. And then when the time really comes for it, GK just kind of explode onto that payload. Vector gets caught out. And Liquid, they really did a reasonable job of making the comeback possible. But GK's lead, it's just so much to try and bite back into.
Yeah, a picturesque bait TP. Just straight up faked them. TP near the point. Oh, they're going to come in. The entirety, you saw on the little x-ray, the entirety of Liquid, apart from Infected, ended up backing up around the corner. And then as soon as Mymone sees that, it's like, okay, wall in between everybody. They all just shoot Infected. He pops Cardiac Overdrive, but it's not enough. Not just the Malgo on his own. TP from the Kiriko. The Suzu landed a fraction of a second too late. And to be fair, even if it did, the amount of focused fire and the Sims at full charge, like, you're not saving Infected there. Match point now for GK.
You can't get off the payload. You have to stay on as well because it's OT, and so somebody's going to get caught by that. You can't just all disengage. So it's a tough game out here. And even if some members of GK go down, their respawn is right there, literally right there. So on to Suravasa we go, Jack. It's 3-1. You call it a match point. GK looking for the back-to-back for the majority of their members.
Yeah, which is ridiculously impressive. They've only added Mymone, right, to the roster as Zera departed and is now on Team Liquid. I called it before. Someone's going to be, or maybe even a group of players, are going to be back-to-back winners in Stage 1 and Stage 2. I mean, it would be insane if Zera made it even without his team that did exceptionally well at the China LAN, like against Crazy Raccoon of all teams. He was the star player. And I think everybody kind of questioned, like, okay, Zera's left. He's going to a Team Liquid team that looks incredibly strong, and they proved it through the bracket and proved it against GK. But where does that leave Nightmare, now GK, without that Tracer player? Well, Mymone, I'd say I take Zera over Mymone in the Tracer duel, but his flexibility, playing the Sim, playing Venture, playing all these other picks,
Tracer band.
It looks so good. Yeah, and exactly, a Tracer band too. Suravasa could be the final map here in this series. It's a Team Liquid pick.
Just goes to show for this GK squad, even losing, I was going to say arguably, but I think everyone would unanimously agree. Basically, their best player in Zera after Hangzhou,
right
after that performance versus Crazy Raccoon. How are you going to build or maintain a winning first place position in the region, especially not just losing Zera, but losing him to the next best team, who yesterday looked like they were the best team. Today are struggling a little bit more in this series. Team Liquid obviously still have opportunity. Suravasa, Tracer is going to be available once more. You can't ban Tracer again. Expecting big things out of Zera here. The Ana is going to be gone. Winston gone from the Team Liquid side, which is interesting. Don't know if that one was... I think that might actually be a ball protect, is what it reads to me. We haven't seen the infected ball yet. Suravasa is a ball map. I wonder if this is the time for the ball to come through.
Last time they faced as well, that wasn't in the playoffs. They went to New Junk City, of all maps. It went to 5. So I can imagine Suravasa is going to be the same kind of thing here. Team Liquid on their final lifeline. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? You think of that China LAN in Hangzhou. Zera and now GK, the roster, they beat Crazy Raccoon. And then Crazy Raccoon get the rematch, and then they win. Like, it's kind of the same story being played out right now for Zera himself. Like, we beat them in the upper bracket, and we beat them 3-1 as well. Like, a confidence builder game, and a game that I think everybody had GK winning as well, considering their performances not only in the regular season, but in the playoffs too. Like, insane stuff for Zera to be in. As they TP out of the gate, my Moan, he's on that Sombra, and Zera back on Tracer.
The rest are going to be the choice coming on through. So no ball to be played in just yet. Back on the Tracer, exactly what we expect. Another thing to consider is the Winston ban also protects the Orisa. You want to make sure Infected can play at least this hero, if not something else.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to not see the Wrecking Ball, but kind of expecting my Moan to play the Sombra. Oh, okay. Wow, that must have been a hack or something. A hack and a virus onto RuPaul. They end up losing the support pretty early on. That's an amazing pick from GK.
GK just doing the same as they always do. My Moan on the Sombra, like you say, I think likely, given that he's considering the possibility of Infected going bald, maybe even Tree playing towards the Freya. This is just a huge cleanup. Thankfully, the cap has only barely come through, so we're not snowballing away just yet, although Ultraviolet's ult charge is disgusting. He's already nearly there after one fight.
And they're going to play super far up as well, make Team Liquid fight for every single inch of this map. And checking their backs too. My Moan hanging around. Nice little virus, and he's out. Yo,
reveal.
Okay, needs heal though. Needs heal. Needs heal. Okay, we're all good. No one panic. Oh, wow, that was an aggressive window. Tree actually trying to chase my Moan there, and Ultraviolet swings in for the rescue. RuPaul dead again. This superstar support player is having a rough time of it so far. It's been picked over and over in these last couple of fights. This should be this first point going GK's way.
GK need more though. They're kind of slowing down at the moment. It's going to give opportunity for Infected and RuPaul to find ultimates and maybe swing this one around. One more touch to play on through. There's still going to be a contest. Zera is always a threat.
Well, the rest is go. RuPaul's dead again. He used the rush, sure, but to what effect? To what avail? A nice pulse bomb from Zera, but I'm sorry. The fight's already over, my son. Terror Surge on the point for Infected, ends up killing one. Him and Zera trying to stay alive, trying to keep this point alive. They find the flip, but GK, they got the manpower on the point. Like, good luck staying alive. Little Virus does end up connecting with Zera. Might be able to get another touch, but it is Vega that gets on there in the end, but this is a staggered, delayed fight. There is a sound barrier, however.
Vega.
It does end up connecting with 4, and now we're seeing the Wrecking Ball for Infected, but a 5-man EMP from my Moan. Had that in the back pocket the entire time. Tree explodes, ball on the point, lands the slam kill, but they need to follow up with kills. The EMP, it may have looked good, but it was not a deal breaker for this point. There you go, Team Liquid. They control still. Somehow they make it way back in.
I mean, that's incredible. The clutch to come on through. Vega dropping in with the beat for the team. And then you see it land on 4. You're like, hang on a second. Liquid have arrived. Infected does go to the ball. Probably just to play for the touch. I don't know if he's going to stay on ball for the rest of the map, but we talked about the possibility of it being here. It is arrived now. Tree coming through. OC time.
Oh, what a shot. All right, Tree takes down Lethal. Infected ends up going down, however, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Point being capped at the moment by my Moan. Coverage guys to a pulse, and Team Liquid have managed to come back in a massive way.
Hold on. 4v4. This is still doable. OC coming through for Lethal now. Touch enabled. A UV of all players. Maybe a little early.
You got to get out. He's got no abilities. No lamp. Had shift. Used it. Got slammed. Infected on the ball. Comes back. Another slam straight in front of Lethal. I mean, there's going to be another touch here as April is hanging around. But can Lethal actually stay alive? He's already used Slide, and that's going to be communicated by the rest of Team Liquid, and they focus fire the Soldier down. Team Liquid, they survived the 5-man EMP and come back on that point. 100-99. Absurd stuff.
That is a point that you're going to want to look back on multiple times, because that kind of comeback, that kind of clutch coming through from Team Liquid to stay alive, keep the point on. As we began that essentially in the final moments with my Moan Lethal. It's a 5 versus 2 that GK didn't clean up. Unreal stuff from Team Liquid.
Oh, nice manual hack. Virus connects. Oh, you hate to see that if you're a Team Liquid fan. Manual hack on the ball. Doesn't quite get there, but a Virus will. A lot of extra ult charge now for my Moan, and gets away.
Next EMP will be coming online fairly shortly as well. And so we'll get done with this RuPaul Too near rush. GK already get the first cap though.
Mine's available. Okay, he's just going to deploy on point. Nice little slam on the Lucio, and Zera is right by Infected side. You see Ultraviolet was in the sky there trying to land some right clicks on the Lucio, but unfortunately didn't end up connecting them. GK is still going to drag this out for a little bit longer, but a good start.
So I have some news to report, as it's been confirmed now. Didn't quite catch this one in time because a lot happened on the point, but during that comeback, you remember the EMP that did not win it for GK. At the same time the EMP drops, unfortunately, Admiral got Ajax by tree. Just confirm that now. That also added to the comeback for Team Liquid. No sound barrier from Admiral, taken down midair. EMP comes through now.
Oh, wait. Did Vega just... Hang on a second. Vega, no beats? Is that another one? Okay, well, we'll have to get another replay on that one.
We'll get the referees. We'll get the referees.
We'll get the refs in for that one. There ain't no shot. Vega's so pissed. That wasn't Ajax. Okay.
Yep.
My God.
I confirmed it. We'll get one back. One on Admiral, one on Vega. Keep the tally on. Like I said, look, we said at the start of the series, you know, I'm here for it. I'm here to see these. This is what I signed up for.
Okay. That's two. All right. Bring us some more. 72% of building now for GK. A lot of ults too.
Good ones. Backing Vega, obviously, just no beat. Super far behind Admiral. First OC comes through from Lethal. It's hoping the main entry side from RuPaul and Team Liquid, but they're struggling to actually walk in. Just Infected on point.
Yeah, they've used that rush to like get some space in, but no one's really using it. I mean, Infected rolled through it short. Tree now on the high ground, and Lethal tried to go for the match, but that downpour and the lamp helping Ultraviolet clean up the kills. GK, they're going to claim this one. You got to imagine, especially with Infected being that low, no way they're giving this one up again. No shot after that first one.
Oh, they've lost the 5 versus 2 before, but this time around with Zera down, no ability to clutch. This Tree is still coming back from spawn. It's just not gonna happen. The timing ultimates go the way of GK. They go in that 184, close to there. They go 1-1 here on match point for GK Liquid. Trying their best to survive, and I do have to emphasize survive because consider that the first point was so GK favored. GK could have been at 2-0 by now.
Mine, slam, roll away. Mimone does end up getting taken down. Pretty close to this EMP, mind you. Problem is, right now for GK, they've not only lost Mimone, Cuff is in a bad spot and in a bad way as well. Had to leap on out of there. Used a lot of that spike guard to keep himself alive. Even a lamp was thrown in by Ultraviolet. That's going to net Team Liquid the first cap.
They'll get it with still the beat available to use, which is nice to see. EMP's about to come back online again. You don't want to see that same EMP.
Hold up.
Beat interaction with Ultraviolet down. Yeah, this should be a reset.
Yeah, quick reset. Gives Mimone time to maybe Ajax. Vega again.
Good to see you.
I mean, that is impactful enough. We're literally seeing the fact that when that happens, it's enough to lose the entire point given how fast flashpoints go. And even looking back at it, by the way, it was frame perfect. Literally, as soon as the beat comes down, it was exact same frame that EMP cancelled it. So, that fast.
It's just kind of a... Oh! Wait, he meant EMP Jax from Mimone. Just got slammed. Well, Vega, you don't need to worry about that anymore. You can use the beat whenever now. They don't have the EMP.
Well, just save it. Save it for Admiral. There's still one more fight to come through. It depends if GK can reset this in time.
Oh, they got the kill on Lethal, though. I mean, 90% plus. They can't get there. I mean, it's going to be a rush touch, Avril.
Who's going to get it? Where's the Tracer? Locking it in. Barely gets the touch. A recall away. But look at the ultimate. Team Liquid still have plenty to use.
Okay, sound barrier connects from Admiral. Nice little bowl off the map there, but I believe the Tracer had the recall. Vega hits a beat. Okay. Pokes bomb in the hands of Zera. Focusing down that lamp right now is over time. It still ticks down here for Liquid. They've got the numbers, and they got the point. That's 2 on the board. Zera just goes monstrous at the end.
Yep, this is opportunity now for Team Liquid to get this map done and dusted. One more point for them. And we continue on towards a map 6. EMEA ended in 6 maps, and we're hoping to at least get that same deal in the NA Grand Finals. And Liquid had the better ult bank going to that last fight after a very labored touch from GK. Obviously, Admiral having to spend beats super fast to even get the team into fight with RuPaul down early. Point hasn't unlocked, though. That's the only problem. You do have a player advantage, but we're still traveling to the point itself.
Yeah, Ripple getting kind of cyberbullied now, no lie, no lie. Getting picked off fairly early on in a lot of these fights. Now, there is mines, there is an overclock, but Team Liquid, they're going to have to regain a lot of this position. Looks like Tree wants to go for an off angle here, but quickly matched, actually, by Maimone. This overclock could be deadly, though. Spots a Lucio lacking a little bit. Oh, he's slipping. Oh, he got out of there with like a sliver of HP. Doesn't look like Lethal can actually confirm that kill, but across the map, Zera has got a kill onto cover. Now Tree in trouble. A quick TP and a Suzu there from RuPaul to keep Tree alive. Zera finds another one. Lethal dead as Team Liquid cap the point.
And this is what happens, you know, RuPaul does go down early, but because the point doesn't unlock, GK can't do anything with that kill. And also on the Kiriko, TP back into play, rejoin the team instantly. You actually get onto the point, Infected dropping mines, blocking positioning, and then suddenly the OC rips on through. Despite not killing Admiral, it's Kuffer that's in trouble. So much damage being put into him. And Zera going large again.
Oh, wow. Kuffer needs some help real quick. Looks like Team Liquid want to keep up the pressure here. Ultraviolet having to TP away. He hasn't got the perk for double swift step just yet, so a little bit more deadly to use that aggressive, ambitious pulse bomb, I should say, from Maimone. And now a rush on the point for Team Liquid. They want to end this. They want to make the next fight the last one, if not this one. Zera's already killed 2. Kuffer kills Infected, but, I mean, on this point right now, you're going to need some major healing for Kuffer. Ends up going down as Zera comes up big. This guy does not want to loot. What? I'm sorry. How is he there for that long? He survived. I mean, sure. I mean, he's dead. Sound barrier comes in, and that'll do it. 3-1 victory for Team Liquid. The sneaky beaky play there not quite working out as Team Liquid keep themselves in the series.
I was talking about Zera surviving, actually, because he went down to 1 HP. He got virused as well. And he just lived. He lived through the entire thing. Pretty nice stuff coming through from Zera and Team Liquid there. The final touch from Lethal. And by the way, yes, it was Lethal in the Sombra at the end because it was a swap between Maimone and Lethal. It was Maimone playing Sombra for the majority. And then towards the end, this is something that GK have to do if they want both a Tracer and a Sombra. You have to do a double DPS swap, which does hurt the economy a little bit depending on when it happens. But recovery, considering that Team Liquid, they lose that second point. Yeah, we had a couple of Ajaxes in there. We had also Maimone, unfortunately, not getting his EMP on that third point. But we got some very strong points coming on through. We've got to talk about the fact, again, really nice to see the fact that despite RuPaul being bullied out for the majority of the map, even dying before point unlocks, he still gets to come back in strong. Infected and Zera and the rest of Liquid still get to maintain control of point, convert onto Kuffer, who I think on those last 2 points really started to struggle, was going down super low HP multiple times, and it's just a struggling effort for GK to try and contest. I believe it was it 100-0 on both of the final 2 rounds? Yeah, it was.
Team Liquid now in the driver's seat. Look at that. The KD difference there is quite substantial. 26 to 45 death, a little 4.9 to 1.6. Team Liquid need to win a couple of maps here. GK still on that match point as they get to now choose this next one. And it kind of resets now because we get to kind of pick maps that we obviously won't see the same maps again, but we're resetting the mode. So open map pool completely.
And now do you want to look towards the Oasis? Well, actually, you could even go towards Dorado. We talk about GK strong maps. They like to play Weaver back on Dorado as well. We're also getting to a point in the series where kind of starting to run out of bans. If I look through the Liquid bans, okay, it's going to be New York City, sure. We just play New York City in our lower bracket game. And, well, GK cleaned that one up versus Nightmare 3-0. Nightmare didn't have a lot to say about it. But still, looking towards the bans available, I don't think we're going to see Life with a Bad here. Venture was played by Maimone. So remember, that is quite a pivotal pick for the GK side.
Yeah, I mean, this is where your bans are kind of running out as well, right? I mean, there's a few things you can pick up, but like Traces have been banned, like Hazards have been banned. Like you're, in a sense, like running out of bans, like because we're so late into the series. This being first to 4, of course. This was also the map worth keeping in mind that GK finished the series on versus Team Liquid in their regular season match 5. So yeah, we'll see if they can round this one out. We're having a back-to-back Flashpoint.
This is GK when they played against Nightmare just hours ago now. Was a Venture composition, Lethal playing the Sojin, Kuffer on the Ram, Cass was banned out, Kiriko banned by GK in response. And in a similar kind of fashion, I think both Painkiller and Infected want that Orisa. So we bring the ball back out there because that is another interesting one. I wouldn't be surprised if GK just goes for a ball ban, knowing that, okay, if the Orisa comes through, we're happy with that. Lethal can just play the Cass, it's whatever. If it's a Ram mirror, well, Kuffer feels fine in that Ram mirror. I think by the way the series has gone so far, it seems like to me, Infected is less willing or less comfortable to play that Ram mirror. He's mostly avoided. He's trying to play a few other heroes. We even saw him go towards, you know, the Malga. And Ramatra's already been banned by Team Liquid, so it's not like they can do that one again.
Nope. Well, there it is, Venture ban. And Team Liquid responding with a BAP.
It's going to force us into potential Lucio Kiriko territory, which might favor if you want to be a dive-heavy team, play through the Tracer. A good look for Team Liquid. GK banning away their own Venture, by the way, which is very interesting. It could have also have been a Symmetra Protect. This is double duty. You get to protect the Symmetra and ban away one of Symmetra's counters all in one go. So if that is the case, very smart from GK. Otherwise, they have banned away one of their own important heroes, which could be a mistake.
Let's load on in New Junk City. GK still on match point after Team Liquid kind of kicked him in the rear in that last map. Going to another Flashpoint map, New Junk City. See where MyMoan wants to pivot. We know Zera is going to be playing a Perma Tracer for the rest of the series. Ain't no way he's switching. Lethal still a force to be reckoned with on this Cassidy. But it has about how MyMoan has pivoted in this series. Going Venture, now banned. Going Sim. Now could look for Infected though. Cover, maybe starting on the ramp.
I think MyMoan's going to stay on the Venture. This is like I said, if you ban the Venture, you remove the Sim's, one of the Sim's biggest counters straight away. Not only that, but the Venture ban also protects the Cass, which hasn't been banned yet by Team Liquid. Yet to come on through if the series continues. And because it's likely the Cass comes through, Infected knows it. He doesn't even want to start on the Orisa.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, GK actually got to mid quicker. Speed ring out of the gate. Abril with the amp. They catch Vega on a like the smallest flank of all time. And as they reach that point first, Team Liquid, they just get run over. That's an easy point cap.
And Lethal can go Soj at any point as well if you really want to kind of play into countering the Malga. I mean, the Reaper was there last time, but I think Soj so good you get to play the long range with Tree, but farm up rails so quickly. Tree can't do the same thing. A lot more shields, TPs around the map as well that he has to contend with. So we'll see what happens when Lethal gets the opportunity to go back to spawn, but seeing this Malga look come back from Team Liquid, this is where GK kind of fell on their face yesterday, but Infected really wants to make it work.
Oh, good crit stomp. Wow, Admiral just got deleted there. Was wall riding. Potentially thought he was safe from Infected. Infected so low, though, as Kuffer just body blocks him. Tree does pick up the kill on UV, but MyMoan is going to be really tough to deal with. Again, these TPs, frustrating. Although Kuffer with, no real support to be found. Tree and Vega are just going to team up. Just run at rings around Kuffer and MyMoan. There will be a point flip, but still, 79% for the first cap. It's not bad.
That could have gone poorly, given that Infected goes down so early, by the way. Super low ult charge. He just hasn't had the opportunity to survive, hasn't had the opportunity to deal damage. We talked about this yesterday. There was a buff on the patch for Malga, but we just haven't seen any teams really get the use out of Malga just yet. Support all that's coming online. It's going to be RuPaul Rush available. Just about.
Stomp. Oh, doesn't hit the crit stomp. Has a lot of skulls lined up, a lot of damage, but a Suzu, a Rush, and a Cardiac Overdrive saving Infected there. An Annihilation off the point. His Tree has found himself on the wrong side of the fight. Even a wall invested by GK as they manage to now get themselves on the point. Should get the cap, have beat to spare.
Now get to use the beat for the next fight as well. Cage is about to come online finally. Vega lagging behind 25%. We do remember Vega was taken down quite early in the opening fight straight away by Lethal. Is the touch going to come from Zera?
Zera's on, doing a little housekeeping right now, taking care of those turrets. Sound barrier comes in. Abril so close to Ajaxing. Not again, please. High ground here for Lethal. And here, actually, who deals with him? It's going to have to be someone like Infector or maybe even Tree. Sends a disrupt shot his way, but Abril boops Tree into Lethal, secures the kill. Latest sound barrier here from Vega, and Infected closing in on this cage. Seems like an easy fight win here for Team Liquid. But the orbital ray might be the difference maker GK need. But unfortunately, Cuthbert not quite tagged by it, but they got a sim at full charge. A high healing Malga, though, is going to keep Team Liquid in this fight somehow.
Yeah, he just didn't go down. This is the difference. I mean, Malga did get his personal healing buffed a little bit on this patch, and it seems to be enough.
How did he
with
survive?
RuPaul and Vega in there, he just lives on a sliver of HP, and Ultraviolet doesn't get the orbital ray in time. He used it at the end, but if he gets it maybe 2 to 3 seconds earlier, when he can use it with the rest of the team, I think Cuthbert may have already gone down as well. Just don't have the staying power for GK to maintain themselves, and once again, Team Liquid, can they recover this first point?
There's the flip. Touch has to come in. Zera again gets the touch. Stick goes out. Pulse bomb misses. He's going to have another one for sure as the rush gets used on the point here for Team Liquid. Zera first to fall. Turrets right now cooking Infected on the point. Someone's going to deal with them at some point. A short range dash there. No stun coming in. And here comes the wall. Lethal is dead. No healing was sent his way whatsoever. And now Team Liquid have to walk into this microwave. This car washer turret. Asuzu comes in just in time to save Infected's life, but the focus fire from Geeke is just too much. An Annihilation Rip to the very end, but Coffee is literally 1 HP. He couldn't be more 1. Tree finds 2, and RuPaul finishes the fight. As Team Liquid flip the point, get the cap.
Tree, though, he got the important kill onto Admiral, prevented the beat from coming on through, and again, Infected lives for so long. So once more, the damage wasn't quite there, but the big mistake was not saving Lethal. You called it no healing, no help for Lethal. The walls, the shields coming down too late, Maimone playing into the photon barrier, Cuffer dropping in that right click, but just doesn't save Lethal now. Big EMP.
Beautiful stuff there. A system reboot now required for GK. Just Admiral not using the ult, luckily enough. Team kill, and that's going to be a point cap.
You can feel the pressure coming on through. Cuffer's even gone over towards the Orisa, maybe spawn tech here. Yep. Obviously died out straight away on the Orisa. We talked about the fact that Lethal at any point could swap to Sojin to put a little bit more pressure onto Infected. I think that's needed to come through now. This is Lethal's best hero. He has been performing today on it.
Oh,
there it is.
RuPaul. Nice shot. Sound barriers on both sides. RuPaul, Maimone traded. A manual hack onto Lethal, but teleports away from any danger. Lands himself straight and forward. Infected, though, and Infected has still got the cage right in front of the team. Infected now trying to get another crit stomp in as Zera hunts down the back line of GK. A TP from Ultraviolet. Zera eventually finishes him off, and now sight set on the Lucio. Tree's there with the backup. This tag team duo, Tree and Zera right now, just tearing GK limb from limb as they continue to hold the point.
I mean, when the numbers get low, Zera can get so much done here. GK can't keep Lethal alive again, despite the TP plays. He's doing his best. He got that opening pick onto RuPaul. Now we're threatening a 2-0 on New Junk City. Map choice from GK. As Team Liquid, they're actually winning on this Malga. Making this work, finally, where GK couldn't yesterday.
A free cap, but we take Orisa out. And we're at 91%. That's a fine trade if you're Team Liquid right now.
Look at the ult.
And they don't need to use ults. Crit stomp onto UV. Team Liquid playing the game right now at a much faster pace than GK. And honestly, outbraining them right now.
Oh my goodness, this is it. They've done. You can't even touch. No one is even there to touch Maimone. Probably could have been the only one. GK will give it up. One more point to play on through. But look at the ultimates. Nearly 5 online from Team Liquid. I mean, that is just gross. Even the Lethal swap into Sojin struggling to find value here. It's the Sombra and the Tracer running circles around GK. It's causing problems.
Cage still available too if they want to try and just make this fight not even at all. Terror Surge? Absolutely nothing. Cover goes down, trading for Vega. There's the Cage, and now Sojourn. Sure, he's on the rush. Still manages to kill Infected, though. Okay, Cage backfiring completely on Team Liquid as they invest basically everything. They've got EMP and this beat for this next fight, but GK somehow caught on top.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal getting that kill within the cage is absolutely brutal for Infected. Now for GK, Cuthbert moving over towards third hero of the map so far, but his best. It's the Hazard, of course, that's been so good for GK's entire stage. The Cuthbert specialty.
Well, Vega hits the sound barrier at half HP there. Only hits 3 though. Lethal.
Wow.
Crit Stomp from Infected hits the stun. Easy kill. Shuts down one of the stars in North America. EMP's going to connect, though. Only connects with 2, but it might be enough. Cuffer hacked that entire time, and Tree just focusing him down with the help of Infected. A point flip does end up coming in. 52% for GK to start off this next one. But Team Liquid, their tenacity, they want to take them to the next map. The full distance, the full 7.
Zera's just still popping off here. Vega 1 HP, but it's Ultraviolet that falls. The final support's online for either team. 52%. It's a better look for GK to start things out with. And despite only a 2-man EMP, look, the EMP catches Cuppa, and that's where the dominoes start to fall. You lose Cuppa, things get worse through Admiral now caught. Massive Infected and Zera laying up each other.
Infected is just... This is a prime Mauga right now from Infected. Every single charge is getting the stomps, the crits, the slight CC that enables you to capitalize on those kills. And with 70%, this is looking dire for GK as they come back in with ults. They're coming up, but they haven't secured them yet.
Infected 1 HP, needs to heal, doesn't get any help, and now the flip likely to come on through in the final hour here for GK. Don't they need it?
Okay, Zera gets blamed there as 99%. There's the flip. But there's still a hope. There's still a chance for Infected to finish this 3-0.
F7 on board here for Team Liquid if they can just get the flip. One more cap, take us the full distance in the grand finals. Cage coming online. Rush on the other side. RuPaul's going to be a little bit delayed in that regard.
They want to go early, I think. GK, they're posturing for it. Infected is super low. Knows now is their final chance to get in this one. A nice little Suzu, a cage as well. Onto Cuffer. Mimone struggling to stay alive in the corner. Ends up getting Suzu, but the pulse bomb doesn't even get thrown out. Infected secures the kill onto Mimone. Cuffer also ends up going down as Team Liquid is just routing GK. Infected now pushing on the point, putting his manly body on there, and there's no one from GK that can really answer him. Lethal with the railgun just gets smacked up aside of the head though by Tree. And then it's a 3-0. We're going to a map number 7 here in the NA Grand Finals as Team Liquid school GK on New Junk City.
Coming back with a vengeance. Tracer now available for Zera, and he just rips through GK, and we see the win on the Malga, taking a page out of Ben's Best, the bot team that won in the Battle Bots Grand Finals. Malga do be winning today, to the dismay of all of our eyeballs, but for Team Liquid, this is exactly what they're looking for. Cuffer and GK couldn't make this work yesterday versus Team Liquid. It is so crazy. So Team Liquid, they can turn this around and say, you know what? We will make this work. And they do this after losing with the Malga on Runasapi, one of Malga's best maps. But another good Malga map is obviously New Junk City, Sorvas in play, but New Junk City in particular. The bans were honestly really good from GK. The Venture ban protecting the Sim and the Cass, but then just didn't quite have the damage to take down Infected.
A map number 7 here in the Stage 2 Finals of North America, and I wouldn't have it any other way. A back-to-back map win on Flashpoint. We're going to jump over to the desk to send us in to this final map here between GK and Team Liquid.
Thank you so much. Yeah, what a performance from Team Liquid to claw their way back into the mix with this one. Johnny literally can't believe it. We're going all the way, guys. We're going to map 7.
We just want to give out those lovely, lovely hours spent in chat.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, if you
just want to
haven't...
give the drops. We want to give out all the drops to them. Yeah, we just want to give them all the drops.
If you haven't gotten the drops yet, then, well, what can I say? You didn't deserve them. There we go. Let's talk about what we just got to see on New Junk City, though, or also on Surabasa, quite frankly. Team Liquid, they were upping the tempo. They were making compositional changes, which really worked out for them, and they really caught GK off guard with it.
Yeah, I think the key word that Jaws and Avril brought up was pace, right? And I just started even on Suravasa as well when Infected picked the Wrecking Ball, constantly threatening the backline of Admiral and Ultraviolet on GK, and it allowed Tree and Zera to operate in a way they didn't really do previously. Tree always sliding around on the Sojourn, just like pressuring the backline, and they were able to find picks on the back of the Wrecking Ball. On New Junk City, it was all about the Mauga. Tree on the Sombra as well in the enemy backline, line and Infected charging in. Infected got so many great overruns there. Like the Stomps, it was unbelievable. So I'm just absolutely blown away. That was like a signature Mauga game. Like, I know it's Mauga, but like, he got max value from a Mauga and those overruns. It was a really impressive Mauga game, considering the value he got from the overruns.
Well, and even just also being able to see the coordination of both DPS, being able to get those executions on top of this tempo. Like, if you're not going to get the final blow, your partner is right there with you. That communication and synergy is so important to guarantee it, because if you don't get those kills and you don't get those eliminations, especially when it's on the Kiriko or the support line, it really can make a big change in the outcome. So also, to be fair, I think just to have a little highlight note on Saravasa, the number of Ajaxes that we had across the board also was insane. I think it was 3 total, 2 sound barriers and an EMP.
Counting, right?
Nutty.
Yeah, I mean, it's turning into, I don't want to call it scrappy, because obviously both of these compositions do require quite a bit of coordination, but it is a bit of a dogfight here. Obviously, players are getting exhausted. Keep in mind also that GK is taking this to map 7 after running the gauntlet from the lower bracket to end up here. So they've been playing how many maps now? Crazy stuff, crazy tenacity that they're showing to keep themselves alive here. And quite frankly, given what we've seen from both of these teams, it's impossible to pick a favorite here. Like, I think it's going to be on even footing heading into Oasis.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. And this has been a great day for my conspiracy group, by the way, because obviously going back and looking at yesterday's winner bracket final, Avril touched on it a little bit, and you did as well, Rich. You know, they banned the May on Circuit Royale. They didn't ban the Cassidy, GK that is. They didn't ban the Cassidy, which allowed them to counter Infected Sorisa. And now we're going to Oasis, which was the first map yesterday. So now GK, they know what Team Liquid would do. They would ban the Moira, and of course they know that Infected is going to play the Wrecking Ball. I'm curious to see what the bans are. Like, do you ban Wrecking Ball at this point, considering the trouble that Infected is giving you? I think it's quite ironic, actually, that we're going to go back. Oh, it's going to be the Mauga, actually. Can't wait to hear what the casters think about this one, Zoe. But this is, I just can't wait. This would be the 10th map for GK today, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
I love that you managed to like sneak this in here as well, since we talked about, you know, GK deferring the bans yesterday on map 1 and 2, losing as a result of that. So here it is.
The tinfoil theory.
We're tinfoiling so hard, guys. We're tinfoiling so hard. Yeah, I mean, all these bans make sense, though, right? I want to hear the opinion of Joss and Avril. Am I allowed to toss it to them? I'm not sure. I haven't heard yet. I think, okay, I've been told let's go for it. So let's get this one wrapped up. Map 7, GK going up against Team Liquid. Avril, Jaws, the mics are yours.
Thank you very much, Zoe. An Oasis to finish off the Stage 2 North American bracket here. GK versus Team Liquid. And it's worth pointing out, GK take us here, but every single time that they've met a Team Liquid, they've lost every single control.
Under different circumstances, though, yesterday's upper bracket final was Kuffer and GK wanting to bring through the Malgan. It wasn't a good look. Ends up being, ironically, their opponents in Team Liquid that discover how to pilot the Malga, at least on New York City, to success. With Malga being banned on out, it's not going to be consideration. No sim either for W Maimone. It's the grand finals here. OWCS NA, the final map. No matter which way you cut it, absolute cinema.
Zera's really going to have to be just locked in at this point. This backline is just so tough to take down. The target focus has to be perfect. A little lamp there to save Admiral. Oh, the flashbang, the hammer. Okay, Lethal. All right, Zera down. Infected pretty low as well. He's got control of this top pavilion, but isn't going to stick around for too long.
This is the horse that GK ride on, and I ain't talking about Orisa, I'm talking about the Beaver backline. They found so much success on this composition. They are the team that represents this signature look. And Team Liquid take it down because one of the few times we're going to see the entirety of the comp, including the hazard in play. They get the first cap, and Team Liquid trying to make this Winston plus Anna look work. No Brig in play, mind you.
Nice manual hack on Zera. Just getting bullied out right now. Forced to recall. Virus goes wide. Takes a little mini there to top himself back up. Still in the back line right now. Solo operating. But Cuthbert takes down Infected. Slides around the corner. A nano boost onto Tree, though, is going to be disastrous for Cuthbert. And although saying that, it's all good. Still got the grip there on top of the pedal platform. But this nano dishing out damage, but no kills yet. There's GK kind of on the point right now. Just blissfully chilling like around the pavilion. Like Liquid have not made a dent in GK's armor right now.
It's just so hard. This is difficult to beat this comp unless Zera can find the opportunity to pop off. Now the Tree of Life comes through. Grip onto Lethal. Good luck taking anyone down through that.
Hey, no way. 375 HP on the gas. Yes, please, says Lethal. Mimone does eventually fall, but they at least get the trade. This map is so hard to get the flip on. Even a lamp coming through to help Lethal again. High Noon found the hammer rolling around, and even a downpour as well. Saving Private Lethal. Lethal has not fallen. The amount of support Lethal is getting now is unbelievable, and rightfully so. Admiral eventually falls to the nade of RuPaul, but PK is still on 80%, and they've not given up the cap yet. And Lethal standing tall in the front line.
That's only the third kill, though. It's 2 deaths on Mimone, 1 on Admiral. No one else has died. Cuffer, UV, and Lethal. Perfect KDs now as we head into final fight. RuPaul still lacking by 19%. Needs the nano in trouble, taking damage.
RuPaul had to nade himself too, so that isn't now usable. Although, well, Lethal is in a little bit of a sticky situation, but should be able to get gripped out. The cap did end up coming through, and Lethal's still not dead. High Noon used as Cuthbert peeks around the corner. An extra shot there coming in from Lethal to take down Tree. Admiral dashes to the center pavilion now as they try and get the reflip. Lethal brought to his knees eventually as Infected pops the Primal Rage.
Nano, RuPaul, low HP, has to find a target. Where's Infected? They're going to help each other.
Gonna go. Nope, not happening. W Mimone ends up taking down RuPaul as Infected also falls. Nano boost from RuPaul, not a factor in this fight any longer. A small mistake maybe there from RuPaul. They needed help. They needed help from each other, like you said. A 99% as Zera gets the touch for OT again, but the Tracer swiftly dealt with. 99-27 as GK find the first round.
Match point now in the series, on the map as well. The Beaver backline plus the Hazard, indomitable. We saw the same comp on Oasis versus Nightmare earlier on, and it turned out perfectly. The difference there, though, was Hazard was banned. Guess what? Can't ban Hazard again. Already got banned out early in the series. So, as I said, when we walked into City Center, one of the few times you get to see GK play the full lineup, Hazard, Lifeweaver, and BAP all together, to get them that 1-0 start. But we're going to move over to University. Cass surviving the bans with Symmetra being... You actually saw Mimone hover the Symmetra. Was like, nope, that's actually banned. Can't even TP or team out of spawn, I don't think. Actually, I'm not too sure on that one. That is an interesting interaction. We'll have to see about it, but either way.
All right, Mimone in the back line already. Playing around this mini health pack is going to be rather crucial. RuPaul already taking a sizable chunk of damage there. Infected very low on the point. In fact, entirety of Team Liquid now right now are very low. Focus Fire has been very good for GK. As that Ravenous Vortex finishes off Vega pretty early, and Tree needs help. He's 6 HP. Yeah, Coffer just jumps around the corner, clocks him for 6, and that's going to be the first cap to GK.
Full wipe essentially as well, Zero. I think getting out of that one safely, but the rest of the Liquid is just falling over. And Infected once again, it's the story of the Ram versus the Orisa. And Infected has been unwilling to try and match in the Ram. He can't, or hasn't been able to really win in this matchup. And with the Cass on board, so good for Lethal into Infected, just putting the pressure on. Tree on 1 HP, you said no help. He goes down. A 20% for GK.
Gotta be careful, Tree. That Ravenous Vortex hits. You might be a dead man. Nice little headshot there onto Lethal. Gets saved by the Lamb. Now Tree on an off angle. Window unlocked. Same for Tree. Oh dear. This sound barrier, though, is going to be tough to actually deal with. High Noon. Skull triggered on Mimone, who tried to go for a pulse, maybe. Something. But they traded for RuPaul. And Vega's also down. Cuffer's found 2 in this fight.
Only 2 alive, though. Admiral and Cuffer, they got to stay together. Cuffer's still there. Doesn't have the Annihilation available. No healing either, which means he's likely to fall pretty late.
Oh, okay. Good for a little bit of stall there, but that's about it. 52% annihilation in the back pocket as well as that pulse.
By the way, Vega super far behind on the sound barrier. Didn't have it for that fight, but one thing that Vega did do, very importantly, we saw a boop come through that put Lethal into the pit in the middle, and Lethal wasn't part of the fight for the longest time. Maybe a mistake for my Moan to peek the Deadeye as well. That was the first kill that came through for Liquid.
Pulse one for my Moan. He wants this one. He wants it bad. A good stick. Lamb ends up coming in clutch though for RuPaul, but that resource is no longer available, so Cuffer can freely walk into the back line. A 3-man sound barrier from Team Liquid, that's disastrous. A late beat, Infected already dead. Sure, UV is down, but this is GK winning this fight.
52%, I mean, there's still time for Team Liquid to pull together something strong, but because Vega's been so far behind here, Admiral and Ultraviolet sync together, double support ultimates online, still ahead of RuPaul marginally. The annihilation to be pulled through for the potential victory. Look for that to be the victory fireworks for GK. Potentially finish off this one. Nothing to stop it right now from the Team Liquid side.
Tree's trying to find an angle here, but already pretty low. He's getting the support he requires, but gotta be careful. Playing on the edge like this is rather dangerous. A good first kill, though. My Moan ends up going down. Tree on the high ground is going to be a little bit of a pain for them to deal with. But now Zera looking for a different target. They forced the lamp already, and what a spear spin there for Infected. Pushing UV straight out of the lamp. But OT is fast approaching. GK, they're going to have, what, 97% on board as Team Liquid find the fight win.
They need a miracle here. Team Liquid needs something big to come on through. A javelin head into a headshot from Tree, a nice stick from Zero that doesn't get lamped, something like that, because you're looking at nearly 5 ultimates, 4 major ones, double support ultimates. This is going to be the last
They're going to go early. The lamp, and anybody can just explode now, and Tree ends up going down. Lethal. GK, they use B, they press the issue, the annihilation on the point. My Moan has been traded, but I mean, Cuffer is going to be just indestructible in the front line. Ravenous Vortex misses his mark, but it's all good because GK have got the points. They may not have the pulse bomb, but they only need to deal with Infected and Zera, who's on the point. Zera needs some devious heroics right now to come back in. He finds one kill, make that a second! Zera is keeping Team Liquid in this fight. RuPaul's going to be able to teleport onto the point, but how much can Zera do? A stick from My Moan kills off Tree, and overtime will tick down. My Moan now scurrying away, and Zera does it once more! Another kill onto the Tracer, but how long can he keep this up?
He's buying time for Vega. Vega's about to find beat finally, as Infected comes back on his signature ball. Team Liquid still have the opportunity to fight.
Zera forced a recall there. It's Infected, like you said. Spinning to win on the point. As Zera trying to just recover his CDs. A double blink onto the back line, but the sound barrier from Team Liquid might have just done it. A nice little slam as well. The lamp not enough for Ultraviolet and Admiral to stay alive in this fight. Zera pulls out heroics again for Team Liquid. A pulse bomb onto the shield, but it does not matter. They just need to continue to touch. Cuffer has popped their Nemesis form and it's actually clocked 2 people. It's W My Moan, ends up coming in the clutch with another kill onto Vega.
It's just
Cuffer. What? There's no way! GK have done it! They've defeated the curse of Team Liquid. They are your Stage 2 North American champions. A different name, but still a star-studded roster.
New organization, but the same core of players, adding My Moan into the mix. Losing star player Zera to opponents Team Liquid here, and didn't Zera play well in that final fight? America's finest to try and keep Liquid alive in the series and alive in the map, but GK will not be denied. An almost perfect stage coming on through, losing that upper bracket game to Team Liquid, learning their lessons from it, coming in so strong, 3-0 in the lower bracket, annihilating Nightmare out in 3rd place, leading in a match point in this series. A strong run from Liquid, but GK will not be denied.
GK picked this game type. They chose to go to Ilios, even though they've lost on control against Team Liquid the last 2 times they faced off against each other. An unbelievable turnaround. And by the way, that includes this series too. That first map went Liquid's way. A 4-3 victory, a map 7 for the North American Finals. GK, like you said, it's a different name, same core of players with the addition of My Moan. Take another stage. They are your North American champions. We're going to send it over to the desk as they can wrap up.
Thank you so much. The salty lower bracket comeback is completed. Revenge was had after a 7-map banger of a series. Both teams having their time in the sun. Both teams really knowing and understanding their win conditions. And both teams not being scared to take risks throughout those 7 maps. This was phenomenal. This was a peak Overwatch.
Wicked, to say the least. I mean, just even right at the end there, and you know, got to shout out Zero though. I know that GK won, but that was one of the most crazy Tracer performances to try and keep this going. It was just insane, front to back, all 7 maps. What a wild way to end NA.
I mean, yeah, I really thought Zero had it there for a moment. And then, you know, Vega gets back with the sound barrier. It's a crazy dive towards the backline as well, but Kaffa just stays alive on the point and gets the thing done on Ramatra. What an unbelievable series. You know, we teased it at the start of the series, which we said this could go 7. It went 7, and what a spectacular series it was. It was literally everything you could ask for. I mean, this was shades of, you know, Toronto Defiant nightmare from last year that also went the distance in the grand finals, right? Just an incredible series back and forth. I think both teams showing their different styles. A Pigeon in the mix as well. But this aggression, it seemed to be the start of the comeback for Liquid, and they had all the momentum going into map 7. But I have to say as well, I mean, so scripted, I don't know by who, but so scripted that it came down to the BAP Lifeweaver on the first round, and then it came down to the Ramatra on the second round. Those have been the main character kind of compositions throughout all of stage 2, and it ended with those two really making, you know, showing their true character in the last 2 rounds here of the grand final here in North America.
Yeah, and keeping just like that structure, Kaffa on that Ramatra just being so dominant. You highlighted of the, you know, your pick. I highlighted Infected, the tank line. Realistically, across all 10 players that we've had here, especially towards the end of it, they all had their highlight moments. They really did, which is why this goes to that map 7. But ultimately, GK making that great final moment, an amazing one to take this NA. I'm so excited to see them be able to get it.
It was also awesome to see both teams trying stuff that we haven't really seen from them at all in stage 2, right? Or very little of, such as like implementing that Symmetra. We've seen so much in the EMEA region. Now we've seen both teams looking quite confident and competent on that as well, which obviously bodes well for them heading into the mid-season championship.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible kind of like back and forth series across this. Like GK as well, I just got a hit on the fact that like they showed up with Mauga Reaper yesterday in the upper bracket final, and then they were like, yeah, just joking by the way, we're gonna come through today, and the BAP Lifer looked on point. They dealt with everything Liquid had to throw their way. Just an amazing comeback for this team now that, you know, kind of continues this legacy of theirs without Zero, who left after the Champions Clash. That was one of the story points we didn't really hit on, the fact that, you know, GK obviously playing against Zero, who used to be on the roster for Champions Clash when they had their big breakthrough internationally. But GK, they continue now with Maimon in the mix, who had a standout series as well. So really impressive by GK coming through here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Which player has stood out for you throughout this 7-map banger, Rich?
Oh, that's such a hard
All of them
one.
is a correct answer.
It really is. No, seriously, everybody had their moment, like start to finish. You know, when it came to Infected, turning it back around, Kaffa. But if I'm still gonna stick with Infected. I know that they weren't one of the ones that win, but when we saw that switch, I love Wrecking Ball. I see it, and if I have to pick one, for, you know, from GK who did take the win, I would say Kaffa is my other. I agree with you, Johnny, on how significant that Kaffa has been, and really just that front line that is necessary for this team.
Right, so I've just received word that we do have a winner's interview with, it should be Kaffa and Lethal, yes?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's go with it. Never know what you're gonna get. Overwatch is
hello.
Chocolates. Lethal and Kaffa. First of all, yeah, right, guys. Congratulations, first and foremost, but also you have to walk us through this. What was going on yesterday? Like, this was a completely different series. Today you played it close, you came out on top. What adjustments did you guys make heading into today's match? Was there anything happening along the lines of, you know, hiding strats yesterday? Like, please make it make sense.
You can go, Kaffa.
Yeah, okay. I don't think the comp that we were playing yesterday was really an issue. I think it was just the way we were playing it. Like, if you watch back that game, I'm literally just like trolling my brains out on Morga. Like, the whole comp depends around me not trolling, and I just turbo trolled. So I think it was like that, and also like only a few days playing that. And so we just went back to like our basics, like what we've always played. And I mean, these guys are playing Ram Mirror after not learning from stage 1, so I don't know. We'll just beat them.
Okay, I have 2 comments. I have one. So is the man bun like a thing that you're gonna try and keep? Is that like for the headset to kind of block out of the ways?
Nah.
Okay. No, well, a second one is with you now going into it. We saw so much more of the Ram. You didn't want to stick with the Malga. Again, you were kind of just testing things out. And, Wheat's even saying before we went into this match, going back to the basics. Is it just a night and day feel difference for you when you play the Ramatra? Just because it looks so strong for you, Kafa?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely confident, and like, it's chill to mirror, and like, it's fine. I think we've been playing a lot more Hazard this season. Like, we didn't really play much Ram most of the regular season. It was on like a few maps, but I mean, if it's a match where there's like money on the line and it's a Ram mirror, like, I'll just take that. Yeah, it's just fine with me.
Sorry, we got the iron mic.
Lethal, I gotta ask you, of course, you win here now. You won stage 2 in North America. You also had an amazing result at Champions Clash, getting 3rd there as well under the Nightmare organization. How do you kind of take the success here from stage 2 and channel that towards a successful mid-season championship? How do you take some of the lessons you've learned over the past few months and really have a successful mid-season championship ahead of you?
I mean, I think we would take these like NA games as like practice for us, and because now we gotta punch higher than NA, we gotta punch like to the Asian teams, EU teams too. So we're just using this as practice. This region is our practice, and then when we go to the international stage, that's where we start rolling and start playing properly.
I love it.
Right on. This was just a scrim. What a scrim it was. Well, yeah. Lethal, Kafa, thank you guys so much for taking the time to chat with us. Also, I believe Lethal is also our player of the match. That's right. So,
yes! Take that, Zero. I took your fucking MVP. Oh, sorry for swearing. I took your MVP. And I took your win too.
That's right. That's right. I took everything away from him. Lunch money and then some. Lethal, well deserved though. Absolute banger performance from you and the entire team. And we can't wait to see more of all of you on the big stage for the mid-season championship. Congratulations and thank you so much.
Can I say something, Liquid, real quick?
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
stage is yours.
Yeah, Liquid, you cannot buy wins. Just letting you guys know, you cannot buy wins.
Oh, and with that burn and mic drop, we're gonna say bye to you guys. Thank you so much. You heard it there. Come buy the wins. They tried to fight their way through it, and quite frankly, they looked good doing so. But at the final hurdle, there was the stumble. Salty run back from GK. Couldn't have scripted it any better, guys.
No, it was just looking at this bracket and seeing the adventure that was ahead of us. Again, Johnny, I'm still loving the idea that your conspiracy theory hold true. I'm gonna jump on the bandwagon. I will wear the tinfoil hat with you. They went to that lower bracket. They still fought, very, very well and easily coasted their way towards that grand finals, and we're there at that 4-3 and really, really deserve this win.
Yeah, what an amazing performance by GK this entire stage. I just thought that going into this stage there was some doubt how good would they be without Sarah. They picked up my moan and you're thinking can they continue this performance of theirs after Champions Clash, and just mightily impressed by their performance throughout, right? I think they just acted as the smarter teams going into a lot of these matches. I think you saw early on when my moan was over on the Sombra, it's just this is a really professional team. They have a great understanding of how to play positionally, how to use their ultimates, just the fundamentals really good from GK. So from day one here in stage 2, mightily impressed by how they performed, and they carried that form throughout all of stage 2 to the point now where they're stage 2 champions. So very well deserved.
So they're getting the crown, they're getting the extra money, and of course they have already a few days ago managed to lock up their spot for the mid-season championship, where they have to face off against international competition. And here are the teams which have already qualified. We're currently just waiting on the results of the last chance qualifier, as well as the Face It League SA Masters Season 5. So that should be determined very soon. But man, LCQ, I do not want to be in there.
Oh man, it's gonna be stacked. LCQ. So many great teams. Over there, Zeta Division, Onsite Gaming Team, Falcons gonna be there. The Ultimates, Gen G, Space Station Gaming. I mean, I'm assuming all these. Vision with Violet. You never know.
Reading down the graphic.
Yeah, man. So there's still action ahead of us. I am very excited. Also, of course, for the promotion and relegation matches. That's always a dogfight.
Oh yeah. If you like promotion and relegation,
awesome.
sorry, Rich. Sorry if you like promotion and relegation. It's the craziest, one of the craziest days in Overwatch. I promise you. If you show up there, it's just Face It Masters teams just punching on OWCS teams. It's going back and forth. It's like boxing. It's like MMA. It just gets absolutely crazy that day. So tune in for the promotion and relegation. It gets messy.
But Rich, as you joined us this very weekend for the conclusion of our playoffs here in Stage 2, what were your biggest takeaways? Anything you want to share with the people of Overwatch?
I mean, just, again, I don't get to be here as often, having the chance to be here for Jake, it's great. I know he needed a vacation, so I'm grateful to step in on it. But just the overall competition, again, it's all funneled down to these teams that have worked so tremendously hard. And every team that has not made it to this point to move on to that, you still have to commend them for all the work. And like you had talked about, Johnny, with the relegation matches, all of the effort and the focus on the competition, and just the need to have this type of competition displayed in Overwatch, I think is just so necessary. And I'm grateful that I get to be a part of it in one way or another. So
I love you, man.
My takeaway.
It's great having you on, dude. It's always so much fun.
Nothing but love for you, Rich. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see much more of you. Now, we are unfortunately done. This playoffs really went by quickly, I feel. But what amazing Overwatch we got to witness. But stick around. Even though we're done here with this stream, we will be rating PGE, so there is much more action over at PGE stream. Drops, of course, enabled, so make sure to share some love, spread some love, say hi from us, and we very much hope to see all of you again for promotion and relegation, as well as the LCQ coming up very soon. For now, it's bye-bye. Have a good night, and thank you so much for tuning in.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.